Chapter 1 What? The entire estate donated? Congratulations to the Lakers for selecting Han Lei, a Chinese from Alicia University. With David Stern's announcement, Han Lei, donned in a suit, confidently strode towards the center of the stage, engaging in a handshake and pleasantries with Stern. A murmur rippled through the audience. Has the Lakers lost their mind? Selecting a Chinese player? Everyone knows Asian athletes are physically fragile. I think the foolish one is you. Do you really believe the Lakers are banking on this second-round rookie to lead them to another championship? Owner Bus is no fool. He is eyeing the Chinese market. Ah, now that you mention it, I see your point. From a business perspective, this choice does make sense. But this Chinese lad needs to prove himself, just like Yao Ming did. Otherwise, he risks being ridiculed. Ridiculed? What do you mean? Monkey King, of course. You don't know that? Oh, right. At the age of 20, Han Lei stands at 201 centimeters, weighs 85 kilograms, boasts an arm span of 211 centimeters, and has a vertical leap of 90 centimeters, playing as a small forward. From any angle, his physical attributes are not particularly remarkable. Had he been an African-American player, scouts might have viewed him more favorably. However, with his yellow skin, few scouts showed interest, especially given his 2 unimpressive years at Indiana University, where he hardly stood out on the team. Standing on the stage, Han Lei surveyed the media, scouts, coaches, and others below. A slight thrill coursed through him before his transmigration. He was merely a basketball enthusiast, ardently supporting both the Rockets and the Lakers. It was because of Yao Ming that he championed Rockets, and witnessing the Lakers-Rockets rivalry had introduced him to Kobe's prowess that in those critical moments. When Kobe had the ball, both teammates and opponents held their breath. Yet, tragically, in 2023, just before Han Lei's arrival, Kobe had perished in a helicopter crash, and Yao Ming's tenure at the Basketball Association had yielded little success. However, fate had bestowed upon Han Lei an opportunity to rewrite history, and he was determined to craft a new narrative. Finally, he had taken his first step. He felt fortunate to have been chosen by the Lakers. In the days that followed, Han Lei found himself exceedingly busy not with training or establishing rapport with various personnel of the Lakers, but rather selling his father's estate. Outside of Alexander's farm, along a picturesque country road, the scenery was particularly enchanting. Han Lei sat in the pickup truck of a bearded elderly man, humming a tune, seemingly in good spirits. Han, are you certain you want to sell this farm and estate to me? The bearded elder, a white man, had known Han Lei's late father for many years and wore an expression of incredulity. The contract is signed. What are you worried about? I sincerely appreciate your care over the years, Han Lei replied earnestly. Han Lei had absorbed the memories of his current life. His father had passed away when he was 10, entrusting the farm and Han Lei to this bearded elder. Now, as he prepared to serve the Lakers, he wished to sever any lingering ties. Thus, he sold the estate to this man, who had looked after him for a decade, at a remarkable discount of $500,000. This farm, along with the house, is worth $1.5 million, the elder said, scratching his already sparse white hair. Han Lei did not elaborate much, pondering with his chin held high as he said, $50,000 is not a significant amount. I have little regard for money, and I have enough savings to last me a year. How about this? This $50,000, you may donate it to the Yao Foundation in your name. In Han Lei's memory, Yao Ming established the Yao Foundation in 2008 to aid Chinese children in basketball. What is the Yao Foundation? The elderly man asked, bewildered. After Han Lei patiently explained, the old man's expression shifted from confusion to understanding, though he gazed at Han Lei with an air of curiosity, as if he were observing something peculiar. Han Lei could only smile. Wryly, the ethos of the United States, which prioritizes the individual, stood in stark contrast to that of China, which espouses the philosophy of the world as a commonwealth. 3 days later, in a remote residential area of Los Angeles, Han Lei entered a house, dragging a suitcase behind him. What? Did I hear that right? A boy, roughly the same age as Han Lei, with a face full of bumps, exclaimed. In the memory of Han Lei's current body, this individual was named Hu Dongfei, his childhood friend of Chinese descent, though Hu Dongfei's family background had always paled in comparison to Han Lei's affluence. You really donated all your family assets? That's a villa and a substantial piece of farmland. Hu Dongfei exclaimed in Chinese, utterly astonished, unable to fathom that his good friend Han Lei, at this moment, housed a soul that had traversed time and space. Merely material possessions. Han Lei replied, nonchalantly, I am truly amazed by you. By the way, what do you mean by material possessions? Han Lei regarded him with a dubious expression. A person of Chinese descent raised in the United States, and he is unfamiliar with commonly used idioms. After a brief explanation, Han Lei mentioned that he would need to stay at Hu Dongfei's place until he found his own accommodation. No problem, Hua Dongfei patted his chest. It seemed that the Chinese blood coursing through his veins still held some semblance of loyalty. However, I currently have a girlfriend named Lisa because I'm fond of Vanessa, and they happen to resemble each other quite a bit. Ahem. Thus I accepted her pursuit. By the way, you don't feel uncomfortable, do you? Hua Dongfei lazily leaned back against the sofa, shaking his legs in a contented manner. Not at all uncomfortable. I am merely curious, would a beauty resembling Vanessa take a liking to you? Han Lei furrowed his brow, racking his brain, as if he found it utterly illogical. Listen. Footsteps. Little Vanessa is here. Hua Dongfei sprang up from the sofa and hurried to open the door. A brown-haired Caucasian woman stood at the entrance, rummaging through her bag for her keys. Darling, this is my good friend Han Lei, the future NBA superstar I mentioned to you. Hua Dongfei draped his arm over the woman's shoulder, entering with an air of pride. Wow, you are so tall. Nice to meet you. I am Lisa. Han Lei extended his hand in a gesture of goodwill. Though he had already been selected by the Lakers, he never regarded himself as a star, especially not in the presence of Hua Dongfei's girlfriend at the same time. Han Lei displayed a skeptical expression, questioning Hua Dongfei's taste. As a devoted fan of Kobe, how could Han Lei be unaware of what Vanessa looks like? The woman before him, Lisa, bore no resemblance to Vanessa at all. Not similar? Hua Dongfei wore an expression that suggested Han should wait and see. Lisa, ignoring the outstretched hand of Han Lei, offered a warm American embrace instead. Han Lei frowned, feeling the sensation. Damn it! He revealed a look of relief to Hua Dongfei. Chapter 2. With such skills, he could be a sniper too. Han Lei had only seen Los Angeles on television in his past life. The neon lights flickered at night, yet he found no extravagance or allure in them. As he walked the streets, familiarizing himself with his surroundings, one particular matter weighed on his mind. Since his arrival in this world, he had worked diligently to reach the NBA, but where was his golden finger? After a moment of contemplation, he felt a sense of clarity. Even without a golden finger, he still believed that through hard work, he could attain the level of a top player. I shall make a name for myself, showing these individuals that as a person from Huaxia, I can establish my place in the NBA and even surpass them. Han Lei resolutely vowed to himself. At that moment, a voice called out, "Hey, young man, don't walk away." Han Lei turned to see a scruffy beggar squatting behind him, his hair hanging down like instant noodles, suggesting he had not bathed in ages. Wow, incredible. You possess an aura that radiates from your crown. Do you realize, at such a young age, you have the physique of a seasoned warrior, a rare talent in martial arts, or rather, a basketball prodigy. If one day you unlock your full potential, you might soar to great heights. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? Han Lei was perplexed. He stepped closer to discern the beggar's features, only to find an utterly ordinary white beggar. Lead the Lakers to surpass the Celtics in championship titles and uphold world peace. This mission is entrusted to you. All right? The beggar continued to ramble incoherently. In that case, allow me to enlighten you on the art of basketball. But before that, could you spare me $3 for a hamburger? The beggar spat in his palm, rubbed his hands together, and extended his filthy right hand with a grin. A wave of bewilderment washed over Han Lei. He rummaged through his pocket and placed 3 coins into the beggar's palm. Now that's more like it, young man. I have high hopes for you. You may leave now. Han Lei glanced at his fingers, noticing the residue of the beggar's saliva, and felt a surge of nausea. He had no desire to linger and promptly turned to leave. Damn, that's hot. Unexpectedly, just a few steps away, he felt a burning sensation in his right hand. He groaned, looking at his palm, but found nothing amiss. Han Lei glanced back, only to discover the beggar had vanished without a trace. A chill ran down his spine. Could it be that Los Angeles harbored spirits? A few mornings later, Han Lei stretched lazily and rose from his slumber. Having tidied up the refuse in the living room, he cast a glance at his good friend, Hua Dongfei, who was still soundly asleep, his head buried in the pillow. Lisa had deserted Hua Dongfei in the dead of night, leaving him to wonder where she had vanished to. Han Lei let out a quiet sigh, bemused by Hua Dongfei's carefree nature. In the early morning, a chill lingered in the air as a few young men and women, still reveling from their night out, strolled along the street, casting disdainful glances at Han Lei, whose yellow skin marked him as different. Had it not been for his towering height of 2 meters, they might have dared to provoke him. Indifferent to their scorn, Han Lei hefted the garbage bag and proceeded directly to the trash bin. With a loud clang, the bottom of the bag tore open and a glass cola bottle tumbled out. He picked up the bottle, a sudden wave of childlike exuberance washing over him as he aimed it at the trash can 5 meters away. Thud! The hollow bottle sailed effortlessly into the gaping maw of the bin. What's this? Seemingly struck by a realization, Han Lei scrutinized his right hand. Perhaps I should confirm that he retrieved another cola bottle from the garbage bag. Lining it up with the trash, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. As he gathered his strength, he distinctly perceived the parabolic trajectory extending from his hand. He adjusted his aim and the tension in his muscles, allowing the landing point of the trajectory to shift accordingly. Much like a rifle's infrared sight predicting the bullet's impact, his infrared manifested as a parabolic arc. He aligned the other end of the parabola with the trash can, and once again, with precision, he sent the cola bottles soaring into the bin. That Asian guy throws bottles with remarkable accuracy. Could he possibly be a basketball player? One of the young men who had just passed Han Lei, a black individual, remarked in surprise. It's just throwing a bottle, he's probably just some international student making money collecting scrap, scoffed a white individual adorned with the tattoo of the letters KB on his neck. Han Lei paid no mind to their idle chatter. Instead, he pondered his right hand, recalling the beggar he had encountered the previous night. That $3 had not been wasted. He gradually grasped that he had acquired a remarkable ability, the power to predict the trajectory of moving objects akin to the Sharingan, allowing him to foresee the path of an attack. His heart raced. This was indeed an extraordinary advantage in basketball. Even if he chose not to play basketball, as a sniper, he could hit his mark with unerring accuracy. Meanwhile, at the Staples Center in Los Angeles, assistant coach Brian Shaw was in a fit of rage. "Steven, how on earth are you managing as the head of security? Why is the court so sticky? Is that beer or cola? You better explain yourself." Head of security, Steven appeared bleary-eyed and disoriented, as if he had just emerged from a drunken stupor. "I'm not entirely sure. It's the off-season, the cleaning crew is rather hit Tormus." Steven scratched his head, filled with regret. He should never have invited friends to drink beer at the court last night. Even if the cleaning crew is absent, what about our rookies? They have always been the backbone of the team. Brian Shaw exclaimed, waving his arms animatedly. Yes. The security captain, Steven, dashed away in a hurry. These youngsters truly lack discernment. Brian Shaw retrieved the basketball, leaping from just beyond the three-point line, the ball swishing through the net effortlessly. Once a celebrated guard of the OK dynasty, Brian Shaw now served as an assistant coach for the Lakers. His shooting was impeccable, and his meticulous approach to tasks made him a valuable aid to head coach Phil Jackson. Though it was the off-season, he had come to the gym today, intending to engage in a bit of exercise. However, upon lacing up his sneakers, he found himself stepping onto a sticky patch of floor, igniting his ire. This rookie and the security guard are utterly oblivious. In a fit of anger, he slapped the ball and shot again. The perfect arc and the sound of the ball swishing through the net slightly eased his frustration. Half an hour later, a light sheen of sweat graced Brian's brow when he heard hurried footsteps approaching from behind. "Pick up the ball and pass it to me," Brian commanded without turning, his tone leaving no room for argument. Han Lei glanced at the security captain, Steven, who wore a smug expression. It appeared that Brian's ire would soon be redirected. Han Lei rubbed his nose, recognizing that an assistant coach was not someone a second-round rookie could afford to offend. He picked up a basketball from the ground and, making his way to the corner, executed a bounce pass. Brian moved swiftly, received the pass, and jumped, the ball finding its way through the net once more. "Again," he shouted, seemingly intent on asserting his authority before the rookie. Han Lei retrieved the basketball and continued to pass it. He watched as Brian caught the ball, leaped, and released it in one fluid motion. "Yes," Han Lei exclaimed in admiration. Indeed, it was yet another swish. Brian cast a disdainful glance at the excited Han Lei, as if to say, was that even necessary? As Han Lei passed the ball for the third time, Brian received it and took a shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc in the air. Han Lei furrowed his brow, predicting the ball's descent. "It will hit the back rim and bounce in the net. The arc is a bit flat." His words startled Brian. Steven, the security captain, scoffed, thinking, "You novice, what do you know?" With a resounding bang, the ball struck the back rim, rebounding to a height level with the top of the backboard before falling, swishing through the net as the rim sprung back. Like a splash of water, to everyone's astonishment, the outcome matched Han Lei's prediction. After a moment of surprise, Brian remarked, "Kid, keep passing." Brian received the ball and shot again. "The arc is too flat, it will hit the back rim. However, this time luck won't favor you. The ball will ricochet behind the backboard." Han Lei, chin in hand, perfectly envisioned the basketball's trajectory, continuing his prophetic commentary. With a clatter, the basketball struck the back of the rim, obediently bouncing behind it, where Han Lei awaited, effortlessly catching the ball. "You little brat, you're a jinx." The security captain, Steven, muttered in annoyance. Brian Shaw's eyes widened in disbelief, a former professional player. He possesses an astute understanding of shooting, and the very moment the ball is released, he can roughly ascertain whether it will find its mark. However, as an observer, Han Lei demonstrates an uncanny ability to predict the trajectory of the ball with remarkable precision, akin to a computer. This skill is almost inherent to every adept rebounder. Yet, even a rebound virtuoso like Howard cannot forecast the ball's path with such exactitude. Is it truly mere coincidence? Continue passing and assist me in making another prediction, Brian Shaw commanded, his tone softening yet imbued with curiosity. Subsequently, out of 10 attempts, Brian Shaw successfully scored on 7, his breath becoming increasingly labored. However, the racing of his heart was not solely attributable to exertion. It was also spurred by Han Lei's flawless predictions, each one unfailingly accurate. Is this within the realm of human capability? A shiver ran down Brian Shaw's spine. All right, let us conclude the warm-up, Steve. You will take on the role of the passer. I wish to challenge this novice, Brian Shaw remarked, casting a glance at Han Lei. Chapter 3. The open three-point shot? A piece of cake. However, my forte lies in emotional intelligence. What? This lad is merely a second-round rookie, and I dare say his shooting skills may not even rival mine. How can he possibly compete with you? Captain Steve of the security team exclaimed, his mouth agape in astonishment. Enough of that. Mentoring rookies is part of my responsibilities. Just pass the ball, Steve, Brian Shaw asserted decisively, then turned to Han Lei. 10 shots. Let us see if you can best me. Very well. Though such a contest seems rather trivial, let us make a wager. Han Lei revealed a confident smile. How shall we wager? Brian Shaw inquired, raising an eyebrow. It's quite simple. $1,000. Han Lei replied without hesitation. Heh, where do you get $1,000 from, kid? Stephen interjected, wearing a mocking expression. No worries. If you lose, you can pay me once you receive your salary. To everyone's surprise, Brian Shaw readily agreed. Stephen began to pass the ball while shaking his head. Brian Shaw took the first shot, making 10 consecutive three-point attempts from the arc, truly impressive for a former professional player. Despite years of retirement, his shooting skills remained intact. He scored 8 out of 10, showcasing an exceptionally high accuracy rate. Brian Shaw smiled, clearly pleased with his performance. Kid, are you dumbfounded? Stephen chuckled, evidently excited for the unfolding spectacle. Well, it's my turn now. Han Lei spoke calmly. Humph. Stephen picked up the basketball and tossed it over. Clang, clang, to everyone's astonishment. Han Lei missed 2 consecutive shots. Brian Shaw furrowed his brow, while Steve erupted into hearty laughter, reveling in the moment. Could it truly be mere coincidence? His shooting was rather lackluster, Shaw mused with a sigh. Initially hopeful that the team would land a gem, his spirits now plummeted. Ha ha ha, you little rascal. I knew the team selected you solely for the Chinese market. With your skills, you are utterly incapable of making a significant impact. Just finish this season and take your leave, he scoffed. Kid, the NBA is a realm where talent speaks volumes. Wake up. Stephen, a seasoned security guard at Staples, surprisingly took a page from the player's book and began to throw shade. Yet, Han Lei remained unfazed, extending his hands in a gesture of readiness to receive the ball. Stephen huffed disdainfully and passed the ball. Han Lei received the pass, leaped into the air, and his expression turned serious. In that fleeting moment, he perceived the parabolic trajectory of the basketball as it soared towards him, swiftly adjusting his stance before releasing the shot. The ball traced a flawless arc, barely grazing the net before it cascaded into the hoop with an exquisite swish. What a splendid shot. Brian Shaw applauded in appreciation. Quite the lucky shot, Stephen muttered disdainfully, before passing the ball once more. Han Lei received the ball, took a shot, and scored again. In the subsequent 6 attempts, without exception, every shot by Han Lei swished through the net. Beside him, Brian Shaw and Stephen were left speechless, their mouths agape in astonishment. With the score tied at 8-8, it appeared that this betting match would conclude in a stalemate. Han Lei nonchalantly spread his arms. Hailing from Huaxia, he was immersed in the philosophy of respecting teachers and valuing the path from a young age. The first 2 shots he deliberately missed served as a prelude, akin to a disciple sparring with his master in a martial arts novel. However, this intentionality was unmistakable to Brian Shaw. It was precisely this realization that left Brian astounded. A sharpshooter like LeBron could achieve a perfect 10 out of 10 during practice, yet that was merely a possibility, not a certainty. In contrast, the Huaxia youth before him seemed assured that he would indeed achieve a flawless record. The 2 previously missed shots were evidently calculated. Could this be what Phil Jackson, often referred to as the Zen master, meant when he spoke of Huaxia culture? First courtesy, then conflict? Ahem. Although the score stood at 8-8, I acknowledge your prowess. As a rookie, I believe you have already triumphed. Come with me to the car to collect your reward. Brian Shaw, in his capacity as an assistant coach, displayed a sense of grace. By the way, where are you currently residing? As if recalling something, he continued to inquire. Oh, I am temporarily staying at a friend's rental, Han Lei replied candidly. It must feel rather uncomfortable to be dependent on others. How about this? You can stay in the locker room, where there are showers and air conditioning. However, in a few days, a training enthusiast will be using the court, and you will be responsible for looking after him. What do you think? A peculiar smile appeared at the corner of Brian Shaw's mouth. All right, thank you very much. Han Lei harbors no particular demands regarding his living conditions. Residing within the arena suits him just fine, as it affords him the convenience of practicing more frequently. Moreover, the profound smile of Brian Shaw piques Han Lei's curiosity. Hey, Stephen, have you received my instructions? Han Lei inquired, indicating his future residence would be in the locker room. Brian Shaw directed Captain Stephen of the security team. Yes, indeed. However, shouldn't we inform the general manager about this matter? Stephen murmured. Is this trivial affair beyond my authority? Brian Shaw retorted, fixing his gaze intently upon Stephen. And no problem. I understand, Stephen replied, visibly flustered. Yao Ming sat within the office of the Yao Foundation, perched upon an oversized swivel chair crafted exclusively for him. Tapping away at a keyboard twice the size of a standard one, scrutinizing last month's reports. How peculiar, he mused. This anonymous donation has originated from the United States. Could it be from my international fans? Such generosity, a staggering $50,000 transferred. It appears the revitalization of Chinese basketball holds promise. Yao Ming captured a screenshot of the transaction record and posted it on the Yao Foundation's official website, accompanied by a message, "Basketball knows no borders." Within moments, fans following Yao Ming began to comment below. Thank you to this kind-hearted friend from the United States for contributing to Chinese basketball. This is largely due to your international influence, Yao Ming. Regardless, let us give a round of applause to this benevolent soul. Chapter 4. The indomitable spirit of Kobe. The following day, Han Lei arrived early at the Staples Center, laden with his luggage. Captain Stephen of the security team, upon spotting him, wore a dismissive expression as he lazily opened the entrance to the court. As it was the off-season, most were on vacation, and Han Lei had not been assigned a locker. Nonetheless, he was indifferent to such matters. The sofa in the locker room was far more comfortable than that of Hua Dongfei's home. After tidying up a bit, Han Lei made his way to the court, acutely aware of his average physical condition, which still could not withstand the rigors of the NBA's competition. His offensive capabilities were limited to open shots and under duress. He lacked the confidence to adjust his arc to ensure the ball would find its way through the hoop. Moreover, with the relentless physicality, his stamina waned, inevitably leading to a distorted shooting form. Even with an understanding of the trajectory, he could only predict the outcome of his shots, clanging against the rim. Han Lei commenced his running regimen, honing his ball-handling skills. After a month, he discerned a notable enhancement in both his physical stamina and shooting elevation. On this particular day, the sound of the basketball striking the floor reverberated through the gymnasium. So early? Just after emerging from the restroom, the drowsy Han Lei murmured, glancing at the dawn of Los Angeles outside his window. Han Lei donned a pair of shorts and sneakers as he made his way toward the basketball court. On the court, a figure of African descent, of similar height to Han Lei, exhibited remarkable dribbling skills. He executed a smooth jump shot, causing the fabric of his training attire to ripple elegantly. Han Lei suddenly understood and couldn't help but chuckle to himself. The man before him was none other than the legendary Kobe Bryant. After making another shot, Kobe turned and, with a perplexed expression, addressed the rookie, an Oriental. I've perused your scouting report. Aren't you of Chinese descent? Oh, hello Kobe. I am indeed Chinese, the progenitor of the Orientals. Han Lei displayed a look of disdain, realizing that his earlier remark had been misconstrued by Kobe. Greetings, Han Lei. I have reviewed your profile. Although your talent appears modest, with diligent training, you will undoubtedly secure a place in the rotation. By the way, what brings you here so early? Kobe did not delve into Han Lei's nationality. In his eyes, there existed only diligent players and those who lacked effort. I reside in the locker room, Han Lei replied candidly. Kobe understood and offered a warm smile, saying, it's all right. Many players have endured challenging pasts. I do not concern myself with that. As long as you demonstrate your commitment, I will acknowledge your efforts. Now, without further ado, join me in training. Kobe's training regimen could only be described as grueling. Han Lei was tasked with defense, and Kobe's post-up maneuvers were fiercely aggressive. The pressure radiating from Kobe's back led Han Lei to feel as though he were facing Shaquille O'Neal, capable of pinning him beneath the basket. After several exchanges, Han Lei was utterly drained. Gasping for breath, he found himself toppled by Kobe. "This won't do, rookie. Your physique is too frail. With your height of 201 centimeters, you could easily play small forward. If you wish to guard me, you must possess both mass and strength. Get up. I'm assigning you a punishment of 10 laps around the court and 50 push-ups," Kobe coldly declared, returning to his shooting practice. "What, boss? I merely failed to guard you. How many in the league can actually defend against you? Surely, I shouldn't be punished so harshly," Han Lei murmured in protest. Without turning around, Kobe casually retorted, "Are you instructing me on how to conduct my affairs?" Han Lei offered a wry smile, resigning himself to his fate. After all, the man before him was none other than Kobe Bryant, and training alongside him was undeniably a privilege. More importantly, it served as an excellent opportunity for self-improvement. With Kobe's return following his recovery from an ankle injury, he was back in Los Angeles, commencing his rehabilitation training. Already a two-time champion, he showed no signs of complacency. He was determined to achieve a three-peat and showcase his prowess to the hefty figure known as Shaquille O'Neal. In Kobe's mind, he had even devised a strategy for taunting Shaq post-victory. The mere thought of it often roused him from slumber, compelling him to sneak into the backyard for a few shots in the dead of night. In the ensuing 2 months, Han Lei spent his days either accompanying Kobe during training or building muscle in the weight room. During moments of respite, Kobe offered guidance on Han Lei's weight gain regimen, which proved to be immensely beneficial. After 2 months, Han Lei's weight had surged to 95 kilograms, and his strength had undergone remarkable enhancement, leaving him quite satisfied with his progress. On this particular day, Han Lei awoke early and completed his warm-up at the court just as Kobe arrived. "You've risen quite early today, Han Lei," Kobe remarked casually while lacing up his sneakers. "Good morning, Kobe. I believe it's time for a one-on-one," Han Lei replied, bouncing the basketball a few times. "Wake up, rookie. Don't wet the bed. Are you sleepwalking?" Kobe feigned surprise, effortlessly dishing out his usual banter. "I might be in a dream state, but when it comes to guarding you, a little dreaming will suffice." Han Lei smiled faintly. In recent days, he had gradually become acquainted with Kobe, understanding that Kobe held disdain for the feeble. Only by engaging in fierce exchanges and demonstrating tenacity and defense would he elicit a smile from Kobe. "Come on, kid." Indeed, Kobe appeared unfazed by the rookie's audacious remarks, which only served to ignite his competitive spirit. At the arc, Kobe received the ball, facing Han Lei as he initiated a one-on-one confrontation. With the grace of a butterfly weaving through flowers, Kobe executed his crossovers and directional changes, seeking an opening for his advance. After 2 months of practice alongside Kobe, Han Lei's previously sluggish reaction time had markedly improved. Although Kobe's footwork remained perplexing, Han Lei slowly deduced a crucial principle: to disregard his legs. By focusing intently on the basketball, he significantly diminished the confusion caused by Kobe's movements, allowing him to anticipate the trajectory of the ball with greater clarity. Initially, due to Kobe's rapid dribbling, even when Han Lei successfully predicted the ball's path, he struggled to match Kobe's pace. Often, he reached for the ball's next position only to find it had already sped past him. As a superstar guard, Kobe's dribbling speed was formidable. However, the tides had turned. Han Lei finally grasped that his reactions and movements had caught up. With a swift motion, Han Lei executed a clean steal, managing to knock the ball out of bounds just as Kobe prepared to breach his defense. "Impressive, kid. Nice defense," Kobe remarked, a look of appreciation gracing his features. Han Lei remained silent, gesturing for the game to continue. As Kobe passed the ball, the moment Han Lei caught it, he executed a swift jump shot, akin to a sudden strike. This unexpected shot took Kobe by surprise, albeit with a hint of cunning. The arc of the basketball was exquisite, finding its way into the net with a flawless swish. Han Lei chuckled, spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, proclaiming, "There's nothing we can do. That's just how accurate we are." Kobe did not perceive Han Lei's shot as unsporting. He was not one to seek excuses. With a subtle smile, he urged, "Proceed." Subsequently, Han Lei found it increasingly challenging to make his shots, as the chastened Kobe, after passing the ball, adhered to him like gum, intensifying his defensive efforts. Han Lei leaped into the air for a shot, only to realize that the predicted trajectory of the basketball was difficult to align with the hoop. Suspended momentarily for half a second at the apex of his jump, he found that Kobe's hand had already thwarted every conceivable arc of the ball. It was a pristine block. Han Lei remained undeterred, instantly adopting a defensive stance. In the next round, Kobe initiated a back-to-basket play. The pressure on Kobe's back was still considerable, yet for Han Lei, it had become less insurmountable than before. Truly a master of post-play. Kobe tested Han Lei's center of gravity a few times before executing a deceptive feint, pivoting into a fadeaway shot. In that fleeting moment, Han Lei anticipated the trajectory of Kobe's shot and moved in pursuit. With a resounding smack, Han Lei made contact with Kobe's palm, yet almost simultaneously. His fingertips grazed the basketball, causing it to feebly drop in front of the hoop, missing altogether. Quite a commendable defense, Kobe remarked with admiration. Very good. It seems Han Lei's defensive skills have indeed improved. At some point, Brian Shaw appeared at the sidelines. Chapter 5. Early Practice Session. Kobe, at your request. The team practice has been moved up. Starting tomorrow, everyone will return to Los Angeles, Brian Shaw announced. Oh, splendid. We must quickly regain our form. The holiday is over. I hope everyone gradually emerges from the revelry. Now is not the time to rest, Kobe responded while dribbling the ball between his legs. By the way, how has Phil arranged things? Will this fellow enter the rotation? Kobe inquired, gesturing towards Han Lei. Well, Phil's perspective differs from everyone else's. He hasn't mentioned this matter, and I cannot predict it. However, considering we have Meta World Peace and Barnes on the wing, both formidable defenders, I estimate Han Lei's playing time may be limited, Brian Shaw tactfully replied. That's all right, Han Lei. Seize your opportunity. As long as you train diligently, I will advocate for you in front of Phil. Kobe passed the ball to Han Lei, encouraging him. No need for that. I shall win Phil over with my performance. What is mine, no one can take away. Upon finishing his statement, Han Lei skillfully sent the ball soaring into the hoop from the vicinity of the center court. The Staples Center gradually buzzed with excitement as players like Fisher, Gasol, and Artest made their entrances. Where on earth is Andrew? Who will venture to the nightclub to rouse him? Kobe fumed on the court, slamming the ball onto the floor with a resounding thud, causing it to bounce high into the air. Andrew Bynum, the Lakers' starting center, towering at 213 centimeters, is a remarkably gifted athlete and a key figure for the team's future development. However, he exhibits a disinterest in training, often lost in a life of indulgence. This time, even the typically lackadaisical Odom had arrived, yet Bynum remained conspicuously absent, igniting Kobe's fury. Let me make a call, Artest said, scratching his head before turning to retreat to the locker room to place a call. Those who remained began their warm-up routines. For Han Lei, the players he had only ever seen on television now stood beside him, filling him with exhilaration. Fortunately, he had been an avid basketball fan since childhood, particularly fond of the Lakers, and thus had a good understanding of the players on the court. Hey, you rookie second-round pick, go fetch me a bottle of water. Someone whispered from behind Han Lei after he had completed 3 laps. Han Lei turned around and found Matt Barnes glaring at him. If you want a drink, go get it yourself, Han Lei said coolly. Oh, Matt Barnes exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of curiosity, with a glint of menace in his eyes. Barnes, a notorious enforcer and seasoned veteran, was well aware of the unspoken rules of the NBA. Rookies were expected to acquiesce to the veterans, a reality that even Chris Paul had once faced. Confronted by the audacity of this young Chinese player, Barnes felt a surge of anger. An additional factor fueling his ire was that they played the same position, small forward, wherein rivals often emerged from fellow competitors. This realization darkened Barnes's demeanor towards Han Lei. As the warm-up commenced, Barnes casually took a few shots before glancing around, locking his aim on the back of Han Lei's head, and launched the ball in his direction. Han Lei felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, a sudden jolt reverberating through his mind. My apologies, rookie. I just made a careless pass, Barnes chuckled heartily. Matt Barnes, Brian Shaw, witnessing the scene, pointed a finger at him, signaling him to focus on training and refrain from causing trouble. Clearly, neither Brian Shaw nor the players present had any intention of defending the second-round pick, Han Lei. Their only course of action was to maintain peace. No problem, everyone makes mistakes, Han Lei remarked nonchalantly, rubbing the back of his head. Humph. At least the kid knows how to handle it, Barnes replied with a smug grin. At that moment, Artest returned, accompanied by Bynum, whose eyelids were red, evidently still under the influence of alcohol. Kobe, when I called just now, he was already at the gym entrance. So it seems he hasn't forgotten about today as practice, Artest conveyed to Kobe, nudging Bynum with his elbow, prompting him to speak as well. Bynum suddenly let out a burp, the scent of alcohol wafting through the air. Well, as long as he hasn't forgotten. Let us have him run 10 laps around the court first, Kobe said flatly. Brian Shaw interjected, aware of the risks of exercising after drinking. Now. Immediately. Kobe commanded, pointing to the sideline. Bynum chuckled and ambled over to the sideline, still humming a tune, seemingly not fully awake. What an idiot, Barnes thought to himself, mocking Bynum as he leapt for a layup. After the ball swished through the net, Barnes's previously relaxed expression abruptly stiffened upon noticing a basketball rolling towards his feet. Ah! Barnes exclaimed in horror, stepping on the ball, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, ensuring that his foot did not land squarely but instead distributed his weight to his hips as he fell. He gingerly touched his ankle, seemingly unscathed, and stood up, directing an angry glare at one person, Han Lei. As I said, everyone makes mistakes, Han Lei remarked, his expression nonchalant as if he had just performed a trivial act. You little brat, if you want to provoke me, just say it outright. I have boxing gloves in my locker. Barnes approached, closing the distance between himself and Han Lei. Nearly colliding noses, Han Lei furrowed his brow slightly and tilted his head aside. How foul. Did your wife indulge you last night? Barnes was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a brazen attitude from this rookie. He admired tough men, particularly those like Kobe, who would shoot the ball without a flicker of an eyelash. At that moment, he couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for Han Lei. Nonetheless, admiration aside, matters had to be addressed. Barnes raised his fist, aiming it at Han Lei's disdainful expression. Stop it, Matt. Could you refrain from causing a scene? Fisher interjected, grasping Barnes's fist from behind to prevent him from throwing a punch while casting a glance at the journalists in the audience, internally chastising the security personnel for allowing them in. Although it was a training session, some reporters had arrived. Let us not permit them to capture a discordant moment. After we leave the gym, do as you please, Fisher murmured in a lowered voice. Heeding Fisher's words, Barnes begrudgingly suppressed his fury. He had always maintained a good rapport with Fisher, especially since Fisher was a veteran of the team, and a modicum of respect was warranted. Just wait, you bastard. Barnes shot a middle finger before storming off in anger. And you, kid, you are a rookie. Show some respect for the veterans, do you understand? Fisher approached Han Lei and began to reprimand him. All present, including Kobe, paid little heed to the incident, as reprimanding rookies was customary, even if the veteran was at fault. A classic example was when Garnett, after being bested by a rookie in an internal scrimmage, lost face and subsequently pummeled the newcomer. Han Lei's gaze wandered, intrigued as he observed Fisher, pondering. Ah, old fish, in a few years, you shall transform into a silver fish. It was your seduction that led to Matt Barnes's ex-wife departing. Quite reminiscent of Chow Chow, indeed. Chapter 6. The first internal scrimmage after the warm-up. Brian Shaw commanded everyone to take a brief respite at the sidelines, as a scrimmage would soon commence to help everyone swiftly regain their competitive edge. Han Lei leaned against the technical bench, taking long gulps of water, his body drenched in sweat, feeling invigorated. Hello, Han Lei, may I interview you? A group of 7 or 8 journalists sat at the edge of the court, some wielding cameras while others held video equipment, diligently covering the Lakers' first practice session. A timid girl with yellow skin approached Han Lei, mustering the courage to address him in Mandarin. She stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, embodying the quintessential beauty of her culture, with an oval face and sparkling eyes, appearing to be around the same age as Han Lei. Oh, certainly. Are you Chinese? Upon hearing his native tongue, Han Lei felt a sense of familiarity and responded in Mandarin. Yes. I am an intern reporter at Penguin Media and have previously conducted live text coverage. My name is Sun Ling. You may not be aware, but you have garnered significant attention back home, as it is quite rare for an outside shooter to play on an NBA court. Ah, let's not dwell on that. Please. Ask your questions, Han Lei replied, his focus firmly on basketball. Moreover, there were regulations within the team that prevented him from divulging too much information at this stage. And he was unaware of any internal secrets. Have you had the chance to meet Yao Ming yet? The Rockets will be the Lakers' first opponent in the new season. Sun Ling inquired succinctly. Not yet, but I am a fan of his. Perhaps I will have the opportunity to converse with him on the court. Assuming I am granted playing time, Han Lei articulated a profound sentiment. Since Yao made his debut in the NBA in 2002, the Houston Rockets have consistently been his favorite team. After witnessing the thrilling matchups between Tracy McGrady and Kobe Bryant, he found himself an admirer of Kobe. As a second-round draft pick, Whether Han Lei will take to the court in his inaugural game remains uncertain. Do you foresee the opportunity to play alongside him in the future? Sun Ling inquired further. That is indeed difficult to predict. As a second-round rookie, my current objective is merely to secure my position on this court. It is not simply a matter of deciding whom I wish to play with, Han Lei humbly responded. After posing a few more questions, Sun Ling ultimately asked, what message do you wish to convey to the fans back home? Han Lei pondered for a moment. A sly smile gracing his lips. Please stay tuned. With that, he turned his attention to the task at hand. Brian Shaw announced the end of the break. I have a personal request. May I have your mobile number? Sun Ling glanced at Brian Shaw, switched off her recording device, and inquired cautiously. Very well. Han Lei replied with a nonchalant nod, providing his number. Sun Ling diligently noted it in her notebook and bowed slightly before departing. This girl is rather polite. Han Lei mused with a faint smile as he made his way towards the center of the arena. Now let us commence with the group assignments, Brian Shaw declared, pulling out his notebook to organize the players present. To Han Lei's surprise, Blake was absent due to illness, and he found himself unexpectedly assigned to the point guard position. Facing off against the seasoned Fisher. As a second-round rookie, he had no choice but to comply, yet fortunately, Fisher was not a formidable opponent, which alleviated some of the pressure. Indeed, over the past few months, Han Lei had been engaged in daily offensive and defensive drills with Kobe, making the task of defending against Fisher considerably less daunting. Han Lei firmly believes that his abilities are sufficient to qualify as a starting player, while, to be candid, Fisher's skills fall decidedly below the average standard for a point guard. As the game commenced, Han Lei relentlessly applied pressure on the ball-handling Fisher, only to be somewhat taken aback by the seasoned veteran's considerable strength. After several exchanges, Han Lei found himself on the receiving end of criticism, notably from his teammate Kobe Bryant. Han Lei, you are as soft as a damp tissue. You need to assist in guarding Pau Gasol. For that inebriated Andrew cannot handle him alone. Pau Gasol, the tall and long-armed white giant, possesses swift footwork and precise shooting. Logically, at this stage, Bynum should not be inferior to Gasol. Unfortunately, his already cloudy judgment, compounded by Gasol's deft footwork in the paint, left him off balance and on the verge of falling. Gasol executed a turnaround hook shot, the ball gracefully kissing the backboard before finding its way into the hoop. Clearly, Gasol was the offensive linchpin for the opposing team, and Bynum was struggling to cope. Turning back, Kobe exhibited his ruthless demeanor, executing a sudden stop-and-pop shot effortlessly over Barnes' head. A few plays later, Gasol successfully positioned himself under the basket, turned, and attempted a fadeaway shot. Bynum leapt to block, but his legs felt as if they were weighed down by lead, causing him to be a beat too slow. As Gasol aimed for the basket, he was unexpectedly met with a heavy force pressing down on the basketball, a hand emerging from his left side to firmly obstruct his imminent shot. Realizing he was about to be blocked at the moment the ball was leaving his fingertips, Gasol retreated a few steps before sitting down on the court. The ball rolled away, and Barnes seized it, lifting his hand to shoot. Another one. A voice roared. However, Barnes found his vision obscured as a figure appeared before him, the ball he had just released being swatted aside by this agile silhouette, sending it out of bounds. The one responsible for delivering 2 consecutive blocks was none other than Han Lei. With an astute understanding of the ball's trajectory, he ambushed Gasol and effectively thwarted Barnes' lackluster offensive capabilities. Great play, exclaimed Sun Ling from the sidelines, using the Huaxiao language. Other reporters echoed their admiration. For a rookie, such performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Seasoned veterans of the basketball industry recognized that those 2 blocks were impeccably clean, devoid of any foul suspicion. Brian Shaw, standing on the sidelines, clearly witnessed the scene, his eyes widening and then narrowing as he pondered. Han Lei has made remarkable strides in these past few months. Not only has he bulked up, but his judgment of the game has become remarkably astute. It seems he possesses a natural talent in this regard, and with Kobe's guidance, his rise to prominence is imminent. Phil would surely take delight in this. At this moment, Barnes glared fiercely at Han Lei, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets, seemingly intent on devouring him. This second-round rookie had certainly embarrassed the veteran. Those 2 blocks were magnificent. Gasol approached and patted Han Lei on the shoulder, demonstrating his magnanimity, seemingly unbothered by the unfortunate incident of being blocked. Kobe also made his way over, nodding slightly before extending his fist to bump with Han Lei, affirming, "That's it. Don't slack off." Humph. Barnes scoffed, turning to leave, but suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. He addressed the nearby cameraman. "Hey, old ghost. Delete the footage from just now. or you won't be leaving Staples. What? The bewildered cameraman, adjusting his equipment, was taken aback, instinctively touching his press badge. Barnes stepped forward. Did you not hear what I just said? Faced with the imposing figure of Barnes, the photographer mumbled a few words before reluctantly bowing his head and complying. Han Lei observed keenly, a cold smile curling upon his lips. Chapter 7. The three-point shot requires innate talent. In the ensuing months, training progressed with fervor. Under the guidance of Brian Shaw, Kobe, and Fisher, Barnes refrained from provoking Han Lei, at least not overtly. Han Lei devoted himself wholeheartedly to training, his mind far removed from the trifles of team dynamics. As he embarked on his NBA journey, he recognized the necessity of establishing a firm foothold in preparation for future championship pursuits. He remained indifferent to Barnes' occasional verbal jibes or intentional shoulder bumps as they walked by. Yet, true talent inevitably shines through. After several days of team practice, Han Lei's three-point shooting accuracy astonished all, reaching an astounding 70. Such a terrifying shooting percentage, even in scrimmages where defenses were lax. Among the team were veterans who had traversed multiple teams, having experienced training sessions in various environments. Yet they had never witnessed a player achieve such a remarkable three-point shooting rate. Kobe frequently urged his teammates to apply tight defense against Han Lei's shots. But Han Lei was astute, often avoiding one-on-one situations, instead opting for open shots through strategic movements and off-ball screens. The Lakers' perimeter defense was regarded as elite in the league, with Artest and Barnes being formidable defenders, complemented by Kobe, who often played as a forward. Despite this, Han Lei maintained his astonishing shooting accuracy. Kobe, while chastising his teammates for their lax defense against Han Lei, felt a sense of delight knowing that Han Lei was contributing to the Lakers. During the fifth intra-squad scrimmage, Brian Shaw noticed the impeccably dressed Magic Johnson, recently returned from vacation. On the court, Han Lei initiated a fast break following a steal at the arc, halting just beyond the three-point line with no one in front of him. Rather than opting for a safer layup or dunk, he soared gracefully, executing a flawless fast-break three-pointer that swished through the net. As the general manager, Johnson slapped his thigh in approval, exclaiming, "What a shot!" Brian Shaw, already accustomed to Han Lei's clockwork precision from beyond the arc, approached Johnson and naturally praised, "This kid is indeed a shooting prodigy." With the first half nearing its conclusion, he has already made 5 out of 6 three-point attempts and 2 out of 3 mid-range shots. If it weren't for Barnes' relentless defense, Han Lei's accuracy would likely be even more astounding. "It's incredible. I had heard rumors about a genius player joining the team, but I never anticipated it would be to this degree." "Shaw, bring me the data from the previous intra-squad games," Johnson requested. Johnson, a 5-time champion whose jersey hung high in the Staples Center, was the brightest star in the illustrious history of the Lakers. However, if there were a weakness, it was his mediocre three-point shooting, which was unsurprising, as the three-point shot was not prevalent in the 80s and 90s. A stark contrast to the 2023 era Han Lei had come from. As Johnson perused the statistics from the first 4 intra-squad games, he calculated that Han Lei averaged nearly 20 points, 5 steals, and 5 blocks per game. Such a 20-5-5 average was almost unheard of in Johnson's experience. More astonishingly, the majority of Han Lei's scoring came from three-point shots. This was simply impossible. Johnson held the data sheet, trembling slightly. Such was the reality. Brian Shaw seemingly anticipated Johnson's reaction, displaying a calm smile. "I recall that last season's three-point king was Aaron Brooks of the Rockets, boasting an impressive shooting percentage close to 40%. That is indeed a formidable statistic. How did Han Lei manage such a feat?" Johnson felt a flush of embarrassment. As a seasoned veteran of the league and now the general manager of the Lakers, he had always kept a keen eye on the developments within the league. He had genuinely never encountered a player of Han Lei's extraordinary caliber. "I cannot provide an explanation either. One can only attribute it to innate talent." Brian Shaw wore a wry smile. Throughout his playing career, he had always considered himself a shooter. After his first gamble on three-point shooting against Han Lei, he understood what it truly meant to be a shooter. Johnson set the sheet down and observed the unfolding action on the court. Kobe remained assertive, establishing position in the post, backing up the slightly slender Vujasic. Han Lei, poised beyond the three-point line, faced Barnes' relentless defense and opted to lob the ball to Kobe. The ball soared through the air, descending toward Kobe. At that moment, Han Lei seemed to grasp something. He sprinted toward the corner, while Barnes pursued from behind, unwilling to allow Kobe to pass the ball to Han Lei. However, to Barnes' surprise, Kobe had no intention of distributing the ball. As Kobe received the pass, Vujasic attempted to poke the ball away from behind, causing it to slip from his grasp and roll toward the baseline. Han Lei had long anticipated that the ball would be directed towards the bottom corner, yet he did not foresee that this was a result of Vujasic's defense. Nevertheless, such matters are ultimately inconsequential. Han Lei received the ball in the corner. Barnes, while trailing Han Lei, kept a vigilant eye on the ball in Kobe's hands. After being momentarily distracted by Vujasic, Han Lei successfully secured the ball, and by the time Barnes reacted and lunged forward, Han Lei had already leaped into the air. In the moment Han Lei released the ball, the whistle blew, and Barnes knocked him to the ground. The players on the court fixated on the basketball soaring through the air. Unlike Han Lei's usual high arc, this trajectory appeared notably flatter. With a resounding thud, the ball struck the front of the rim and bounced upwards, amidst a sea of bodies competing for the rebound. However, to everyone's astonishment, as the ball descended, it circled the rim before obediently succumbing to the force of gravity and falling into the net. 3 points and a free throw. Han Lei rose to his feet and, addressing Barnes, quoted Jordan's famous words, "Keep it up. You're almost guarding me." Meanwhile, a staff member at the sidelines filled a disposable cup with bottled water and handed it to the open-mouthed Johnson. "Here's your water, sir," he said. Johnson flashed a bright smile, though his breath was nearly suspended. The consistency in Han Lei's shooting was something he had only witnessed in his longtime rival, Jordan. Jordan's core strength and large hands, among other innate gifts, set him apart, resulting in an unparalleled shooting stability. However, the player Han Lei, hailing from Huaxia, possessed physical attributes that were evidently inferior to those of Jordan, indeed even to those of an average NBA guard. Yet, regardless of the awkwardness in his shooting form, the trajectory of the ball remained unwavering, as if Han Lei infused his confidence into the very essence of the basketball, allowing it to glide smoothly through the hoop. With a soft thud, a drop of saliva fell onto the data sheet that Johnson held. "Does Xiao Genie Bus know?" Johnson inquired inexplicably. "Yes. They have already observed Han Lei's training," replied Brian Shaw, understanding that Johnson referred to Han Lei's remarkable performance. Johnson swallowed hard before accepting the water offered by the staff and drank deeply, savoring the refreshing liquid. Chapter 8. Disputes within the Lakers management far away in Huaxia. Basketball commentator Director Zhang was watching a video, specifically, footage of an internal scrimmage within the Lakers. Although the reporter from Hupao was forced to clear the camera's storage. Being a seasoned journalist, he had a backup plan. His button concealed a pinhole camera that recorded the event, albeit with somewhat unclear quality. Once the scoop exploded across the media in the beautiful country, interest in the Huaxia player began to grow. As a basketball commentator, Director Zhang had once been an outstanding basketball player himself and dedicated much of his effort to the development of basketball in Huaxia. Thus, he was keenly aware of this video. In fact, aside from the Rockets, the Lakers were his second favorite team, and he had consistently followed the progress of their second-round draft pick, Han Lei. Sitting in front of his computer, Director Zhang exclaimed with enthusiasm and smacked his thigh, promptly dialing fellow commentator Yang Hua. "Xiao Yang, have you seen that video? It features our Huaxia player. He delivered 2 massive blocks during training. His athleticism and basketball instincts are simply extraordinary." "Is that so? I haven't seen it yet. Send it to me so I can take a look," Yang Hua replied, his words slightly muddled, accompanied by the sounds of brushing teeth. As Director Zhang bid him farewell, Yang Hua's phone chimed with the arrival of the video. "Whoa!" exclaimed Yang Hua, accidentally spraying toothpaste onto the mirror. "Is this person from Huaxia? How come I haven't heard of him? Those blocks were incredible." "Are you confused? I mentioned him to you before. His name is Han Lei. He's of Huaxia descent. However, this is not the crux of the matter. Observe the timing of his blocks. His precision is truly remarkable. Gasol stands at an impressive 213 centimeters, and yet, despite his slight lean in shooting, he was still blocked. Subsequently, Han Lei lunged towards Barnes, showcasing an extraordinary defensive awareness. Director Zhang, while speaking, became increasingly animated, his face, lined with wrinkles, lit up with joy, as if he had glimpsed the future of Chinese basketball. "The new season is fast approaching, Director Zhang. Let us convene at Staples Center, where we are sure to see him, and we must conduct a thorough interview. I have never witnessed such exceptional defensive prowess in a Chinese athlete. However, how do you perceive him in comparison to Sun Dashing?" Sun Dashing is a Chinese player who, coincidentally, played for the Lakers last season and is set to leave the NBA this season. He stands at 205 centimeters, possesses a lengthy wingspan, and exhibits remarkable agility. Director Zhang pondered for a moment and stated, "Both have their merits. Han Lei exhibits superior judgment, and in his gaze, I discern a resoluteness that Sun Dashing lacks." Yang Huan nodded in agreement, watched the video a bit longer, and exclaimed, "In fact, he is not merely a defensive player." Despite the brevity of this video, I noticed he has already made 3 three-pointers. His shooting touch is simply exceptional. Director Zhang chuckled. "I too have noticed this. He is a natural shooter, reaching a level of proficiency in shooting that I never attained in my time." The new season promises to be intriguing. While the two conversed, they were unaware that in the office of Lakers Vice President Jim Buss, his sister Jeannie Buss had entered, leading to a heated argument between them. It was not until Phil Jackson arrived that the siblings ceased their quarrel. "Gentlemen, I overheard your dispute. However, the arrangement of starting players is ultimately at my discretion as the head coach," Phil Jackson remarked with a smile, unreservedly taking a seat on the sofa. "Phil, you understand. The NBA is fundamentally a business league. Rather than considering the Lakers a team, it is more akin to a corporation, thus we must aim for maximum profit." Jeannie Buss sighed, articulating her thoughts slowly, clearly hoping for Phil Jackson's support. Basketball is indeed a business, but it is also a sport, a competition, and a pursuit of honor. One cannot elevate a second-round rookie to the starting lineup merely to tap into the Chinese market. Remember, Kobe also spent 2 years as a substitute before breaking into the starting roster. Is this Chinese player truly superior to Kobe? Furthermore, even if Han Lei is exceptionally gifted, he must not defy the principles of basketball. In the long run, we need to cultivate him gradually, allowing him to ascend to stardom step by step. This represents a long-term investment. Let us not forget the story of the young and ambitious Andrew Bynum. I have heard that since achieving early success, he has noticeably slacked off in his training. Jim Buss, confronted by his sister's reasoning, remained unmoved, articulating his thoughts with the rapid-fire intensity of a machine gun. The siblings had just engaged in a heated argument regarding the starting lineup for the upcoming season. This situation was not to be conflated with the past, when Kobe served as a backup to Eddie Jones, a player of all-star caliber. Currently, however, our front line consists of Artest, Barnes, and Walton, none of whom approach all-star status. It is unjust to relegate Han Lei to a backup role. If the intention is to nurture talent as part of a long-term commercial investment, Han Lei should be positioned as a starter to gain valuable experience. Jeannie Buss joined in with a fervent defense. At that moment, Phil Jackson felt it was time to interject. "Ahem, both of you. I just arrived at the arena today, and I apologize for my recent health issues. Have you observed the recent training? Could you share your insights on Han Lei?" "Of course," Jeannie Buss replied. "Han Lei exhibits exceptional shooting, shot blocking, and stealing abilities. Although he is somewhat slender, his footwork is more agile than Artest's, and his passing is remarkably precise. Our interior players often showcase spectacular alley-oops thanks to his assists. With him, our transition offense will flow much more smoothly, and we can initiate fast breaks." Jeannie elaborated on Han Lei's recent training performances, clearly expressing her satisfaction with him. "Indeed, I have noticed all these attributes as well," Phil acknowledged. "However, you overlook a critical issue: defensive experience. Han Lei cannot compare to Artest and Barnes in that regard. As for his shooting, I am uncertain whether he can maintain consistency under the pressure of the playoffs. Furthermore, Los Angeles is the entertainment capital, and if we rush to elevate him to the starting position before he matures mentally, it could lead to his downfall. Thus, I still advocate for a gradual development." Jim Buss recognized Han Lei's training performances and perceived the potential core of the Lakers' future within him. He recalled how Kobe initially built his career on defense. "Since the two of you hold differing opinions yet agree on Han Lei's exceptional talent, let the responsibility of nurturing him rest with me, the head coach. I will determine his playing time," Phil Jackson asserted decisively. Influenced by Chinese culture, he devised a compromise, asserting his authority in the discussion. The Zen master indeed lived up to his reputation, proclaiming, "Today, I call the shots." The Buss siblings fell silent, realizing that the true strategist was Phil Jackson. This coach, akin to a grandfatherly figure, had previously guided historic icons such as Jordan, O'Neal, and Kobe, 3 of the top 10 players in history. When it comes to developing stars, he could claim the second position. No one dared to assert the first. Then it settled. Phil Jackson rose and departed, affording the brother and sister duo no opportunity for lengthy discourse. Chapter 9. I do not frequent nightclubs. The preseason had commenced. However, to Han Lei's astonishment, after several matches, he found himself relegated to the bench. It is well known that the preseason serves as an excellent platform for nurturing rookies, while star players often disdain participation. This scenario represented a prime opportunity for Han Lei's development. Yet, the eccentric Phil Jackson did not grant him a chance to showcase his talents, leaving Han Lei perplexed. In fact, nearly all his teammates had anticipated that Han Lei would be a starter during the preseason. Nevertheless, Phil's decisions were beyond reproach. Moreover, aside from Yao Ming, Chinese players traditionally face challenges in assimilating into the NBA. Fortunately, Han Lei possessed a profound understanding of patience. In response to Phil's arrangements, he suppressed his anxious feelings, diligently offering towels to his teammates while keenly observing the strategies on the court. His composed demeanor did not go unnoticed by Phil Jackson, who regarded him with a satisfied smile. Clearly, Phil had his own plans in mind. Concurrently, throughout every preseason game, Sun Ling was present, watching intently. Observing Han Lei seated steadily on the bench, she felt a pang of anxiety, her heart clenched with concern for him. A lifelong basketball enthusiast, she yearned to witness the emergence of the next Chinese player making waves in the NBA. Whenever Han Lei encountered the female journalist, he greeted her with a smile and occasionally engaged in light conversation, allowing their rapport to gradually deepen. However, Han Lei's mind and body were entirely consumed by basketball, leaving little room for him to focus on Sun Ling. After the conclusion of the final preseason match, Sun Ling intercepted Han Lei. "Are you free tonight? Let us have dinner. I have something I wish to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Han Lei did not pay much heed to her words, as his thoughts were occupied with the positioning strategies from the last play of the game. "You are likely aware that my finances are rather tight at the moment. Let us postpone dinner for a few days. I promise to treat you to a lavish meal then." After Han Lei finished speaking, he lowered his head to continue savoring the preseason game, following his teammates as they departed. Sun Ling, whose initial invitation had been declined, could only muster a wry smile. She understood that Han Lei's heart was solely devoted to basketball. That evening, Sun Ling dialed her father's number. "Dad, how's our sports arena coming along? It's ready to open at any time. We just need to hire another batch of employees, and everything will be set. This time, I've invested $50 million, along with a bank loan of $150 million to finally bring the sports venue to fruition. It must be flawless. Nevertheless, I am confident in executing this well." Sun Ling's father was a moderately successful businessman and a sports enthusiast, having long operated in the sporting goods sector. He poured his entire fortune of $50 million into this venture, piecing together resources to realize his dream of establishing a sports arena. After inquiring about some details, Sun Ling shifted the conversation. "Have you considered hiring a spokesperson to promote our sports arena?" "I have thought about it, but we haven't settled on a candidate yet. Securing a top-tier athlete is quite challenging," her father sighed. "Recently, I met a friend, a Chinese descendant named Han Lei, who has just entered the NBA. Although he might not be well known yet, he could serve as our spokesperson." "Is he a starting player?" "No, his first season hasn't begun yet. I estimate he will become a starter next season." "What was his draft position?" "He was selected in the second round, 19th overall." "Only the second round? And 19th? To be frank, the physical attributes of Asian players pale in comparison to those of their black counterparts, and with that draft position, the chances of becoming a starter are nearly non-existent. He will likely end up in the development league next season. Why should I hire him? That won't happen. You haven't seen his training. He is undoubtedly an exceptional basketball player." "My dear, while my company may be modest, I am confident it will grow. I would rather forego a spokesperson than hire someone of such standing. It would diminish our value. However, if your friend is willing to accept 200,000 yuan a year, I might consider it." "All right, I must get back to work." After hanging up, Sun Ling felt a pang of disappointment. It seemed she had underestimated the situation. Her ambitious father was dismissive of Han Lei. Furthermore, her plan to assist Han Lei through his financial difficulties had also fallen through. She was acutely aware that Han Lei, lacking any substantial background and yet to receive his first paycheck, was currently residing in the locker room. However, 200,000 yuan would be considered an insult to an NBA player. Originally, Sun Ling had intended to gauge Han Lei's interest in this matter in advance, preparing to assure him of a generous endorsement fee. Fortunately, Han Lei had declined. Otherwise, as the intermediary, she would have found herself in an awkward position. It seemed this matter would require further deliberation. In the strength training room, Han Lei was engaged in lifting weights when Phil Jackson approached him. He rarely conversed with Han Lei, so his unexpected initiative took Han Lei by surprise. Not bad. Continue with your own pursuits, do not mind me. I am merely wandering about." Phil remarked with a stoic expression, his gaze unwavering from Han Lei's form. You, old fellow. Do you truly think any of your movements are without purpose? Han Lei silently mused. Upon encountering the head coach, one would typically extend a greeting. However, Phil appeared to disdain such formalities, prompting Han Lei to merely nod in acknowledgement. Han Lei concentrated intently, treating Phil as if he were but a mere wisp of air, and continued his weightlifting. After observing Han Lei for a moment, Phil suddenly inquired, "Do you aspire to become a starter?" Han Lei paused for a moment, contemplating the deeper meaning behind Phil's words, and ultimately chose to speak candidly. If you desire it, then strive diligently in your training. Otherwise, with your talent, you will soon find yourself ousted from the league. Phil's expression suddenly turned serious. Throughout their usual training sessions, Han Lei's open shots were consistently accurate, and on the defensive end, his blocks and steals were evident to the naked eye. What was Phil trying to convey? It was one thing to not participate in the preseason games, but could he truly be blind to the efforts displayed in their routine training? As Han Lei, a traveler from the year 2023, suddenly had a brilliant idea, he surmised that there might be issues within the current management of the Lakers. Undeterred, he confidently declared, "There is no problem. Once I prove my worth as a starter, you will naturally elevate me. Moreover, I hope you will not rush my promotion due to the burgeoning Chinese market behind me. My passion for basketball is genuine, rest assured." Phil was quite pleased with Han Lei's response. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead and retrieved his phone to make a call. "Hello, is this Bar Jackal one? This is Phil. Please reserve a private room for 20 people, and I would like 20 blonde women, preferably the more voluptuous, the better." "What? A deposit? You impertinent fool. I am Phil Jackson. Do you understand?" Fuming, Phil hung up the phone, muttering once more, "Insolent child." Han Lei couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. The monk's manner of conducting affairs was utterly devoid of logic. "Just focus on your work, young man. I'll take you out for some fun tonight." Upon noticing Han Lei's lack of response regarding the gathering he had organized for the evening, Phil uttered a remark and then turned to leave. Han Lei remained oblivious, while Phil's lips curled into an appreciative smile. However, Phil's goodwill was met with a sharp rebuke from his own protege, Kobe. He had intended to ease the tension of their arduous training sessions with a night out at a club, but was unexpectedly met with Kobe's cold refusal. "If anyone wishes to go, feel free. I shall not partake in this," Kobe stated icily as he strode toward the locker room. It seems he is rather fatigued." "Very well, let us proceed." Han Lei, "Can you drive? Please take my car and accompany me," Phil remarked, his demeanor slightly awkward as he sought to salvage the situation. "Oh, my apologies, coach, but I have prior engagements this evening," Han Lei replied with a chuckle, trailing behind Kobe. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. How could Han Lei disregard Phil's authority? As a prominent figure in the league, Kobe was afforded such arrogance, but Han Lei, a mere second-round rookie, had no right to act so presumptuously. "Humph, what an ungrateful wretch," Barnes scoffed. "Ahem, let us not impose upon anyone unduly. If the rest have no objections, then let us set forth," Phil said, his expression marred by embarrassment. After Han Lei departed, he promptly dialed Sun Ling's number, not wishing for his pretext for the meeting to be uncovered. Chapter 10. 100,000 yuan endorsement fee? The preseason games have concluded, and the regular season is set to commence in 3 days, with the highly anticipated Huaxia Derby, Lakers versus Rockets. The spectacle of Yao Ming facing Han Lei has already ignited fervent excitement across Huaxia. Moreover, the Rockets and Lakers are indisputably the two most watched teams in the region. Sun Ling's father returned from the newly opened sports arena, brimming with enthusiasm as he plopped onto the sofa, retrieved the remote, and switched on the television to Channel 5. A habit he had cultivated as a sports entrepreneur. "Director Zhang, what are your thoughts on this Huaxia player named Han Lei?" The host on Channel 5 was inquiring about Han Lei, instantly capturing Sun Ling's father's attention. "I hold him in high regard, after all. It is quite challenging for Asian players to establish themselves in the NBA, yet I have confidence in him. His physical attributes may be average, but his basketball instincts are unparalleled," Director Zhang replied, exuding pride as if he himself had made it to the NBA. "Are you suggesting that his basketball instincts surpass those of NBA stars?" The host seemed to find Director Zhang's assertion somewhat exaggerated. "Indeed, at least until now, I have not encountered any NBA player superior in this aspect." Alas, Director Zhang is growing old. Speaking solely out of national pride, he seems utterly disconnected from reality. Sun Ling's father sighed. He pulled out his phone and browsed through several news articles about Han Lei, noting that the majority of comments remained skeptical of him. with only about one-third believing he could become a starting player. What dreams are there these days? It's far better to pursue economic benefits, Sun Ling's father muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Han Lei, far across in the United States, spent his days immersed in basketball, unaware of the immense attention he had garnered among Huaxia fans. These days, aside from participating in preseason games, he focused on defensive drills or spent time in the weight room, feeling no inclination towards nightlife. Such pursuits could wait until he secured a championship. After freshening up, Han Lei donned a clean outfit and glanced at the location sent by Sun Ling, just as he was about to exit the locker room. Han Lei? What are you still doing here? Kobe emerged unexpectedly, fastening his watch, looking quite dapper in a sharply tailored suit. Oh, boss, I happen to have a date tonight. Being from Huaxia, I do feel somewhat out of place in such venues. It's better to ensure I'm in good spirits first, Han Lei replied. Having spent considerable time with Han Lei, Kobe had grown accustomed to the term boss. Huh, is it that Huaxia female reporter you're meeting? I've noticed you tend to shy away from socializing with everyone else, but since she is also from Huaxia, I suspect there is a certain familiarity. Am I right? Kobe flashed a brilliant smile, his pearly white teeth glimmering, while a mischievous grin played at the corners of his mouth, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned veteran. It appears that Kobe diverges from the portrayal often presented in the media. He is not merely a man consumed by basketball, but rather one who occasionally indulges in a bit of gossip. Han Lei felt somewhat speechless, uncertain of how to respond. Hey, my friend. How can you possibly make do with such shabby attire? I have a set of clothes in my wardrobe that might suit you. You're a tad taller than I am. And fortunately, I prefer loose-fitting garments, so feel free to take them. After saying this, Kobe removed the Swiss watch from his wrist. And this, I shall gift to you. This, how can I accept such a generous gift? Han Lei stammered. Kobe disregarded Han Lei's modesty and swiftly unclasped the watch. Enough of this fuss. Don't be so indecisive. Just like when I got that damned basketball, I took it without hesitation. By the way, there will likely be traffic now. My helicopter is outside. And I shall give you a ride, Kobe stated, leaving no room for refusal. Meanwhile, Sun Ling sat in a Western restaurant, patiently awaiting Han Lei's arrival. Beside her sat a plump Caucasian girl with freckles adorning her face. Sun Ling's phone rang. Hello, Dad. I'm having a meal, she said upon answering. Having a meal? With whom? It wouldn't happen to be that lad you mentioned, Han Lei, would it? Came the voice of a middle-aged man. Yes, he should be here shortly. Sun Ling replied with a smile. I knew you wouldn't give up. If you truly wish to invite him to endorse our sports arena, keep the cost within 100,000. I've inquired, and no one holds high hopes for this second-round rookie. He has little prospect for development. It's merely hype domestically. And by next year, he surely won't be making waves in the NBA. The man on the phone asserted without room for debate. Dad, why do you have such a low opinion of him? I've followed basketball for many years, and I believe his physical abilities are among the best among the Chinese. In my view, he is fully capable of securing a starting position. Moreover, weren't you the one who mentioned a 200,000 endorsement fee? Sun Ling retorted, clearly displeased. She had originally intended to disclose the 20,000 endorsement fee during Han Lei's invitation, but now that amount had been halved to a mere 10,000. 200,000? That would be overly generous. Our sports arena has invested 200 million, albeit in Chinese currency. I've made up my mind. Once the arena is established, I will directly invite Yao Ming to endorse it, at the very least someone of that caliber. Don't narrow your path. Remember, it's strictly 10,000. The man on the other end spoke with a tone filled with disdain. Sun Ling wished to say more, but the line went dead, clearly indicating the call had ended. With a sigh, she recounted the entire conversation to the chubby girl beside her. Sun Ling, I believe your father is correct. To say something you might not want to hear, Chinese players have a hard time establishing themselves in the NBA. Just look at the previous player, Sun Dashing. Didn't he merely serve as a water boy for a season before leaving in obscurity? But everyone is different, Sun Ling argued defiantly. I've watched Han Lei's training videos, and I find it hard to believe he would make it to the starting lineup. His father bestowed upon him a sum of 100,000 yuan for a year of endorsement, a truly commendable price. I have encountered countless men, and from my observations, this Han Lei, what do you call him in your Huaxia tongue? The plump girl, while savoring her fries, became animated. Are you referring to DOSI? Sun Ling couldn't help but chuckle, surprised that her friend, besides indulging in food, also paid attention to Huaxia websites and was familiar with the term DOSI. Yes, indeed. He embodies the essence of a DOSI. Standing before Kobe, his DOSI aura was even more pronounced. The girl pointed her thumb downwards dismissively, saying nonchalantly, "He does appear rather unremarkable, but that is merely because he lacks the means to dress well or afford fine clothing. Moreover, men do not solely rely on looks for their livelihood," Sun Ling sighed. In recent days, Sun Ling's father has been operating a sports venue within Huaxia, which boasts facilities for basketball, table tennis, swimming, and a gym, all in abundance. It has recently commenced trial operations, and the revenue seems promising. This has caused Sun Ling's father to feel a sense of elation, and in recent phone calls, instead of providing support to Sun Ling, he either disparaged Han Lei or boasted about the flourishing state of their family business. Naturally, Sun Ling also wished to contribute to her family's endeavors, keenly aware of Han Lei's current uncelebrated status, hoping to evoke a sense of gratitude towards their family enterprise in him during times of adversity. Thus, should Han Lei's value skyrocket as a nostalgic Huaxia individual, he would likely harbor appreciation for their family business. 100,000, you say? Sun Ling propped her chin on her hand, lost in contemplation. In light of her father's and friends' assessments of Han Lei, Sun Ling feigned dissent. But on a rational level, she found herself in partial agreement. The situation for Huaxiao individuals in the NBA is indeed dismal. Will Han Lei be the exception? Would he feel insulted by the endorsement fee of 100,000 yuan proposed by his own father? Chapter 11. In my Chinese heart, nothing surpasses the allure of Erguo 2. A black Sikorsky S-76 helicopter descended towards a vacant lot near the restaurant, its rotor blades emitting a thunderous roar as it broke through the air. Passers-by on the street inevitably looked up in awe, while those in the know prepared their pens and paper, eager to seek an autograph from the helicopter's owner, Kobe. Moments later, a young man clad in a deep blue Gucci suit entered the restaurant, none other than Han Lei himself, adorned with a black Swiss watch. He walked in with an air of composed confidence. The entirety of his ensemble amounted to nearly $20,000, yet Han Lei wore it without a hint of arrogance, merely feeling that it fit him well. Like Kobe, his sole focus was on the game of basketball. Han Lei harbored no obsession with wealth or appearance. He believed that establishing a career on the NBA court was paramount, with any accompanying fortune and charisma merely as byproducts. As the saying goes, if you possess hundreds of millions, can you not be handsome? Kobe shared a similar perspective, understanding that, based on the training observed over the past few months, Han Lei could very well become the cornerstone of the Lakers' future, despite the team's tradition of building around star big men. Kobe evaluated individuals solely by their dedication and effort, disregarding their status. Even the portly figure who once helped him forge a dynasty was not spared from his scrutiny if he neglected his training. Han Lei's precise shooting and keen defensive instincts were evident for all to see, which is why Kobe held high hopes for him. As Han Lei entered the restaurant, he immediately spotted Sun Ling seated beside the floor-to-ceiling window, accompanied by a plump girl. A faint smile graced his lips as he approached them. At that moment, a voluptuous Caucasian girl intercepted him. "Hello, may I introduce myself? You are Han Lei of the Lakers, aren't you? My name is Mary Jane, and I am one of your admirers." The girl stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, her face adorned with a hint of shyness. Although she appeared to have just reached adulthood, she possessed a maturity that distinguished her from her Chinese counterparts. "Greetings." To avoid the customary Western gestures of embrace or hand-kissing, Han Lei extended his hand for a handshake with Mary Jane. Meanwhile, the plump girl nudged Sun Ling's arm and cast a suggestive glance. Sun Ling turned her gaze toward Han Lei, observing the exchange with an expression of surprise. "I fear I lack the inclination for social engagement, so I wish you a pleasant meal." Han Lei smiled at Mary Jane with a hint of helplessness, exhibiting a polite sense of detachment. "Well, that's all right. I will keep an eye on your competition and hope for your success." A fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Mary Jane's face before she immediately brightened with a radiant smile. "Then, let us take a photo together." After a brief hesitation, she reluctantly made the request. She glanced back at another table where 5 girls were casting eager looks, clearly her friends. Han Lei shrugged nonchalantly, "As you wish." Surrounded by 6 girls, he politely kept his hands in his pockets, showing no inclination to take advantage of the situation. Even though his arms were tightly embraced by the girls on either side, he maintained a firm grip on his limbs. Sun Ling's chubby friend, witnessing this scene, scoffed quietly, "These superficial girls are utterly vulgar. It's laughable. It's not like Kobe is here. Is it really necessary?" After bidding farewell to the 6 unexpected girls, Han Lei finally sighed in relief as he approached Sun Ling's table. Once seated, Sun Ling introduced her friends and summoned a waiter to order dishes. To accommodate the chubby girl, Han Lei engaged in casual conversation with Sun Ling in English, sharing his impressions of the landscapes of Huaxia before his time travel. This, however, failed to captivate Sun Ling's friend, who found it rather tedious, fortunately. As long as there were snacks to munch on, she didn't find the experience too unbearable, having grown up in Los Angeles. How do you know so much about the scenery back home? Sun Ling inquired, somewhat surprised by Han Lei's insights on the mountains and rivers of Huaxia. Most of it is just what I've seen online. I visited Huaxia a few times during my childhood, he replied. Han Lei chuckled lightly. He certainly could not claim to have been a native of Huaxia before his time travel. After exchanging a few more words, Sun Ling revealed an expression of hesitation. What troubles you? Han Lei inquired with a smile. I have an unusual request, Sun Ling said in Huaxia, her gaze drifting toward the window. Please, go ahead. Han Lei nodded without hesitation. My father operates a sports arena in our homeland and hopes you might consider endorsing it. However, the compensation is quite modest, 100,000 Huaxia coins annually. Once you garner greater fame, I will persuade my father to increase your remuneration. While this may seem insignificant, it could alleviate some of your current financial burdens. As she spoke, Sun Ling cast a glance at the Swiss watch adorning Han Lei's wrist, seemingly struggling to continue. Is this all there is to it? Han Lei displayed an expression that was both amused and exasperated, as if to say, is this matter truly worthy of such gravity and anxiety? I thought the sky was about to fall, though the sum of 100,000 yuan was not substantial. Sun Ling paused before continuing. Greetings to you three. This wine has been graciously gifted to you by Mr. Kobe. At some point, a waiter appeared beside them, courteously placing a bottle of red wine upon the table. Upon hearing the name Kobe, the plump girl jolted with excitement and inquired, has Mr. Kobe arrived? He has not. After escorting Mr. Han Lei here, he exchanged a few words with our boss before departing. This bottle of wine is a private gesture of his, the waiter replied, bowing slightly before taking his leave. The plump girl gazed at Han Lei with astonishment, struggling to comprehend how a second-round rookie could garner such favor from Kobe. Upon realizing that Kobe had already left, her expression shifted to one of disappointment. Yet her attention was immediately drawn to the bottle of wine wrapped in cling film on the table, her eyes widening in disbelief. My goodness. This is a 1986 vintage Lafite, valued at $15,000. I once worked as a server and saw them enjoying this wine at a nightclub during last year's Lakers championship celebration. Sun Ling, astonished, cast an incredulous glance at Han Lei, her cheeks flushing slightly. The price of this exquisite red wine, when converted to Chinese currency, amounted to 100,000 yuan, equivalent to the endorsement fee her father had offered Han Lei for a year. It appeared that Han Lei's current standard of living was not as meager as he had claimed, rendering her father's endorsement offer somewhat humiliating. Sun Ling sighed inwardly. Han Lei cast a glance at the red wine, completely indifferent, while the plump girl meticulously maneuvered the corkscrew at the bottle's mouth. Is the endorsement fee 100,000? Han Lei rubbed the corner of his eye, returning to the main topic. Sun Ling's voice was barely audible. Han Lei fell silent, observing as the plump girl poured 3 glasses of red wine and set them before the two of them. Han Lei raised his wine glass and gave it a gentle shake. With a soft chime, the glasses met before Sun Ling. The endorsement matter is not appropriate, Han Lei remarked blandly. It's all right, Sun Ling replied, feeling somewhat uneasy about the price. She took a sip of red wine, tasting nothing. It's too high. Though Han Lei's words were startling, he spoke them with a calm demeanor. What? Sun Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. She could hardly fathom Han Lei's sudden declaration. After a moment of reflection, she felt a twinge of anger and retorted, if you think so little of this amount, there's no need to speak in contradictions. Han Lei cast a surprised glance at Sun Ling, then shook his head with a mixture of amusement and exasperation, saying, I have no concept of money whatsoever. Today, I solemnly establish a principle for myself. For any enterprise from Huaxia that seeks my endorsement, I shall accept merely 1 yuan. The remainder should be donated by the company to provide for the children in the mountainous regions of Huaxia, to purchase basketballs and construct sports facilities for them. Han Lei gazed at the skeptical Sun Ling and continued to smile, saying, Your father is involved in the construction of a sports arena, which inherently benefits our athletic endeavors. Therefore, I only require a mere 1 yuan. If he is willing, he may donate the remaining 999 yuan to promote the advancement of sports. And I would have no objections. Sun Ling looked at Han Lei in disbelief, seemingly unable to discern whether the words spoken were truth or deception. You cannot be deceiving me, can you? In this world, who is not tempted by money? Han Lei listened intently, rolling up his sleeves to reveal a watch. Like this Swiss timepiece, I am aware of its exorbitant price. However, to me, it serves merely as a tool for telling time. To be candid, this watch was a gift from Kobe. What I cherish is the sentiment behind it, rather than its monetary value. Sun Ling discerned the sincerity in Han Lei's words and let out a long sigh. I now believe you. People like you. I am at a loss whether to commend you or to give you a lesson on values. If one lives solely for money, life becomes rather dull. If the 100,000 yuan endorsement fee your father offered could ensure that every child in Huaxia has food to eat and a chance to play ball, it would be far more meaningful than purchasing luxury items. Life ought to be imbued with dreams. While striving for championships, one should also set an example for Huaxia's children, encouraging them to dare to pursue their dreams. That is my aspiration. Han Lei spoke with a calm yet passionate demeanor. After finishing, he swirled the red wine in his glass and downed it in one gulp. As the liquor slid down his throat, he slightly furrowed his brow, remarking to himself that perhaps the traditional erguo would suit his Chinese constitution better. Chapter 12. The first encounter with Yao Ming, yet his fervor remained undiminished as he engaged in lively conversation with the red-haired beauty in his arms. The Lakers roster this year was composed entirely of seasoned veterans, well-versed in such social gatherings and relishing every moment. Gasol was somewhat more reserved, a trait he shared with Yao Ming. He held his beer glass, chatting casually with his teammates, lacking the star power that defined Kobe during his prime as the team's second-in-command. The most exuberant were Bynum and Barnes, who entertained themselves with rather indecent games alongside several ladies, occasionally seeking to amuse the crowd, causing uproarious laughter among the others. Within the spacious private room, the sounds of toasting, laughter, and playful banter intertwined, and Phil appeared to be quite satisfied. He understood the principle that extremes must be balanced. After 3 consecutive playoff journeys and 2 championships under their belt, the Lakers, aside from Kobe, were all feeling the toll of their exertions. With the season opener on the horizon, Phil deemed it essential to ease the team's nerves. Not everyone possessed Kobe's resilience. Phil, I sincerely appreciate your hospitality today. However, I would like to discuss my playing time for the first game, Barnes said, having sidled up to Phil Jackson, his breath infused with alcohol. Oh, about that. Phil Jackson took a sip of his drink, responding slowly, rest assured, your playing time is guaranteed. You've just joined the Lakers, and I am eager to see your performance. Really? What about that Chinese player? Barnes queried, a look of confusion on his face. After all, Han Lei had performed flawlessly in practice. If he were the head coach, he would undoubtedly place Han Lei in the starting lineup without hesitation. Unfortunately, he was a player and felt the weight of competition. He's still too green. I have no intention of promoting him to the starting role just yet. Regarding his playing time, I can make a decision on the spot, Phil replied, his eyes twinkling with a cunning yet amiable demeanor. Well then, cheers, Barnes exclaimed, satisfied with the head coach's response as he raised his glass. 3 days after this joyous gathering, the curtain rose on the 2010 to 2011 season opener, Lakers vs. Rockets. Outside the Staples Center, the streets buzzed with activity as numerous fans arrived early. The lengthy off-season had stifled their passion for basketball for far too long. Furthermore, with the team's momentum surging and fresh off a 2-time championship victory, they were merely 1 title away from surpassing their arch-rivals, the Celtics. How could the fans not be brimming with anticipation? In the visiting team's locker room, the recently recovered Yao Ming sat on a chair, having just undergone a pre-game examination. The team physician concluded that his recovery was progressing well and recommended a playing time of 20 minutes. Yao nodded thoughtfully, patting his knee in hopeful anticipation that his legs would perform admirably. The other Rockets players had already donned their uniforms, engaged in their respective pre-game preparations. Yao, someone is here to see you, remarked the team doctor, who had been on his way to inform head coach Rick Adelman about Yao's condition when he noticed an individual entering from outside. Yao raised his square face to see none other than Han Lei, a longtime acquaintance. The Rockets players were not the least bit surprised by Han's visit. As a fellow countryman, it was only natural for him to greet Yao. Hello, Yao, Han Lei said with a gentle smile as their hands clasped. Yao's hand was notably large. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Yao discerned that Han was not merely there for a casual visit, and thus inquired in Mandarin, "What is it? Is there something you wish to discuss?" Han Lei's expression turned grave as he uttered a startling statement. "If possible, could you refrain from participating in this match?" "What?" Yao Ming appeared taken aback. bewilderedly responding, "I do not understand your meaning. Your injury has not fully healed. And coupled with the years of constant travel between the two countries, your body is already fatigued, despite the fact that you are only 30 years old this year. Therefore, I hope that you will not take part in any matches this season." Han Lei's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Having traversed from the year 2023, he fully comprehended that this season would mark the final chapter for Yao Ming. The initial matches of this season served as the proverbial last straw that could break the camel's back. Should Yao opt for a respite this season, it is conceivable that his career might be extended by a few more years. With a stroke of luck, securing a championship ring would not be an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the team physician had just confirmed that my injury would not impede my ability to play. Yao appeared momentarily lost in thought. Han Lei smiled wryly and shook his head. He understood that the circumstances of his time travel must remain undisclosed. Otherwise, Yao would think he had lost his mind and would be even less inclined to listen to what he had to say next. Han Lei had already devised a plan to reveal his origins. As a professional athlete, Yao's dedication to his craft would never permit him to refuse to play without just cause. In the previous season's second-round playoffs, in the first game between the Rockets and the Lakers, it was Yao who returned from injury to make a pivotal mid-range shot, securing victory for his team. Han Lei let out a sigh. It seemed utterly impossible to prevent Yao Ming from participating in this match. Well, I shall refrain from saying more. I have a request. After the game concludes, let us dine together, for there are many thoughts I wish to share with you. Of course, came the reply. Tomorrow's match is also on the horizon, and I currently do not intend to partake in back-to-back games. In fact, I have made preparations. A bottle of guijiao is nestled within my luggage. Haha. Yao Ming's smile broadened, a mere step away from exasperation. The Staples Center erupted with deafening cheers as their hero, Kobe Bryant, made his entrance. MVP. 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 The people of Los Angeles spare no praise for Kobe. The arena, filled to capacity with nearly 20,000 fans, showcased a sea of purple and gold jerseys, with banners displaying MVP and Kobe held high, regardless of gender. The crowd poured forth their fervor. Kobe blew kisses to the fans, flashing a radiant smile. On the court, the announcer introduced the players as they took to the stage, with Han Lei, as a rookie, naturally being the last to emerge. To his astonishment, he discovered that a significant number of fans hailed from his homeland. Han Lei, go for it. The cheers in the Chinese language drew Han Lei's attention. To his surprise, there were indeed thousands of Asian supporters present, proudly waving red flags emblazoned with the names of Yao Ming and Han Lei in bold characters. Han Lei's heart began to race with excitement. At that moment, the loudspeaker within the Staples Center announced, the team that has claimed the championship for the 2009 to 2010 season is the Los Angeles Lakers. The crowd erupted into a frenzy of cheers once more. The Lakers players stood solemnly, raising their heads to witness the championship banner ascend gracefully. Han Lei was also stirred with profound emotions. Is this what it means to be the ultimate champion? He understood that this championship banner was extraordinary, capable of igniting the fervent spirits of the Los Angeles fans. For it was won against the Celtics, who boasted a trio of superstars, making it all the more significant and far sweeter than the championship secured against the Magic previously. Han Lei caught a glimpse of Kobe's eyes, which were glistening with unshed tears. His journey had indeed been arduous. Chapter 13. Why the urgency and conflict? The inaugural game of the new season commenced. The starting lineup for the Lakers was as anticipated: Gasol, Odom, Artest, Kobe, and Fisher. The Rockets' starting five included Yao Ming, Scola, Battier, Martin, and Brooks. The jump ball was underway. Phil Jackson's gaze was not fixed on the court, but rather on Han Lei's demeanor. Han Lei sat calmly on the bench, his expression devoid of envy, radiating a serene indifference. The commentator, Zhang, was internally stirred and conflicted. He was not an impartial analyst. His memorable commentary echoed, "Give it to Yao, give it to Yao. Yes, that's it." Although Kobe missed the shot, that was indeed the way to play. Undoubtedly, fans from Huaxia knew Zhang was a fan of both the Rockets and the Lakers, thus understanding his emotional turmoil during this fierce confrontation. His fellow commentator, Yang Dajian, noticed Zhang's hand tremble slightly as he lifted his water cup, which brought a smirk to his face. On the court, Kobe had just recovered from a leg injury over the summer. His form had yet to reach its zenith. Fisher and Artest, aging and sluggish, relied heavily on Kobe's performance from the perimeter. The Rockets, with Brooks as last season's three-point champion and Kevin Martin, a renowned foul-drawing expert, thrived in their initial offensive plays. With Yao's return, They required perimeter support, and thus their outside game flourished early on, executing Edelman's Princeton offense with remarkable fluidity. Conversely, the Lakers displayed signs of fatigue. After 3 consecutive finals appearances, they seemed rather drained. At this juncture, Zhang began to analyze objectively. The Lakers were struggling on the perimeter. Brooks and Martin's fast-paced counterattacks posed a challenge. The Zen master should consider substituting Han Lei. It was unclear what he was contemplating. Yang Dajian observed Yao sprinting across the court, frowning slightly. The Princeton system doesn't quite align with a heavy interior player like Yao. Look at him. He has already run several laps back and forth without getting the ball. Indeed, Yang continued, if you ask me, Van Gundy's system would suit Yao much better. The entire team waits for Yao to position himself before passing the ball. Now, Yao hasn't even reached the opponent's half, and the offense has already concluded. Such a valuable center is being wasted. Yang's words elicited a chuckle from Zhang. His support for Yao was evident. Meanwhile, fans from Huaxia were eager to witness Han Lei's debut. They took to the internet to question Phil Jackson, noting the Lakers' perimeter play was distinctly slower than that of the Rockets. Why was Han Lei not on the court? At the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 20-27, with the Lakers trailing. Following the game, Kobe appeared somewhat despondent. Brooks demonstrated not only precision from beyond the arc, but also remarkable speed, while Fisher, despite rolling up his pants, struggled to keep pace. Kobe devoted considerable effort to his defensive assignments. Casting a questioning glance at Phil, he received a slight nod in return. Han Lei, you'll take my place in the first half of the second quarter, partnering with Blake. The two of you, as sharpshooters, must strive to narrow the score gap, Kobe encouraged, giving Han Lei a reassuring pat on the shoulder. No problem, Han Lei replied, rising to remove his training gear, revealing the Lakers' number 48 jersey beneath. Han Lei has entered the fray. The anticipation surrounding his debut performance is palpable. Coach Chang's spirits lifted as he eagerly awaited the long-anticipated arrival of his player. Edelman, displaying acumen, limited Yao's play time to merely 3 or 4 minutes in the first quarter. Once Han Lei took the court, Edelman astutely substituted Yu back into the game. Clearly aware of how to create engaging narratives, Han Lei's steps were remarkably steady, displaying no signs of nervousness or trembling hands despite his debut appearance. He was acutely aware that his abilities were no less than those of his peers. At that moment, all the spectators were eagerly anticipating. Eager to discern the true caliber of this marksman, who had already gained a modest reputation online. Han Lei, with the ball in hand, signaled for Gasol to set a screen. Gasol immediately understood, for this was precisely part of his strategy. Defending against him, Yao Ming moved sluggishly. After the pick, Yao was utterly unprepared to guard Han Lei. This maneuver disrupted the Rockets' defensive tactics, allowing Blake, who lay in wait at the corner, to seize an open opportunity. Han Lei skillfully controlled the ball, moving in the direction of the pick. Gasol effectively shielded his defender, while Yao Ming rushed over to provide support, all unfolding as anticipated. However, to everyone's astonishment, Han Lei chose neither to drive nor to shoot immediately. Instead, he approached Yao Ming, positioning himself preemptively. With a resounding thud, Yao, unable to halt in time, collided with Han Lei, sending him sprawling. The referee's whistle pierced the air, marking Yao with a foul. Phil, observing from the sidelines, scratched his head in bewilderment. He could not fathom why Han Lei deviated from the tactical play rehearsed during practice. Nevertheless, the coach, known as the Zen Master, remained composed and unperturbed, seated firmly like a mountain. In the ensuing play, an even more surprising turn of events unfolded. Blake received the ball on the strong side. And astonishingly, Han Lei arrived ahead of time, positioning himself in front of Yao Ming, obstructing his defensive angle against Gasol. Gasol, looking bewildered, sprinted toward the perimeter, creating space. What is Han Lei truly contemplating? Is he intending to back down against Yao Ming? Are these two figures from Huaxiao merely putting on a show? Both the audience present and those watching from their screens are left in confusion. It appears Han Lei has taken a stand against Yao Ming. Coach Zhang expresses his astonishment. Phil Jackson remains composed, observing intently, attempting to decipher Han Lei's intentions, yet he remains at a loss. Even though Han Lei has trained with Kobe for several months, it does not necessarily endow him with the capability to dominate the post. Faced with the fiery determination in Han Lei's eyes, Blake is momentarily taken aback and obediently passes the ball. Han Lei received the ball, took a few steps outward, and then turned to face the hoop. Suddenly, he launched into action, finding himself alongside Yao Ming. To Yao's surprise, Han Lei executed a move reminiscent of Jin Billy. falling to the ground. The referee's whistle pierced the air, and Yao found himself burdened with yet another foul. You acted it out so convincingly. I barely touched you. Yao muttered in frustration. It's the home court whistle. There's nothing we can do, came the response. The two fouls had slowed the game's rhythm. After several exchanges, Han Lei cleverly utilized a feigned fall to send you back to the bench with 4 fouls. Phil began to feel restless, placing his pinkies in his mouth and whistling for a timeout. What on earth is going on with you? Your mission is to close the gap, at the very least. Pass the ball to Gasol to regain control. In response to Phil's inquiry, Han Lei merely chuckled, remaining tight-lipped. Meanwhile, the spectators began to speculate. What is this young man from Huaxiao up to? Is he attempting to usurp Yao's esteemed position in the hearts of Huaxia fans? I recall a saying from Huaxia, why the haste to harm one another? It seems to apply here. What could he possibly be thinking? I've heard he excels at three-point shooting. Yet he hasn't even attempted one. Chapter 14. A flawless debut as the first half concluded. The Lakers still trailed, but fortunately, Gasol began to assert his presence, keeping the score within 10 points and preventing a significant gap from forming. Han Lei found himself confined to the bench, crushed by the fury of Phil, no longer afforded the opportunity to take the court. At that moment, he cast a glance at the Rockets bench, where Yao Ming wore a troubled expression. It seemed that Adelman had decided to temporarily sideline him, given his 4 fouls and suboptimal condition. With Kevin Martin and Brooks in fine form, there was little reason to allow Yao to disrupt the pace of the game. As the third quarter concluded, the Rockets maintained their lead. In the final quarter, Kobe began to assert himself, demonstrating that his skills had reached their zenith. Despite the efforts of Martin and Battier to contain him, they were utterly unable to restrict Kobe's prowess. Clad in his purple and gold jersey, Kobe's agile footwork left the Rockets' defensive structure in disarray. His technique was nothing short of magnificent. Although Han Lei had witnessed many of Kobe's moves in practice, he could not help but admire him internally. Kobe leaped, effortlessly shooting over Battier's defensive reach, the ball swishing through the net. The score stood at 90-95, with only a 5-point gap remaining. With Yao absent from the court, Coach Zhang quickly shifted his focus to Bryant. In critical moments, we must rely on Kobe. Just observe his shooting rhythm. His body springs like a coil, rendering Battier's defense ineffective. Such sentiments made the game all the more intriguing. Young Dajian, equally captivated, remarked, indeed, Kobe's offensive onslaught is ferocious. The Rockets should reconsider their defensive strategy to prevent him from receiving the ball. However, it is worth noting that Kobe's performance this game has largely been reliant on shooting, with few drives, suggesting that his injuries have not fully healed. Adelman was not oblivious. As Yang Dajian pointed out, following a timeout, the Rockets deployed a zone defense. This shift allowed Gasol, the fulcrum of the triangle offense, to flourish. With Yao absent, Gasol thrived, executing shots and hooks that narrowed the score. Well done. Kobe patted Gasol on the back, expressing his satisfaction. Their 2 consecutive championships had been achieved through their collaboration, and Gasol continued to affirm his capabilities. In contrast to the Lakers, Brooks, the Rockets' engine, began to dictate the game's tempo. His speed was remarkable as he maneuvered through the Giants, finding an open Kevin Martin, who swiftly sank a 3-pointer. At this juncture, the game was entering its final moments. Phil Jackson glanced at the clock, with less than a minute remaining. His attention turned to Han Lei, who remained expressionless, as if watching a game unrelated to him. Timeout. How are we feeling? Do we have confidence to engage in a shootout? The Lakers gathered around, and Phil looked at Gasol and Kobe, inquiring. No problem, but we must tighten our defense. The opponent is deliberately accelerating the pace, and our rotations have been somewhat lacking, Kobe replied with a slight frown. Phil, let Han Lei take my place, Fisher suddenly interjected. As a seasoned veteran, his position in the locker room was unassailable, and he had no concerns about others usurping his role. Yes, that is precisely the intention. Phil listened attentively and nodded. Although he was uncertain about your current actions, your objective this time is to effectively neutralize Brooks while capitalizing on your 3-point shooting prowess. Do you understand? Phil then shifted his gaze to Han Lei. No problem. I can manage that, Han Lei replied nonchalantly. With nearly a minute remaining in the game, Han Lei entered the court and immediately made an impact. Despite Brooks' swift speed, Han Lei utilized his anticipatory skills to focus on the ball rather than the man, consistently arriving ahead of his opponent's control of the ball. Badinger, come set a screen. Brooks signaled to Badinger, the power forward, whose shooting was also commendable. A 2-shooter screen would be an excellent tactic. With 36 seconds left in the game, Brooks and Badinger executed the pick and roll, charging towards the basket with remarkable speed. "Odom, it's your turn," Han Lei called out, simultaneously sprinting towards Kevin Martin at a 45-degree angle, leaving Badinger unattended beyond the three-point line. What is this kid up to now? Phil Jackson thumped his thigh in frustration. However, in the next moment, enlightenment struck him. Brooks, without a backward glance, soared high towards Odom and Gasol, flinging the ball towards Kevin Martin at a 45-degree angle. Kobe's defensive flaw lay in his tendency to focus solely on the ball, excelling in one-on-one defense but lacking in his pursuit of shooters, a fact Brooks had recognized long ago. Indeed, Kobe had underestimated his assignment, Kevin Martin, as the ball found its way into Martin's hands while Kobe lingered 2 steps away. Unfazed, Martin leapt swiftly and released a three-point shot. With just 20 seconds remaining and the score at 109-110, the Lakers trailed by 1 point. This moment tightened the hearts of Lakers fans present. Should this three-pointer find its mark, the Lakers' hopes of a comeback would be dashed, rendering Kobe and Gasol's relentless efforts futile. Just as Martin ascended in his most familiar rhythm, darkness suddenly enveloped his vision as a figure clad in Lakers number 48 leapt high, reaching for the ball. It was Han Lei, arriving just in time to swat the ball down, sending it racing towards the Rockets' backcourt. In that instant, the seasoned Kevin Martin, with a hug, committed a foul to thwart Han Lei's fast break. As the game entered its final phase, Phil Jackson, ever composed, showed no intention of calling a timeout. Arteist inbound from the sideline. With only 3 seconds left, everyone knew it was Kobe's moment to shine. Indeed, there was no need for a play. Brooks and Martin tightly guarded Kobe's passing angle, preemptively double-teaming him. Arteist scanned left and right, searching for a passing route to Kobe, but was frustrated to find no openings. Just as he contemplated calling a timeout, Han Lei's silhouette unexpectedly appeared before him, a predictable turn of events since Brooks had gone to intercept Kobe. At that moment, Kobe darted towards the weak side corner, drawing both Brooks and Martin away, leaving Han Lei unguarded. Without hesitation, Arteist delivered the ball into Han Lei's hands. Now was the moment. Han Lei thought to himself. He caught the ball smoothly, leapt, and with a perfect parabolic arc aimed at the hoop, released a beautiful shot. The lights illuminated as the ball went in. A buzzer beater. 112-110. In his debut, Han Lei announced his arrival on the NBA stage with a flawless three-point buzzer beater. Bang, bang, bang. The ball struck the rim and dropped to the floor, bouncing incessantly, as the audience held their breath in anticipation. Moments later, a thunderous cheer erupted throughout Staples Center. The Lakers players surged towards Han Lei, who wore a beaming smile, pointing towards the arena's ceiling where legendary jerseys floated, seemingly proclaiming that one day, his own number 48 jersey would hang among them. "I knew you would make that shot," said Kobe, the last to embrace Han Lei, his expression devoid of surprise, accustomed as he was to Han Lei's sharpshooting. "I understand. Which is why I anticipated you would sprint to the corner with 2 defenders." Han Lei's expression reflected his foresight. "Well done," Phil Jackson remarked, offering rare commendation. Coach Zhang appeared invigorated, entirely dismissive of Yang Dajian's suggestion to draw a lucky audience member. Han Lei's performance was remarkable. He scored 9 points. Yet that final three-pointer was invaluable. Had it missed, the Lakers' championship trophy from the previous season would not have felt as flawless. What a splendid shot. Chapter 15. Press conference. After a refreshing shower in the locker room, Han Lei arrived at the post-game press conference, radiating enthusiasm. The room was already bustling with reporters, several of whom began to pose questions even before Kobe and Gasol had arrived. An experienced journalist from the Horn heralded, "Han Lei, how does it feel to play your first game? Can you keep up with the physical demands?" Han Lei replied, "I only played for 12 or 13 minutes. If I struggle with my stamina, I might as well not play in the NBA at all." Han Lei raised an eyebrow and spoke in a rather perplexed tone. "Ahem. That makes sense. So, what were you thinking when you released your final shot? I noticed your confidence and decisiveness when you took the shot. Did you know it would go in? The last shot. To me, it was merely a routine attempt. I possess great confidence in my ability to shoot from an open position. I believe I am among the finest shooters in the league. As you mentioned, the moment I let it fly, I knew it would find the net. It is the intuition of a shooter." Just then, Kobe and Gasol entered with exuberance, with Gasol gently patting Han Lei's shoulder with his large hand. As soon as the 2 star players took their seats, a black reporter quickly inquired, "Kobe, as the team's leading star, how do you feel about your performance in today's game?" "I feel all right, but I still hesitate to make aggressive moves on the offensive end. Overall, I'm doing fine. I will gradually adjust and find my rhythm. What do you think about the team's rookie, Han Lei? He made the game-winning shot. Undoubtedly, that shot was executed excellently, with impeccable rhythm and form. He fulfilled the responsibilities of a shooter. However, during the second quarter, when he came off the bench, his performance was rather bewildering, completely deviating from our usual tactics. This is typical of Kobe's style. He is consistently rigorous. However, he then shifted his tone. Although I often stray from tactics, I am Kobe, after all. May I ask who you are? This statement was met with uproarious laughter. Meanwhile, on the Penguin Sports website in China, as news of the game broke, numerous netizens left comments, their excitement palpable through their words. The game was indeed a topic of great interest, and many were delighted to see Yao Ming take the court. Yet, what captivated the audience most was Han Lei's final shot. In short, it was extraordinary. As a person of Chinese descent, Han Lei's last shot was impressive. But what truly amazed was his block. Such defensive intuition is rare among those of Asian descent. Defense wins championships, and it seems the Lakers' three-peat is assured. Han Lei's performance in the final minutes was nothing short of stunning. I believe the Lakers should gradually elevate him to a starting position. This way, the Lakers not only address the defensive gap left by Fisher, but also enhance their perimeter firepower. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang and Sun Ling were with the Rockets players, surrounded by numerous foreign reporters interviewing Yao Ming. When asked about his injury status, Yao appeared relaxed. I feel quite good. My legs aren't as heavy anymore. I didn't play much today, but overall, I feel fine. The reporters then inquired about the coach's tactics. Clearly, these seasoned journalists sensed that Yao was somewhat lost in the fast-paced Princeton offense. Adelman's strategy is excellent. He encourages us to share the ball and execute fast breaks, which is also the secret behind our previous 22-game winning streak. I have great admiration for him. Clearly, the ever-gracious Yao Ming did not wish to criticize the coach's tactical system. However, he was acutely aware that he was a traditional center, burdened by a plethora of injuries in recent years. At this moment, he recalled Han Lei's words. This season is for recuperation. This season marks the final year of Yao's contract, and naturally, he aspired to be in optimal form to embrace a new contract. Yet, his unwavering dedication immediately quelled that thought. In Magic Johnson's office, Phil Jackson entered with a steady gait, exuding an air of calm composure. Johnson appeared unable to contain his excitement, pacing back and forth in the room, where technical statistics lay atop his desk. Upon noticing Phil's arrival, he found an outlet to express his elation. Phil, I have been watching this game closely, and Han Lei's clutch shots were especially remarkable. It is truly astonishing. Could he be a natural with exceptional mental fortitude? I have never seen a rookie execute a game winner in their debut match. Phil settled himself comfortably on the sofa. Crossing his legs and lighting a cigar, he remarked leisurely, indeed, under normal circumstances, a rookie merely avoiding mistakes is already commendable. Executing a game winner requires immense mental strength, and Han Lei has demonstrated that well. It seems we have gained another crucial player. This year, should they secure the championship, it would mark the Lakers' third consecutive title, making this season particularly significant. However, the team's issues were glaringly apparent. Aside from the aging roster, the players exhibited evident fatigue. Phil, do you think it prudent to elevate Han Lei to the starting lineup? Phil Jackson nodded thoughtfully. I concede your point holds merit, yet my perspective diverges slightly. Certainly, this is a prime opportunity for a three-peat, and my expectations for Han Lei are on par with yours. However, great edifices rise from the ground up. I wish to observe him further. One must not rush such matters. At this juncture, Johnson exhibited a look of understanding. Yes, you are correct. Let us proceed as you suggest. After all, you have nurtured both Jordan and Kobe, and no one possesses greater authority on the matter than you. I fully support your approach. Indeed. Let us await the developments of this season, Phil declared, his gaze filled with confidence as he looked out the window. Just then, Johnson's office phone rang. Hello. It's me. Johnson instantly recognized the voice of his longtime partner, Jabbar. I must say, we have struck gold. The final offense and defense of this match were simply extraordinary. I am contemplating a return myself. Haha. If you can cultivate a shooting style akin to Han Lei's, we could very well claim more than 5 championships. Jabbar's exuberant voice resonated through the phone. Clearly, he was reliving the rich tapestry of his basketball career post-retirement, filled with both longing and nostalgia. You've been retired for many years, yet you still dream of the court? Indeed, Han Lei is precisely the player we sought. You have only witnessed this single game. While I have consistently observed the team's training, His game winner is merely the tip of the iceberg of his capabilities, Johnson jestingly remarked, and when he mentioned Han Lei, his tone instantly shifted to one of triumphant pride, his mouth curving into a joyful grin. What do you think? What are your plans regarding this season's championship? Is there any action from the management that you could share with me? Jabbar began to gossip. Forget about this year's championship. I would rather see us claim victory every year. As for the management's thoughts, there is currently no definitive conclusion. In any case, I personally believe the priority now is to cultivate Han Lei thoroughly. Indeed, Kobe is already 33 years old, although he is in good form. Our Lakers have a tradition of creating stars. In a few years, Han Lei will undoubtedly take up the purple and gold banner from Kobe. Jabbar clearly began to envision the future, his tone revealing his aspirations. Chapter 16, The Incident at the Stadium. On the way to the hotel, Coach Zhang sat in the car, brimming with excitement, alongside his partner Yang Hua. Earlier, in the Lakers' locker room, they had found Han Lei. And the three engaged in lively conversation, particularly Coach Zhang, who spoke animatedly, leaving Han Lei to slip away afterward for a wash in the bath. Coach Zhang, do you truly wish to naturalize Han Lei? Yang Hua observed Zhang's incessant tapping on his phone, his face radiating hope. Without a doubt. He was sketching plans with the Huaxia side, and evidently, Han Lei was the framework of this blueprint. Of course, but one cannot exactly say naturalize. Did you not notice? Han Lei's demeanor and conduct bear no resemblance to that of a yellow banana, referring to the skin of East Asians and the bone structure of Caucasians. He is unmistakably a Huaxia person, inside and out. However, when you inquired if he had plans to represent the country, he merely stated that he is not strong enough yet. Does that not suggest a polite refusal? I do not think so. It is precisely because he places great importance on serving the country that he is more cautious. Yang Hua hesitated, evidently holding a differing opinion. Coach Zhang chuckled and glanced at Yang Hua, slowly articulating, "My dear brother, being a few years older, I have seen numerous players." When Huaxia was mentioned, Han Lei immediately asked a flurry of questions, his expression oscillating, clearly stirred by those two characters. It cannot be mistaken. Upon hearing this, Yang Hua stroked his chin thoughtfully. You mean to say you have confirmed a connection? I have encountered a Huaxia person? Indeed, that assessment is quite astute. However, on another note, although Yao has returned, his form has been inconsistent. His physique is so large that his bones may be under considerable strain. At this point, Coach Zhang revealed a look of concern. As a leading figure in Huaxia basketball, Yao's significance is monumental. As long as he is present, the Huaxia team remains a formidable contender among the world's top 8. Yet, every player must eventually retire. What then? This is also a concern for Coach Zhang, which is why his gaze shifted to Han Lei. Inside the car, Coach Zhang reflected on his own playing career, during which he undoubtedly served as a prominent figure in the realm of Chinese basketball. Standing at 193 centimeters, he remarkably excelled at the power forward position due to his exceptional athletic abilities. Once, he averaged an impressive 25.3 points per game at the World Championships, earning him the title of the first generation of flying men in China. In that era, his physical prowess was indeed extraordinary. As he observed Han Lei, he couldn't help but reminisce about his own career, feeling a sense of regret. Had he been born 40 years later to partner with Han Lei, they would surely have brought home medals for the national team. Now, he can only place his hopes in Yao Ming and Han Lei. Han Lei's physical prowess may not rival that of Coach Zhang, yet his basketball instinct is undoubtedly exceptional. Standing at an impressive height of 201 centimeters, he possesses an innate advantage over perimeter players, whether it be in blocking shots or shooting. Moreover, at the tender age of 20, there remains ample potential for him to grow taller in the coming years. In the final moments of the game, Coach Zhang found himself replaying the Lakers' last few minutes in his mind, igniting a long-buried youthful ambition within him. Inside the gymnasium owned by Sun Ling's father, he gazed at the grand mural of the bustling sports scene, feeling a sense of satisfaction. At that moment, he overheard a conversation between some young individuals passing by. Did you watch the game? The last few minutes of the Lakers versus Rockets showdown were absolutely suffocating. Of course, I even skipped class to catch it. It felt just like our high school days. Whenever there was a Lakers or Rockets game, the school shop would invariably turn on the TV to attract students. Haha, exactly. The academic director wised up and started keeping track of the two team schedules. Whenever there was a game, he would dash to the cafeteria to catch the students. But then, after a few attempts to catch students, he ended up watching the game himself and became interested in basketball. It's utterly ridiculous. By the way, Han Lei's shooting form is simply exquisite, and it feels as though every time he releases the ball, it has a sense of steadiness. Indeed. So, when I see him shoot, I can almost predict that the ball will go in. I've already begun to cheer in advance. Upon hearing this, Sun Ling's father scoffed, dismissing Han Lei as merely a young lad, earning a meager salary while doing the grueling work on the court. He had not watched the game, but news notifications on his phone had informed him of Han Lei's game-winning shot against the Rockets, which he regarded with disdain. Perhaps he did not even realize that his attitude stemmed from a sense of loss regarding his daughter, Sun Ling, who had always viewed him as a hero. He had adeptly navigated the world of sports business, which had in turn sparked her interest in basketball. However, ever since Sun Ling went abroad to study 3 years ago, she had gradually developed her own ideas, particularly this year, as every phone call seemed to revolve around Han Lei. This tinge of jealousy brewed within him, manifesting as a sour feeling that transformed into contempt for Han Lei. Suddenly, a cry of alarm pierced the air. Someone has fainted. Hurry, he is in trouble. Startled, Sun Ling's father rushed towards the nearby gym. Inside, 7 or 8 patrons had halted their workouts, surrounding a treadmill, looking quite helpless. What happened? I'm the owner. Let me take a look. Sun Ling's father pushed through the crowd, making his way over. There, beside the treadmill, lay a middle-aged man, approximately in his 40s. Sprawled on the ground, bloodied and unconscious. A strong scent of alcohol emanated from him, judging by Sun Ling's father's experience in such social settings. The man had likely consumed over half a gin of liquor. The onlookers dared not approach, some merely snapping photos with their phones. He collapsed suddenly while running, sliding off the treadmill. I have already called for an ambulance, a trembling staff member spoke in a voice laced with fear. Where's Coach Zhang? Hurry, summon him. He has some knowledge of first aid, Sun Ling's father urged. Shortly thereafter, a muscular man arrived, crouching beside the fallen middle-aged man. He lifted the man's eyelids and felt his chest, then commenced cardiopulmonary resuscitation. He was drinking, and the intense exercise likely caused cardiac arrest. I've encountered similar cases before. They usually turn out fine, Sun Ling's father thought, feeling a slight sense of relief. A fatality would spell disaster. Minutes later, the sound of an ambulance echoed, and the bloodied middle-aged man was placed onto a stretcher, regaining consciousness but appearing bewildered. To be safe, Sun Ling's father accompanied the ambulance to the hospital, covering the medical expenses. The newly opened gym could not afford any mishaps so soon after its launch. Chapter 17. Confrontation with Yao Ming. Yao Ming and Han Lei sat in a taxi, heading towards a northeast dumpling restaurant situated in the suburbs of Los Angeles. Han Lei felt a twinge of curiosity about how Yao Ming had discovered such a place. The Rockets' next game involved a back-to-back match against the Warriors. And according to the team doctor, Yao Ming did not need to participate, which afforded Han Lei and Yao Ming the opportunity to converse. As the towering figures of the two athletes entered the dumpling restaurant, they immediately attracted attention. Yao Ming, an established veteran in the NBA for 8 years and referred to as the Great Wall of China, was approached by fans eager for photographs. Though he had to sit down for the pictures, being a northeast dumpling restaurant, there were numerous patrons of Asian descent, who upon seeing Yao Ming and Han Lei, exhibited great excitement, unsure whether to greet them in Mandarin or English. During the photo session, Han Lei was also requested to sit beside Yao Ming, which made him feel, at the age of 20, like a mere sidekick. Afterward, Yao Ming, speaking fluently in English, expressed that he had something to discuss with Han Lei, wishing everyone an enjoyable meal. The fans, understanding and respectful, dispersed after exchanging pleasantries, allowing Yao Ming and Han Lei to rise and head towards a private dining room. The dishes were prepared, wafting with enticing aromas. As the bottle of Wulianye was opened, its fragrance filled the air, and a proud smile spread across Yao Ming's face. Having previously met and competed at the Lakers arena, the two forwent pleasantries. After a few shots of baijiu, their faces flushed with warmth, Han Lei remarked, "Why did you focus on me during today's game? Had I not been recovering from injury, I surely could have blocked several of your shots." With a smile, Deo remarked in Huaxiao language, "I simply do not wish for you to take the stage just yet. Your foot is not yet healed." Upon hearing Deo's jest, Han Lei immediately adopted a serious demeanor. Deo recalled that Han Lei had suggested in the locker room earlier today that he should take a season off, which had filled Deo's heart with confusion. Indeed, Han Lei's words at that moment were exceedingly abrupt, making them difficult for an ordinary person to accept. Han Lei picked up a piece of century egg and chewed it, accompanied by a sip of white liquor. He sighed inwardly. "Would you believe me if I claimed to have come from the year 2023? Han Lei suddenly made a startling proclamation, yet he maintained an air of calm, as if he were merely discussing an inconsequential matter. What? Dia was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you joking?" Dia's reaction was precisely what Han Lei had anticipated. And he continued with an unperturbed demeanor, "No worries. I shall demonstrate this to you, though it will require some time. For now, let me discuss your future career." Observing Han Lei's expression, Dia sensed that he was not jesting and couldn't help but question whether Han Lei's tolerance for alcohol was so poor that after merely half a gene, he had begun to speak nonsense. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized that Han Lei had started uttering absurdities even before the match. And he had not consumed any alcohol then. What on earth was going on? Han Lei gazed at the ceiling, seemingly lost in thought, before continuing, "This season, you can only play 5 games before a stress fracture sidelines you for the remainder of the season. By the end of the season, your contract with the Rockets will expire, and you will choose to retire. Despite numerous teams offering you contracts, your decision remains resolute. Is this what you foresee in your future?" Yao asked incredulously. "Indeed," Han Lei replied. "Subsequently, you will join the Chinese Basketball Association to contribute to the reform of Chinese basketball, though the prospects may not be particularly encouraging." What? Yao's eyes widened in disbelief as he regarded Han Lei as if he were an enigma. The notion of becoming the president of the Chinese Basketball Association had only recently crossed his mind, a mere possibility he had entertained in the recesses of his thoughts. Yet he had not retired. Such matters could be addressed later. Moreover, his studies remained unfinished when the day of retirement arrived. His foremost task would be to complete his education before embarking on such a venture. Thus, he had never disclosed his aspirations of leading the association to anyone. There was only one conceivable explanation. Perhaps he truly would undertake this role in the future, and Han Lei was indeed someone who had traversed time. "You really?" Yao's mouth hung open, as if still struggling to accept the revelation. Observing Yao's expression, akin to being struck at his core, Han Lei realized the impact of his words had left Yao astounded, prompting him to jest. "What's this? It's 2010. And your plans for a political career already exist? How could that be?" Yao shook his head in confusion, seemingly trying to convince himself that Han Lei's words were mere fabrications. However, the reality loomed large, and he found it exceedingly difficult to dismiss. This meal felt decidedly peculiar. "Fear not. You will gradually come to accept what I have said. Nevertheless, I sincerely hope you refrain from participating in any games this season. In the next season, based on my recollections, the Lakers will extend an enticing offer to you. Come to the Lakers. The Rocket system does not suit you." Han Lei's eyes sparkled with inspiration as he pondered the visions of the future. "You wouldn't be a recruiter for the Lakers, would you?" Yao Ming hesitated before speaking. "If that were the case, even though we both hail from China, I am merely a rookie. The Lakers should send Kobe or your acquaintance Gasol to persuade you." Han Lei replied nonchalantly. Yao fell silent. Han Lei's words were indeed quite objective. He poured himself a drink, patted his head, and tested his own perception. Edelman's system was undoubtedly ill-suited for him. Yao, a traditional center, already faced considerable strain on his legs due to his height and weight. And the fast pace of the Princeton offense left him feeling overwhelmed. Yet, his loyalty to the Rockets and his sense of responsibility stemming from their shared heritage became stumbling blocks in contemplating a team change. At that moment, he heard Han Lei's calm voice, "Do not let loyalty hinder you." Yao felt as though he had received a wake-up call. The Miami Heat's trio had just formed this season, with LeBron abandoning the Cavaliers and Bosh leaving the Raptors. The earlier formation of the Celtics trio also discarded any notions of loyalty. What should I do? Yao's mind was in turmoil. It's understandable. You may find it difficult to accept right away. How about this? To prove that I have traveled through time, I will write down the score of tomorrow's game between the Rockets and the Lakers. Once the game concludes, you can open the note and ascertain whether my words today hold any truth. As Han Lei reflected on this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Tomorrow's game between the Rockets and the Warriors reminded him of the time he skipped class to watch this very match in an internet CAF. His support for the Rockets and his admiration for Yao Ming, combined with the astonishingly high score from that game, left a lasting impression on him. Yao finally emerged from the chaos, stating, "If you can accurately predict tomorrow's score, I will completely trust you." Chapter 18. The perfect prediction in the Chase Center in Golden State. The Rockets players entered the arena one by one. Yao's absence left Coach Zhang in low spirits. After forcefully explaining Yao's injury situation, he could only objectively commentate on the game. The Warriors, known for their offensive prowess, clashed with the Rockets. and the pace of the game immediately accelerated, with the camera struggling to keep up with the ball's swift movements. Coach Zhang sighed inwardly. Compared to yesterday's defensive battle between the Lakers and the Rockets, today's game was a spectacle of offensive fireworks. The Lakers, a seasoned powerhouse, prioritized defense, and Yao's presence had slowed the Rockets' speed and rhythm. In contrast, today's matchup focused entirely on offense, showcasing sheer firepower. An inexplicable thought crossed Coach Zhang's mind. Did Yao's rhythm seem to align with that of the Lakers? The Rockets and Warriors, both teams thriving on speed, favored players like Stoudemire and Oker, who possessed shooting abilities and quick mobility. In previous seasons, the Rockets had encountered issues with passing to Yao, often struggling to get the ball to him. However, such problems rarely arose with the Lakers, as Gasol could pivot at the free throw line, distributing the ball swiftly with accurate mid-range shots. Kobe, as the finisher, required no further elaboration, being the focal point of attention for opponents. If Yao were to swap places with Bynum, he would undoubtedly flourish. Nonetheless, this fleeting thought quickly dissipated as Coach Zhang, having followed the Rockets for many years, found it difficult to accept. Wow, Curry is exceptionally accurate with the shooting, he noted. A rookie from the 2009 draft, despite battling injuries, his shooting remained impeccable. Look, he has scored again. Focusing on the court, Coach Zhang immediately spotted Curry, who, as a sophomore, was already showcasing his talent. Yet, the true leader of the Warriors remained Monta Ellis, a 193 centimeters guard selected 40th overall by the Warriors in the second round of the 2005 draft. Remarkably, his abilities had improved year by year, averaging 24 points per game last season. In this matchup against the offensively oriented Rockets, Ellis excelled effortlessly. As the game concluded, the Rockets faced their second consecutive defeat, with Ellis scoring an impressive 46 points on 16 of 24 shooting attempts. It seemed that fast-paced games were indeed captivating, as the Rockets fell to the Warriors with a score of 128-132, culminating in a staggering total of 260 points between the two teams. In contrast, during Van Gundy's era, the Rockets typically scored only 70 or 80 points per game, favoring a slower tempo. In this era, which seemingly favors aggression while neglecting defense, the Lakers continue to adhere to a methodical approach centered around a structured offense. Such an offense necessitates the presence of towering players. Yao Ming, recognized as the tallest figure in the NBA, now sits in his Houston abode, his eyes tinged with redness, a clear indication of a sleepless night. Moments ago, he had watched the Rockets away game against the Warriors in its entirety via the internet. Prior to the match, he had unfolded a note from Han Lei, revealing a score of 128-132, which took Yao by surprise. His immediate reaction was that this was not the Rockets team he had come to know. Upon further reflection, however, the score held some validity. Since last season, Edelman's offensive system had taken shape, prioritizing offense over defense as the primary objective. Yet, Yao still found it difficult to accept the reality presented by Han Lei, as the truth was on the verge of revelation. As the Warriors and Rockets continued their back-and-forth exchanges, beads of sweat began to form on Yao's shirt. Both teams executed their offensive plays with remarkable fluidity, relying heavily on outside shooting, with various drives and shots contributing to a steadily increasing score that edged closer to Han Lei's forecast, sending shivers down his spine. When the game concluded, the Rockets' disappointing start with 2 consecutive losses did not trouble Yao. Instead, he was overwhelmed by a profound sense of astonishment. Han Lei is a time traveler, thus validating his prophecy that he could only endure 5 matches this season is indeed accurate. Yao is bewildered. Han Lei was undoubtedly aware of the outcome of the match, a score that came as no surprise. He did not rush to call Yao Ming, understanding that anyone would need some time to collect their thoughts after such an event. Han Lei held no certainty regarding Yao's decision. However, at this juncture, he hoped to exert his utmost effort to alter the course of Yao's playing career, if Yao still wished to dedicate himself tirelessly to the Rockets. Han Lei could only respond with a sigh. Han Lei has his own aspirations, primarily centered around assisting the Lakers in securing their second consecutive championship. In his perspective, the Lakers have commenced the season with commendable performance, rendering his intervention seemingly unnecessary. However, it is worth noting that during this period, turmoil has emerged within the management. The health of Jerry Buss has deteriorated, and the disputes among his children are gradually surfacing, with the elder Buss still alive. This season presents a prime opportunity for the Lakers to claim another title. 2 days later, the Rockets will host the Denver Nuggets. Inside the Rockets' locker room, The players exchanged puzzled glances, inquiring about the absence of their towering teammate, Yao Ming. Rick Adelman entered the locker room, his expression betraying an unusual demeanor. Yao will not be participating today. We must focus on protecting the rim, he announced. What's going on? Is he unwell? He seemed fine in the game against the Lakers, the players speculated, taken aback by Adelman's unusual management of the situation. I'm not entirely certain. Our aim is simply to secure victory in this match, Adelman responded thoughtfully. Moments earlier, while sketching strategies on the whiteboard, he had received a phone call from owner Alexander, informing him that Yao would not be playing, with further explanations to follow later. As the game commenced, in Alexander's office, Yao sat composed, his demeanor serious. While Alexander expressed surprise, "Yao, this isn't like you. My impression has always been that you are a dedicated player. Why would you suddenly make such a request? Moreover, with your contract nearing expiration, you need to demonstrate strong performance to secure a lucrative deal for the next season," Alexander queried, bewildered. Yao was not taken aback. He anticipated such a response after requesting a season off. "It's precisely because of my unwavering commitment to the team that I have sustained numerous injuries. You know I carry considerable weight, and each step on the court exerts pressure on my legs. Though the team physician has cleared me, I genuinely feel I am nearing my limits," Yao articulated with poise. Upon hearing this, Alexander lowered his gaze in silence, understanding that Yao's words rang true. The professionalism exhibited by Yao had been validated countless times. Just as Alexander was about to speak, Yao shook his head and continued, "Please allow me to take responsibility for my career." This statement effectively silenced Alexander. Chapter 19 First appearance the following morning. Han Lei rose early to prepare for his competition against the Sun. Phil Jackson had not assigned him any tasks, nor had he assured him of playing time. However, this was not a justification for Han Lei to be idle. He proceeded to the video room, determined to analyze Nash's passing habits. A chime echoed as Han Lei's phone lit up, revealing a message from Yao Ming. "I will not participate in any games this season. I hope to have the opportunity to fight alongside you next season." Han Lei smiled faintly and let out a long sigh, as it seemed that Yao had finally come to a realization. With Yao's contract expiring next season, Han Lei would endeavor to facilitate a signing with the Lakers. Originally, Chris Paul had hopes of joining the Lakers next season, but basketball-related reasons would thwart that aspiration. As for Dwight Howard, his back injury had rendered him a shadow of his former self. Regarding Yao, as a proud Chinese, Han Lei naturally favored him, wishing to become his teammate. However, he understood that he must establish his own authority within the Lakers through this season's performance if he wished for the management to heed his words. The weak have no right to speak. This was also the reason Han Lei rose early to review the game tapes. In the recordings, Nash orchestrated the offense with remarkable precision, and the Suns players displayed exceptional enthusiasm in their movements. Even in half-court settings, the play was not merely a showcase of individual talents, but rather a coordinated effort among 5 players, executing screens and seeking opportunities. The moment an opportunity arose, Nash could effortlessly deliver the ball into the hands of his teammates. "Ah, Han Lei, you're here quite early," Phil remarked as he entered, interrupting Han Lei's thoughts on how to stifle the Suns' offense. "Oh, coach, you're early too," Han Lei responded, glancing up at Phil, who entered with a cheerful demeanor and took a seat beside him. Han Lei felt the couch sink slightly under Phil's weight, prompting him to privately speculate about the coach's size. "The Suns' offense is impressive. Do you have a plan to contain it?" Phil asked directly, seemingly testing Han Lei. "No need to overthink it. We'll play methodically, and it will be fine. Nash is formidable, but the other players rely too heavily on him. To put it bluntly, it's still superstar basketball. Compared to that, we are certainly not lacking," Han Lei mused, ultimately concluding that the Suns were no match for the Lakers. "Given that it's so simple, why are you still reviewing the tapes?" "It's nothing. It's merely a habit," he replied. "What if we make you the defensive anchor for this game? Your responsibility would be to sever the connection between Nash and the other players," Phil suddenly proposed, startling Han Lei. Han Lei was momentarily taken aback, yet without the slightest hesitation, he declared, "I assure you, the task will be accomplished." Phil was slightly astonished. He had anticipated that the young player would feel overwhelmed by the responsibility. However, from Han Lei's tone, there was no trace of excitement to be discerned. Could it be that he had already foreseen that he would be entrusted with such an important mission? Han Lei, with clarity in his heart, recognized that the Lakers players were aging. Relying solely on Fisher would be insufficient to thwart Nash, a superstar in his own right. Meanwhile, Kobe had to shoulder the offensive responsibilities, and Blake, being frail and diminutive, struggled to navigate through screens and discern Nash's passing routes. Therefore, it was evident that Han Lei was the prime candidate to guard Nash. The bus headed to Phoenix halted in front of the Lakers arena, where Kobe and his teammates boarded. Ready to face the Suns. Once settled in their hotel in Phoenix, Phil gathered the players for a brief meeting. In the second game, Han Lei was designated as the starting point guard. Fisher, do you find this arrangement feasible? Phil's gaze fell upon Fisher, who was already grappling with the impending challenge posed by Nash. Absolutely, Phil. I have no objections to your decision. Han Lei's defense can indeed restrict Nash's offensive orchestrations. Fisher replied, feeling a weight lift from his chest. Each time he faced a star point guard, the Lakers' official website would be inundated with critical comments directed at him, which had been quite disheartening. Additionally, I will limit the playing time of the other starting players besides Han Lei. To be frank, the Suns are not a formidable team, and the season is lengthy. We must adopt a long-term strategy. Phil began to outline his general plans to the players. The Suns' home arena, known as the Footprint Center, appeared somewhat modest in comparison to the Lakers' Staples Center, with its infrastructure showing signs of age. Fans from Huaxia gathered around their televisions, computers, and for those preoccupied with work or studies, mobile devices to follow the live text updates. They were astounded to see Han Lei's name prominently featured in the starting lineup. Phil Jackson is truly astute. He knows who the gem is, they mused. Han Lei's pivotal performance in the previous game warranted his starting position. Old Fish, despite lifting his pant legs during defense, often found himself cleanly surpassed. What was that saying? Show me what you've got, they quipped, acknowledging Han Lei's undeniable talent. As Han Lei matched up against Nash, a two-time MVP, it was time to assess his abilities, and fans eagerly anticipated his commendable performance. As long as he didn't get overwhelmed, it would be considered a victory. The Lakers' outside shooting was subpar, but Han Lei had the potential to fill that void. However, would the Lakers make him the offensive focal point? The online community in Huaxia erupted with excitement as fans looked forward to Han Lei's performance. Standing on the court, Han Lei felt a serene composure. Facing an MVP was an excellent opportunity for self-evaluation. He understood his responsibility to obstruct Nash's passing lanes. Would his predictive instincts prove troublesome for the MVP? As Gasol prepared for the jump ball at center court, Kobe nudged Han Lei's arm and whispered, Nash is not only clear-minded on the offensive end, but he is also a master of steals. Even I can fall victim to his ball-handling prowess. You must be vigilant while dribbling. Always protect the ball. It is entirely normal to feel apprehensive about dribbling the ball. You may pass it to me instead, as it is not necessary to advance the ball across half-court by yourself. Han Lei listened attentively, nodding deeply. Nash not only possesses the ability to galvanize his teammates and shoot with precision, but he is also indeed a master of steals. Otherwise, with his slender physique, he would have been singled out by other teams long ago. Gasol won the jump ball, granting possession to the Lakers. Han Lei stood at the arc's pinnacle, holding the ball with one hand, his body turned sideways towards Nash. Suns head coach Williams evidently placed immense trust in Nash, allowing him to defend against the towering Han Lei, who was nearly 20 centimeters taller. In this moment, the fans of Huaxia felt an uncanny familiarity with the slender figure gripping the ball. Han Lei's posture bore a striking resemblance to that of Tracy McGrady before him. Nash appeared almost like a feeble dwarf. He is poised for a jump shot. He is about to take it. Establishing his position, he pushed against him. Han Lei surveyed his surroundings. Kobe successfully positioned himself just inside the three-point line on the left, while Gasol stood near the basket on the right. Odom and Arteist remained vigilant in the corners, ever watchful of the unfolding action. The Lakers' aristocratic demeanor was on full display as the game commenced. Devoid of any fervor or movement, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Han Lei feigned a pass to Kobe and leaped into the air. At the moment of ascent, just as he was about to elevate the ball above his head, he suddenly felt an emptiness in his hands. Nash, swift and astute, swatted the ball away as Han Lei rose. Jared Dudley, the Suns' small forward, showed no hesitation, sprinting towards the front court where Nash delivered an exquisitely precise pass. 2-0. The Suns took the lead. Chapter 20, containing Nash. The Suns fans erupted with excitement. Did you think you could shoot in front of Steve just because of your height? How naive of you, young one from Huaxia. Did you see that? This is our MVP. Rookie, you have much to learn. Today, facing Steve. Let me give you your first lesson. Huh, am I mistaken? Does this young Huaxia player aspire to challenge an MVP? Your Kobe would stand a better chance. The clamor of the arena filled Han Lei's ears, yet he remained composed, returning to the opponent's half-court, prepared to receive the ball. Han Lei, move up a bit. Nash is quick, Gasol advised. Gasol was also adept at passing, often delivering instantaneous assists both on the international stage and in the NBA. Han Lei seized the basketball, keenly observing Nash's defensive stance as he dribbled towards the half-court. Caution! Just as he was about to cross the midline, Nash unexpectedly lunged forward, executing yet another effortless steal, swiftly propelling towards the Lakers' hoop. "Well done, Steve," exclaimed Suns coach Williams with fervor. At that moment, a synchronized chorus of MVP resonated throughout the arena. Kobe furrowed his brow and promptly retreated to defend, while Phil, watching from the sidelines, shook his head slightly and sighed. Barnes, infuriated, slammed his thigh and leaped from the bench, exclaiming, "How could you, you incompetent rookie?" Had he not feared receiving a technical foul, he might have charged onto the court to deliver a solid punch to Han Lei. Meanwhile, the fans from Huaxia, observing the match, collectively sighed in disappointment. After 2 consecutive turnovers, it seemed likely that Han Lei would be substituted by Phil. Yet, at that moment, a barely perceptible smile crept across Han Lei's lips as he hurried back to defend. Nash soared for a layup, but sensed something was amiss mid-air, hesitating momentarily before pivoting to pass the ball to the trailing Dragic. Simultaneously, a loud thud echoed as Han Lei's palm struck the backboard. Could it be that he intentionally allowed me to steal the ball, merely to issue a warning with a formidable block? Nash pondered. Dragic received the ball with ease, but Kobe swiftly closed in from behind. He dared not delay and drove towards the basket. As Han Lei landed, a look of regret adorned his face. Yet upon seeing Dragic charging towards him, a bloodthirsty smile emerged. Dragic leapt into the air, and Han Lei took off once more, the two colliding mid-flight. A sense of smugness filled Dragic's heart as he retracted the ball he was about to shoot, readying himself for a layup. "Pass it," Nash shouted, ignoring Nash's call. Dragic executed the layup. However, at the precise moment the ball left his fingertips, a large hand blocked the trajectory of his shot. A powerful rejection sent the ball straight into the hands of the swiftly approaching Kobe. Coming to a halt, Kobe expertly dribbled past half-court, exploiting the 4-on-3 advantage. And Odom scored with a layup. Dragic stared in astonishment at Han Lei, realizing that during his feint before the layup, Han Lei had not attempted to block him directly but had instead thwarted his shot after the feint. Could it be that his defensive experience was so profound that he could discern Dragic's true intentions? The arena of the Suns fell into a hushed silence. Han Lei's defense had been nothing short of spectacular, first thwarting Nash's layup and then rejecting Dragic's attempt. It was remarkable that he had managed to outsmart both of the Suns guards in what should have been an easy scenario for them. This left the Suns fans feeling quite disheartened. Amidst it all, Nash felt his mind reeling, gazing at Han Lei as if he were a creature of myth. Having witnessed myriad spectacles in the NBA, Nash was astonished to discover that Han Lei, while executing the block, had seamlessly integrated a passing technique, delivering the ball to Kobe and creating the opportunity for a 4-on-3 situation. Did Han Lei foresee the chance to generate an offensive advantage even before the block? Even if he had, such a play was exceptionally challenging to execute. Not even the reigning shot blocker Dwight Howard could manage to simultaneously block a shot and assist a teammate in such a manner. In the subsequent possession, Han Lei no longer focused on the defenders while dribbling. He gradually realized that merely observing their positions was insufficient against a thief of Nash's caliber. Was this Huaxia player a novice? Why did he fixate on the basketball while dribbling? Perhaps he struggled to gauge the trajectory of the ball? Only an elementary student would behave thus, dribbling while staring at the ball. How on earth did this lad make it to the NBA? The fans in the Suns arena were unexpectedly captivated as Han Lei trained his gaze upon the basketball in his hands while advancing towards the midline. Yet Nash was acutely aware that on several occasions he had contemplated a steal, only to find Han Lei evading his attempts with moves like crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. Seemingly anticipating Nash's steal a second in advance, Han Lei skillfully maneuvered the ball past half-court, passing it to either Gasol or Kobe, while positioning himself beyond the three-point line, which prevented Nash from daring to double-team him. Everything unfolded methodically. The Lakers' triangle offense operated flawlessly, establishing a distinct advantage in half-court play. However, during the Suns' offensive attempts, Nash's passes were repeatedly intercepted by Han Lei, who capitalized on the opportunity to secure steals. Under Han Lei's defensive pressure, the Suns found their offensive rhythm stifled. Nevertheless, Nash, being a player of MVP caliber, showcased his adept dribbling and passing skills. making it no simple task for Han Lei to snatch the ball away. He had to remain fully focused, anticipating Nash's passing angles for effective blocks. At halftime, the score stood at Lakers 55, Suns 49, affirming their lead. In the locker room, Han Lei, panting slightly, took a sip of Gatorade and wiped the sweat from his brow. Han Lei, you've done well in limiting Nash. In the second half, you need not defend him. You won't be on the court in the third quarter. Blake will take over the primary defense against Nash. In the fourth quarter, regardless of the score, you will lead the bench players to counter the Suns starters. Your position will be small forward, Phil stated, patting Han Lei's shoulder with satisfaction. What? Kobe exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. Phil, aren't you being a bit presumptuous? Not at all. I will devise strategies for Han Lei. Phil replied with a smile directed at his protege. Strategies for Han Lei? As the primary scorer? Barnes widened his eyes, wondering if he had misinterpreted the situation. Exactly. We will focus on a smaller lineup in the fourth quarter, allowing us to perhaps forego defense in favor of victory through shooting efficiency, Phil concluded, glancing at Han Lei, who merely wiped the sweat from his neck, unaffected by the astonished looks from his teammates. Since Phil has said so, I look forward to your performance. I know your capabilities. Kobe extended his fist, bumping it with Han Lei's. Chapter 21. Fast-paced play. The third quarter commenced. In the previous 3 seasons, the Lakers had proudly earned the reputation of having the most formidable third quarter in the league. As a traditional powerhouse, the Lakers had never lacked superstars or championships, which contributed to their distinctly noble aura. Generally, the first half was played in a somewhat lethargic manner. Even Kobe was no exception. However, as the third quarter commenced, the Lakers transformed as if they were an entirely different team, ruthlessly tearing apart their opponents. By the start of the fourth quarter, the Lakers would typically hold a lead of 10 points or more, smoothly securing victory in the end. This had been the Lakers' customary script. Yet, this year was different. The entire Lakers squad was beleaguered by injuries, revealing signs of fatigue. It is not merely a matter of exerting effort to achieve results. In the third quarter, Kobe remained formidable. His post-up game was exquisite, surpassing even that of interior players, and his shooting range extended farther still. Yet in terms of footwork, he was on par with the technically proficient Jordan. However, seated on the sidelines, Han Lei discerned that the Suns' offense had caught up, and the Lakers' defense was insufficient to contain Nash's orchestration of the team. The Suns' offense flowed seamlessly, with clear positioning. Nash, the maestro, organized each attack with impeccable precision. Grant Hill, as Nash's longtime collaborator, greatly benefited from this, consistently finding open shots, as Nash delivered the ball in an exceptionally comfortable manner, enhancing Hill's shooting rhythm. In the blink of an eye, the Suns had leveled the score. Dragic, having previously endured a crushing block from Han Lei, seemed to be harboring pent-up anger. Hey, veteran Kobe, why isn't your young compatriot from Huaxia on the court? I was just getting ready to give him a good thrashing. Dragic bantered with Kobe, his counterpart. Oh really? I can assure you he will return, but before you manage to lay a finger on him, you'd better prepare yourself for a pounding from me. Kobe swiftly turned, pressing Dragic behind him, while Blake astutely passed the ball to Kobe. Kobe received the ball, engaged in a few hard bumps, gauging Dragic's strength, then abruptly pivoted and executed a fadeaway jumper. The referee's whistle echoed, and the ball circled the rim before obediently dropping through the net. And one, the referee declared. You may take your shot at Han Lei, just as I intend to take mine at you, Kobe coldly remarked as he strode toward the free throw line. When it comes to trash talk, Kobe is anything but timid. The banter between Kobe and Jordan often occurs not after a successful shot, but rather before the offense begins, signifying their immense self-confidence. In the third quarter, both teams engaged in a battle of offense, with the Lakers playing star-studded basketball while the Suns embodied team play, resulting in a higher shooting percentage for the Suns. As the third quarter concluded, Kobe had amassed 25 points. Yet, astonishingly, the Suns had managed to equalize at 85. Then, an astonishing scene unfolded. The Lakers executed a complete line change, substituting all players except Blake, while Han Lei, Barnes, Luke Walton, and Shannon Brown took to the court. Suns head coach Williams looked perplexedly at Phil Jackson from a distance, feeling that Phil's strategy lacked coherence. The Suns, however, remained steadfast in their usual rotation. Would they attempt to limit Nash again? This Huaxia youth seems perpetually at odds with Nash. Can't we, like in the third quarter, spread the floor and engage in a thrilling contest? Some spectators began to express their dissatisfaction. They were predominantly Nash's fans, who did not wish to see their idol restrained. preferring the fluid, dynamic offense. Yet, contrary to everyone's expectations, the defense against Nash remained, just as in the third quarter, with Blake taking the primary assignment. Han Lei positioned himself as a small forward. Subsequently, the Lakers executed 3 consecutive offensive plays, revealing to everyone that Han Lei was not merely proficient in defense. During the first offensive attempt, Han Lei received the ball at a 45-degree angle, with Luke Walton setting a screen. Han Lei leaped high and effortlessly sank a three-pointer. On the second possession, Han Lei initially called for the ball inside, then abruptly darted to the arc, where Blake promptly delivered the ball, resulting in yet another flawless three-pointer. For the third offensive play, Han Lei maneuvered without the ball, executed a pick-and-roll with Shannon Brown, and upon receiving a pass from Luke Walton, chose not to drive to the basket but instead made a mid-range shot off the backboard that found its mark. Although the Suns responded through Nash's shooting and passing, the Lakers swiftly established a 5-point lead. What? This young man from Huaxia can shoot? Did you miss the previous news? In the last game against the Rockets, it was precisely this young man from Huaxia who delivered a buzzer-beater victory. Nevertheless, his shooting is remarkably steady the moment he releases the ball. One can sense its precise trajectory. Has the Lakers devised a strategy centered around him? This is a team brimming with stars. How could they build a strategy around a second-round rookie? The fans in the arena were utterly astonished by Han Lei's 3 successful offensive attempts, instantly feeling that the Lakers were brimming with hidden talents. Meanwhile, fans from Huaxia were cheering in front of their televisions. I initially supported Han Lei simply because he is one of us from Huaxia, but it turns out he possesses genuine skill. It seems this season, in addition to following the Rockets, I must also pay attention to the Lakers. Among the sea of blue and white Suns jerseys sat a Huaxia girl, Sun Ling. She covered her mouth, mesmerized by Han Lei's 3 shots, standing still as excitement surged within her. Having watched basketball for many years, she understood that in this crucial fourth quarter, Han Lei had been elevated to prominence, a testament to Phil Jackson's immense trust in him. Han Lei did not disappoint, making an immediate impact. It appears that one day, Han Lei could become a legendary star alongside Kobe. A profound sense of national pride welled up within Sun Ling. At that moment, she took out her phone and noticed a missed call from her father. He was probably inquiring whether she needed any living expenses. She decided to call him back after the game concluded. Sun Ling did not dwell on it for long and continued to focus on the match unfolding before her. The Suns reacted swiftly, immediately grasping Phil Jackson's intentions. Under the directive of Coach Williams, Grant Hill began to closely guard Han Lei, trailing him even during his off-ball movements. In the ensuing possessions, it became increasingly challenging to deliver the ball to Han Lei. Phil Jackson rose to his feet, placing his pinky fingers in his mouth, and let out a whistle. The Lakers players on the court understood. It was time to implement strategy 2. Han Lei positioned himself at the free throw line, pressuring Grant Hill, while Luke Walton dribbled from the arc and passed the ball to Han Lei. Han Lei firmly cradled the ball in his hands, while players around him began to shift positions, set screens, and even intentionally passed by him. Seated before his computer, Coach Zhang excitedly pounded the table. "This is a variation of the triangle offense," he exclaimed to himself, brimming with enthusiasm. At 60 years of age, Coach Zhang had been a fervent follower of basketball since the ancient days of the NBA, and thus, he was inevitably drawn to the study of Phil Jackson and the triangle offense, which he knew all too well. The triangle offense allows a star player, capable of both scoring and facilitating, to hold the ball while teammates spread out, seeking opportunities for open shots or one-on-one matchups. Through this tactical approach, Phil Jackson had astonishingly secured 11 championship rings. Historically, the focal points of this offense included illustrious players like Jordan, Pippen, Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe, and Gasol. Yet this time, the pivot was none other than the grassroots talent, Han Lei, a second-round rookie. His teammates, rather than merely spacing out, coordinated with one another, providing screens and searching for shooting opportunities, while Han Lei adeptly decided between driving to the basket or passing. What a remarkable display of trust. Coach Zhang was utterly astounded. Chapter 22. Controlling the tempo of the game. Han Lei, with eyes keenly observing his surroundings, lowered his gaze to the ball in his hands. Suddenly, he anticipated that the basketball would soon slip from his control and fly to the side. In that instant, he realized that the experienced defender, Hill, would attempt to knock the ball away. This time, Han Lei did not react immediately. Instead, he deliberately delayed by approximately half a second before suddenly holding the ball with both hands, pivoting, and taking a jump shot. Hill, believing he had successfully stolen the ball. Discovered too late that it was gone. By the time he registered this, Han Lei had already released his shot, as Hill, having missed his attempt, lost his momentum. He inadvertently fouled Han Lei, resulting in a whistle as the ball swished through the net, completing a three-point play with a successful free throw. Absolutely fantastic. Kobe leapt from the bench, exhilarated, fist clenched in triumph. The Lakers bench erupted in cheers. In stark contrast, the local fans in the Suns arena fell silent, their expressions clouded with concern, clearly aware that their team was at a disadvantage. However, two-time MVP Nash understood his responsibility and made a strategic move. Utilizing a screen to break through and dishing out an assist beyond the three-point line, igniting the crowd's fervor with a successful shot. That's Nash for you. In critical moments, we rely on him. Go, Nash. Show that kid from Huaxia what. The fans shouted. Meanwhile, the Lakers maintained their strategy, with Han Lei holding the ball near the free throw line, persistently seeking opportunities. The Lakers abandoned the interior, stretching the floor significantly. At that moment, Dragic seized the opportunity, abandoning his defensive assignment on Channing Frye to reach for the ball in Han Lei's hands. This maneuver played right into Han Lei's hands, as he noticed the proactive Frye sprinting towards the basket. With a bounce pass, Frye caught the ball and soared high for a thunderous dunk. As the two celebrated with a high five, the Lakers bench once again erupted in excitement. Nash, employing his breakthrough stop and pop jump shot, retaliated effectively. Phil observed the dynamics on the court, where both teams exchanged offensive maneuvers in a state of near parity. However, it became evident that Han Lei possessed an exceptional overall vision, complemented by his precise passing that consistently delivered the ball to players in advantageous positions. This profound realization plunged Phil into deep contemplation. Meanwhile, admiration ignited within Kobe. During the third quarter, the four starting players merely mirrored the stalemate, proving no significantly superior to the bench led by Han Lei, perhaps even inferior. Upon reflection, Kobe recognized that the majority of their offensive efforts during the third quarter revolved around his and Gasol's isolation plays, which tactically paled in comparison to the current multifaceted approach. This reliance provided the Suns with opportunities to implement targeted defensive strategies. Basketball is a collective endeavor. Yet an athlete of Kobe's caliber can singularly transform the game into a showcase of individual prowess, revealing the inherent advantages and disadvantages of such an approach. This was indeed one of Kobe's characteristics. In a moment of fervor, he disregarded the tactical framework, opting instead to seize the ball and take charge. In contrast, Han Lei remained remarkably composed, perpetually seeking offensive opportunities and exuding a nascent air of leadership, which greatly pleased Kobe. As both teams were locked in a stalemate, the Lakers maintained a lead of 5 to 8 points. With just over a minute remaining, Phil called for a brief timeout. Han Lei, you are performing admirably, but in the remaining time, do not specifically seek out offensive opportunities. Maintain movement and ball circulation. After 20 seconds, take your shot regardless of its outcome. Then transition immediately to defense. Focus on defense, especially in these final moments. Nash will intensify his efforts. It is imperative to thwart him. Blake will continue to guard Nash, while you, Han Lei, are responsible for disrupting Nash's passing lanes. You may, to some extent, relinquish your assignment on your defensive man. Do you understand? Without waiting for Han Lei's response, Phil gestured emphatically, go. This is the essence of the Zen master, consistently articulating his thoughts with precision. Upon re-entering the game, the dynamics on the court shifted immediately. If the previous phase had been characterized by offensive exchanges, the current strategy leaned towards defense leading to offense. The Suns quickly realized that the Lakers' offense had nearly stagnated, resorting to mere ball passing or dribbling just outside the three-point line to run down the clock. This approach was evidently more prudent, given their current 7-point lead. Slowing the tempo was a sensible strategy. As the 24-second shot clock loomed, Han Lei unexpectedly elevated for a shot. Prepared for the moment, Hill leapt to block, but Han Lei, in midair, recognized that there was no feasible way to adjust his shooting trajectory to align with the basket. He comprehended Phil's strategy and awkwardly adjusted the ball at the rim. With a resounding clang, the ball ricocheted high into the air. The Suns seized the rebound and were poised to launch an offense, only to be astonished that the Lakers had already completed their defensive transition, with no one applying pressure to Nash's reception. Nash smoothly brought the ball into the front court, continuously leveraging screens to seek opportunities. Suddenly, he slipped past the baseline, with Blake closely trailing behind. Nash leaped for a reverse layup, while Han Lei, standing under the basket. Surprisingly extended his hand in a feigned attempt to block. However, Nash's intention to go left before veering right had already been anticipated by Han Lei. After an apparent interception, Han Lei swiftly darted beyond the three-point line. What? Nash's deceptive shot turned into a genuine pass, as he obediently directed the ball towards Han Lei's running trajectory. Han Lei abruptly pivoted and executed a clean steal. At this moment, Shannon Brown had already sprinted to the front court, simultaneously gesturing upward. Han Lei smiled faintly, predicting the ball's landing point as he passed it, which was the most favorable position next to the rim. With a resounding clang, Shannon Brown completed a flawless alley-oop dunk. The usually composed Phil rose to his feet, leading the applause, as the Lakers bench erupted in fervor once more. Nash, hailed as the son of the wind, moved across the court like a breeze, unpredictably transitioning from left to right, only to be successfully intercepted at the critical moment by a fledgling player from Huaxia, leaving the spectators in disbelief. Some even took out their phones to search for information about Han Lei, intrigued by this Chinese player. In the following possessions, Nash opted for individual offense, consistently hitting his shots. However, under the Lakers' time-consuming strategy during their offensive moments, the Suns found themselves trailing by 3 points in the final possession, leading them to resort to a tactical foul. The Lakers executed their free throws with composure, while the Suns failed to secure any opportunities, ultimately losing the game 106-114. As the game concluded, a sudden outburst erupted from the Phoenix fans, with one exclaiming, "You yellow-skinned fool." The repressed fans exploded, knowing that it was the Lakers who had eliminated the Suns in the playoffs last season, eventually claiming the championship. There was a long-standing rivalry between the two teams. Perhaps they could accept it if it were under Kobe's influence, but what was this Chinese rookie doing? The Phoenix fans, known for their fierceness, began surging towards the court, prompting security personnel to hastily form a barrier. Among the fans, the loudest was a towering white man, nearly 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles clearly indicating his athletic prowess. Despite 3 security guards desperately trying to restrain him, it was evident that he was about to break through their lines. 2 security guards approached the Lakers bench, exchanged a few words with Phil, and then Phil stood up. "Let us go?" Accustomed to grand spectacles, Phil remained unperturbed as he issued tactical retreat instructions to his players. Meanwhile, several security personnel were already maintaining order along the path to the players' tunnel. But where is Han Lei? Suddenly, Arteis scratched his head and glanced around. His teammates were present, yet Han Lei was conspicuously absent. Turning back, Arteis was taken aback. What does this kid intend to do? There stood Han Lei in the center of the court, defiantly facing the cacophony from all sides, and the throng of fans relentlessly surging against the line of security. Chapter 23. Han Lei's defiance. What is this kid up to? Ron, Barnes, bring him back. Phil glanced back, a hint of exasperation evident in his voice. Ron Artest and Barnes, the Lakers' formidable enforcers and Kobe's staunch protectors, had been entrusted by Phil Jackson with the critical task of retrieving the oddly behaving Han Lei. They quickly made their way back, with a cold smirk emerging on Barnes's face. Has this lad from Huaxia lost his mind? The security personnel on the court also noticed Han Lei, standing foolishly in the center circle, and were momentarily stunned. "Hey, Huaxia kid, if you don't want to get hurt, you better leave quickly. Every second you linger here, chaos will ensue, and we won't be able to protect you. Hurry up," the head of security shouted. Yet, it seemed Han Lei was oblivious to the warnings, as he picked up a basketball from the ground and began to dribble it. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of the basketball striking the court unexpectedly silenced the raucous spectators. What is this Huaxia kid thinking? Damn it, he is still dribbling? Has he gone mad? The fans couldn't help but exclaim. Meanwhile, Huaxia fans watching from their televisions and computers were filled with anxiety for Han Lei. Han Lei, you must leave quickly. It's too dangerous to stay. Most viewers, perched on the edges of their sofas, had stopped chewing their snacks, as if witnessing a UFO. Such a scene was unprecedented. Typically, conflicts during NBA games revolve around players shoving each other amid the chaos of whistles, cheers, and interventions. Yet here stood the Huaxia man, alone on the court after his teammates had exited, unfazed as he continued to dribble the ball. What on earth does this kid intend to accomplish? Sun Ling stood at the sidelines, having developed a relatively familiar friendship with Han Lei. Yet, throughout their acquaintance, Han Lei seldom spoke of his personal life, often focusing solely on basketball and Huaxia, leaving her perplexed about his thoughts. At that moment, Sun Ling found Han Lei's actions even more bewildering. She clutched her phone tightly, its incessant vibrations failing to divert her attention. Her gaze remained fixed on Han Lei, who was at the center of a frenzied crowd of thousands of irate fans hurling insults and shaking their fists at him, with security struggling to maintain order. Amidst the cacophony of hostility directed at him, Han Lei remained remarkably composed, rhythmically bouncing the ball in the center circle, seemingly indifferent to the surrounding animosity. The burly fans, who had previously insulted him with derogatory remarks about his Asian heritage, were both astonished and enraged. If Han Lei had chosen to flee, it might have been excusable. But his defiance was a blatant disregard for the Phoenix supporters. The fans, known for their fiery tempers, had never been subjected to such contempt. Suddenly, Han Lei raised his hand and tossed the ball high into the air, sending it soaring to a height of 30 meters. The crowd fell silent, their eyes riveted on the ball suspended in the sky. What was that posture? Observant fans noted that Han Lei had taken a step back, bending one leg, extending his left hand forward while his right hand mimicked the action of drawing something back. Was he aiming to shoot an arrow? What was this Huaxia kid up to? At that moment, Han Lei assumed the stance of an archer, seemingly targeting the first white fan who had insulted him. What was this yellow-skinned fool doing? Murmured one fan. Are they still savages, stuck in their nomadic ways? Some fans began to chuckle at the absurdity of the scene. As the ball began to descend in a graceful arc, Han Lei's right hand, which had been poised to release an imaginary arrow, suddenly let go. It was as if he believed he held an unseen arrow, aimed at his prey, and released it with precision. As he lowered his bow, Han Lei turned away, reminiscent of a three-point shot by a future Stephen Curry. With a dull thud, the ball struck the head of the white fan who had called Han Lei a pig, bouncing back up several meters. The burly man, clutching his head as he lay on the ground, surprisingly remained conscious despite his size and athleticism. He threw the ball back at the fan. Security. Are you going to just stand by? Quickly apprehend him. This kid is far too arrogant. He deserves to be taken down. My blade is eager for action. No one is leaving today. Do they think the Phoenix fans are easy prey? Han Lei's recent actions have stirred the emotions of the fans even further, with some individuals breaching security to impart a lesson to this audacious young man from Huaxia. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang, seated before his computer, oscillated between concern and amusement. Clenching his fist, Han Lei has unleashed a move reminiscent of Ho Yi shooting the suns. Truly impressive. But he must flee quickly. Hey, Arteist is coming. Quickly, escort Han Lei away. It's too perilous for him to remain here. This audacious act of Ho Yi shooting the suns instantly ignited the passion of Huaxia fans. Such references have been frequently echoed by fans since Yao Ming entered the NBA, with phrases like "the Rockets have launched successfully," "the Rockets scorched the Lakers," and "the Rockets extinguished the Heat." Now, the seemingly impassive Han Lei has executed a live rendition of the sun shooting. Well done, Han Lei, shoot another arrow. Wow. The sharpshooter excels not only in shooting but also in throwing people around. Truly a marksman. With Ho Yi's success, Han Lei has become legendary. At this moment, Barnes and Arteist hurriedly arrived, supporting Han Lei's arms as they whisked him away from the court. In the locker room, Phil observed the trio's return, their bodies marked with splashes of various beverages, appearing quite disheveled. Barnes and Arteist bore expressions of misfortune, yet there was a hint of excitement in their eyes. In contrast, Han Lei remained remarkably composed, almost with a touch of pride. All right, go wash up and change, Phil commanded with a sweep of his hand, simultaneously signaling Fisher. The teammates, eager to interrogate Han Lei, were promptly shooed away by Phil for a shower. Clearly, Phil decided to handle the situation with a cool demeanor. Fisher, complying with Phil, was the first to enter the shower. As he stepped into the privacy of the space, a mix of amusement and exasperation crossed his face. The old man is plotting against me again, Fisher mused inwardly. In the second match, the Lakers faced off against the Suns, where Han Lei delivered an outstanding performance, securing 15 points, 4 blocks, and 3 steals. For a rookie, these statistics are remarkably impressive, especially considering his shooting efficiency of 6 out of 8 attempts. However, this achievement was overshadowed by another incident, the Lakers rookie angrily confronting a fan. The media in the United States made a sensational spectacle of this event. Numerous fans began to inundate the Lakers' official website, as Han Lei did not possess a Twitter or Facebook account, leaving fans to comment on the official site. This rookie's behavior is truly disgraceful. I suggest the league impose a severe penalty, akin to the suspension given to Arteist after the brawl at the Palace. A season-long ban would serve him well, teaching him to behave properly. His temperament is far too volatile. Which player has faced boos from away crowds? Those who are easily angered often lack confidence, and it is evident that this player Han Lei harbors feelings of inadequacy. Goodness, I can't believe my eyes. He actually lashed out at a fan, a mere rookie, who gave him the audacity. The Lakers are filled with pride, yet they cannot tolerate the jeers of away fans. The next time he arrives in Phoenix, I shall certainly confront him at the entrance of his hotel, ensuring he comprehends the fervor of Phoenix fans. Naturally, a small faction of fans has expressed admiration for Han Lei. This player exhibits remarkable shooting consistency. His statistics this time are commendable. And Phil confidently orchestrated the fourth quarter around him. I shall keep an eye on this young talent from Huaxia, eager to see how far he can ascend in his career. As for his impulsive outburst towards the fans, well, I find his character intriguing, observing his fluid shooting. I initially perceived him as a composed player, unaware of his fervent passion. It seems he diverges from the typical demeanor of Eastern players. Yao Ming, for instance, lacks such fiery temperament. Phil Jackson convened an impromptu meeting on the bus, with Brian Shaw wearing a serious expression. He imparted guidance to Han Lei, who refrained from any defense, attentively absorbing Shaw's words. Listen, Han Lei, your actions were excessive and impulsive. It is quite normal for away fans to hurl insults, fortunately. Your impetuosity occurred after the game had concluded. Had it transpired during the match, you might have faced ejection, and the team could have easily suffered a loss as a consequence. Han Lei listened quietly, revealing no signs of joy or sorrow. Phil Jackson, sipping on bottled water, appeared rather indifferent to the meeting he had organized, as if he merely intended to fulfill a formality. I have come to understand that I must remain composed in the future and absolutely avoid conflicts with fans, Han Lei nodded. But what of it? Basketball is inherently a man-esque sport. It is in a man's nature to act impulsively, and sometimes a team requires such fervor. Just ask Artest. To everyone's surprise, Barnes spoke up, unexpectedly defending Han Lei. Artest, wearing an awkward expression, remarked, "Hey, everyone does impulsive things when they are young." Over the years, Artest had tempered his fiery temperament considerably, yet his presence still commanded respect, and players were seldom inclined to provoke him. He seemed content to play the role of the amicable gentleman. "Barnes, mind your attitude," Brian Shaw admonished, his face darkening. Ahem, Han Lei was in the wrong. He must be more mindful in the future. Furthermore, let this serve as a lesson for everyone to maintain composure in upcoming games. Now, let us adjourn. Phil Jackson interjected unexpectedly, bringing the brief internal meeting of less than 10 minutes to a close. Everyone understood that this meeting was merely a formality, intended to provide a semblance of accountability to the Lakers management and the league. Previously, during the post-game press conference, Phil had publicly reprimanded Han Lei for his actions, vowing to address the matter seriously. It seemed this short meeting sufficed for that purpose. Phil knew well that the Lakers would not impose any substantial punishment on Han Lei. But the pressing question remained: how would the league respond? Meanwhile, the league office had already initiated an investigation into the incident, and soon, the findings were revealed. A white fan named John had insulted Han Lei with derogatory remarks and incited other fans to riot, attempting to storm the court to confront Han Lei. However, Han Lei did not retreat. Instead, he retaliated with a basketball, striking John on the head, fortunately without causing injury. The investigators from the league office reported the situation, prompting the league executives to deliberate on potential disciplinary actions against Han Lei. During this discussion, the phone of a black referee rang. It was Fisher. Put the call on speaker. I am aware you are discussing how to handle Han Lei, and as the president of the Players Union, I have the right to voice my opinion. On the team bus, Phil Jackson and Fisher sat together, the former managing a rare smile. Clearly, sending Fisher to communicate with the league was a strategy Phil had long considered. Esteemed league officials, this is Derek Fisher. I trust you have thoroughly investigated the circumstances surrounding the incident. I have no additional comments. I merely wish to pose a question. What would the repercussions be if the roles were reversed and a black individual was subjected to racial slurs? The gathering of a dozen alliance members, including referees, fell into a profound silence. In the United States, any act of discrimination against black individuals inevitably stirs a considerable uproar. Even within the predominantly black NBA arenas, numerous players rise to voice their dissent, and some may even refuse to participate in the games. Regardless of the veracity of the discriminatory incidents or statements, this group is quick to escalate matters, much like in China, where discrimination against women is met with public support for the victims. It seems that everyone is acutely aware of the repercussions of racial discrimination against black individuals. But what of the yellow race? Given that the NBA is a global commercial league, A double standard that allows discrimination against yellow individuals while fearing repercussions for discriminating against black individuals would be met with ridicule. Moreover, behind Han Lei stands the immense Chinese market. Since the NBA, thanks to Yao Ming, opened its doors to China, the league's profitability has undoubtedly surged. Fisher continued to eloquently express his thoughts, while Phil Jackson nodded in approval, clearly impressed by his prodigy's oratory skills that had led him to the position of union president. As the bus approached the airport, ready for boarding, Fisher succinctly summarized his points. As the president of the Players' Union, I urge the league office to carefully consider the punishment for Han Lei, of course. The Lakers have already administered stern criticism internally. All right, Derek, Fisher, share your suggestion, remarked a black executive from the league office as he approached the phone. My recommendation is to put this matter to rest, and for Phoenix to penalize that discriminatory fan by banning him from the arena for 3 years. Fisher asserted decisively. What? Are you suggesting we simply move on? That cannot be. At the very least, Han Lei should receive an additional technical foul. The black executive expressed his astonishment. Fine. It's settled then. An additional technical foul for Han Lei, Fisher concluded before hanging up the phone. Inside the bus, the players exchanged bewildered glances, seemingly in awe of Fisher's deep understanding of Phil's teachings and his familiarity with the writings of the insightful thinker. When you wish to open a window but fear descent, you must first propose to remove the roof. This way, others will compromise and allow you to open the window. Chapter 25. The Lakers' sincerity as dawn broke over the Staples Center in Los Angeles. Han Lei, having completed his morning routine, felt invigorated. The arena was enveloped in tranquility. Kobe was absent that day, leaving Han Lei to contemplate honing his ball-handling skills in solitude. Regarding shooting, Han Lei's ability to predict trajectories allowed him to score effortlessly when unguarded. However, when faced with defenders, he found it essential to employ feints or demonstrate agile ball control to create space. Currently, he was entirely unfamiliar with the art of deception, and his proficiency in ball handling, reminiscent of Allen Iverson, was lacking. In the previous match against Nash, a master of steals, he had indeed been apprehensive. And were it not for his trajectory prediction skills, he would have been stripped of the ball numerous times. Each time he perceived the ball veering towards an area beyond his control, he promptly adjusted his dribbling frequency or angle. To a certain extent, this could be regarded as a form of foresight. Nevertheless, as Han Lei sat on the plane post-match, he felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. This only solidified his resolve to refine his ball-handling techniques. Relying solely on trajectory prediction imposed immense strain both mentally and physically. At that moment, he practiced dribbling 2 balls simultaneously with both hands, keeping them low, envisioning Nash defending right in front of him, occasionally switching the ball between his hands. Hey, young man, do you need assistance with your training? A voice suddenly interrupted. Han Lei ceased his ball control, noticing the security captain standing a short distance behind him, a plastic bag in hand. Ah, it is indeed pleasant to receive assistance. My gratitude is extended. Han Lei wore a face of skepticism, for this security captain had consistently regarded him with disdain. This is the breakfast I purchased. There is a portion for you as well. It is rather hot at the moment, so I shall join you in some training while we share a bite. The security captain beamed with a broad smile. Han Lei nodded, contemplating that he had evidently established a certain standing within the Lakers, not solely due to his performance on the court but also owing to his tenacious demeanor off it. It seemed that the NBA was a realm where only the formidable could thrive. The weaker ones were destined for disdain, a sentiment even the security personnel seemed to share. On that day, devoid of any matches, Brian Shaw awoke to directives from Phil Jackson, prompting him to venture to Staples Center in search of Han Lei. He discovered Han Lei, drenched in perspiration, seated on the court sharing a meal with the head of security. This sight took him by surprise, however. A knowing smile crept upon his lips, for it appeared that Han Lei had long since acclimated to such transformations. Han Lei, the league office has issued your penalty. An additional technical foul has been added. Here is the notification. Would you care to take a look? Han Lei took a sip of milk, washing down the crumbs of bread in his mouth. No need. You can hold on to it for me. By the way, if I recall correctly, a technical foul incurs a fine, right? Yes, $1,000. However, you need not be concerned. Phil has already covered it for you. It seems he has no intention of asking for repayment, and you shouldn't feel indebted to him. Just focus on playing well. Brian Shaw folded the penalty documents a few times before tucking them into his pocket. He then turned to the security captain. Hey, have you had enough to eat? Yes. Yes. I'll grab some tools over there and tidy up the court." The security captain promptly understood and left. Brian Shaw watched his retreating figure and patted Han Lei on the shoulder, signaling for them to sit down and converse. "So, how do you feel about these 2 games?" Brian Shaw asked with a warm smile. "Very good. I believe I am fully capable of establishing myself in the NBA," Han Lei replied, wiping his mouth. "Indeed. I think so too. In fact, I believe you can not only secure your position here, but could even rise to the pinnacle of the sport. Trust me, with dedication. Both accolades and wealth will be within your reach." Brian Shaw's faith in Han Lei was evident, his demeanor exceptionally sincere. "More encouragement would be appreciated. But please hold me to high standards in the future," Han Lei said succinctly, clearly aware that Brian Shaw had yet to address the crux of the matter. "Yes, you will become a superstar akin to Kobe. However, I wish to inquire about your plans moving forward, specifically your choices for the next season," Brian Shaw said earnestly. "Well, that's difficult to say at this point, as I have only played 2 games. It feels a bit premature to consider next season. Please allow me to take it step by step, game by game." Han Lei pondered momentarily before articulating an ambiguous response. He comprehended that Brian Shaw was inquiring about his career aspirations, specifically whether he would renew his contract with the Lakers for the upcoming season. Naturally, this was contingent upon his performance in the initial 2 games of the current season. Han Lei, however, was reluctant to make a definitive statement too soon, as doing so would diminish his leverage in negotiations with the Lakers. Brian Shaw narrowed his eyes, realizing that this young man exhibited remarkable maturity. Indeed, Han Lei's reasoning was sound, considering that the season had only just commenced. Since Han Lei was selected by the Lakers, he has yet to hire an agent. Not due to financial reasons, as certain agents have privately reached out to him, indicating their willingness to defer payment until the second season. Han Lei aspires to be a quintessential basketball player, dedicating his efforts to the court rather than seeking monetary gain off it. If he desires to augment his income in the future, he may consider hiring an agent at that time. At this moment, Brian Shaw has broached the subject of contract renewal, necessitating a direct discussion with Han Lei himself. However, this is not solely his own initiative, but rather a directive from the venerable Mr. Buss. Over the years, Mr. Buss, as the owner of the Lakers, has adeptly managed the operations of the team. Although he has recently been unwell, he has been informed by Phil Jackson regarding Han Lei's remarkable talents. Mr. Buss has expressed a strong desire to retain this player, ensuring that he does not depart for other teams once his 2-year rookie contract concludes. Thus, it is only fitting to extend the team's earnest intentions in advance. As a second-round rookie, Han Lei is bound by a 2-year rookie contract, with the second year being a team option. The team option implies that the franchise has the discretion to decide whether to exercise the predetermined salary for the second year, which, it must be noted, is rather meager. Should Han Lei express his desire to continue his tenure with the Lakers, Coach Buss would not hesitate to forego the team option and offer a mid-level contract lasting 3 to 5 years to retain him. Phil Jackson conveyed this matter to Brian Shaw, who, though initially taken aback, soon found solace in it. After all, Han Lei had performed remarkably well in his first 2 games, hitting a game-winning shot against the Rockets and engaging in a fierce duel with Nash. Furthermore, Shaw had closely observed Han Lei's training performance as an assistant coach and recognized that he genuinely merited a mid-level contract. This evaluation is not solely based on his on-court prowess. Off the court, Han Lei's connection to the vast Chinese market is also a significant draw for the Lakers. Kobe, as a Lakers player, has garnered a massive fan base in China, which has been advantageous for the team. Hence, the presence of Han Lei, as a fellow Chinese, would undoubtedly enhance the team's visibility both locally and within the broader NBA sphere. Brian Shaw empathized with Han Lei's aspirations, as he perceived a sense of purity in him. He is a quintessential athlete. After a brief discussion about the future, Shaw suddenly recalled something and inquired, "Are you still residing in the arena? This cannot be a sustainable arrangement. Phil and I can petition the team to advance your salary for this year." In his inaugural year, Han Lei's salary exceeded $200,000. After tax deductions, he took home over $1 million, sufficient to procure an apartment exceeding 200 square meters in Los Angeles. Brian Shaw, striving to retain talent for the team, also aimed to nurture this promising rookie. This was indeed commendable. Han Lei pondered for a moment and smiled, contemplating the allure of having a home of his own. Chapter 26. Technical foul incident. After concluding his conversation with Han Lei in the morning, Brian Shaw promptly sought out Johnson to discuss advancing Han Lei's salary. Johnson readily acquiesced. As the first in Lakers history, Johnson dedicated himself to the team post-retirement, diligently working to retain talent. Naturally, he would not refuse to extend a courtesy to Han Lei, ensuring the rookie's presence on the team. Soon, Han Lei received the delightful news regarding his forthcoming salary, uplifting his spirits considerably. According to NBA regulations, salaries are typically dispersed on the 1st and 15th of each month, adhering to a staggered payment system. However, the Lakers, known for their humanity, unanimously agreed to provide a lump sum payment to accommodate their rookie, albeit under strict confidentiality. This resolution alleviated Han Lei's predicament of having no place to stay. Simultaneously, news of Han Lei's additional technical foul had surfaced, sparking discussions among fans. In America, some viewed his actions favorably, considering Han Lei's response as a direct rebuke to a racist spectator, standing up for individuals of Asian descent. Conversely, others criticized the league's leniency, arguing that conflicts between players and fans are never beneficial, as fans are the lifeblood of the players. A lack of stringent repercussions for Han Lei could potentially alienate the fan base. Nevertheless, local players in Los Angeles felt a sense of vindication, especially since the Suns had recently clashed with them in the playoffs, leaving lingering animosity between the teams. Comments on the Lakers' official website praised Han Lei's actions, with many fans urging him to register on Twitter or Facebook, vowing to be his first followers. In the Los Angeles Herald, a veteran journalist, once requested by Barnes to delete footage, placed his press release on the editor's desk. The editor, pipe in mouth and press release in hand, nodded approvingly, his meticulously groomed mustache curling at the corners of his mouth. "Well done, let us publish this." The photograph is particularly striking. The press release featured a photo of Han Lei amidst the Phoenix crowd, seemingly besieged, with fervent fans appearing to implore to tear him apart. In contrast, Han Lei's stance, poised to strike against the boisterous white fan, evoked the image of a warrior claiming victory amidst chaos. During a broadcast break, coaches Zhang and Yang, engrossed in tactical discussions, unexpectedly diverted their conversation to Han Lei. Indeed, the NBA's decision to impose an additional technical foul on Han Lei was a rather intriguing development. In light of past instances, it would not be excessive to suggest that Han Lei deserves a 3-game suspension. Indeed, to my surprise, he was merely issued a technical foul. Hua, what is your perspective? Yang Hua adjusted her glasses, inwardly lamenting how Director Zhang abruptly shifted the topic to Han Lei without any transitional phrases, even soliciting her opinion. How delightful. This is precisely the kind of discourse that fans of Huaxiao appreciate. Yang Hua responded with a few casual remarks. Indeed, I received news regarding this matter last night. My network is quite extensive, as you might imagine. Upon hearing this, I felt that the NBA officials possessed a modicum of understanding. Just consider it. If they do not cater to us, we will render their broadcasting duties unmanageable. Director Zhang was animated, and despite being over 60, he spoke with the vigor of a youth when discussing Huaxiao players. Yang Hua desperately suppressed the urge to wipe the spittle from her face, repeatedly affirming, "Yes, yes, indeed." After witnessing Director Zhang's lengthy monologue, she seized the opportunity to redirect the conversation. "All right, as we resume, LeBron James is controlling the ball. This year, the Heat have just assembled their trio of stars, and it seems they are still in the process of finding their rhythm. After all, both James and Wade are ball-dominant players. How should their distribution of possession be managed for optimal performance? What are your insights, Director Zhang?" Yes, the Heat's trio this year requires a primary ball handler. But James monopolizes the ball too much. He struggles to play off the ball. In fact, he could take a page from Nash's book and offer more opportunities to the big man down low, Director Zhang elucidated, adjusting his tone. Upon hearing Nash's name, Yang Hua felt an unsettling sensation, her heart sinking, and indeed, Director Zhang continued, that Nash, in the last match against Han Lei, they truly engaged in a fierce battle. Especially in the fourth quarter, it was a relentless exchange, with both players refusing to yield. Although Nash has aged, he is a 2-time MVP. After all, he is no amateur. The fact that Han Lei could hold his own against him is quite remarkable. Ahem. The director, off camera, coughed a few times, signaling to Director Zhang that he had strayed from the topic. After all, they were currently covering a game involving the Heat. Numerous fans of LeBron had already begun to flood the comments with requests for Director Zhang to focus on the game at hand rather than digress. Director Zhang, slightly embarrassed, chuckled and finally redirected his attention back to the ongoing match. The director, having observed Zhang's return to the topic, finally relaxed, returning to the broadcasting studio and pouring himself a cup of tea. This director, surnamed Wan, was a veteran employee of Penguin Company, nearing 50 years of age. He had spent half his life in the director's chair yet remained unappreciated by his superiors. The reason for this was his overly conventional approach and lack of understanding of how to entertain the masses, coupled with his naturally cautious demeanor, contrasting sharply with the more exuberant director Zhang, who was over 10 years his senior. Such a disposition is challenging to thrive in an era dominated by entertainment. Director Wan meticulously wiped the table when suddenly his phone rang. It was a call from his daughter. "Hello? My dear, what is the matter?" "I'm quite busy at the moment." The director, Wan, covered his mouth and lowered his voice, saying, "Dad, is Director Zhang in your studio?" A melodious voice of a young girl chimed in. "Yes, what is the matter?" "Director Zhang often interviews on-site at the NBA, and I was hoping you could ask him for an autographed photo of Han Lei for me." "What? Are you suggesting that I use my professional connections for your personal request?" Wan questioned, both amused and exasperated. "It's not a big deal. I believe my dad is capable of anything. I'm leaving this to you." After his daughter hung up, Wan rubbed his head in contemplation, pondering. Has Han Lei really gained such immense influence now? Chapter 27. Curry's ambitions. Han Lei is diligently preparing for the upcoming match against the Warriors. He has been reviewing game footage and analyzing strategies, embodying the adage that a soldier who does not aspire to be a general is not a good soldier. He aims to adopt the coach's perspective in his analysis. Phil recently engaged him in casual conversation, not only confirming the arrival of his salary, but also inquiring about his strategy for facing the Warriors. Han Lei pondered for a moment, resting his chin on his hand, and remarked, "Is there still a need for strategy? The Warriors' interior defense is exceedingly feeble. Although Bynum is recovering from an injury, Gasol and Odom can undoubtedly dominate the paint against them. Moreover, with Stephen Curry's participation uncertain and relying solely on Ellis, they stand no chance." Phil, upon hearing this, chuckled heartily and patted Han Lei on the shoulder. Han Lei truly seems to possess an uncanny understanding of the situation. In reality, Phil hardly paid any heed to the upcoming match against the Warriors, delegating the tactical arrangements entirely to Brian Shaw. This year's Warriors are notably underwhelming. Curry is beset by injuries, while Thompson and Green have yet to step onto the NBA stage. The Warriors have become a quintessential underdog. Now, Han Lei. The Warriors have introduced a young talent from China named Jeremy Lin as their point guard. Are you willing to face him on the court? Last season, Lin participated in the Summer League as an undrafted player, and at the season's outset, the Warriors signed him to compensate for Curry's frail condition. Han Lei has indeed studied Lin's gameplay, finding it rather unremarkable. It matters not. I do not play merely for the sake of notoriety. I am aware that the media has begun promoting the concept of a Sino Derby, reminiscent of my previous encounters with Yao Ming's Rockets. My sole objective is to perform well in the game. Ah, your mindset is commendable. Sometimes, a tranquil disposition is essential in competition. Much like the cultivation system in your homeland, one must maintain a steady heart, Phil remarked with a smile. Han Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Phil's profound understanding of Chinese culture was indeed impressive, indicating that the title of Zen Master was well-deserved. At Los Angeles Airport, a plane from Golden State thunderously landed, where the Warriors Monta Ellis and Curry were engaged in casual banter, awaiting the aircraft to come to a complete stop. It settled in. Today I shall show that Chinese lad a thing or two. Even if I can't secure a victory in this match, I will certainly make a bold impression on his rookie season, making it much easier to persuade him to join us in the future. However, Ellis pondered, as he meticulously coiled his headphone wire and stuffed it into his backpack. Honestly, why do you hold such high hopes for this newcomer after just 2 games? I cannot quite articulate it. Perhaps it is the instinct of a shooter? Curry replied, reflecting on the footage he had seen of Han Lei. His shooting rhythm is truly lacking, yet his accuracy is astonishingly high. I once viewed a training video of the Lakers through a journalist friend, and no matter the rhythm Han Lei employed, he seemed to sink shots effortlessly. I even feel as though he does not need to seek a shooting rhythm at all. Curry rested his chin on his hand, musing, as he recalled each shot Han Lei took in the video. As a shooter himself, he sensed an odd dissonance in Han Lei's shooting style, yet he could not pinpoint the source of this peculiarity. After much persuasion, the team doctor finally convinced Curry to sit out this game. However, he still traveled with the team to Los Angeles to observe Han Lei up close. Of course, he harbored intentions of recruiting Han Lei. Despite his youthful demeanor, Curry possessed an ambition for championship glory. To alter the warrior's fortunes, he needed to seek out formidable allies. And Han Lei was one of his subjects of scrutiny. At that moment, the warrior's leader was Evans, who, after listening to Curry's insights regarding Han Lei, resolved to confront the Chinese player directly whenever he took the court, ensuring that the young talent would experience the taste of being suppressed. This philosophy of subduing a wild horse by riding it until exhaustion was a concept Evans firmly believed in. Curry had perfectly inherited this mindset, unaware that it would eventually lead to the emergence of a tall, slender forward wielding a phone and backpack years later. After exchanging a few more words, the plane came to a halt, and they entrusted their bags to Jeremy Lin before disembarking. Lin, unfazed, effortlessly carried the luggage of several teammates, following them with a relaxed demeanor. As the warriors stepped off the plane, another aircraft bound for China had just taken flight. Inside the cabin sat numerous compatriots, all feeling a sense of warmth upon seeing familiar faces, even among strangers, as they conversed in their native language. A young man in his 20s, nearly 9 meters tall, clad in designer attire and wearing headphones, entered the cabin. Upon spotting a Chinese girl next to him with a troubled expression, his eyes brightened. "Hello. My name is Zhang De." The young man politely extended his hand. The Chinese girl, seemingly burdened with thoughts, hesitated for a moment before rising to shake his hand. "Hello. My name is Sun Ling." This young woman was indeed Sun Ling. 2 days prior, after watching the Lakers vs. Suns game, she noticed several missed calls from her father on her phone. Even after the match, she found herself reminiscing about Han Lei's heroic stance, feeling a thrill coursing through her. When she returned her father's call, just as she was about to extol the virtues of Han Lei, her father delivered some unfortunate news. A middle-aged man had nearly succumbed to a heart attack in the sports hall her father had recently opened. Although he was resuscitated, the man sued her father, claiming that the sports hall lacked an emergency physician. While the financial implications of the lawsuit were minor, the ensuing publicity had drastically affected the hall's business, with several patrons demanding refunds. For Sun Ling's ambitious father, this was a devastating blow. Moreover, having borrowed substantial sums from banks and private institutions, a lack of profits for 3 consecutive months would make it impossible for him to repay his loans, potentially leading to imprisonment. Consequently, her father hastily summoned Sun Ling home, hoping she could apply for a loan in her name to alleviate their immediate crisis, with the intention of transferring the loan to his name once the lawsuit was resolved and the business stabilized. Although Sun Ling felt uneasy about this arrangement, she felt powerless. After all, he was her father. Regardless, she decided to return home, for her mother had passed away 5 years prior, and as her father's only daughter, she felt it her duty to support him through this hardship. As the plane ascended, a young man named Zhang De, seated beside Sun Ling, occasionally glanced at the girl wearied by her concerns, and he found himself captivated. He initiated a casual conversation, and after sharing a few jokes, he managed to lift some of the gloom from Sun Ling's heart. Chapter 28. Han Lei's eloquence. The hype surrounding the Warriors vs. Lakers matchup had reached a fever pitch. The day before the game, director Zhang, serving as a live commentator for Penguin Sports, had already arrived at a hotel in Los Angeles. He called Han Lei, hoping to arrange a pre-game interview. When he suggested meeting Han Lei at the Staples Center, Han Lei promptly declined. Director Zhang, as a venerable figure in Chinese basketball, "It is I who should come to pay my respects," he replied, his tone exceedingly respectful. Having been deeply influenced by Confucian ideals, he understood that he must hold Director Zhang in high regard, both for his status and age. "Ah, that's splendid. My hotel room is." The old rascal was quite unreserved, immediately divulging his room number in anticipation of Han Lei's visit. Upon hearing this, Han Lei felt a surge of joy and promptly proceeded to freshen up and change his attire. The camera crew and lighting technicians were fully prepared, and Director Zhang glanced at his watch, noting that Han Lei would arrive in half an hour. He felt quite pleased and took a few leisurely steps in the hotel lobby. Stephen Curry of the Warriors observed Director Zhang, noting his robust physique, nimble movements, and large hands, and immediately discerned that this seasoned gentleman was indeed an expert in his field. A recollection surfaced in his mind of last year's game against the Rockets, where this very man had been present on the sidelines. Curry turned to Lin Shihao behind him, took his backpack, and whispered a few words in his ear. "Hello, I am Lin Shihao. You must be Director Zhang." Lin approached respectfully to greet him. His command of Mandarin was lacking, so he opted to converse in English. Director Zhang, unfazed, displayed a warm demeanor. "Hello. It is a pleasure to finally meet you," he replied with a cheerful smile. After exchanging pleasantries, Lin Shihao inquired, "You are here today for tomorrow's game, correct?" "Indeed, however. I also need to interview Han Lei shortly. By the way, do you have some free time? If we could arrange for both of you to be interviewed together, it would be quite splendid. In fact, many fans in China are eager to follow your journey." Director Zhang responded with brightening eyes. "Well, I fear I must consult with the coach first. We might be having an internal meeting soon to discuss strategies against the Lakers for tomorrow's match. How about this? If you could provide me with your room number, I will certainly visit if I find some spare time," Lin said, scratching his nose, somewhat hesitant. "No worries, haha. After all, you are a rookie. Sometimes, circumstances are beyond your control." Director Zhang understood and expressed a sympathetic look, recognizing the young player's limited authority. In Director Zhang's room, Han Lei arrived as scheduled. Noticing the tea that had already been brewed on the table, he took a sip and found it to be jasmine tea, which pleased him greatly. "I'll take some with me later," Director Zhang said, feeling delighted at Han Lei's satisfaction. As the interview commenced, unlike Director Zhang, the camera and lighting crew had not previously interacted with Han Lei, and they couldn't help but marvel at his remarkably standard Mandarin, which occasionally included some colloquial expletives. It was only after Director Zhang's gentle reminders that Han Lei managed to eliminate the more inappropriate expressions. The staff from the corporate sports team couldn't help but smile. Han Lei's demeanor was quintessentially Chinese, even down to the way he crossed his legs. The interview proceeded smoothly, with Han Lei appearing outwardly humble while subtly exuding a sense of arrogance that earned Director Zhang's admiration. He understood that the video would be broadcast to Chinese fans before the game, allowing them a closer glimpse into Han Lei's character. Once the interview concluded, the staff exited to handle the video editing, leaving Director Zhang and Han Lei to engage in casual conversation. By the way, Yao Ming has been quite reclusive lately. He seemed to recover well from the first game, so why is he now indefinitely sidelined? He hasn't accepted any interviews. Do you have any contact with him? Haha, I am aware that you once dined together, remarked Director Zhang with an air of mystery. Well, I have a vague understanding of the reasons behind it, but I shall keep it under wraps for now. His actions are, in fact, aimed at delivering an even more exceptional performance to the fans, Han Lei replied, skillfully embodying the essence of Tai Chi in his vague responses. Very well, if that is the case, we shall eagerly anticipate his return. Director Zhang refrained from pressing further, suddenly recalling something. By the way, that young journalist from Penguin Sports, I believe her name is Sun Ling. Although she is a part-timer, she has been doing quite well, particularly with her text live broadcasts. However, it seems that Penguin Sports has not assigned her for this live coverage. What could be the reason for that? Director Zhang's gaze became ambiguous. He was aware of the private communications between Han Lei and Sun Ling, and could not help but indulge in some gossip, proving that one's heart may remain youthful even as one grows older. Han Lei scratched his head, displaying a look of astonishment, as he found himself at a loss for words. Han Lei remained focused on the competition, not paying much attention to Sun Ling. Upon reflection, it occurred to him that Sun Ling had not reached out to him in recent days. Perhaps she was preoccupied with her studies. "Oh, really?" Coach Zhang remarked, his expression betraying disbelief, with a hint of mischief in his eyes. This reaction left Han Lei feeling quite exasperated, unable to suppress a chuckle. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted the moment. "Ah, it seems like Shihao has arrived, just in time for a discussion," Coach Zhang stated as he rose to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was somewhat surprised to find that the visitors were Curry and Ellis. "Hello. Is Han Lei here for an interview? Are we interrupting?" Curry inquired politely. "Not at all. Your timing is perfect. Please, come in. The interview has just concluded." Coach Zhang welcomed them warmly. 30 minutes later, Curry and Evans exited Coach Zhang's room. Evans wore a disgruntled expression, while Curry bore a bemused smile. They proceeded to Ellis's room. "That Chinese guy is truly infuriating. Just look at his arrogant demeanor," Ellis exclaimed, kicking the bed in frustration. "Don't be so harsh. Remember, not long after Kobe entered the league, he boldly told Jordan, 'I can take you one-on-one.'" Curry countered, seemingly unfazed. "Kobe? He is a superstar. Ah, what is this Chinese kid compared to him?" Ellis scoffed, determination igniting within him. "Just wait until tomorrow. I'll show him." His defiance was evident, clearly stemming from the earlier provocation he had directed at Han Lei, only to be met with a sharp retort. Curry reminisced about his conversation with Han Lei, recalling how Ellis had arrogantly proclaimed that while the Lakers might win the game, he could never triumph in their individual confrontation. Han Lei, slightly taken aback, had responded, "You wish to match up against a second-round rookie? It seems your self-assessment is quite accurate. This statement ignited a fury within Ellis, who considered himself a star player, yet found himself mocked by this rookie. It is essential to understand that a novice must bow their head and endure when faced with veterans, much like Jeremy Lin, who is currently out to buy burgers for Ellis. Chapter 29. Ellis's subtle moves as anticipated by Coach Zhang. The matchup between the Lakers and the Warriors garnered exceptional attention from fans in Huaxia. Half an hour before the game commenced, the Central Television Network aired a documentary featuring Han Lei and Jeremy Lin, thereby building anticipation for the confrontation between the two teams. Due to the Warriors' official prohibition against Lin accepting interviews, he refrained from accepting Coach Zhang's invitation, offering excuses to decline. In contrast, the interview with Han Lei received widespread acclaim, not only for his fluency in Huaxia, but also for his humility and high emotional intelligence, reminiscent of the great Yao Ming. However, through several interactions, Coach Zhang discerned that Han Lei is not inherently humble. He possesses his own arrogance and ambition, merely choosing not to express it publicly. In terms of ambition, Han Lei and Kobe are strikingly similar, yet Han Lei remains a rookie, still biding his time. As the promotional video aired, comments flooded in below, with many individuals claiming to skip classes or work just to witness Han Lei's performance, urging the Lakers to grant him more playing time. While Coach Zhang reflected on this, he recalled the unexpected visit from Curry and Ellis the previous night. From their conversation, Coach Zhang, a man of considerable experience, sensed a profound interest from both players in Han Lei. Particularly, Curry maintained a tone of inquiry while conversing with Han Lei about shooting techniques. In this regard, one might say that Curry's quest for a championship has led him to seek knowledge from others humbly, and Han Lei seemed to pick up on Curry's overtures, engaging in conversation with a relaxed demeanor. Curry, however, remained unfazed, believing Han Lei's indifference towards the Warriors was only natural, given that he currently resides in a team with significant exposure and a storied legacy like the Lakers. He was confident that as the Warriors gradually strengthened and dominated the league, Han Lei would inevitably flock to them. Conversely, Han Lei harbored different thoughts. He had no desire to rely on a super team, fearing that he would become ensnared in the green formula. As the game commenced, Han Lei did not start, but was instead relegated to the bench by Phil. In this regard, Han Lei remains unfazed, for Phil's strategic deployments are nothing short of enigmatic. The Lakers, true to their status as reigning champions, effortlessly dismantled the Warriors of this era in a mere quarter. With Kobe and Fisher in exceptional form, their perimeter shooting was relentless. Even more formidable was the Lakers' defense, which restricted the Warriors to a mere 2 points in the last 5 minutes of the first quarter, concluding it with a staggering score of 34-14. As the second quarter commenced, Phil, with a decisive wave of his hand, executed a complete lineup change, introducing Han Lei, Blake, Barnes, Walton, and Vujasic in a diminutive ensemble that left many astonished. Such a move could easily be perceived as a slight towards the Warriors. Yet, only Phil comprehended the necessity of affording his key players ample rest during the regular season, reminiscent of Shaquille O'Neal's approach in years past, where he merely coasted through the regular season, reserving his vigor for the playoffs. Otherwise, fatigue would inevitably take its toll. As Han Lei took to the court, the atmosphere among the spectators erupted with fervor. After all, in the vibrant city of entertainment, his previous performances had been nothing short of captivating. Ah, Han Lei has arrived. The pressure now shifts to the Warriors. I wonder when Jeremy Lin will make his appearance, remarked Coach Zhang, his voice laced with palpable excitement. The Lakers sent out a quintet of smaller substitute players, allowing the Warriors to catch their breath as their offense began to find its rhythm. Han Lei, however, did not exhibit much enthusiasm. He seemed somewhat disinterested, merely passing the ball and setting screens, creating opportunities for his teammates instead. 2 minutes into the second quarter, Ellis, seated on the bench, could no longer contain his restlessness and approached the head coach to request to enter the game. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the substitution. "Hey kid, I keep my word. Today, I'm here to give you a lesson," Barnes said, adjusting his waistband as he walked over to Han Lei. "Tighten that up. We wouldn't want you to embarrass yourself." Han Lei glanced down nonchalantly and replied at a leisurely pace. Ellis had learned last night of Han Lei's sharp tongue, realizing that engaging in verbal sparring with him might not be advantageous. Thus, he chose to remain silent. At this moment, Han Lei stretched lazily, as if just awakening from slumber. As the match resumed, Evans was seething with frustration. Within the team, he had adeptly commanded Lin Shihao, Yet when confronted by the proud Han Lei of the Lakers, he felt an instinctive sense of superiority. However, this arrogance was soon challenged by Han Lei's haughty demeanor, igniting a firestorm of anger within Ellis. In the first round, Ellis strategically altered the defensive assignment, switching his opponent to Han Lei, whom he firmly kept behind him. Seizing an opportunity when the referee was distracted, he delivered an elbow to Han Lei. Unfazed, Han Lei took it in stride. Accustomed as he was to Kobe's notorious elbows during practice. "Referee, did you not see that elbow?" Barnes, a master of subtlety, immediately came to Han Lei's defense. The referee, irked by the situation, swiftly signaled a technical foul. With his temper flaring, Barnes approached the referee, attempting to argue his case, but was halted by none other than Han Lei. "It's all right. I'll ensure he pays for it," Han Lei said nonchalantly. On the sidelines, Brian Shaw exhibited a look of approval. It appeared that Barnes, who had always viewed Han Lei as a thorn in his side, had finally come to terms, even standing up for him now, indicating that Han Lei had earned the respect of the veteran players. In the next scene, following the technical free throw, Han Lei boldly positioned himself beside Ellis, signaling a direct confrontation. The other players, perceptive to the unfolding dynamics, stepped aside to grant the two a one-on-one opportunity. Kobe, watching from the sidelines, with a knowing smile, Han Lei's tenacious spirit mirrored his own when he first entered the league. At that time, Kobe was renowned for his staunch perimeter defense, unfazed by any offensive threat. "Bring it on," Evans chuckled, reaching for the ball. Instantly, the basketball found its way into Evans's hands. Unlike Kobe, who focused intently on the offensive player's eyes, using an invisible aura to diminish their confidence, Ellis found it peculiar that Han Lei's gaze was fixed on the ball in his hands. Yet, Han Lei was fully aware, meticulously predicting the ball's next position frame by frame. As Ellis dribbled between his legs and surged forward, Han Lei remained unmoved, having anticipated that Evans would not drive past him, but instead pull back for a shot. Just as Han Lei stood his ground, Ellis collided with him shoulder first, and, utilizing a concealed angle, forcefully pushed against Han Lei's chest. Han Lei immediately lost his balance and took a step back, granting Evans the space to shoot. With a flawless release, the ball swished through the net. The fans in Los Angeles recognized Ellis's unscrupulous tactics and erupted in a chorus of boos. Han Lei observed the ball gracefully sinking into the pocket, and with a gentle pat on his chest, he remained undeterred. Instead, he was invigorated by a profound sense of determination. Such trifles were hardly worthy of concern. When it comes to subtle maneuvers, could anyone surpass Kobe? Chapter 30. A significant lead. Ellis, the player in question, appeared to exhibit rather exaggerated movements. Yang Hua expressed her dissatisfaction from the commentary booth. Unfortunately, referees seldom show favoritism towards rookies. This is a long-standing tradition in the NBA, and Han Lei would need to endure a few more years. Yet, he stood his ground against Ellis, embodying the resolute spirit expected of a defender. As Coach Zhang reflected on Han Lei's brash remarks towards Ellis the previous night, a sense of anxiety gripped him. Rookies are particularly vulnerable to injuries, and should Han Lei fall prey to Ellis's underhanded tactics and be forced to sit out due to injury, it would surely hinder his progress significantly. As the Lakers initiated their offense, the ball naturally found its way into Han Lei's hands. An honorable man does not leave a grudge unavenged. With the players stationed at the corners, the court was left wide open for Han Lei's retribution as he dribbled just beyond the three-point line. Han Lei appeared entirely at ease, seemingly indifferent to the prospect of shooting. His gaze flickered towards the timer on the backboard. "Do you think I would allow you to break through so easily? You would undoubtedly opt for a shot, yet under my defense. Your attempts would only result in clanging off the rim, even if your release was as swift as Curry's," Ellis murmured under his breath, his eyes fixed intently on Han Lei's footwork. Time slipped away, second by second, and as the clock ticked down to the final 5 seconds, Han Lei astonishingly dribbled backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The spectators were left in stunned silence as he approached the mid-court line. Could it be that Han Lei intended to take a gamble from such a distance? How could that be? What was he planning? On the sidelines, Curry vaguely sensed Han Lei's intention, but quickly dismissed the thought. Han Lei leapt gracefully, releasing the ball with a trajectory that was astonishingly high. Could it be? Did he truly attempt a shot from here? Coach Zhang exclaimed in disbelief. Fans of the Huaxia team, gathered before their screens, collectively held their breath. Who would dare to deliberately consume the shot clock and then retreat to the vicinity of the center circle to take a shot? The arc of the ball, its spinning velocity, all conformed to Han Lei's foresight, ultimately descending delicately into the net. The Staples Center erupted with a wave of astonishment. This was nothing short of extraordinary. Throughout NBA history, perhaps no player has exhibited such confidence in their three-point shooting. The manner in which he launched the ball made it seem as though he had animated it, allowing it to find its way into the basket on its own. In an unremarkable internet CAF in Huaxia, a few students suddenly shouted in unison. Their jackets tightly enveloped their uniforms as they huddled around a computer. Engrossed in the live broadcast, upon witnessing Han Lei's miraculous three-pointer, they could no longer contain their excitement. On the Lakers bench, teammates applauded in celebration, yet none were surprised. After all, they had long been accustomed to Han Lei's three-point prowess during practice. Curry, seated on the bench, clenched his fists tightly. He might be capable of making a shot like that, but his success rate would undoubtedly fall below 20%. Yet, Han Lei seemed to possess an unwavering certainty that the shot would succeed. What immense confidence. Evans, stay tight on him next possession. Don't let him shoot. Curry called out to Evans on the court as he regained his composure. Upon hearing this, Han Lei momentarily exhibited a look of astonishment. It is evident that Curry truly deserves his reputation as a maestro of the three-point shot. He comprehends that, under duress, it is exceedingly challenging to execute a successful shot. After all, his offensive arsenal is singular, centered solely around shooting. In contrast, Curry possesses a diverse skill set, excelling not only in shooting but also in his adeptness at penetrating defenses. Moreover, Kobe Bryant stands as a paragon of excellence, endowed with the remarkable ability to execute back-to-the-basket plays, further augmented by his agile footwork and meticulously honed shooting technique, which grants him formidable proficiency in shooting under duress. Han Lei rested his chin on his hand, contemplating for a moment before a look of relief washed over his face, silently praising Curry's keen insight. Ellis, with the ball in hand, launched an offensive. This time, he broke through. Han Lei pressed his body against Evans's, their fierce confrontation palpable. As anticipated, Han Lei felt Ellis's push against his abdomen, causing him to retreat slightly, unable to maintain close proximity to Evans, creating a half-step distance. At that instant, Ellis sensed something peculiar, yet there was no time for further contemplation as he rose for a layup. Han Lei's lips curled into a knowing smile as he soared into the air, delivering a magnificent block that cast a shadow over the court. The basketball sprang forth from the crowd, bounding toward the front court. The trajectory of the ball, a deliberate maneuver by Han Lei, guided him as he sprinted swiftly in its direction, leaving Evans with no opportunity to tug at Han Lei's jersey. Han Lei's figure darted into the center circle, the ball firmly in his grasp. Yet, instead of opting for a layup, he halted just beyond the three-point line, leaping into the air and effortlessly sinking another three-pointer. "Stephen, I shall not grant anyone the opportunity to closely guard me," Han Lei remarked to Curry on the sidelines. The Lakers arena erupted once again, as back-to-back three-pointers ignited the fervor of the fans. The Warriors, facing a staggering 25-point deficit in the second quarter, were compelled to call a timeout. The team had initially believed that with Phil substituting all the starters, they were afforded a prime chance to narrow the gap. But little did they anticipate the emergence of a sharpshooter. How were they to proceed from here? During the timeout, Han Lei glanced toward the Warriors bench, observing the players huddled around their coach, absorbing tactical instructions. He bowed his head, contemplating how he would rectify the situation if he were the Warriors' head coach. Chapter 31. The triumph of rebounds. As the game resumed, the Warriors regained possession. After Ellis inbounded the ball, he swiftly advanced towards the front court. Han Lei, naturally, did not slack off and swiftly followed suit. With Curry absent, Ellis, as the offensive linchpin of the Warriors, had to be closely guarded. They could not afford to grant their opponents any breathing room, even with a substantial lead. Han Lei was not known for his gentlemanly demeanor on the court. During the recent timeout, Curry furrowed his brow. With his exceptional feel for the game, he had already discerned that Han Lei's judgment of basketball trajectories was remarkably astute. Not only in shooting, but also in defending against the opponent's advances, Han Lei demonstrated precise control. Curry urged Ellis to refrain from engaging in one-on-one battles with Han Lei, as the risks of being blocked or stripped were too great. Perhaps a pick-and-roll strategy would be more effective. Although Ellis felt a sense of indignation, even the coach supported Curry's advice, compelling him to nod in agreement. In this offensive play, Ellis utilized a pick from White to find shooting space and effortlessly sank the ball. It seemed that this plan was indeed viable, as Ellis finally relinquished his fixation on Han Lei. On the other hand, as Han Lei had anticipated, Ellis denied him any opportunity to receive the ball. Employing an intensely aggressive defense, Blake found it exceedingly difficult to pass the ball to Han Lei, and his own attempts to drive and score were thwarted. Curry, observing from the sidelines, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared that the Lakers were not accustomed to give-and-go passing. For they were not a team built around three-point shooting, but rather a squad utilizing a spacious triangle offense. The Lakers' offensive flow had ground to a halt. While Ellis repeatedly contributed to his team's success through pick-and-rolls and backdoor cuts, the Warriors' rhythm began to smooth out. By halftime, the deficit had narrowed to just 10 points. During the intermission, Phil remained unfazed, not implementing any specific strategies, merely stating, in the second half, the main players will continue to rest. Let Han Lei tackle the challenges. Coach, why not let me step in to control the tempo? Fisher, clearly uneasy, suggested. It matters not, even if the Warriors overtake us by 10 in the third quarter. I have faith that you will reclaim victory in the fourth. Everyone must remain composed, Phil decisively countered. Indeed, as long as I maintain my focus. There will be no issues, Odom cheerfully remarked, affectionately ruffling Fisher's hair, his optimistic nature unbothered by the situation on the bench. Han Lei, are you all right? Kobe asked, patting Han Lei on the shoulder. No problem, just watch, Han Lei replied, his expression betraying no hint of anxiety. In the latter half of the second quarter, Han Lei refrained from attempting any shots. Perhaps it was indeed due to Ellis's tenacious defense. Even when he obtained the ball, he swiftly passed it away, completely lacking the sharpness he had exhibited when he first entered the game, having made 2 consecutive three-pointers. Was he truly rendered ineffective by Ellis's relentless guarding? It is important to note that in his daily training, he faced off against defensive masters such as Artest, Kobe, and Barnes. As the second half commenced, the Zen master continued to keep his 5 starting players on the bench, which left the Warriors feeling rather humiliated, leading them to curse Phil for his perceived disdain. After several possessions, the furious Warriors narrowed the gap to 5 points, creating a promising situation. Meanwhile, Phil remained composed on the sidelines, as if fishing, and even began to groom his nails. So, have you given up on the game? Ellis mockingly inquired of Han Lei. Like a mouse that has just escaped the clutches of a cat, he believed he had narrowly evaded danger, unaware that the cat merely wished to prolong the play. Take note, I am about to shoot, Han Lei remarked, his expression a blend of amusement and irony. Han Lei cleverly employed a deceptive screen to receive the ball from Blake, soaring into the air. Ellis reacted swiftly, launching himself to contest the shot. Faced with such interference, Han Lei, aware of the predictable trajectory, found no opportunity to score, for his intention was not to make the basket. The sound of iron clanging echoed as the ball hit the rim. In a moment of distraction, Ellis lost sight of Han Lei, only to discover he had already positioned himself beneath the basket, leaping for a putback. Points scored. It seemed Han Lei aimed to clinch victory through rebounding. For the next play, Han Lei refrained from taking a shot, instead signaling Barnes to attempt a shot. Barnes, with a look of skepticism, took the chance, only to miss entirely. At that moment, Han Lei had once again positioned himself near the basket, but this time, a prepared Ellis sprang to seize the rebound, only to be surprised as the ball never even grazed the rim. On the court, Han Lei remained grounded, effortlessly claiming a rebound and smoothly sinking the ball into the basket. His prowess in securing rebounds was indeed impressive. The fans could hardly contain their admiration. They had previously labeled Han Lei as a remarkably accurate shooter, but now this sharpshooter had unexpectedly transformed into a master of rebounds, diverging significantly from his established persona. In these 2 offensive plays, the Lakers capitalized on second-chance opportunities to gain momentum, clearly reflecting a strategy devised by Phil. Coach Zhang remarked with mild surprise, "It's peculiar. If this was Phil's plan, why not deploy Gasol and Odom? They are interior players and should excel at securing rebounds." Yang Hua tapped his forehead, expressing his confusion. After all, the Zen Master's every action was enigmatic. Coach Zhang seemed equally puzzled. However, only within the Lakers' inner circle was it known that Phil had said nothing during halftime. The plan to secure rebounds was proposed by Han Lei in the second quarter. Yet, akin to the fans, even the Lakers insiders were unaware of Han Lei's remarkable rebounding capabilities. The typically composed Phil displayed an expression of astonishment. He had anticipated Han Lei would utilize his shooting threat to create opportunities for teammates, yet he had unexpectedly shifted his focus to second-chance scoring, a perplexing turn of events. The Lakers' back-to-back championships were largely due to Kobe's dominance from the perimeter and the Twin Towers' prowess in dominating the paint during second-chance opportunities. However, with the Twin Towers absent. Han Lei had taken on the responsibility of offensive rebounds. While this was a standard Lakers tactic, it was surprising that the initiator was Han Lei, typically known for his perimeter play. In the ensuing exchanges, the Warriors, led by Ellis and others, consistently scored. Yet, whenever a shot missed, Han Lei was there to secure the rebound. The Lakers' offensive efficiency was somewhat lower, yet Han Lei unexpectedly continued to grab offensive rebounds, leading to second-chance opportunities, which allowed the Lakers to gain a slight advantage. Feeling tired yet? Han Lei teased, observing the visibly fatigued Ellis. Ellis, tightly marking Han Lei, was also wary of his offensive rebounding, leading to significant physical exertion. In contrast, Han Lei, occasionally shooting and retrieving his own misses while frequently running around as if warming up, appeared unfazed and rather content. As the momentum shifted, it was time for me to make my move. Han Lei received the ball, made a few deft movements, and then launched a jump shot. Ellis, burdened by fatigue, was a step behind, and Han Lei succeeded with a long-range two-pointer. "That shot echoes the style of McGrady," exclaimed Coach Zhang. Previously, Han Lei had predominantly scored through putbacks under the basket, skillfully avoiding direct confrontations with the tenacious defense of Ellis. However, now that Ellis's stamina had waned, Han Lei seized the opportunity to shoot and score. The two teams exchanged points vigorously, but thanks to Han Lei's relentless efforts, the Lakers regained the upper hand. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of 17 points, 81-64. After Han Lei entered the game in the second quarter, he astonishingly amassed a remarkable 17 points in just 2 quarters of play. What is even more surprising is that he secured 9 rebounds within this brief span, showcasing elite statistics that approach a double-double. Sitting in front of the television, Yao Ming, despite his towering height of 226 centimeters, could not help but reflect on his own rebounding prowess, which can only be described as respectable, yet not quite commensurate with his stature. In contrast, Han Lei, with his exceptional judgment of the ball's trajectory, gained a significant advantage in securing rebounds. This quality bears a resemblance to Dwight Howard, a master of rebounding, whose extraordinary leaping ability is complemented by his remarkable anticipation of the ball's descent. Although Han Lei's physical prowess pales in comparison to that of Howard, the Warriors' interior defense is not particularly formidable, allowing Han Lei to repeatedly seize offensive rebounds. Yao Ming, while filled with admiration, is also astonished by the extent of Han Lei's arsenal. Chapter 32. A resounding victory over the Warriors. Well done. Phil extended his fist to fist bump Han Lei, clearly pleased with his performance. "The fourth quarter is yours. Aim to score more and break your scoring record," Kobe remarked as he approached. "Rest assured, I won't let the game slip away," Han Lei replied, taking a sip of water and wiping away sweat, seemingly indifferent to the number of points he would score. "Good job," Kobe nodded approvingly. A master scorer, Kobe's obsession with victory far surpasses his desire to accumulate points. After all, he first secured a spot on the all-defensive team before achieving All-NBA status, firmly believing that defense wins championships. As the game progressed, he only played in the first quarter, scoring 12 points, but was unperturbed by the prospect of resting on the bench, provided the team was in a favorable position. With age, he began to contemplate his career more thoughtfully. As long as the team triumphed, he was indifferent to scoring fewer points. As the fourth quarter commenced, the Lakers held a commanding 17-point lead. Han Lei employed his familiar strategy, opting for a delay tactic, refraining from shooting until the final seconds, and even if he missed, he vigorously pursued offensive rebounds while safeguarding the defensive boards. With only 5 minutes left in the game, the Warriors failed to narrow the gap, which instead widened to 20 points. The Warriors' head coach sighed, ultimately conceding the match and substituting in the bench players. At last, Jeremy Lin received his chance to take the court. Han Lei nodded slightly and uttered a word of encouragement. "Keep going." On the court, he harbored no thoughts of camaraderie. It was merely a matter of victors and vanquished, and he would not engage in idle chatter with Lin Shihao. Lin's inaugural match was marked by a hint of nervousness. Yet fortunately, the Lakers did not capitalize on their advantage, opting instead for a leisurely pace in dribbling, passing, and shooting. This restraint did not significantly widen the score gap. On the contrary, Lin seized the opportunity to deliver several splendid steals and assists. However, the outcome was already determined, and the Lakers players merely smiled, refraining from relentless pursuit. As the final whistle blew, the Lakers triumphed over the Warriors with a score of 107-83. Han Lei posted remarkably impressive statistics, 10 successful shots out of 20 attempts, amassing 25 points, along with 15 rebounds and 3 blocks. Judging solely by the numbers, these were undeniably the statistics of a star center. Curry gazed at the stat sheet in awe. If he were to compare his open shots against Han Lei's, he felt utterly uncertain of his ability to prevail. To secure a championship, he needed players like Han Lei. However, based on his conversation with Han the previous day, it seemed that Han had little inclination to leave the Lakers. Curry retrieved a rookie report from his pocket, featuring Klay Thompson, who was set to enter the draft next year. Thompson, hailing from Washington State University, was an exceptional shooter, averaging over 20 points per game in the college league this season, with an outstanding three-point shooting percentage. Should Han Lei decline to join the Warriors next season, Thompson would undoubtedly become a coveted target for the team. In pursuit of championship glory, Curry continually contemplated various possibilities. It appeared that this year's Rookie of the Year accolade was likely destined for Han Lei. While it might be premature to assert such, a glimmer of hope had already begun to emerge. Coach Zhang beamed in the studio, unable to contain his delight. Well then, let us await the outcome first. Let us see the lucky audience members of this match. Yang Hua was evidently in high spirits as well. On the court, as the host, Kobe led the Lakers players to shake hands and exchange pleasantries with the Warriors. Kobe, your rookie is truly exceptional. How did you train him? Curry asked, exchanging a high five with Kobe while gesturing towards Han Lei. He is a diligent player. Such players require no deliberate training. They naturally grow stronger. Moreover, aside from his hard work, his talent is remarkable. I believe his shooting touch rivals yours. You are of similar age. He will undoubtedly become your fierce competitor in the future. Kobe generously praised Han Lei. Is that so? That is indeed intriguing. I shall personally step onto the court in the next game to experience his prowess, Curry responded, revealing a smile of interest. Hello, Shaheo, how did you find this match? Han Lei greeted Lin Shaheo at that moment. Hello? Apologies, could you speak in English? Jeremy Lin, somewhat hesitant, initially greeted in Mandarin before promptly switching to English. Oh, Han Lei paused for a moment, recalling that Lin was quintessentially American, despite his Chinese heritage. His grasp of the Mandarin language was merely superficial. Aha. English then? That's fine. In this match, your defensive performance was commendable. You managed to steal the ball from us about 3 times, didn't you? You needn't be so anxious. Have faith in your abilities. Moreover, Han Lei lowered his voice. You might consider joining another team, perhaps the Lakers. With the Warriors, the point guard position is occupied by Curry, which may hinder your chances for consistent playing time. Oh, all right. I'll think about it. Lin nodded in response. This brief exchange was overheard by Curry and Ellis, who exchanged amused glances, both bemused and entertained. Curry had initially considered recruiting Han Lei for the Warriors, yet now Han Lei seemed to have set his sights on Lin, a fellow player. Meanwhile, at an unnamed high school, the homeroom teacher sat in his office, surrounded by towering piles of assignments. He adjusted his glasses and glanced at the live text updates on his phone. The match has concluded. It seems those mischievous boys are returning from the internet CAF. It's time to confront them, he mused, making his way towards the classroom. The fervor surrounding Han Lei has already begun to brew. This scene merely represents the tip of the iceberg among numerous schools. Far away in her home in Huaxia, Sun Ling, having just finished watching the live broadcast of the match on her computer, felt a slight improvement in her mood. Upon returning yesterday, she had been assisting her father in managing the affairs of the gymnasium. Deep down, she understood that her father had invested an immense amount of effort into this establishment. If it were to close down, not only would he suffer a financial loss, but it would also inflict significant emotional damage, possibly leading him to despair. The sound of the door opening heralded her father's arrival. Sun Ling's father, Sun Jianfa, had experienced a period of profound despondency following the death of his wife. But recently he had begun to regain his ambition. However, the gymnasium had encountered legal troubles, which severely tarnished its reputation. At this moment, he sat down on the sofa with a furrowed brow, watching as his daughter, who had just returned home last night, prepared coffee for him. My child, I have approached a lending company and taken out a loan in your name. The property you own can serve as collateral, Sun Jianfa said, his face filled with remorse. This property, located in the city center, was a duplex that evoked envy in the hearts of ordinary families, valued at nearly 10 million yuan. This estate had been bequeathed to Sun Ling by her mother in her dying words, intended to ensure that her husband would not remarry and leave their daughter without support. After transferring the property to his daughter, Sun Jianfa had never intended to leverage it. even while establishing the gymnasium. Yet now, facing a severe financial crisis with monthly repayments exceeding 1 million yuan, he found himself compelled to suppress his shame and make this request of his daughter. "Of course, father, we will face difficulties together. If you believe this is the right course of action, I will go today to handle the loan and mortgage procedures," Sun Ling replied, noticing the sudden aging of her father, and she readily agreed. Chapter 33. The invitation from the base siblings inside the Lakers' locker room. Everyone was jubilant, celebrating a triumphant start to the season with 3 consecutive victories, reaffirming that the Lakers, having reached the finals 3 times, remained an unstoppable force. If Han Lei's game-winning shot against the Rockets in the first match was merely a stroke of luck, and his constraints on Nash in the second against the Suns merely hinted at his potential, this match fully confirmed that Han Lei could be cultivated as a core player. The base siblings had already dispatched luxury vehicles to wait outside the arena, their spirits high as they decided to treat the players to a night of relaxation, specifically insisting that Han Lei must attend. In stark contrast to the jubilance of others, Han Lei maintained a calm demeanor, lost in thought. As someone who had traversed time, he understood that the championship for this season belonged to the Dallas Mavericks, that formidable German machine, whose name struck fear into the hearts of opponents. According to the unfolding events, the Lakers would falter under the Mavericks' might in the second round. However, Han Lei's objective was for the Lakers to achieve a three-peat. And for that, he knew he must take action. He recognized that solely relying on his abilities would not suffice to alter the course of destiny. He must become stronger, particularly by honing his skills and shooting under pressure. Moreover, it is of paramount importance to ensure that the Lakers' key players receive ample rest, as their journey to the finals has been exceedingly taxing. Regarding whether history can be altered, he remains indifferent, fully aware that the answer is undoubtedly affirmative. After all, Yao Ming has resolved not to participate in any games this season. Indeed, history has already been reshaped due to his influence. Thus, the next step is to secure this year's championship for the Lakers. Han Lei glanced at Kobe, who was engaged in a phone conversation, pondering how to persuade Kobe to follow in Yao's footsteps and opt for rest instead of competition. Surely, he could not allow his identity as a time traveler to be exposed once more. Such matters are best kept from the public eye, as he certainly wishes to avoid being subjected to scrutiny. The dinner invitation from the Bus siblings is set at the renowned Lu Wei Ju in Los Angeles, a restaurant that has stood the test of time and is greatly favored by the Chinese community, particularly for its specialties in northern Chinese noodles, lamb offal soup, and spicy sliced beef and offal. It is clear to any discerning observer that this venue was specifically chosen by the Bus siblings for Han Lei. Upon learning of the invitation, Han Lei was indeed eager to attend. He quietly sat in the business vehicle arranged by the Base siblings, gazing at the enchanting nightscape of Los Angeles. Jenny Base, ever meticulous, had already discovered that Han Lei had previously enjoyed Wuliangye with Yao Ming and had taken the initiative to have several cases shipped from China, which pleasantly surprised Han Lei. As everyone savored the exquisite Chinese cuisine, they found the experience refreshingly novel. Barnes even sampled the white liquor from Han Lei's cup, wincing slightly at its spiciness. After indulging in fine food and drink, the group clamored to head to a nightclub, and Jenny Base generously produced a credit card to hand to Fisher. However, Han Lei had no intention of joining the night revelries and politely declined. The Base siblings exchanged glances and decided to personally escort Han Lei back to the arena. Han Lei sensed that the siblings had something to discuss with him. Indeed, once inside the car, they exchanged pleasantries before promptly broaching the subject. "Han Lei, what are your thoughts on the Lakers?" Jenny Bus inquired with a smile. The Lakers are not merely a traditional powerhouse. Any player in Los Angeles enjoys immense visibility and commercial value. Most importantly, the Lakers are a team that embodies a profound sense of humanity. Han Lei recalled Kobe's final season, when his performance had significantly declined. The Bus family had offered him the highest salary in the league, prompting him to exclaim in admiration. Pleased with Han Lei's response, Jim Bus then inquired, "So, would you be willing to stay here long-term?" Faced with the straightforwardness of the Bus siblings, Han Lei fell into deep contemplation. He had anticipated a more indirect approach to discussing his thoughts, but they had cut straight to the heart of the matter. Perhaps this was a reflection of the cultural differences between the two nations. "I would be willing. However, it is still too early to discuss such matters. After all, I have only played 3 games and cannot claim to have fully adapted to the NBA stage. For instance, my physicality is somewhat lacking. If you were to make a promise of a contract extension now, and I were to underperform, would that not place you both in a precarious position?" Han Lei pondered for a moment before humbly expressing his thoughts. This indeed holds some merit. Upon hearing this, Jenny Bays fell into a contemplative silence. The Bays siblings had previously engaged in a private discussion, remarkably in accord, regarding the necessity of securing at least a verbal commitment from Han Lei. They proposed that the team should exercise its option for the upcoming season, thereby relinquishing Han Lei's rookie contract, and instead, offer him a newly minted 5-year contract. This strategy aimed to tether this immensely promising rookie to the Lakers ship for the foreseeable future. Upon hearing Han Lei's words, the siblings immediately grasped his intention. It appeared that this rising star from Huaxia bore a subtle yet profound implication. If he were to assert his prowess on the court, he would possess greater leverage to negotiate terms with the team. After all, it is rare for a second-round rookie to decline a long-term contract, as the fear of being eliminated from the league looms large. This also illustrates Han Lei's formidable confidence. He is convinced of his impending success. To be frank, I sincerely hope you remain with the Lakers. I can assure you that, should you desire, we are always available to discuss next season's contract, and we will present you with a satisfactory offer. This statement from Jeannie Buss conveyed her immense regard for this rookie. Indeed, throughout NBA history, it is seldom that a second-round pick receives such assurances from the upper echelons of a team. Thank you both. I hope to continue contributing to the team. However, there is a saying in Huaxia that harmony brings wealth, and another that unity is strength. The NBA is a commercial league, and the Lakers are a remarkably successful entity. I aspire for everyone to unite, for together, the team shall undoubtedly reclaim the championship. Han Lei contemplated the rivalry between the Bays siblings, a sense of astonishment escaping his lips. As he spoke, the Bays siblings exchanged a glance, their eyes reflecting profound shock intertwined with a hint of awkwardness. Being the instigators of this internal conflict, they were acutely aware of the growing rift between them, yet their father maintained a firm grip on the situation, preventing the discord from surfacing. How, then, did Han Lei come to this realization? Chapter 34. A perfect start. In the ensuing matches, Han Lei's performance became increasingly consistent. Though he did not start a single game, he continuously contributed throughout the contests, particularly on the defensive end. He flawlessly filled the gaps left by Fisher and Arteist's sluggish defensive movements. As the games progressed, by November 15th, the Lakers triumphed over the Suns, achieving an impressive 10 consecutive victories to start the season. After the 10th game, Han Lei's average statistics stood at 15 points, 5 rebounds, 3 blocks, and 3 steals, boasting an impressive shooting percentage of 53%. His playing time saw a significant increase, stabilizing at an average of 20 minutes over the subsequent 5 games. Phil Jackson internally marveled at how Han Lei seemed to perfectly address the team's needs. When facing a formidable opposing point guard, Han Lei took on the defensive assignment. When confronted with a dominant rebounder in the paint, he seized opportunities inside. When the Lakers struggled to find space on the perimeter, leading to congestion in the paint, Han Lei adeptly maneuvered through screens and positioning to secure open shots, sinking three-pointers with ease. Even if Han Lei never evolved into a star player, he would undoubtedly serve as an exemplary second-in-command. The Lakers' flawless start, with 10 consecutive victories, was nothing short of remarkable. The Beat LA slogan resurfaced across various away venues, as the Lakers continued to embody the role of the league's villain. In their home arena, the Staples Center, whenever Han Lei held the ball, faint murmurs of MVP began to circulate. The games proceeded with remarkable fluidity, and the atmosphere in the Lakers' locker room grew increasingly harmonious, as the team fully embraced Han Lei's abilities. Meanwhile, Kobe remained unfazed. As a stern mentor, he had always held high expectations for Han Lei, and this merely affirmed his initial judgment. In fact, due to Han Lei's burgeoning prowess, Kobe's playing time gradually diminished in the first 10 games. He averaged only 29 minutes on the court. With the team's favorable trajectory, he found contentment in resting more, only stepping up to deliver crucial shots when the team faced challenging situations. During this period, Han Lei's training became exceptionally rigorous. He understood that despite his innate talent for precognitive insights, it was no excuse to relax his training regimen, which was also a reason for Kobe's faith in him. As he adapted to the intensity of the games, Han Lei's skills in shooting under pressure improved. Previously, he favored open shots, but in the competitive realm of the NBA, there were no weak links. Players and coaches adeptly exploited vulnerabilities, leading to increasingly tight defensive coverage on Han Lei. In response, he diligently adjusted his shooting trajectory amidst the collisions, gradually becoming more proficient and confident. Certainly, there exists another reason. His physique has become increasingly robust. Previously, He was easily influenced by close defenders, which would alter his shooting form. However, this problem has gradually been rectified. He feels as though he is evolving from a mere shooter into a formidable one-on-one specialist akin to Kobe. That evening, Han Lei reclined on the couch in the locker room when an old friend, Dongfei, sent a message stating that a suitable property had been located and suggested they go view it together the following day. Han Lei suddenly smacked his forehead, recalling that his salary for the season, totaling $15 million, had already been deposited into his account 2 weeks prior. He had enlisted the help of Dongfei to find a residence of approximately 100 square meters, and thereafter, he devoted himself entirely to the competitions and training, completely putting this matter out of his mind. During this time, Dongfei and his girlfriend, Lisa, tirelessly searched for housing on Han Lei's behalf, particularly Lisa. As Han Lei played through his first 10 matches, her perception of him transformed significantly, leading her to be even more proactive than Dongfei in assisting Han Lei. The following day, Han Lei arose early, and after sinking 500 shots in the gym, he freshened up and set out. At that moment, Dongfei was already waiting outside the arena in his dilapidated pickup truck, appearing quite pleased with himself. Moments earlier, as Dongfei's battered truck arrived in front of the Lakers arena, the security chief, Steven, emerged with a distinct odor of alcohol, vocally questioning the presence of such a shabby vehicle. Dongfei, with an apologetic demeanor, poked his head out, ready to plead for leniency, when Steven immediately switched to a sycophantic smile. "Are you Chinese? Here to see Han Lei?" "Yes, I'm here to pick him up for some errands. He should be out shortly. Is it all right if I park here for 10 minutes? Dongfei, wary of the situation, was keenly aware of his modest income, having never experienced the middle-class lifestyle of attending NBA games. "Not a problem. Just drive in and go about 100 meters forward to the spot closest to the steps. That's where you can meet Han Lei." Steven became remarkably amiable, pressing a button to unlock the gate, allowing access. "Hey, Han Lei's friend has arrived in a pickup truck. Let him through, everyone," Steven announced over the walkie-talkie. This left Dongfei feeling somewhat embarrassed as he expressed his gratitude and maneuvered the vehicle inside. Within the truck, Dongfei praised the security chief for his courtesy while introducing the housing options he had found, despite having only been apart for a few months. His demeanor towards this old friend seemed somewhat distant. Han Lei was no longer the impoverished individual who had once crashed at his place, living off his hospitality. Han Lei was rather inattentively listening, evidently lacking interest in such trivial matters. His thoughts were still preoccupied with meticulously summarizing the details of recent matches and contemplating areas for improvement. Meanwhile, Dongfei's Caucasian girlfriend, Lisa, had arrived at an apartment, eagerly awaiting Han Lei's descent from the vehicle. Upon seeing him, she gracefully approached and offered an American-style embrace, which nearly overwhelmed Han Lei. "This is your breakfast. I specially bought it for you," Lisa proclaimed, presenting 2 bags filled with an array of food, pizza, egg tarts, and milk, creating a sumptuous display. Han Lei felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He was still unaccustomed to being catered to, particularly by Lisa, who had frequently relied on him for errands in the past. What a materialistic woman she is. Han Lei smiled inwardly while expressing his gratitude repeatedly. The receptionist was a cheerful young African-American girl, plump and seemingly just of age, probably working here to earn some pocket money. Upon seeing Han Lei's tall figure, her eyes brightened, and she was about to say something. "Where is that handsome young man named Jeff?" Lisa inquired, slightly furrowing her brow. "Oh, he has some matters to attend to today, so I am here to take over his duties," the girl replied, touching her head somewhat awkwardly. "Is that so? In that case, inform your manager that we will not be needing this apartment for now. We shall wait until Jeff is available to discuss further," Lisa declared, her displeasure evident as she made a move to leave. At this moment, Dongfei felt quite disheartened. Just a few days prior, he and Lisa had accompanied Han Lei to view apartments, and Lisa had shown considerable interest in the handsome young man named Jeff, quickly negotiating to bring the principal, Han Lei, to see the property. Dongfei was troubled, pondering whether Lisa was more infatuated with the charming gentleman or the apartment itself. He cast a glance at Han Lei, whose lips twitched slightly, clearly having surmised the situation. Based on his understanding of Han Lei, he was merely an enthusiast for the sport, not a fool. Moreover, the clues were evident, even to the blind. Miss? Rest assured that I can introduce someone even better than Jeff. In fact, he knows less about the properties than I do, so there is no need for concern. Shall we head upstairs?" The African-American girl appeared increasingly flustered, for like in both America and China, sales personnel were judged by their performance. Is that so? However, the requirements and details I previously discussed with Jeff may not be fully conveyed to you. Even if they're relayed, I doubt you can grasp my intentions. You must understand that my friend is destined to be a future NBA superstar, and purchasing a house through you necessitates serious consideration. Do you understand? At this moment, Hua Dongfei tugged at Lisa's sleeve, subtly shaking his head, indicating that she should relent. Enough of this pointless conversation. You are merely an employee. Where is your manager? I wish to speak with him directly. Lisa crossed her arms, clearly unwilling to compromise. Well, all right then. The girl, in an effort to avoid losing this opportunity, could only leave reluctantly. Chapter 35. The wealthy heiress Mary Jane. Han Lei watched the silhouette of the black girl, contemplating whether to offer Lisa a few words of advice when suddenly his phone rang. It was Sun Ling. The two had not been in contact for nearly a month, as Han Lei had devoted his thoughts entirely to the competition, giving it little further consideration. Now, seeing Sun Ling's call, he felt a twinge of curiosity about what the young lady had been preoccupied with lately. I'll step out to take this call, Han Lei said. Meanwhile, the black girl entered the manager's office, and to his surprise, the typically overbearing manager was serving coffee to a blonde girl. Miss Mary Jane, I have just received a call from your father, stating that you will be interning here for a few days. It is truly an honor, he said. The blonde girl appeared to be around 17 or 18 years old. She observed the manager placing the coffee on the table before her, showing no inclination to accept it. She glanced at the time on her phone, her wallpaper displaying the Lakers' number 48 jersey, which belonged to Han Lei. Months ago, Han Lei had dined with Sun Ling at a Chinese restaurant when this girl, named Mary Jane, had approached him at the urging of her classmates, requesting a photograph together. Her father was a renowned developer in Los Angeles, with a fortune in the billions. It's quite all right. Please treat me as an ordinary employee and refrain from treating me differently due to my background. It's best if others remain unaware, Mary Jane said softly, casting a glance at the black saleswoman standing by the door. The manager immediately understood, gesturing for the black girl to wait a moment. The black girl reluctantly stood by the door, feeling anxious. She was not eager to let this business slip away. While it might not be significant to the manager, it was crucial for her as a salesperson, directly impacting her meager salary. After a brief wait, the black girl was finally permitted to enter the office. Just as Mary Jane was preparing to leave, unable to contain her emotions, the black girl nearly wept as she recounted the earlier situation. You incompetent fool. How could you not handle such a simple matter? The manager rolled his eyes in disdain. The black girl stood aside, feeling wronged, and faced a barrage of scolding. Enough. Manager, let me take a look. Perhaps I can be of assistance, Mary Jane suddenly interjected. Well, if that is the case, then please do take a look, the manager replied, swiftly adopting a more amiable demeanor, albeit with a hint of embarrassment. As Mary Jane followed the black girl to where Hua Dongfei and Lisa were engaged in a heated argument, it was evident that Hua Dongfei was at a disadvantage, struggling to withstand Lisa's onslaught. Upon seeing Mary Jane's appearance, Hua Dongfei immediately fell silent, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the young beauty. What seems to be the issue here? Oh, I just heard about the situation. It is our responsibility. Allow me to introduce you to the properties we have available, which I assure you will meet your satisfaction, Mary Jane said with a warm and friendly smile. All right, sounds good. Hua Dongfei responded, completely disregarding Lisa's eye roll. Are you the manager here? Lisa scrutinized Mary Jane, feeling that the young girl hardly resembled a manager. I am not a manager, merely a salesperson. Our manager has other matters to attend to. You too, being evidently well-educated, surely would not make things difficult for us over such trivialities, would you? Mary Jane responded with a calm demeanor, appealing to their emotions. Very well, let us observe, Lisa replied, slightly frowning, displaying her discomfort. As Lisa strode confidently ahead, following the two salespeople into the elevator, Hua Dongfei was left in awe. The principal, Han Lei, had stepped out to take a call, and she had taken the initiative. However, captivated by the alluring silhouette of the newly arrived salesperson, Mary Jane, Hua Dongfei couldn't resist following suit. The apartment, spanning 150 square meters, appeared exceptionally spacious, as shared spaces do not exist in the United States. Although it was not Hua Dongfei's first visit, he still wore an expression of enjoyment, imagining the day he might reside in such a dwelling. Mary Jane reiterated the property details, having prepared thoroughly the night before with an understanding of the development's fundamental aspects. Despite its distance from the city center, requiring an hour's drive, its value reached an impressive $700 000, making Los Angeles a veritable land of opportunity. Listening to Mary Jane's presentation, Hua Dongfei was entranced, repeatedly exclaiming, "Wonderful, splendid." It was unclear whether he was extolling the property or the captivating beauty before him. Indeed, the layout is quite satisfactory, however. The lighting seems somewhat inadequate. Also, is the safety of the vicinity assured? We wouldn't want any thieves intruding, Lisa remarked, pouting and deliberately challenging Mary Jane. While casting a disdainful glance at her boyfriend, Hua Dongfei, Mary Jane responded with grace, maintaining her composure in the face of Lisa's entitled demeanor, providing amiable explanations. You see, in your attempts to sell the property, your words lack candor. I assure you, I am not in want of money. But I do hope you can also disclose the property's shortcomings so that I may feel secure in my decision, Lisa insisted with a furrowed brow, relentless in her scrutiny. Hua Dongfei's expression darkened as he observed his girlfriend's domineering behavior, as if she were the one purchasing the house. Let us not prolong this. I'll have my brother come to take a look and hear his opinion. Please, refrain from being so aggressive, he urged, unwilling to see Mary Jane, the beautiful salesperson, face Lisa's harshness. Upon hearing this, Lisa felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Did this not reveal the truth that the prospective buyer was not herself? The sting of Hua Dongfei's words was discomforting, and she shot him an irritated glance. When did it become your place to speak up? Ah, I see. You must have ulterior motives towards this lovely lady. Let me tell you, it's not uncommon for salespeople to engage in affairs with clients. Perhaps, if you flatter her in front of your brother, you might indeed succeed, Lisa remarked, causing Mary Jane, usually well-mannered, to visibly bristle at the insinuation. The African-American girl standing nearby clenched her teeth in frustration. What nonsense are you spouting? Have you even considered your own conduct before pointing fingers at others? Do you even know who she is? A man's voice resonated from outside, revealing the presence of the manager of this establishment. Clearly anxious that his boss's prized possession might be wronged, he had been pacing outside the door. Mary Jane was momentarily taken aback, swiftly shaking her head at him, signaling not to disclose her identity. Chapter 36. Sun Ling's dismal condition. Han Lei hung up the phone outside, his brow slightly furrowed. During the call, Sun Ling expressed her apologies and briefly outlined the current situation of her father's company, indicating that they were unable to afford to hire Han Lei as a spokesperson at this time. Although Han Lei had stated that he was indifferent to the monetary aspect and could easily accept nothing, Sun Ling did not wish to take advantage of others and politely declined. Han Lei let out a sigh. The place that Sun Ling occupied in his heart was not particularly elevated. She was merely an ordinary friend. However, as a fellow citizen of Huaxia, he did not wish to witness her ensnared in the quagmire of debt. If Sun Ling's father were unable to repay the loan, it would effectively jeopardize his daughter as well. Yet, given the familial bond between them, Han Lei, as an outsider, felt it inappropriate to voice his concerns. He could only silently lament the absurdity of a father who, when faced with business difficulties, would entangle his daughter in such troubles. Han Lei paced back and forth for a few moments before dialing Director Zhang's number. Director Zhang, you must have been frequently traveling between Huaxia and the beautiful country lately. When was your most recent trip back home? Also, could you kindly assist me in booking a flight? Additionally, I hope to leverage your presence in Huaxia for an interview, which can be published on the Penguin Sports website. I plan to return home about a week later, after covering the Lakers and Warriors game. Would that be acceptable? I can arrange a flight for you as well. Is there a specific reason for your return? Surely, it isn't solely for the interview, is it? Director Zhang appeared more than willing to assist, understanding the media allure surrounding Han Lei, particularly when it comes to interviews in his homeland. Well, I do have some matters to attend to back home, but let's discuss it further when we meet, Han Lei replied. Director Zhang nodded in understanding, refraining from probing further. After all, Han Lei's rising fame made it entirely reasonable for him to engage in discussions regarding business collaborations upon his return. It was perfectly normal for Han Lei to receive endorsement invitations from domestic brands. Han Lei hung up the phone, exhaling a sigh as he approached the apartment on sale. At that moment, Lisa's tempestuous demeanor enveloped every inch of the air within the room. The manager, eager to protect his boss's daughter, assumed a defensive stance, while Hua Dongfei and the African-American saleswoman stood in the middle, attempting to mediate with little success. Mary Jane maintained a serious expression, reflecting on the challenges faced by lower-tier employees. Her father, having amassed a fortune of $1 billion from his humble beginnings as a salesperson, undoubtedly endured considerable hardships and navigated numerous difficult situations. It appeared that her father's decision to place her in a sales role was intended to provide her with first-hand experience of the life and work of entry-level employees, thereby allowing her to participate in significant company matters with greater assurance in the future. I can offer you a 10% discount on this property, madam. Are you satisfied? Mary Jane sighed, striving to maintain a humble demeanor in an effort to diffuse the tension. A 10% discount? That is quite generous. Dongfei's eyes lit up at the prospect, his spirits lifting instantly. This property, valued at 700,000, would save Han Lei a substantial 70,000, no small sum, enough to purchase a decent pickup truck. The mere thought of Han Lei driving a brand new pickup into Staples made Dongfei's heart soar. 10. Do you think I care about such a trivial amount? Let me tell you, I have plenty of money. It's merely your company's arrogant attitude that I find objectionable, with each of you strutting about with such inflated egos. Besides, as a mere salesperson, what authority do you have to offer me a discount? I am well acquainted with the world. Lisa glared at Mary Jane with contempt. No, please, that's a 10% discount. Since this young lady has made the offer, she surely has her reasons. Dongfei inwardly cursed his girlfriend for being such a hindrance. How could they let such a golden opportunity slip away? Glancing at the manager, he noticed a look of surprise on the man's face, yet he refrained from reprimanding the beautiful saleswoman, sensing that a discount might indeed be a possibility. Is it the case that you naturally trust the words of a beautiful woman? Lisa taunted Dongfei. He forced a smile while thinking, aren't you doing the same? Why did you insist on that handsome sales representative earlier? Enough of this quarrel. A 10% discount it shall be, Mary Jane declared, weary of the endless bickering. Just look at yourself. You're hardly in a position to dictate terms. I suspect you rely solely on your looks to achieve sales. She is our boss's daughter. Mary Jane Watson. The manager finally could not contain himself, revealing the truth. What? Dongfei exclaimed in astonishment. Lisa stared incredulously at Mary Jane, her eyes wide as she scrutinized her, seemingly unable to believe it, shaking her head in confusion. The owner of this real estate company is none other than the illustrious Hayden Watson, a prominent figure in the Los Angeles construction industry, renowned for his lavish lifestyle. Rumor has it that he possesses no fewer than 5 adventure yachts equipped with helicopters, featuring amenities such as basketball courts and cinemas among an array of opulent entertainment facilities. It has long been a topic of fascination among the locals in Los Angeles. Lisa had already slung her bag over her shoulder, poised to depart, but upon hearing this revelation, she removed the bag and placed it carelessly on the table, only for it to tumble to the floor. Still somewhat dazed, she made no attempt to retrieve it. You, Lisa stammered. The United States, a nation that venerates wealth above all, bestows respect upon the affluent wherever they may roam. Moreover, the sight of Mary Jane, with her graceful figure and gentle demeanor, left Lisa feeling profoundly embarrassed. She could scarcely fathom that she had just insulted a woman destined to inherit a fortune of $10 billion. No way. Are you truly Hayden Watson's daughter? Dongfei asked, his voice trembling as realization dawned upon him. Mary Jane nodded lightly, casting a reproachful glance towards the manager, clearly wishing to keep her identity under wraps. However, now that her identity had been unveiled, it seemed she would have to seek solace in her father's other properties to experience life away from the spotlight. The African-American girl beside her gazed at Mary Jane in disbelief, rendered speechless by the revelation. I heard you arguing from afar. The ambience here is quite pleasant. There is no need to be choosy. Let us settle for this one, Dongfei said. Thank you, both you and Lisa, for helping me find this place. I'll make arrangements for the evening. As Han Lei's voice resonated, footsteps followed closely behind. From the very beginning, Han Lei discerned that Lisa was intent on flirting with the handsome salesman from before, which prompted her to scrutinize the black girl with disdain and subject her to various forms of harassment. Had it not been for the phone call from Sun Ling earlier, Han Lei would have intervened to defend the black girl. As he approached, he overheard Lisa's continued tirade, and he felt a surge of indignation for the girl. To make amends, he did not mind assisting the black girl in boosting her sales performance. In truth, he held little expectation regarding his living arrangements. A place to rest was all he sought. Chapter 37. Indifference to the phrase wealthy background. Han Lei's imposing figure appeared at the doorway, his expression one of indifference as he surveyed those within the room. Ah, it's you? Mary Jane gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Han Lei smiled apologetically, acknowledging that as a regular player in the Lakers' rotation, being recognized was quite natural. However, Lisa, who had accompanied him, unexpectedly displayed a petulant demeanor. Han Lei gently touched the back of his head and apologized, stating, I sincerely apologize. I will take this house. I ask for your understanding regarding the quarrel I caused earlier. The manager, recognizing Han Lei from news reports about the Lakers, displayed a solemn expression. Although he preferred baseball, he had watched the intense playoff series between the Lakers and the Suns during his idle moments at work, thus harboring a certain animosity towards the Suns. Recently, Han Lei's fierce confrontation with a Suns fan in Phoenix had greatly pleased the manager, prompting him to pay closer attention to Han Lei. You are Han Lei. So you are the one purchasing this house. I am truly remiss. Had I known, I would have personally attended to your needs, the manager said with utmost courtesy. Not at all. The fault lies with us. Han Lei waved his hand dismissively and continued. I would like to pay the deposit now, or rather, if possible. I would prefer to settle the full amount immediately. Had it not been for the consideration of Dongfei's reputation, Han Lei would have undoubtedly expressed some sharp words to Lisa. Instead, he felt compelled to shoulder the blame himself. At that moment, Lisa remained silent, her head lowered, grappling with the embarrassment and shame from her earlier rudeness towards Mary Jane, a girl of considerable standing. It seemed that the truth resided firmly in the hands of the affluent. Moreover, Mary Jane, hailing from a wealthy background, had spoken to her with grace, while she, a mere working-class individual, had foolishly acted with arrogance, even posturing as if she were the one purchasing the house. Oh, so you are the one buying the house. I also apologize for offending your friend. I am at a loss for words, Lisa stammered. To her surprise, Mary Jane no longer exhibited her earlier composure. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, as if she were the one at fault, and her speech became hesitant. Lisa observed Han Lei, the young man she had often looked down upon, who once merely resided in her and Dongfei's home. Although she had come to realize that he was slowly establishing himself in the NBA, she had not anticipated such respect from Mary Jane, a lady from high society. Dongfei, observing Mary Jane's demeanor towards Han Lei, sensed an undeniable admiration or even infatuation from her, given his extensive experience with women. A pang of disappointment struck him. This boy, who had grown up alongside him and had only recently relied on his support to get by, was now not only purchasing his own property but also attracting the affection of such a beautiful woman. A fleeting expression of dismay crossed Dongfei's face. Han Lei felt a stirring emotion from Mary Jane, leaving him somewhat bewildered. He gazed at her a few times, as she seemed vaguely familiar. Have we met before? Han Lei inquired. Indeed, it was at a Chinese restaurant, where you dined with two girls. By the way, it was Kobe's helicopter that brought you there. You remember me, right? Upon hearing Han Lei's question, Mary Jane's heart leaped with joy as she responded. Oh, yes. I recall now. We took a photo together. And your friend was there as well. What a coincidence. So, are you working here? Han Lei smacked his forehead, suddenly recalling. What? You actually rode in Kobe's helicopter? Dongfei, a devoted fan, exclaimed without thinking. Mary Jane murmured, Yes, I've been working here for a while. I see. Given your age, you must still be a student. Earning some money on your own is not an easy feat. Han Lei expressed his understanding. She is the daughter of Hayden Watson, Dongfei interjected. Hayden Watson? Han Lei's face displayed confusion, clearly unfamiliar with the name. He's a well-known real estate developer in Los Angeles, quite wealthy. You've never heard of him? Dongfei lamented the ignorance of his close friend. Oh, that's wonderful, Han Lei replied, remaining indifferent. In his mind, he would neither regard someone highly due to their wealth nor ignore someone for their lack thereof. Hence, the affluence of Mary Jane's father held no significance for him. Seeing Han Lei's disinterest in her father, Mary Jane felt elated, her admiration evident in her eyes. Throughout her life, friends who learned of her affluent parent would either show excessive deference or engage in flattery, attempting to forge a closer bond for future favors. As a longtime basketball enthusiast and a loyal Lakers fan, Mary Jane had been drawn to Han Lei from the start. Gradually, she developed a fondness for his playing style. After 10 games this season, she deeply respected Han Lei's demeanor and approach to the game. She had initially worried that once Han Lei learned of her identity, he might alter his behavior to be sycophantic, thus shattering the image he projected of being approachable yet inherently aloof. His current indifference towards her father's wealth only heightened her admiration. Then, who will assist me with the paperwork? Han Lei, unaware of Mary Jane's thoughts, asked the manager. Lucy. Take him to handle that, and remember to give him a 10% discount, the manager instructed the black girl. Clearly, the manager recognized Mary Jane's genuine admiration for Han Lei, making the discount an easy concession. A discount? No, that's unnecessary. This time, we brought the quarrel so let's stick to the original price. Besides, I don't particularly like taking advantage of others, Han Lei said with nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Hu Dongfei immediately shot Han Lei a look, seemingly conveying, saving $70,000 is no trivial matter. Are you really that wealthy now? Han Lei, of course, paid no heed and followed the young African-American girl to complete the necessary formalities. What's wrong with you? $70,000, piled thickly on the table, is enough to purchase a well-equipped pickup truck, exclaimed Hu Dongfei loudly from the car as they exited the building. No worries, you should know me well enough. I believe in earning my keep, and I am not particularly close to that Miss Mary Jane, so there is no need for favors, Han Lei replied nonchalantly. Is it that you're contemplating a vehicle upgrade? Hu Dongfei inquired. I am just concerned for your well-being. The drive to Staples will take about an hour. You wouldn't want to squeeze into the subway, would you? You have a point, Han Lei mused, resting his chin thoughtfully. I think your old pickup looks quite fine. You can drive it from now on. As for you, there are still $300,000 to $400,000 on this card. Withdraw $100,000 to purchase a new vehicle for yourself. Han Lei extracted a card from his pocket and placed it in the glove compartment. What? You're gifting me a car? The screech of abrupt brakes interrupted the moment. Consequently, amidst the luxury vehicles in the Staples parking structure, there stood a weathered pickup truck. Chapter 38. The Master's strategy for defeat. The Lakers' upcoming schedule included 3 consecutive away games against the Bucks, Pistons, and Timberwolves. While these teams were not particularly formidable, the relentless travel was beginning to wear on the players. Phil Jackson understood that the Lakers, having started the season with 10 consecutive victories, could not maintain a state of constant tension, fearing the end of their winning streak. His extensive experience taught him that no team could ensure an unblemished record throughout an 82-game regular season, not even the illustrious Bulls of yesteryears. Maintaining a streak of victories could surely exhaust the players, imposing significant psychological pressure, which was far from beneficial. On the flight to Milwaukee, Phil advised everyone that it was essential to lose 1 or 2 of these games. Blake and Barnes, newly joined members of the Lakers, found this notion perplexing. The purpose of losing is to pave the way for the next wave of victories, Phil elucidated with a zen-like calm. Kobe, of course, grasped Phil's intention and concurred with this strategy. However, he could not bring himself to show mercy to his opponents. A mischievous grin crept across his face as he thought, I understand the rationale, but I shall not intentionally lose any game. Upon reaching Milwaukee, the Lakers did not engage in practice or meetings. Phil simply stated, everyone, feel free to move about, before embodying his own advice as he headed to a Russian bar with an air of tranquility. With their coach's directive, the players dispersed, each pursuing their own leisure activities. Some, like Gasol, returned to their rooms to listen to music, driven by their personal inclinations. The following day, the Lakers match against the Bucks proceeded as scheduled. Curry emerged from his home training room, wiping sweat from his brow after an hour of muscle training, feeling a slight ache in his limbs. Evidently, he has been diligently honing his physique to enhance his resilience and shooting consistency. Although he is merely a sophomore rookie this year, it is abundantly clear that the Warriors are nurturing him as a prospective cornerstone of their future. His shooting prowess is astonishing, and it seems rather unjust that he was selected 7th overall in the first round. However, Curry is acutely aware of his fragility, which has resulted in a less favorable scouting report. This awareness has motivated him to continuously strengthen his core and muscle power over the past 2 years. Curry initially intended to prolong his training, but the incessant beeping of his phone alarm every half hour compelled him to step out and silence it. A notification popped up on his phone, indicating that there was a Lakers game today. Let me see how this young chap from Huaxia performs, Curry murmured to himself. As he turned on the television, he found that the third quarter of the game between the Lakers and the Bucks had just commenced. To his astonishment, the Lakers were trailing. The reigning champions, the Lakers, were down 49-57, 8 points behind the Bucks. Kobe had entered a lethal mode, his unpredictable footwork leaving Jennings, who dared to provoke him, utterly bewildered, as he effortlessly sank a shot from an elevated release point. Yet, in the subsequent play, Jennings swiftly maneuvered past Fisher, scoring with ease. The camera then shifted to a close-up of Phil on the sidelines. The cameraman astutely implied that Phil should call a timeout to strategize. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Han Lei sat impassively, observing the unfolding drama, while the other substitute players fluctuated between elation and despair, animatedly reacting to the game. It appeared that the bench now contained not only the formidable figure of Phil but also the emerging presence of Han Lei. Kobe had already amassed 20 points, but he was clearly fighting a lone battle. It seemed that Gasol was somewhat intimidated by Bogut, a muscular presence on the court. Although Bogut had only scored 2 points, he effectively constrained Gasol's shooting accuracy to around 40%, showcasing an impressive performance. During a free throw, the commentator took the opportunity to report some statistics. Oddly enough, Han Lei had yet to make an appearance. Curry noted that Han Lei's stats were all zeros, including his playing time. Since witnessing Han Lei's shooting ability, Curry had developed a keen interest in him, even setting an alarm on his phone to remind him of the Lakers games, solely to observe this Huaxiao player more closely. If he could recruit him, that would be ideal. If not, Han Lei was merely 2 years younger than Curry and would be competing in the league for several years as an adversary, making it crucial for Curry to analyze him thoroughly. However, as the third quarter drew to a close, Phil showed no indication of bringing Han Lei into the game. At the commencement of the fourth quarter, Curry's modest wish was finally fulfilled. Han Lei took the court, though the Lakers now found themselves trailing by 18 points, suggesting that Phil had resigned himself to the outcome of the match. After Kobe exited the game, he angrily flung his towel to the ground. Although he comprehended Phil's strategy of conserving energy, the ever-competitive Kobe still harbored a fiery spirit within. Jennings, youthful and eager, dribbled the ball while taunting Blake, saying, "Let your Chinese player defend me. You are both slender and slow." Blake, upon hearing this, was not angered. He merely chuckled and exchanged a knowing glance with Han Lei. Han Lei primarily defended Jennings. To Curry's astonishment, Han Lei made no effort to intercept or block, allowing Jennings to easily execute jump shots. The Lakers collected the rebounds from his misses. When the Lakers went on the offensive, Han Lei displayed no signs of enthusiasm, merely adhering to conventional passing and screens. Reflecting on the recent clash between the Lakers and the Warriors, Curry furrowed his brow, puzzled as to why Han Lei seemed utterly disengaged in this game. My previous impression of him was not that of a player lacking involvement. As the fourth quarter concluded, the Lakers faced a 20-point defeat. As the players exited the court, Zen Master stretched leisurely, remarking, "Well done, boys." Kobe, disinterested, was the first to retreat to the locker room. Pau Gasol managed only 10 points in a game marked by an abysmal shooting percentage, appearing somewhat despondent. Even if he played conservatively, he should not have performed so poorly. Could it be that he is truly aging? Noticing Gasol's downcast expression, Phil approached to offer a few words of comfort. Gasol clearly had little desire to discuss his state. "Coach, Kobe seems somewhat dissatisfied," he murmured. "It's all right. He's just being hard on himself," Phil replied nonchalantly. At that moment, Jennings approached. "Hey, Chinese player. I am quite displeased with your performance today. Can't you even attack? And your defense lacks any sense of pressure. How did you make it into the NBA? This is merely a regular season game. My aim is the championship." Han Lei shrugged and departed nonchalantly. "Is this your level?" Jennings sneered at Han Lei's retreating figure. "Look at the stats. How many points did you score in the fourth quarter?" Blake tossed out a taunt and walked away with a smirk. Jennings paused. Reflecting on his performance, in the fourth quarter, his shooting was dismal, registering a mere 1 out of 5. This dismal statistic was largely attributed to Han Lei's defense, which, despite lacking in steals and blocks, effectively disrupted Jennings' shooting rhythm and vision. Chapter 39. Rematch against the Warriors. A few days later, Curry, having just made 500 three-point shots, sat on the training court, panting for breath, when Ellis approached, wearing an amused expression. "Steven, the Lakers player you've been keeping an eye on, Han Lei, has been utterly disappointing in the last 2 games. What happened?" Curry inquired. "Did you not watch the game?" "Just yesterday, in the match against the Pistons. Han Lei played for 12 minutes, scoring only 2 points on 1 out of 3 shooting. He didn't record any blocks and managed just 1 steal, which was a mere opportunistic play." Ellis chuckled, displaying his phone with the game stats on the screen. "Oh, I was preoccupied with training and didn't pay attention." "It seems Han Lei's performance has indeed been lackluster," Curry replied thoughtfully. "My friend, your judgment seems a bit off. Han Lei is likely encountering the rookie wall. He is struggling to adapt to the NBA's pace. Perhaps you should start paying attention to other players," Ellis suggested. The rookie wall refers to the phenomenon where a newcomer to the league, once studied by opposing players over a few games, finds himself subject to effective defensive strategies. If a player manages to maintain consistent performance post-analysis, it indicates he has overcome the rookie wall. Otherwise, he may find it challenging to succeed thereafter. It certainly appears to be the case, but our next game is against the Lakers. It would be better to observe him directly on the court, Curry said, a hint of disappointment crossing his face. I have no interest in facing such a player. I'll actively seek to defend against Kobe instead, Ellis jested. At that moment, Coach Zhang arrived in Golden State, hurriedly checking into his hotel while sending a message to Han Lei, informing him that his flight had been booked. Although Han Lei was also staying at a different hotel, he promptly hailed a cab upon receiving Coach Zhang's message. Inside Coach Zhang's room, the aroma of tea filled the air. How prepared are you for tomorrow's game? He asked, surprised by Han Lei's unexpected visit. The tickets could have been arranged at the airport, and considering the Lakers had lost their last 2 games, tomorrow's match seemed an opportune moment for them to end their losing streak. Facing the Warriors tomorrow, it should be fine. I'll just go with the flow. Han Lei replied, recalling Phil's strategy. Well, that mindset doesn't quite seem like you. Has Phil really allowed you to leave at this time? Coach Zhang expressed incredulously. If you and I can understand it, does that still make him a Zen master? Han Lei wore a relaxed smile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he promptly addressed the main topic. Director Zhang, I would like you to record a video for me. Upon my return to China in a few days, I hope it can be broadcast on CCTV, Han Lei stated, taking a deep breath. Oh, this matter, Director Zhang replied. I believe it poses no issue. In fact, your popularity has been steadily rising in China. They would certainly be eager to feature an interview with you. However, this hotel room appears rather modest. Shall we arrange to meet at a more formal venue tomorrow? Director Zhang patted his chest in agreement, glanced around, and added, no worries. This place is perfectly adequate. You may call the cameraman in. By the way, here is my list of questions. Please kindly follow the queries outlined here when asking me. Han Lei's enigmatic smile revealed a sheet of paper, densely scribbled with numerous words. Director Zhang, unable to contain his joy, was pleasantly surprised to discover that beneath Han Lei's seemingly dull exterior lay a keen and meticulous mind. He promptly took the paper, smiling as he read it. What an excellent question. It seems you possess a good understanding of journalism, Director Zhang exclaimed, slapping his thigh in delight. Han Lei offered a somewhat awkward smile, recalling the sensational news he had encountered online prior to his time travel, such as the absurd claims of Curry shooting Durant and Obama endorsing Wiggins for the next presidential election. The earlier questions were quite appropriate, but this last one. How do you intend to respond? It seems somewhat promotional in nature. Suddenly, Director Zhang furrowed his brow, as if he had glimpsed something incomprehensible. Ahem, it is indeed promotional. Do you think it is suitable to broadcast it this way? Han Lei inquired cautiously. Not a significant issue. I still possess a modicum of influence. Director Zhang suddenly recalled something. However, I hope you will heed my arrangements afterward. Consider it a small favor for me. After recording the video, Director Zhang cheerfully escorted Han Lei to a taxi. What a loyal lad he is. One wouldn't expect it from his usual demeanor. The young girl, Sun Ling, is quite commendable as well, but alas, my prime is past. Observing the taxi fade into the distance, Director Zhang sighed. The following day, at the Warriors Oracle Arena, after the players took the court, Kobe maintained his serious expression. The Lakers had suffered 2 consecutive defeats, and this match against the struggling Warriors was crucial for redemption. After greeting Kobe, Curry approached Han Lei for a brief chat. How is it going? How is your form today? It's SOSO, not in the best shape. But I believe winning against you will pose no challenge. Han Lei chuckled, unabashedly throwing out some trash talk. As long as you have confidence, that's good. If you can't bring your best, I will find it rather dull. Curry, unfazed, felt his competitive spirit spark. The Lakers' starting lineup remained unchanged, featuring Gasol, Odom, Artest, Kobe, and Fisher. Han Lei sat on the bench, observing the players on the court as they engaged in a jump ball at center court. Phil leaned closer to Han Lei's ear. Derek, Fisher, is merely a nominal starter. I will send you in to primarily defend Curry. Remember, your task is to focus on defense. As for offense, we will continue to revolve around our strong interior presence. Understood. But despite everyone being rather relaxed in the first 2 games, Kobe is relentlessly scoring points, not adhering to your strategy, Han Lei remarked, rubbing his nose as he caught the scent of Phil's cigar. Indeed, Kobe is undoubtedly the most troublesome player for me, bar none. Even Mike was not this challenging to manage. But does this pertain to today's game? Phil said, a hint of frustration in his voice. The only player capable of causing Phil such distress was indeed Kobe. I will find a way to extend our lead to 15 points or more. Are you confident you can keep Kobe on the bench? Han Lei suddenly proposed. Your line of thinking is sound. As long as the team is in a favorable position, I am confident I can keep Kobe off the court. However, while the Warriors may be a weaker team, the NBA is ever-changing. Are you capable of widening the score gap? Phil questioned, somewhat puzzled. Han Lei smiled faintly, choosing to say little. In the first quarter, Kobe was eager to make his mark, swiftly seizing the momentum with a remarkable 14 points, leaving the Warriors somewhat bewildered. Once Lin Shihao entered the game, he showcased his impressive shooting touch, consistently contributing to keep the Lakers' lead at a manageable 8 points. 2 minutes into the second quarter, Han Lei took to the court, replacing Fisher, who had been thoroughly exploited by Lin Shihao. Curry whispered a few words to the coach, prompting the Warriors to make a substitution. With Curry stepping onto the floor, it seemed he was eager to personally gauge Han Lei's prowess. Chapter 40. Curry's versatile offensive tactics. Most of the Lakers starters had been rotated out, leaving only Gasol on the court. Phil had assigned Han Lei the task of defending Curry, a straightforward strategy given the Lakers' superior offensive capabilities. By neutralizing the Warriors' key player, victory would be within reach. In the previous 2 games, Phil maintained a stoic demeanor, adhering to his principle of no timeouts, no frustration, and remaining seated, despite the Lakers suffering 2 consecutive losses. While Kobe merely accepted this situation, Han Lei not only understood it, but actively embodied it. His ultimate aim was the championship, and thus he was willing to make slight adjustments during the regular season. Losing a couple of games would allow the team to relax mentally, freeing them from the burden of being the reigning champions. However, every situation has its limits. And in this game, Phil proactively assigned a task to Han Lei, seemingly intent on ending the losing streak. Seizing the opportunity, Han Lei requested to reduce Kobe's playing time. As Kobe had yet to relax, it was time for him to unwind. On the court, Han Lei lowered his center of gravity, continuously taking small steps to stay closely aligned with Curry's movements. He realized that keeping up with Curry's footwork was a daunting challenge. So he focused intently on the basketball in Curry's hands. As Curry executed a series of dribbles, Han Lei suddenly noticed the ball would soon pass to his left, prompting him to swiftly shift in that direction. Impressive, Curry mused. He had intended to break through on Han Lei's left side, but Han Lei preemptively obstructed his path. Nevertheless, Curry's ball handling skills had matured significantly, allowing him to deftly alter his direction and glide past Han Lei on the right. This time, Han Lei could not prevent Curry's right side breakthrough. It was not for lack of foresight. Rather, his body simply could not keep pace, as he had just shifted his weight to the left and was unable to adjust his center of gravity in time. Faced with Gasol, Curry opted for a distant jump shot, the latter's long arms proving futile as the ball kissed the backboard and fell through the net. Curry cast a helpless expression towards Han Lei before swiftly retreating to defense. A chorus of cheers erupted from the Warriors bench, celebrating Curry's seamless execution that had artfully toyed with 2 Lakers players in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, on the Lakers bench, Arteist nudged Kobe with his arm and quietly inquired, "Will Han Lei's usual defensive strategies against you be effective against Curry?" Clearly, Arteist felt a twinge of concern. As a former Defensive Player of the Year, he pondered whether, at his defensive peak, he could merely hope to contain Curry. Kobe paused thoughtfully. "My offensive game relies heavily on footwork and post plays, while Han Lei's defense does not depend much on speed. It is rather predicated on his upper body reactions to disrupt me. He does not easily fall for fakes. However, Curry's drives are not just about feints. They are predominantly driven by speed, reminiscent of Iverson. Han Lei's footwork is somewhat sluggish, making it challenging to impede him. So, if you were matched up against Curry, what would you do?" Arteist inquired, recognizing that Kobe, like him, was an exceptional perimeter defender. "On the defensive end, I would give him a step, waiting for his shot before lunging to contest it, utilizing my height and wingspan to disrupt him. Offensively, I would relentlessly pursue him, exhausting his stamina," Kobe replied without hesitation, clearly having studied Curry's game. In fact, during the training camp Kobe hosted in 2007, he had already taken note of this exceptionally talented point guard. On the court, Han Lei did not feel disheartened by Curry's breakthrough. It was merely one play, after all. His ultimate goal remained to aid his team in securing victory. Han Lei, assuming the role of the point guard, dribbled the ball with the singular intent of advancing it to the front court and passing it to Gasol. After his previous confrontation with Nash, he maintained a strategy focused solely on the ball, effortlessly maneuvering it to the front court, where Gasol had already positioned himself. Is he prepared to take the shot? We shall not double-team you. Curry lowered his body, opting for a one-on-one defense. Han Lei, with a single hand gripping the ball, was poised to loft a pass to Gasol within the paint. However, in the blink of an eye, he realized the ball would arrive just before Gasol. prompting an immediate interception. Meanwhile, David Lee, who was tasked with guarding Gasol, displayed a flicker of intent in his eyes, clearly prepared to either maneuver around or execute a steal, with a high probability of success. Han Lei and Blake exchanged passes, advancing the ball a few steps before adjusting his angle. Yet he discerned that it was still not the opportune moment to pass to Gasol. He couldn't help but lament the Warriors' earlier defeat against the Lakers, where they suffered in the paint. It was evident that they had adapted, implementing a strategic focus on Gasol. Just moments ago, David Lee's long-range shooting ability had drawn Gasol out to the mid-range, effectively delaying Gasol's interception of Curry. Meanwhile, the Lakers bench erupted in a chorus of shouts, urging, "Feed Gasol." Despite the clamorous calls, Han Lei remained unfazed, understanding that sometimes the truths of the game are held by a select few, while others cannot foresee the trajectory of basketball. This state of being acutely aware amidst a crowd's intoxication requires immense composure, a quality Han Lei prided himself on, which is also why Kobe and Phil valued him. Unable to find an opportunity for an interior pass, Han Lei, Barnes, and Blake exchanged screens. Han Lei delivered the ball, and Barnes attempted a long-range shot, which fell short. Curry secured the rebound and swiftly darted towards the frontcourt, with Han Lei hot on his heels. Beyond the three-point line, Curry executed a sudden halt, while Han Lei did not mimic the stop. He had already anticipated that Curry would not lift the ball above his head for a three-pointer, but would instead perform a promotion, propelling himself towards the basket at the moment of the pass. Han Lei stood within the penalty area, and Curry exhibited a look of astonishment. Initially, he had been quite confident in his prayer gesture, especially considering that Han Lei was positioned behind him, ostensibly out of sight of his hand movements. However, Curry's ability to adapt was remarkable. As Han Lei remained in the penalty area, he soon realized that in the next moment, Curry was poised to shoot, lifting the ball above his head before releasing it. Han Lei hastened his pace, but it was too late. The ball had already been launched from beyond the arc, swishing through the net like a splash of water. Han Lei displayed a look of surprise. It seems that even as a defensive player, he can anticipate the ball's next movement. However, agile offensive players like Curry naturally adjust their offensive strategies based on the defensive player's focal points. Han Lei achieved enlightenment. He realized that he was not invincible on the court, and a smile graced his lips. The Warriors bench erupted in cheers. Curry's strategy had proven effective time and again, adept at both shooting and driving. In an instant, the score narrowed to a mere 9 points. Yet, Curry had found his rhythm, and the Lakers were acutely aware of the significance of momentum, having excelled in the previous season at dismantling opponents with a surge in the third quarter. "What do you think, Phil? Should I take the court?" Kobe inquired. "Let's wait and see," Phil replied, steadfast as ever. Chapter 41. The Deceptive Fake and True Pass. Paul. Take note. I shall be taking numerous shots from here on. I am not concerned about missing, for you will be there beneath the basket. Against the Warriors' interior defense, you are more than capable, are you not? Han Lei came to the baseline to receive the ball. After Gasol passed it to him, Han Lei murmured, Gasol." Upon hearing this, cast a curious glance at Han Lei. He understood that David Lee, who was defending against him, was adept at navigating around screens, leaving him with little opportunity to receive the ball. As a traditional post player, Gasol felt somewhat rendered ineffective. Han Lei's intent is unequivocal, a second offensive strike. Gasol is acutely aware that in terms of rebounding, his height and wingspan considerably surpass that of David Lee. Up to this point in the game, the Lakers' backcourt has not relinquished a single rebound, serving as testament to their dominance. However, when it comes to securing offensive rebounds, the attacking side finds itself positioned behind the defending side, inevitably placing them at a disadvantage in terms of positioning. Han Lei's strategy focused on scoring from offensive rebounds, which carried an element of risk. The photographer, sensing the score tightening, cleverly directed the lens towards Kobe's face. Kobe's expression was grave as he observed the unfolding dynamics on the court. It was time to reinstate the starters. There was still half of the second quarter remaining, and Phil's tactics were becoming increasingly enigmatic. Coach Zhang in the studio expressed his astonishment. The fans within the arena, witnessing the home team as favorable circumstances, erupted in cheers. Curry was exceptional, demonstrating an impeccable shooting touch. That young lad from Huaxia simply couldn't contain him. Meanwhile, the Lakers' offense had stagnated, and the only starter on the floor, Pau Gasol, seemed to struggle to receive the ball. Curry continued to exert pressure. I had seen his pregame training. His three-point shooting was remarkably precise. Akin to a machine, he was a veritable shooting automaton. "Phil, Please bring Kobe back quickly. On the court, Han Lei maneuvered, shielding himself from the fans' shouts of defense, methodically advancing the ball into the front court. Stephen, I am about to attack. Can you withstand it? Han Lei observed the lowered stance of his opponent and, surprisingly, initiated a provocation. Come on. Curry clapped his hands encouragingly. Han Lei calmly collected the ball at the arc and leapt for a jump shot. Curry, quick to react, immediately closed in, soaring high to intercept. In truth, Curry had meticulously analyzed Han Lei's game. He understood that Han Lei's shooting accuracy was exceptionally high, undoubtedly matching his own prowess. However, Han Lei's weaknesses were also glaringly evident. His ability to penetrate the defense was lacking. Thus, the three threats were reduced to merely two, prompting Curry to forego guarding Han Lei's drive and instead focus intently on defending against his shot. Consequently, at the moment Han Lei ascended for his attempt, Curry darted forward with remarkable speed. Despite the significant height difference of over 10 centimeters, his athleticism was formidable. In an instant, Han Lei felt Curry closing in on him, executing an impressive defensive maneuver that created a formidable disturbance in midair. At that moment, a smile of appreciation graced Ellis's lips. He understood that as a shooter, Curry possessed an acute awareness of a shooter's vulnerabilities. Moreover, Curry's defense was commendable, albeit somewhat lacking in physical confrontation. Coincidentally, Han Lei was not a player who relied on physicality, which afforded Curry an advantage in defense. Are you attempting a forced shot? The fans gasped in disbelief. Do you think you're Kobe? Someone chuckled among the crowd. At this juncture, Han Lei's gaze was intense, aiming for the hoop through the gaps between Curry's fingers. Unsurprisingly, he could not discern any trajectory that would lead the ball into the basket. Clang! The shot ricocheted off the rim. What a splendid defense! Ellis unexpectedly applauded on the court. The sideline referee cast a sidelong glance at him, prompting Ellis to quickly restrain his laughter. Meanwhile, the battle for the rebound commenced. Gasol's eyes flickered as he observed the ball ricocheting off the rim, hurtling toward him. In front of him, David Lee firmly established his position, denying Gasol any opportunity to access the rebound. However, the ball seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring over David Lee's head 2 meters high, as he leapt in vain to catch it. When the ball descended behind David Lee, it was now above Gasol's head, and as its altitude diminished, Gasol extended his long arms and effortlessly snagged the ball. This was his first possession in the paint, invigorating his spirit. He pivoted a few steps inward, unreservedly executing a hook shot over David Lee's head, and won. The referee blew his whistle, signaling a foul. Well done, Paul. Han Lei approached and exchanged a high five with Gasol. Gasol, with a triumphant expression, extended his large hand, causing Han Lei's hand to tingle slightly. It seemed that his sister-in-law was no pushover. As Gasol scored from the free throw line, the Lakers bench let out a collective sigh of relief. David, you're guarding Gasol. Put in a bit more effort, Ellis remarked to David Lee. Gasol, being the second in command of a two-time championship team, was undoubtedly a formidable opponent, a fact David Lee was well aware of. However, he did not fret excessively. Securing an offensive rebound was not an easy feat, and it was not always so fortuitous. In the next play, Curry held the ball beyond the arc. After executing a pick and roll with David Lee, he slipped towards the basket, prompting Gasol to rush in for help defense. Curry felt a surge of delight. He had learned the art of exploiting size mismatches from Chris Paul. With a mere 2 steps separating him from Gasol, Curry rose to take the shot. His release was swift, and Gasol realized too late that he needed to jump. Just as he thought he could not intercept the shot, a flash of movement obscured his vision. It was Han Lei, who soared through the air and deftly caught the ball in his embrace. As he landed, bewilderment painted Curry's face while Han Lei sprinted rapidly towards the front court. The 10 players on the court erupted in a rush towards the Warriors' basket. Han Lei suddenly halted, observing that Ellis stood beyond the three-point line, evidently demonstrating exceptional defensive awareness. The Warriors are indeed youthful, exhibiting remarkable speed in their transition defense. Phil murmured, casting a sidelong glance at Kobe beside him. Clearly, his words carried a double meaning, highlighting the Lakers' vulnerability due to their advanced age. Kobe appeared indifferent, fixated on the unfolding action on the court. Yet, Phil smirked inwardly, knowing that Kobe had indeed heard him and comprehended his implication. What now? Do you wish to launch a fast break? Your pace resembles that of a slow-moving green train in Huaxia. Ellis clapped his hands mockingly. Come on, take me on in a one-on-one, if you can. Facing the swiftly retreating Warriors, Han Lei first displayed a moment of slight astonishment, followed by a composed touch on the ball. The Lakers players gradually approached, each finding their position. A one-on-one? As you wish. After Han Lei spoke, he took a few steps back while discreetly delivering an elbow to Ellis. Then immediately took the shot. Despite the pain, Ellis understood the importance of maintaining composure and avoiding fouls, so he swiftly leaped up to contest the shot. Han Lei remained unfazed, swiftly executing his move. Clang. The sound of iron. How about that? After Ellis descended, he turned to glance at the ball rebounding off the backboard, chuckling softly. However, his grin promptly froze as the ball, inexplicably, soared past David Lee, heading towards Gasol's head. This time, Gasol was positioned closer to the basket. He leaped, tipped the ball, and it gracefully entered the hoop. How infuriating. Are you all merely relying on the interior to pick up scraps? Ellis murmured. Gasol scratched his head, seemingly having made a discovery. The ball appeared to be coming directly for him. Han Lei's shot, rather than a mere attempt at scoring, resembled more a precise pass. Chapter 42. Satisfying the sister-in-law. With 2 minutes remaining in the second quarter, the Lakers maintained a 12-point lead. Gasol, utilizing his uncanny offensive rebounding skills, scored twice in succession. The frustration he felt just days ago against Bogut was finally vindicated through these two powerful responses, invigorating his spirit. Han Lei remained unfazed by his consecutive missed shots. For his pursuit was not of advanced statistics, but rather the triumph of his team. As the score widened to a 10-point deficit, Curry was resolute in his determination. He swiftly dribbled across the court, employing the same strategy, engaging in a pick-and-roll with David Lee. The intention was unmistakable, to draw Gasol out from the paint. In the previous exchange, Curry assumed that after the switch, Han Lei would guard the sharpshooting David Lee. To his astonishment, Han Lei abandoned Lee and joined in the defensive effort against Curry, resulting in Curry's shot being blocked. This time, however, Curry was more astute. After the substitution, facing Gasol, he cast a sidelong glance at Han Lei. Han Lei, predictable as ever, moved towards him. Did he intend to assist in the defense once more? At Curry's cue, David Lee sprinted towards the weak side at a 40-degree angle, creating space between himself and Curry. This tactic, simple yet effective, tested Han Lei's defensive choices. Han Lei, however, did not hesitate and sprinted towards David Lee. A smile crept onto Curry's face. This is just right. I can take on Gasol one-on-one. Suddenly, the ball slipped from Curry's grasp. What just happened? Curry was bewildered. He watched as Gasol deftly dribbled the ball and surged toward the front court. It turned out that Curry, overly focused on Han Lei's positioning, had momentarily overlooked the invigorated Gasol. This towering figure at 213 centimeters is the indispensable second-in-command of the two-time champions. Gasol skillfully maneuvered the ball, advancing toward the front court. The Warriors players rushed back on defense with astonishing speed, leaving no opportunities for a fast break. No matter, just pass the ball to me. Han Lei approached swiftly. The two exchanged glances, and Gasol understood that the outcome hinged on rebounding. This understanding was also shared by Curry. David, keep an eye on Gasol, Curry communicated. To which David Lee nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Han Lei remained calm and signaled to Gasol for a screen. Were they really abandoning the paint? David Lee felt perplexed. For this maneuver was a common strategy employed by the Warriors to compensate for their lack of interior strength, intentionally drawing the opposing team's big men out. Han Lei executed a high-quality pick and roll with Gasol, and then the two swiftly moved towards the basket. He will pass to Gasol. Watch for Han Lei's pass. The Warriors coach, well-versed in the intricacies of the pick and roll, urged. At that moment, Curry's mind was equally sharp. He positioned himself between Gasol and Han Lei, while David Lee hurriedly followed Han Lei's footsteps. On the sidelines, Phil was equally bewildered. During training, Han Lei had not demonstrated the technique of playing small against big. Logically, he should only be able to lob the ball to Gasol, yet the distance obstructed the passing lane. Even the Zen master found himself in a moment of confusion. Han Lei quickened his pace, plunging towards the paint with determination. He rose for a layup. David Lee, swift on his feet, leaped high alongside Han Lei. Kid, are you looking for a block? David Lee's right hand reached for the point slightly higher than where Han Lei released the ball. In that moment, he felt a surge of exhilaration. After being schooled by Gasol twice, he finally had a chance to challenge Han Lei's long-range shot. However, as he observed David Lee's large hand approaching the ball that had just left Han Lei's fingertips, tension filled the air. A faint smile danced upon Han Lei's lips. With a resounding bang, the top board was struck. The Warriors bench erupted with fervor. The fans on the sidelines were in a frenzy. The players on the court were electrified. A cacophony of cheers resounded. The only one who remained unperturbed was Curry. He witnessed the basketball ricochet off the backboard, soaring directly towards him, more precisely, towards the crown of his head. Behind him loomed the Lakers' interior force, Pau Gasol. David. Curry leaped to intercept the ball, fully aware that his stature was insufficient for the task, as the ball soared too high. He urgently called out to David Lee, signaling for him to assist in guarding Gasol. However, Lee was entangled with Han Lei, who had just been blocked, and was currently fixated on the play, leaving no one to guard. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, Gasol seized the ball, with Curry clinging to him, and executed a layup and won. The referee's whistle blared. Gasol thumped his chest in triumph. The Lakers bench, with the exception of Phil, rose in celebration, waving their towels enthusiastically. The fans were incensed, brandishing signs that proclaimed "Beat LA," collectively chanting, "Defeat Los Angeles! Defeat Los Angeles! Defeat Los Angeles!" Gasol converted his free throw, widening the gap to 15 points. Kobe relaxed slightly, nodding in acknowledgement. Phil, however, was perplexed. Han Lei's strategy seemed illogical yet remarkably effective. The question lingered. Why would he trust that Gasol could secure every rebound? Offensive rebounds are not easily claimed and cannot be relied upon as a standard tactic. Yet, Han Lei appeared brimming with confidence, repeatedly launching the ball. Had he communicated with Gasol in advance, orchestrating his positioning? Phil found himself at a loss. With just over a minute remaining in the second quarter, Curry and Evans spearheaded a relentless pursuit for the Warriors, capitalizing on their speed advantage. Meanwhile, the Lakers, under Han Lei's guidance, slowed the tempo, engaging in a half-court battle, relying on Gasol's dominance in the paint to achieve a high shooting percentage. To everyone's surprise, Han Lei consistently found ways to deliver the ball to Gasol's hands at the most opportune moments. Utilizing his height advantage, Gasol effortlessly scored. It seemed fortune favored the Lakers. Evans, after passing the ball to Curry, expressed his frustration. Was it truly just luck? Curry remained silent. The halftime whistle blew. The score stood at 49-64, with the Lakers leading by 15 points as they entered the second half. Gasol had made all 8 of his attempts, totaling 21 points, earning the title of halftime's most valuable player. How did you manage that? In the locker room, everyone was initially extolling Gasol as the cornerstone of the interior. Suddenly, Gasol posed a question to Han Lei. As someone deeply involved, he understood that each time the ball could land precisely in his hands, contrasting sharply with the past when he had to exert every ounce of energy to secure offensive rebounds. It was hardly surprising, after all. He inherently possessed an advantage in the paint, and his trust in Gasol was unwavering. Han Lei casually remarked. Chapter 43, Tactical Deployment. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers' substitutions left everyone bewildered. Once the head coach of the Rockets and now a commentator, Van Gundy scratched his nearly bald head. What on earth was Phil thinking? In the first quarter, Kobe was unstoppable, yet in the second quarter, he was benched. As Gasol dominated the paint in the second quarter, he too found himself relegated to the sidelines. With the onset of the third quarter, the players took the court. Odom replaced Gasol, stepping in as the starting center, while the other players included Blake, Han Lei, Barnes, and Artest. This constituted a quintessential big and small lineup. The crowd erupted in disbelief. Did the Lakers truly disdain their opponents, opting to keep Kobe and Gasol on the bench? Did they believe this lineup could secure their victory? This was unexpected. The Lakers were renowned for their formidable third quarters. Were they truly conceding this one? Upon witnessing the Lakers lineup, Curry paused momentarily, then applauded. He was prepared to make the Lakers pay for their arrogance. The Warriors initiated play, with Blake assigned to guard Curry, while Han Lei took on Ellis. This is fantastic. I finally get to match up with you again. Ellis eagerly anticipated the duel. At that moment, Curry dribbled past Blake, who recoiled. Suddenly, Curry halted, retreated, and took a jump shot. However, just as he leaped, a blur appeared before him, and he found his hands empty. The ball bounced and rolled out of bounds. Han Lei had emerged beside him, effortlessly reading Curry's retreating jump shot and swatting the ball away. I can hardly keep up with you, my friend Ellis. Han Lei clapped his hands, exuding an air of casual confidence. Ellis, visibly agitated, realized that he needed to push Han Lei as far down to the corner as possible, thereby creating space for Curry to operate. After all, Ellis had first-hand experience of Han Lei's formidable defense. As the Warriors regained possession, Ellis prepared to inbound the ball, his mind racing as he kept a vigilant eye on Han Lei's movements. It was a truth he was reluctant to confront. Han Lei's defense had undeniably ascended to elite status on the perimeter. At that moment, David Lee raised his hands high in the paint, while his defender, the often distracted Odom, was lost in thought, gazing at the cheerleaders on the sidelines. Meanwhile, Han Lei was engaged in a double team with Blake against Curry. Now was the time. Ellis seized the opportunity and delivered a precise pass to David Lee. What a splendid pass! David Lee felt a surge of elation just moments before. He and Odom had exchanged a few casual words, naturally discussing which cheerleading squad, Los Angeles or Golden State, was more aesthetically pleasing. As Ellis's pass neared its destination, a formidable figure loomed large, none other than the former Defensive Player of the Year, Artest. The Lakers' perimeter defense was not solely reliant on Han Lei. Although age had dulled Artest's foot speed, his keen awareness remained intact. A fine interception, Kobe shouted from the sidelines. Subsequently, the Lakers found themselves without an opportunity for a fast break. After handing the ball to Blake, Artest observed that the Warriors had already transitioned back on defense. Blake, seemingly unhurried, leisurely dribbled the ball past half-court. Curry crouched low, searching for a chance to steal the ball. Suddenly, Blake made a move to break right. Curry, quick on his feet, cautiously followed, curiosity peaking within him. Was Blake merely a shooter, attempting to take him one-on-one? In that instant, Curry felt a collision. "Steven, switch on defense," Ellis called out. It turned out that Han Lei had positioned himself just behind Curry on the right, executing a pick-and-roll with Blake. As Ellis defended Blake, he was led into the corner, while Han Lei stood at the top of the arc, raising his hand to receive Blake's pass. This set the stage for a one-on-one confrontation with Curry. Indeed, this was the tactical arrangement orchestrated by Phil Jackson. Execute the play. At this moment, Han Lei's arsenal of offensive weapons is rather limited. However, while Curry's defensive awareness is commendable, his physique is 2 sizes smaller than that of Han Lei, which creates a significant advantage for the latter. Excellent. Press forward, Han Lei. Kobe smacked his thigh in approval. If he were in this matchup, Kobe would not rely heavily on footwork. Instead, he would bulldoze into the paint like a tank. Subsequently, when confronted by the interior defenders coming to double team, it is precisely here that Kobe's footwork skills would come into play. Once this scenario unfolds, none of the other Warriors on the court would come to double team Han Lei. Do you believe you possess the one-on-one prowess of Kobe or Anthony? Moreover, the 4 players on the court alongside Han Lei are well-spaced and all possess the ability to shoot from distance, creating a vast expanse of space. It is simply impossible to double-team him. Curry, undeterred, wore a look of keen interest. Come on. Han Lei feigned a forward breakthrough, then retreated a few steps, seemingly preparing for a step-back jump shot. Curry remained closely attached, crouching low, entirely unfazed by the deceptive maneuvers. The significance of positioning in a smaller defender against a larger opponent cannot be overstated. It is not about achieving merit, but rather avoiding mistakes. Moreover, Curry harbored no belief that Han Lei's speed could surpass him. Thud, thud, thud. Han Lei took a step back, continuously retreating. Wait, does he intend to return to the three-point line? As Han Lei approached the midcourt, Curry momentarily hesitated, easing his tight defense. Who would press so aggressively when nearing midcourt? What was happening? Did he plan to launch a sudden attack, bulldozing through like LeBron? Or was he contemplating a shot from midcourt, testing his luck? Yet, there were still several seconds left on the shot clock. Curry looked on, bemused, at Han Lei. At that moment, Han Lei gathered the ball and shot. The spectators gasped in surprise. What kind of shot was that? Had he deliberately positioned himself at midcourt? He didn't even jump to shoot. It resembled a push shot. On the sidelines, Phil frowned. This was not right. The strategy had been to let Han Lei penetrate the paint, using Curry as a shield. The interior had already been cleared for him. Such a three-pointer, even if perfected in practice, seemed far too frivolous for a formal match. The ball traced a high arc through the air, gracefully descending into the hoop. Indeed, the net barely stirred. Thud, thud, thud. The arena fell silent as the ball bounced on the floor, the sound echoing clearly. Then, everyone reacted simultaneously. How could that possibly go in? Was he truly shooting a three-pointer over Curry from that distance? Who granted him such audacity? Kobe slapped his thigh, beaming with delight. This rascal was utterly outrageous. Yet, it was impressive. Kobe was the kind of player who could make the impossible seem effortless, and now Han Lei appeared to mirror him perfectly. The Warriors had little time left for astonishment. They trailed by 18 points. Curry was acutely aware of this. In the second round, Curry held the ball, controlling the pace. No problem. They simply needed to reclaim the lost points. He spoke in a calm manner, which helped to steady his fellow Warriors players. Indeed, They had to remain composed while chasing the score. Curry faced off against Blake, executing rapid crossovers and behind-the-back dribbles. This deft technique prompted an enthusiastic response from commentator Van Gundy, who slammed his hand on the table. His dribbling surpassed that of Alston, a player Van Gundy had previously coached, known for his street ball prowess. Curry's dribbling had reached a level that would leave even street ballers in awe. Curry took a step to the left and released a swift shot. A perfect arc. It swished through the net. The crowd erupted. Their future core player was boldly showcasing his prowess. Beat LA. A resounding chorus of slogans erupted, igniting fervor among the crowd, its deafening volume overwhelming. On the court, the Lakers players were nearly compelled to cover their ears while playing. Yet, Han Lei remained undeterred. He diligently executed a pick-and-roll with Blake, specifically targeting Curry. This time, he intended to adhere to Phil's strategy, for the earlier action had merely been a sudden, unexpected strike. Han Lei lowered his shoulders and made a breakthrough, bending his body. His speed not particularly swift. He charged directly towards the basket. With the other 4 Lakers players stationed beyond the three-point line, Han Lei encountered little resistance in the paint, executing a straightforward layup. Curry, fully aware of his defensive vulnerabilities, leaped to contest the shot, seeking merely to disrupt rather than to block. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Han Lei's eyes. The layup missed. However, Han Lei leapt once more, securing the rebound. He jumped from the spot and executed a magnificent slam dunk. Curry felt a jolt and fell to the ground. Han Lei clung to the rim, swaying back and forth. Chapter 44, Curry dunked. Beep, beep, beep. The referee hurried over, waving his arms. Technical foul, due to Han Lei's prolonged grip on the basket. The referee's keen eye did not miss a beat. However, no one mocked Han Lei for this technical foul. He had dunked over none other than the star player, Curry. Throughout the nation, all fans watching this match heard the thunderous roar of Coach Zhang through their televisions. This was his first career dunk, and it was on the head of another rising star, Curry. Coach Zhang couldn't contain his joy. The spectators in the arena were equally astonished. Could it be that this Huaxiao player could actually dunk? Though he may lack physical strength, standing at 2.01 meters, it shouldn't have been an insurmountable feat. It was akin to a standing dunk, which indeed demands greater jumping ability than a running dunk. It merely took advantage of Curry's physical attributes. What is there to be surprised about? On the court, Curry rose to his feet, unfazed. That was a beautiful dunk. But just you wait. The real show is only just beginning. Han Lei listened and nonchalantly nodded. As you wish. In the next round, the Warriors had possession of the ball. To Han Lei's slight astonishment, Curry unexpectedly called for a pick and roll. Indeed, it was a collaboration with Evans, who was defending Han Lei. With a defensive switch, Han Lei found himself guarding Curry. This was strikingly reminiscent of the Lakers' strategy to target Curry specifically. It certainly bore a hint of rivalry. This game is becoming quite captivating, Coach Zhang remarked with enthusiasm. On the court, Han Lei lowered his center of gravity, fully aware of Curry's remarkable speed. He understood that relying solely on his predictive skills might not suffice to counter Curry's ability to maneuver past him. Thus, he needed to concentrate intently. With measured steps, he adjusted his balance and keenly observed the ball. You cannot match my pace, Han Lei, Curry proclaimed with unwavering confidence in his dribbling prowess. Han Lei merely sensed Curry's subtle movement. With his back turned, he dribbled and then made a breakthrough from the weak side. Han Lei swayed slightly. Yet he was not deceived. Clearly, he discerned that this was merely a test. Indeed, Curry retreated, poised to take his shot. Han Lei leaned forward, realizing that this was merely a moment of worship. At that moment, a smile appeared on Curry's lips. He suddenly broke to the right, understanding that Han Lei's center of gravity had been disrupted. This was the perfect opportunity for a breakthrough. Indeed, he effortlessly passed Han Lei. The arena erupted with a resounding and harmonious cheer. Although Curry was not yet the MVP at this moment, Han Lei suddenly turned around and sprinted towards the basket. However, Curry's speed was astonishing. His agile figure had already reached the hoop, soaring high into the air. Indeed, was Curry about to attempt a dunk? Previously, he had dazzled with three-pointers. Now, would he dazzle with a dunk? Observing this scene, Han Lei abruptly slammed to a halt, surprisingly stopping in the key area, refusing to advance another step. In that fleeting moment, the players on the court were collectively bewildered. Warriors players, is Curry truly going for a dunk? Lakers players, is Han Lei really not going to defend? In this electrifying instant, Curry's suspended figure, coupled with the ambiguous expression in Han Lei's eyes, left the audience agape. Crash. Ouch. Two consecutive sounds shattered the stillness of the moment. In the blink of an eye, Curry found himself sitting on the ground, the basketball rolling to Han Lei's feet. Clearly, Curry had collided with the rim, losing his balance and tumbling down. Indeed, it was so. Finally witnessing Curry's south-dunking misstep up close, Han Lei secretly chuckled to himself. In his previous world, Curry was indeed the epitome of failed dunks. This unexpected turn of events left the fans and attendants utterly bewildered. The Warriors players were equally astonished, and the Lakers players were no exception. Both teams' benches stared at the scene, their mouths agape in disbelief. Except for Kobe. "What on earth are you fools doing? Go for the ball," Kobe exclaimed, frantically pacing the sidelines, cursing this bunch for their apparent lack of professionalism. What kind of professional players merely spectate on the court? Han Lei was the first to react, bending down to retrieve the ball and swiftly turning to dash towards the Warriors' half. The others from both the Lakers and the Warriors were also roused by Kobe's call, swiftly transitioning to defense and fast breaks. Curry, trailing behind with a hand on his hip, shouted, "Defense, defense, wait for me to position," with a 5-on-4 advantage. Han Lei passed the ball to the open Blake, who made a successful long-range shot. Is it necessary to make substitutions? Han Lei gazed at Curry with a smile that was not quite a smile, while Curry wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. In the ensuing rounds, Han Lei and Curry continued to take turns choosing names to challenge one another. Han Lei continued to dominate the paint, drawing a double team before deftly passing the ball out for a perimeter shot. Meanwhile, Curry showcased his prowess with explosive drives and agile three-point shots. As the third quarter concluded, the Lakers had established a commanding lead of 23 points. Consequently, the fourth quarter allowed the players to take an early respite. The Warriors, despite having the exceptional sharpshooter Curry, refrained from substituting their starters, fully aware of the daunting 23-point deficit before them. Upon entering the game, Jeremy Lin seized the offensive reins from Curry, performing admirably with 4 successful shots out of 9 attempts, amassing a total of 13 points. However, the standout performance belonged to Pau Gasol of the Lakers, who, with Han Lei's assistance, remarkably scored on all 10 of his attempts, achieving 28 points along with 9 rebounds. It was evident that Gasol was in high spirits. As the game concluded, he was the first to approach Han Lei for a celebratory high five. With the end of their losing streak, Kobe naturally displayed a radiant smile. "Hwasia." Sun Ling hurriedly entered the room, barely taking the time to change her shoes. She pressed the remote, turning on the television just in time to hear the final whistle of the Lakers versus Warriors game. With a score of 117-89, a resounding victory for the Lakers. A fleeting smile of relief crossed Sun Ling's face, soon replaced by a look of concern. From her bag, she retrieved a contract. Opening it, she saw her signature. The property her mother had left her was now mortgaged to a private lending company. The future of her father's gym remained uncertain, leaving her to ponder how her life would unfold. Would it flourish like Han Lei's? Chapter 45. Homecoming what? "You're not traveling back to Los Angeles with the team?" Phil inquired, a cigar perched between his lips, slightly taken aback by Han Lei's announcement. "Indeed. I will be returning to Hwasia tomorrow for approximately 5 days. I may miss 1 or 2 games, so, not a problem. It's merely a minor issue. I understand that the youth today prioritize earning money, and your popularity in Hwasia must be soaring, correct? So, by all means, go back and secure a few endorsements. The team will manage just fine." Phil exhaled a plume of smoke, interrupting Han Lei's response. He recognized that Han Lei had become one of the pivotal cornerstones for the team's future, and this concession was warranted. Moreover, considering Han Lei's modest rookie contract, it was not unreasonable for him to return home, sign a few endorsements, and earn some extra income. Han Lei opened his mouth, intending to elucidate the purpose of his return to the country, yet he soon realized that the explanation would be rather lengthy. Since Phil believed he had come back to make money, he decided against further clarification. At that moment, Yao Ming, currently in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai, received a call from the sports administration. "What? Han Lei is coming to Shanghai?" Yao Ming tossed aside the game controller in his hand, and as the screen of 2K10 showcased a fast break by the Rockets, his character was swiftly knocked to the ground. On the other end of the line, the voice continued, "Indeed, I have just received word, and his promotional video is about to air on CCTV. He has conveyed his intentions through Coach Zhang, expressing a desire to host a basketball game in Shanghai to promote the development of basketball in China. This is simply marvelous. So, does your call imply that I should also attend?" "Yes, I am aware that you have been recuperating at home. But it should not be an issue for you to make an appearance at the event, right? If it were someone else, I might consider declining. But since it is Han Lei, I must unquestionably support him. A grin spread across Yao Ming's face, transforming it into a comical expression. Following Han Lei's advice, he had been living a life of gaming and light exercise at home, and he sensed his physical condition improving steadily. As he mentioned, since it is Han Lei's event, he ought to lend his support both publicly and privately. A day later, in Shanghai, within the office building of a company named Zhongxin Credit, a handsome young man sat in the chairman's office, facing a slightly balding, slender man. Dad, I'm not ready to engage with the company's business just yet. Moreover, I have no interest in a credit company. Besides, I met a girl on the plane back, and she has some family issues at home. I wish to assist her. This young man, named Zhang De, was indeed the individual who had encountered Sun Ling on the flight home. Their conversation had sparked a considerable affection in Zhang De towards Sun Ling. Over the past few days of chatting online, he found himself increasingly captivated by this intelligent and graceful girl. Son, your father worked hard to send you to study in the United States with the intention of having you return to inherit the family business. Our credit company is currently thriving, and the economic situation in our country has never been better, so Zhang De furrowed his brow and interjected. But I have my own dreams, and the credit industry has its shadows. I do not wish to become entangled in it. Zhang De's father, Zhang Kaihe, held high hopes for his son, and upon hearing this, he was instantly infuriated. What shadows? Our business is legitimate. The profits are entirely above board. After listening to his father's litany of defenses, Zhang De calmly posed a question. Is it truly above board? The moment Zhang Kaihe opened his mouth to speak, he gestured with his hand, signaling for silence. After a prolonged pause, he suddenly recalled his son's earlier mention of a girl. Did you say you encountered a girl on the plane? What happened? Is there hope? Zhang De revealed a confident smile, recounting in detail his encounter with Sun Ling, even recalling each word exchanged with remarkable clarity. Observing his son's excitement, Zhang Kaihe's expression softened. However, when Zhang De mentioned that the girl's name was Sun Ling and that her father owned a sports arena which had recently faced an unfortunate incident, Zhang Kaihe's countenance darkened instantaneously, though Zhang De remained oblivious to this change. Several minutes later, as Zhang De exited his father's office, he was still brimming with dreams. So she is the daughter of Boss Sun? What a coincidence. Zhang Kaihe retrieved a contract from his drawer and opened it. The name Sun Ling was boldly inscribed on it, along with her handprint. The document outlined that Sun Ling had mortgaged her property in exchange for a loan of 20 million. Zhang Kaihe sank into his executive chair, exhaling deeply, lost in a web of conflicted thoughts. Since embarking on his business journey, he had established this lending company amidst the flourishing economy of Huaxia. Yet, he was acutely aware of the challenges of making money and often resorted to dubious tactics to exploit borrowers. Recently, during a drinking gathering, he had met Sun Ling's father, and they had engaged in lively conversation, exchanging business cards. Sun Ling's father had expressed great regret, stating that had he not already secured funding for the sports arena, he would have sought a loan from Zhang Kaihe. This revelation ignited a spark of greed within him. He discerned that Boss Sun was particularly invested in his venture and possessed a reckless determination. His keen instincts suggested that there was untapped potential within this businessman. Days later, he promptly sought out a drunkard, offering him 1,000 yuan and a pill, instructing him to consume the drug while running at the sports arena. The drunkard, reassured of his safety, readily agreed for the sum offered. Consequently, he would later sue the sports arena, prompting his son to publicize the incident online, resulting in financial turmoil for the facility. Subsequently, Boss Sun naturally reached out to Zhang Kaihe. Upon Sun Ling's arrival with the property documents, Zhang Kaihe immediately noted the girl's appealing appearance, lamenting that she was burdened with a rather dim-witted father. After Zhang De's departure, Zhang Kaihe pondered in his office whether to persuade the drunkard to retract his lawsuit. However, he soon arrived at a decision. Women are like clothing. My son lacks no prospects for a wife. Should Boss Sun manage to revive the sports arena, he would undoubtedly repay the loan for his daughter, yielding a profit of 15 million. Conversely, if Boss Sun were to face bankruptcy, I would not only acquire the properties under his daughter's name, but could also liquidate the fixed assets of the arena, ensuring a surefire gain. However, matters did not unfold as he had anticipated. Moments later, Zhang De stormed back into the room, seething with anger. What happened, son? Who upset you? Upon witnessing his son's furious expression, Zhang Kaihe began to grasp the situation. What is going on? Zhang De flung his phone onto the table. Zhang Kaihe glanced at the screen, which displayed a conversation between his son and Sun Ling. His son's tone was exceedingly humble, pleading to meet with Sun Ling and assist her in resolving her difficulties. Yet, from Sun Ling's messages, it appeared she was reluctant to accept Zhang Da's help. After a series of obsequious messages from Zhang Da, Sun Ling informed him that she had managed to resolve her issues with a certain credit company. Zhang Da immediately inquired about the name of the company, and thus the truth was revealed. What difference does it make? It's merely a normal business transaction. Zhang Kaihe remarked, deliberately adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Do you think I am unaware of your company's dealings? Dad, just do me a favor. Tear up the contract with Sun Ling. Consider it a loan between friends, and let's waive the interest. Zhang Da's tone softened. He understood that to assist his beloved Sun Ling, he needed his father's benevolent intervention. Zhang Kaihe's mind began to whirl. What if we proceed according to the contract first? I estimate her father's stadium will struggle to turn a profit. When her family is unable to repay our principal and interest, I can step in and negotiate with Sun Ling and her father. If a marriage alliance is formed, we become one family. Then tearing up the contract would be inconsequential. Zhang Kaihe, true to his business acumen, had cleverly emulated the tactics of Yang Bailao. This is utterly unfathomable. I seek love. How can it be measured by money? Zhang Kaihe waved his hand, halting his son's discourse. Everything in this world is negotiable. Why should love be an exception? Son, mature a little. Trust me, if Sun Ling were to be with you, within 3 years, you would grow weary of her. Zhang Da was momentarily at a loss for words. Chapter 46. Capturing a Jie-Cho. Han Lei arrived at the airport in the bustling metropolis. Accompanying him was a team led by Director Zhang from the Central Television. To prevent any chaos, a dedicated vehicle from the network had been patiently awaiting at the airport exit. Han Lei, adorned with sunglasses and a mask, found himself in a rather ludicrous predicament. Director Wan and his team were awaiting at the hotel. Let us proceed to the hotel and discuss the particulars of the basketball match, remarked Coach Zhang in high spirits. Cheerfully speaking from within the car, Han Lei naturally held no objections and was pleased to worry less. Inside the car, he gazed at the passing scenery, reminiscing about the myriad moments from his previous life in Huaxia, becoming thoroughly engrossed. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the luxurious Wanhao Hotel in the bustling metropolis. This establishment boasted opulent decor and impeccable service, primarily renowned for its discretion, as numerous celebrities frequently chose to stay there. Upon entering the hotel, Han Lei encountered Director Wan. After a brief exchange, they effortlessly reached a consensus. Director Wan finally comprehended why his daughter and Coach Zhang held this young man in such high regard. Previous interviews with athletes had often revealed either a lack of eloquence or peculiar personalities. In stark contrast, Han Lei spoke Mandarin with such fluency that Director Wan scarcely perceived his American origins. He was approachable, articulate, and exuded humility without a trace of self-deprecation. What particularly impressed Director Wan was that, unlike many prominent figures, Han Lei made no demands. Rather, he adopted an attitude of complete compliance with the arrangements. It was no wonder his popularity in Huaxia was soaring. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Han Lei retreated to his room, feeling a touch fatigued. Coach Zhang, this young man leaves a favorable impression on me, Director Wan praised. Indeed, old Wan. Trust me, he is destined to become a star who surpasses the great Yao Ming. Surpass Yao Ming? You hold him in such high esteem? Not only surpass Yao Ming, I believe he will rank among the top 10 in NBA history. What? Surely. You jest. As far as I know, Kobe's accolades barely place him within the top 10. Believe me, I come from a professional athlete background. I can discern talent. Coach Zhang was lavish in his commendations of Han Lei. Very well, I hope that proves true. But why would Han Lei choose to host a basketball match at a newly established stadium? Director Wan clearly found this perplexing. At that moment, Coach Zhang made a profoundly meaningful expression. We have all been young once. This is what one might call a hero's devotion for a beloved. With that, the old rascal gazed out the window, lost in nostalgia, reflecting on the most beautiful moments of his life, his first love. Han Lei was blissfully unaware that Director Zhang and Director Wan were gossiping about him behind his back. Upon his first return to the country after his time travel, although weary, he felt no inclination to sleep. Suppressing his excitement, he turned on the television, where a myriad of programs, all in the Huaxia language, captivated his attention. Just as he was thoroughly enjoying himself, a sudden commotion erupted outside his door, accompanied by a sharp scream, both male and female. What could have happened? Han Lei rose to his feet and strode towards the door. Upon opening it, two figures abruptly dashed inside. Close the door. Quickly, shut the door. One of them exclaimed. Han Lei, resembling a bewildered monk, casually shut the door. Outside, a cacophony ensued. Huh, where is everyone? Hey, are you sure you're not mistaken? Is it really him? That represents my youth. How could I possibly be wrong? Han Lei bent down and peered through the doorway, observing a group of young individuals lingering about, seemingly in search of something. Moments later, several security personnel rushed over, panting, to escort the unknown visitors away. It is worth mentioning that two unfamiliar individuals had also entered my room. Han Lei finally realized and turned around. Hey, what is going on with you two? You aren't thieves, are you? Han Lei cautiously surveyed the interior of the room, yet he was unable to discern the whereabouts of the two individuals. Where have they gone? Han Lei rubbed his head. Oh, my apologies. I was just hiding in the restroom for a moment. I hope this hasn't caused you any inconvenience. Han Lei focused his gaze and beheld a figure emerging from the restroom. Adorned with a cap and obscured by oversized sunglasses, the individual bore an unkempt beard, and to his surprise, was clad in a pair of strikingly vibrant pink trousers. Han Lei was unexpectedly recognized. Could it be that he is? Today has been rather unfortunate. I intended to take a discreet stroll, but upon removing my mask to drink, I was recognized. Humph. I wonder where that rascal Hong has disappeared to. Oh, my dear, I hope I didn't startle you. Do come out. Oh, you're quite tall, aren't you? By the way, I have watched your matches, my love. Hurry here, so I can capture a star athlete. At that moment, a petite figure emerged from the bathroom. Wow, are you Han Lei? I absolutely adore watching your games. The young lady exclaimed in somewhat halting Mandarin, immediately pulling out her phone. May I take a picture with you? She asked Han Lei. At this moment, Han Lei is rubbing his hands together with a mischievous grin. Before we take a photo together, may I first capture a moment with your husband? He playfully inquires. Don't hide. Jay Cho, take off your sunglasses. The two individuals before him are none other than Jay Cho and his girlfriend, Kuan Ling. This moment unfolds in the initial days of Jay's arrival in Shanghai, where he is preparing for his Super Era concert, initially hoping to evade the prying eyes of paparazzi from Taiwan. It is evident that he has not escaped the fervent fans from the mainland. In a state of disarray, the couple eventually retreats to their hotel and, by chance, find themselves in Han Lei's room. Kuan Ling reluctantly agrees to take a photo with Han Lei and Jay Cho, a suggestion she had originally made, but now feels like a burden. When it comes time for Jay to pose with Kuan Ling, he strikes a cool demeanor, holding his phone with one hand while the other rests nonchalantly in his pocket. Come on, say it with me, cool. Han Lei chuckled, pondering whether the reality of Jay Cho resembled that of a whimsical youth. By the way, Han Lei, shouldn't you be in Los Angeles? How did you end up in the bustling metropolis? Ah, I'm aware of your remarkable three-point shooting skills. If only I could assist you with the passes. In an effort to dissuade fervent fans from lingering outside, Jay Cho engaged in casual conversation with Han Lei. Clearly, as the embodiment of yellow chocolate, he has been closely following the NBA. Your passing, I fear, might render my three-point shots even more accurate. This return is to host a basketball match, contributing to the promotion of basketball in China. Upon the mere thought of Zhou Dong's passes, Han Lei could not help but feel a sense of embarrassment. Kuan Ling, upon hearing Han Lei's response, stifled her laughter behind her hand, leaving Zhou Dong in an especially awkward position. However, upon the mention of a basketball game, Zhou Dong's awkwardness dissipated instantly. What? Could you kindly provide the time and location? If possible, I would be delighted to attend. After all, how could I possibly miss the opportunity to contribute to the promotion of basketball? Han Lei, of course, would not decline and hurriedly extended an invitation to Zhou Dong. Kuan Ling immediately brimmed with eagerness, but then hesitated. Shouldn't you consult with your team beforehand? The purpose of this visit is to hold a concert. Zhou Dong instantly donned a haughty expression, donning his sunglasses once more to shield his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling upward. I am the boss now. I can be this audacious. At 1 a.m, Han Lei found himself tossing and turning amidst the rhythmic sound of dribbling basketballs, realization dawning upon him. Zhou Dong resided just above him. In order to partake in the basketball match organized by Han Lei, he had begun practicing in the dead of night. It seemed Zhou Dong rose to practice even earlier than Kobe. Chapter 47. The Nuggets propose a trade. Sun Ling emerged from the hospital, her face etched with worry. Clad in a black dress that accentuated her snow-white neck, her eyes were nonetheless filled with fatigue. Her father, overwhelmed by stress, had fainted several times due to high blood pressure over the past few days. After much coaxing from Sun Ling, he finally agreed to be hospitalized for observation. The affairs of the sports arena were temporarily entrusted to Manager Wang. At that moment, Sun Ling's phone rang. It was Manager Wang. "Hello, dear niece. How is the boss faring?" A hoarse voice inquired. "He just underwent an examination, and the situation isn't very promising. It's best that he refrains from engaging in business matters for the next few days." Sun Ling sighed internally as she spoke. "Oh, very well. However, someone just reserved the arena. A basketball match will be held in 3 days. You decide what to do. I am no expert in business." Clearly, Sun Ling was not inclined to manage these matters, especially since she was aware of her lack of aptitude for business. When Manager Wang mentioned the basketball match, she suddenly thought of Han Lei, who was far away in Los Angeles, a wave of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. If the sports arena continued to struggle, and with her being a debtor, returning to Los Angeles would likely become exceedingly difficult. She retrieved her phone and found Han Lei's number. It should be the middle of the night there, she pondered, conflicted about whether to disturb him at such a late hour. Suddenly, her phone rang. It was Zhang De. Half an hour later, in a CAF. "What? You know that drunkard who sued our family?" Sun Ling asked in astonishment. Cough, cough. "Yes. He is a relative of a friend of mine, but that is not important. What matters is that I can help persuade him to withdraw the lawsuit. Thus, if we can find a few influencers with some following to promote it, business should pick up rapidly." Zhang De lowered his head, stirring his coffee. Unable to meet Sun Ling's gaze, the guilt weighed heavily on his heart, knowing that his father had ensnared Sun Ling's family in a predicament regarding the stadium. Yet, he found it difficult to voice his feelings. When his father suggested using this situation to coerce Sun Ling and her father, he felt a twinge of temptation. However, his conscience reprimanded him, deeming such tactics too despicable. Thus, he concocted a tale for Sun Ling, hoping to appease her while alleviating his own moral unease. "That would be splendid. I eagerly await your good news." Sun Ling's frown vanished. If this drunkard were to withdraw his lawsuit, the reputation of the stadium would surely improve, and business would naturally follow. "All right, I shall reach out to him immediately." Zhang De straightened his posture, taking full responsibility for the matter. Meanwhile, at home, Yao welcomed Han Lei. Yao's villa, with its soaring 4-meter-high ceilings, boasted exceptionally spacious furnishings. The distance from his bedroom to the entrance measured 20 steps. At least from his perspective. For Han Lei, however, it required fewer than 40 steps. Once seated, the two exchanged updates on their recent lives. As the sole individual aware of his transcendent identity, Han Lei candidly revealed his ambitions. "What? You wish to secure 3 or 4 more championships for the Lakers?" Yao was somewhat taken aback, perceiving Han Lei's aspirations as rather far-fetched. "There's no need for concern. I believe I can achieve it. Moreover, I have you by my side." Han Lei smiled faintly and spoke calmly. Indeed, as Dia pondered, he quickly grasped the concept and, without a hint of modesty, declared his understanding. The two exchanged knowing smiles, each reflecting the ambition to achieve greatness in their eyes. "To speak earnestly, as far as I know, the league is gradually embracing a small ball strategy, emphasizing perimeter play while diminishing the importance of interior scoring. The pace is astonishingly rapid. Thus, the era of the traditional center is on the verge of extinction. You should consider shedding some weight and intensifying your mid-range shooting training. I believe you will become a nightmare in the age of small ball." Han Lei paused momentarily before articulating his thoughts. Upon hearing this, Yao's expression instantly turned serious. For Han Lei, as a time traveler, possessed foreknowledge of impending events. The era of small ball? Yao reminisced about his entry into the league, when he weighed a mere 132 kilograms, surrounded by formidable players like O'Neal, whose imposing weights were their capital for survival. Yet now, according to Han Lei, the trend was shifting towards reducing weight and increasing speed in the paint. Determined, Yao resolved to shed some pounds, recognizing that this would also aid in alleviating his ankle injury. As for shooting, he paid it little mind, for his range was already considerable. Subsequently, Yao redirected the conversation to the upcoming game in 3 days. "By the way, Coach Zhang mentioned that your purpose this time is not solely to promote basketball." What could he possibly mean by that? Upon hearing this, Han Lei, slightly embarrassed, replied, "Oh, well, you mustn't laugh at me for this. I merely wish to assist a friend." "A woman?" Yao inquired with a bemused smile. Han Lei nodded in agreement. "Haha, my young friend, this is quite normal. Back in the day, when I was pursuing Yi Li, I employed quite a few tactics myself." Yao glanced towards the kitchen and spoke in a hushed tone. Han Lei initially intended to explain that his actions were merely driven by loyalty and devoid of any romantic entanglements. However, upon observing De Yao's unyielding demeanor, he swallowed his words. As the two engaged in lighthearted banter, in Los Angeles, Nuggets general manager Tim Connolly sat on the couch in Johnson's office, eagerly anticipating the insights from Johnson, a storied player in Lakers history, now serving as their general manager. Johnson held a proposal, his brow furrowed, his expression oscillating between joy and despair, a veritable tempest of emotions. What do you think? Our terms are quite generous, are they not? Connolly asserted confidently. They are indeed generous. However, Gasol is our second in command and remains one of the league's elite big men. And as for Han Lei, well, Anthony is certainly among the league's top perimeter players. Furthermore, Han Lei is merely a rookie. Even if he is currently in excellent form, can you guarantee his sustained excellence? A rookie's performance is notoriously unpredictable. Seize the moment while he holds value and entrust him to us. It would significantly mitigate your risks, would it not? Johnson lowered his gaze, repeatedly scrutinizing the proposal in his hands. The Nuggets were seeking to trade for Carmelo Anthony, a star of the celebrated 2003 draft class. And they had their sights set on Han Lei and Gasol. Truth be told, Johnson was reluctant to include Han Lei and Gasol in any trade discussions. Yet, this was Anthony, an offensive virtuoso akin to Kobe. Moreover, the Lakers had a long-standing tradition of acquiring talent developed by other teams, a practice exemplified by their past trade for Shaquille O'Neal from the Magic. The NBA is a business league, and Johnson surmised that the Buss family would undoubtedly be tempted by this proposition. This is a decision I cannot make lightly. Please grant me a few days to consider. Johnson replied. Chapter 48. Announcing the plan to restore nationality 2 days later. On Saturday, the Basketball Garden program aired on the Central Television Station. After reviewing the current state of international basketball, the segment shifted focus to the much-anticipated NBA section. Within this segment, a significant introduction of Han Lei was presented. In truth, fans were no longer strangers to him. The program recounted his journey into the NBA and highlighted his recent stellar performances. Subsequently, a recorded interview with Coach Zhang was featured. This NBA segment had always been the focal point of the program. Following the retrospective on Han Lei's journey, viewership ratings surged once again. Shortly thereafter, Han Lei's pre-recorded interview was aired. Chinese fans sat at home, enjoying their dinner while engrossed in the broadcast. Everyone knows that you are a Chinese American. Historically, Asian players in the NBA have faced limitations due to physical attributes, making significant success elusive. Some foreign media have even posed incisive questions, asking how. With over 1 billion people in China, we cannot find 5 individuals capable of playing basketball, as we fail to even reach the top 3 in the Olympics. What is your perspective on this? With a beaming smile, Coach Zhang handed the question over to Han Lei. Indeed, it is true that Asians, in comparison to individuals of African descent, tend to lack certain physical attributes in basketball. However, it is evident that the physical prowess of Asians is progressively improving. Yet, considering that the United States boasts a population of 300 to 400 million, one must wonder why there is not a single Olympic champion in table tennis to be found. This illustrates the principle of specialization in skills. At this point, the fans erupted in applause, appreciating Han Lei's astute remarks, as he neither denied the facts nor failed to use them to dismantle the opponent's logic. How is his Mandarin so fluent? Could he possibly be a naturalized Chinese American? Listening to him speak is quite pleasant, and I thoroughly enjoyed this meal. Nevertheless, his demeanor appears rather casual as he has crossed his legs. After addressing a few questions, Coach Zhang inquired, "So, do you have any plans to represent China?" Han Lei smiled subtly, perfectly aligning with his intentions. "I can assuredly inform you, there is. In 2012, during the Olympics, if possible, I wish to reclaim my nationality and compete for my country. At that time, with the towering trio of Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and Shou Qi in the interior, complemented by my presence on the perimeter, we would undoubtedly secure an excellent ranking. Currently, my aspiration is to hone my skills in the NBA, preparing myself to serve my nation in the best condition." Upon hearing this, fans in front of the television erupted in excitement. Well, could it be true? Does he genuinely harbor such intentions? Initially, I thought Coach Zhang's inquiry was rather blunt. Nowadays, everyone yearns for a green card. Who would relinquish it to obtain a Chinese identity card? Could there be some hidden agenda? If this is the case, the lineup of the Chinese team in the 2012 Olympics would indeed be formidable. If he were to acquire Chinese nationality, I would instantly become his fervent admirer. At that moment, Yao Ming was seated in front of the television, watching Han Lei's interview, and he was not surprised. Han Lei had previously confided his desire to return to his nationality. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was his good friend Lu Wei, with whom he had once partnered in the Shanghai Alligators, a duo reminiscent of the illustrious OK combination. Have you seen Basketball Garden? Han Lei mentioned wanting to participate in the next Olympics. Is that truly the case? You know him. Has he mentioned it to you? Lu Wei, clearly thrilled as if he had discovered a new continent, had just finished dinner and was in the midst of flossing. Upon hearing this news, the toothpick snapped in his teeth. It's true. He mentioned it to me earlier. Hee. Yao chuckled. Wow, our country's talent recruitment plan can finally be put to use. If he could join the Shanghai Alligators. Lu Wei appeared to be lost in a daydream. Come on, even if he regains his Chinese nationality. Do you really think he would abandon the Lakers for the Alligators? Yo scoffed immediately. Haha, I was merely suggesting. By the way, if you get the chance, please introduce me to Han Lei. Now that was a more plausible request. The Basketball Garden program continued to air, and Han Lei addressed the camera. In the near future, I will return to China to organize a basketball game to promote the sport. To the fans in China, this video is pre-recorded. Coach Zhang will provide specific details regarding the time and place. Subsequently, the scene shifted, and the recording concluded, revealing Coach Zhang beaming on screen, seemingly eager to appear. Dear viewers, I am currently live from Shanghai. We have rented a sports hall, though it isn't very large. It allows everyone to have close interactions with Han Lei. The date has been set for tomorrow. Friends in Shanghai, make sure to gear up and arrive early. There is no need to worry if you cannot come. Simply turn on the sports channel at home, and you shall still witness my report. At this moment, nearly all the fans in the magical city watching television felt a jolt of excitement. It seems that Han Lei has stealthily infiltrated the city. Had I known, I would have awaited him at the airport. Why didn't anyone mention it sooner? Numerous fans have already retrieved their sneakers, sharpening their skills in anticipation. Meanwhile, the hotels near Sun Ling's father's stadium have been inundated with booking calls. Sun Ling has already conveyed the good news to her father at his bedside. This news is not related to Han Lei's basketball game. The accusations from that inebriate have been retracted. What a commendable friend you are. We must express our gratitude to him when you are discharged. There is no rush. As long as there are no legal troubles, we can promote vigorously again. And business will undoubtedly flourish. By the way, how's the business at the stadium? I'm not entirely sure. Manager Wang has been handling it lately. He is your longtime partner, so there should be no mistakes. I see. I will check again tomorrow morning, and if there are no significant issues, I shall be discharged. With the good news, my blood pressure has also lowered. Sun Ling's father immediately perked up, eager to return to work with renewed vigor. Sun Ling, unable to persuade him otherwise, conceded to his wishes. On the other side, Zhang De had just received a stern reprimand from his father, Zhang Kaihe, in the office. Zhang De had deceitfully issued orders to that drunkard, commanding him to withdraw his accusations, and had also surreptitiously transferred 100,000 from Zhang Kaihe's account to him. Father, given the situation, there's no need to dwell on the past. The key is that after I accomplished this, Sun Ling has begun to regard me differently, Zhang De asserted. Very well, let it be as you say. You may return home now, Zhang Kaihe replied, his brow furrowed as he contemplated the matter. This issue is far from resolved. It seems he will need to pay a visit to Boss Sun at the hospital tomorrow. Chapter 49. Your dribbling resembles chocolate that morning. Zhang Kaihe arrived at the Magic City Hospital, holding a bouquet of flowers. After inquiring about the room number from a nurse, he pushed open the door to Sun Ling's father's ward. He found the father and daughter tidying up their personal belongings, appearing as though they were preparing for discharge. Ah, Boss Sun, you look radiant. Have you made a full recovery? Congratulations. Upon seeing the visitor, Sun Ling hurriedly accepted the flowers and welcomed Zhang Kaihe inside. Boss Zhang, are you not busy today? What brings you here? Sun Ling's father responded with a beaming smile, unaware that all the troubles at his stadium stemmed from the very person before him. I happen to have some time to clarify a matter with you, Zhang Kaihe said. Oh, please go ahead, Boss Zhang. I have heard that your company has recently faced a lawsuit. Is that correct? Upon hearing this, Sun Ling's father exchanged a glance with his daughter. Indeed, the matter has been resolved. Zhang Kaihe, upon hearing this, smiled subtly. Ahem, Mr. Sun. When your daughter came to sign the contract, there was no mention of any legal disputes. If that is the case, the previous contract may hold no validity. There is a clause stating that the true economic situation must be disclosed. You failed to mention that your gymnasium is entangled in litigation. The expression on Sun Ling's father's face darkened. What do you imply by that? Nothing much, since you have concealed the operational status of your assets. You will need to sign a supplementary contract. Otherwise, the risk of us providing you with funds becomes excessively high. While we have not yet transferred the loan, let us sign the supplementary contract first. Sun Ling's father furrowed his brow, sensing the gravity of the situation. It's not insurmountable. We can simply add more collateral. Your gymnasium can be used as security. Zhang Kaya spoke as if it were a trivial matter. What? Sun Ling's father felt a pang of despair. The gymnasium is his greatest investment. The dilemma lies in the fact that his daughter concealed the existence of the legal issues surrounding the gym during the contract signing. Without pledging the gym as collateral, receiving the loan would be impossible. Even if the legal woes were resolved, he would still struggle to repay the bank loan monthly, potentially leading to imprisonment. After much contemplation, Sun Ling's father had no choice but to acquiesce. Then, please bring me a copy of the business license from your gym. Zhang Kai's expression relaxed, for it seemed he had once again emerged victorious. Wait, Dad, our gym is currently hosting a basketball game, featuring Han Lei. Sun Ling glanced at her phone, where a news article displayed a bustling scene in front of the gymnasium. Perfect, we can catch a game while we're at it. Let us go, Zhang Kai suggested, showing no interest in the basketball match. Meanwhile, inside the gymnasium, the structure was arranged in a square, with a central court enveloped by 5 stories. Countless fans leaned over the railing on each level, chanting the names of Han Lei and Yao Ming. The two stood in the center, exhilarated by the banners surrounding them. May I have your attention, please? Let us invite Yao Ming to say a few words. Followed by a one-on-one challenge between Han Lei and the fans. Lastly, we are thrilled to have several celebrities join us for an exhibition match, Director Zhang announced. Microphone in hand, amidst the roaring enthusiasm of the crowd. Let every child be seen, and let every dream shine bright. Over the past year, our Yao Foundation has taken a direct approach, engaging in ideological education for fans. Meanwhile, a 175-meter streetball player has grown somewhat impatient. Let us wrap up these mind-numbing speeches. I am eager to challenge Han Lei. His name is Wu Yu, a streetball athlete from Beijing. Known for his rebellious spirit and for organizing streetball competitions over the years. Now, we shall proceed to the next segment, the fan challenge. Announced Coach Zhang leisurely after Yao's remarks. Let us welcome the streetball king, Wu Yu, as the first challenger to take the stage. At this moment, a few enthusiastic fans on the sidelines shout, let the competition determine both skill and fate. Is it really that dramatic? Han Lei rubbed his nose, a slight shiver running down his spine. Wu Yu, while executing a series of intricate dribbles, approached Han Lei and extended his hand, the two clasping each other in a firm handshake. Whispers began to circulate among the onlookers. This kid really knows how to show off. Flaunting his dribbling skills in front of the NBA's perimeter. One voice chimed in. Hey, do you remember what you said? Fans on the internet are all just throwing around money. If you think my style of play is dirty, then come and take me on. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Wu Yu ceased his chatter, gestured toward the camera, and patted his chest. Watch me. Han Lei wore a perplexed expression, wondering if this person was truly so audacious. After Han Lei washed the ball, he passed it to Wu Yu. Can you keep up with my pace? Wu Yu teased with a smile, swiftly dribbling the ball between his legs, maneuvering with his back to the opponent, and executing a dramatic change of direction. Wow, his ball handling is quite agile. Indeed. I had only heard of him before and thought streetball players were generally unimpressive, yet he possesses considerable skill. Observing the frequency of his dribbles, it seems he rivals even Curry. Fans along the sidelines began to murmur among themselves. Noticing Han Lei's bewildered expression, Wu Yu decided to show him what he was capable of. After 2 fakes, he made his move, breaking to the left for a 3rd time. Han Lei felt a sudden flash before his eyes and murmured, this is not good. In my overconfidence with these exaggerated dribbling steps, I overlooked a critical detail. It is already too late. Wu Yu swiftly advanced, the ball firmly in his grasp as he approached the basket and leaped into the air. Wow. Is he going for a dunk? But he is barely over 7 meters tall. How could this be? Han Lei was outmaneuvered. This was unfathomable. For he had faced off against the likes of Curry and Nash. What was happening to Han Lei? Why could he not keep pace with his opponent? The fans gasped in astonishment. Was this truly the caliber of NBA players? Wu Yu soared into the air, pulling the ball back before aiming for the hoop. With a resounding thud, silence enveloped the arena. There sat Wu Yu on the ground, an expression of disbelief etched on his face. He had not even perceived how he was blocked. Before him stood the towering figure of Han Lei, who murmured, This is quite unfortunate. I was so foolishly engrossed in this one-on-one that I neglected the other player. The arena was packed tightly with fans. How would Zhou Dong manage to enter? Han Lei, speaking to himself, gently lifted Wu Yu by supporting him under the armpits. The stark difference in their heights made it resemble the act of cradling a child. Oh, Wu Yu was indeed being lifted. Director Zhang could not help but chuckle. My apologies. Upon witnessing your dribbling, I was reminded of a man named Huang Qiaqili, which led me to realize that he is yet to arrive. Han Lei, with a hint of regret, gently placed Wu Yu on the ground, completely disregarding the astonishment and embarrassment etched on her face. You should refrain from visiting Yunnan in the coming years. There is no one there who will care for you as I do. Han Lei offered a kind reminder. He was aware that 5 years hence, this defiant street ball player would find himself on a court in Yunnan, battered and bruised, lamenting his grievances online. He would cast blame upon his opponents for their lack of reason. Thus, he would establish a persona of double standards when others impart rationale to him. He resorts to unruliness. When he encounters unruliness from others, he invokes reason. Chapter 50. Establishing hierarchies and determining departures. The one-on-one match between Han Lei and Wu Yu continued unabated. Regardless of how flamboyant Wu Yu's dribbling was, his final shot was invariably met with a block. In contrast, Han Lei's every throw seemed to possess an uncanny ability to find the net. After several exchanges, Wu Yu's expression darkened considerably. Is this the prowess of the NBA's perimeter players? Director Wan, observing from beside the cameraman, furrowed his brow. This was profoundly detrimental to the development of street basketball. It is worth noting that Wu Yu, as the foremost figure in Chinese street basketball, commanded significant attention. How many street ball enthusiasts would feel disheartened once this program was broadcast? One exchanged a few words with the cameraman, paced along the sidelines, and, upon reaching the baseline, gestured to Han Lei with a downward motion of his hands, signaling him to take it easy. Han Lei observed the gesture of Director Wan and nodded slightly. He understood that in this increasingly restless media era, promoting basketball is inseparable from street ball, as its dazzling techniques easily captivate the youth. The score now stood at 9-0, should Han Lei score once more. Wu Yu would face elimination. Han Lei stroked his chin, attempting a seemingly well-practiced shot, only to hear the resounding clang of a miss. The atmosphere was filled with a sense of lamentation. Han Lei had finally failed to score. It appears even the most skilled shooters can have their off moments. But what of it? Is there truly a need for excessive seriousness in a one-on-one duel with the catcher? Yet, this match is not merely a contest of skill. It also determines one's fate, does it not? As Han Lei's shot clanged against the rim, Wu Yu felt no joy. Instead, his expression darkened further. He observed intently as Han Lei took the shot with his eyes closed. How dare he show such disdain? Wu Yu seethed inwardly. However, it was not entirely Han Lei's fault. After 20 NBA games, he had honed his instinctual skill of predicting trajectories with his eyes shut. It was nearly impossible for him to miss. Wu Yu seized the ball once more, abandoning his flashy footwork. He suddenly surged forward, breaching Han Lei's defense, and delivered an elbow to Han Lei's abdomen. Yet, in his unbalanced state, he failed to make the layup. The ball spun around the rim before ultimately falling away. Cursing under his breath, Wu Yu retrieved the ball and slammed it to the ground, causing it to bounce high. He then pushed through the crowd and left the court, visibly shaken. When had he ever encountered an opponent who shot with his eyes closed right before him? Moreover, even with Han Lei clearly holding back, he had still failed to score. At that moment, both the fans watching the live stream and those present at the venue witnessed the scene unfold. Something was amiss. He had delivered an elbow to Han Lei, yet he was the one fuming. Could it be that Han Lei's internal strength had injured his elbow? What was wrong with this loser? Had he touched Han Lei's abs and immediately fled? Was this considered indecent behavior? Perhaps he would stick to playing casual basketball from now on. He could not endure such foul play. Director Wan observed the guest's furious departure and glanced helplessly at Coach Zhang, who sat courtside. Coach Zhang, equally at a loss, sighed softly. These young people today have no respect for the game. Meanwhile, Big Yu merely smiled faintly from the sidelines, non-committal in his response. Having weathered many storms, he had witnessed all manner of situations. Many players in the NBA were unable to cope with defeat. Wu Yu left with his street ball team, a cloud of gloom hanging over him as he stepped outside the gymnasium. Numerous street ball players recognized him and rushed over for photographs. What is there to photograph? Get out of my way. However, to his surprise, the group of street ballers cooperated enthusiastically, a chorus of exclamations erupting. That handsome guy looks so familiar. Isn't he Jay Cho? Look at that swagger. It must be him. Jay, when is your next album coming out? The fans who had initially gathered around Wu Yu immediately dispersed, flocking towards the man wearing a bandana and sunglasses. This figure was none other than the renowned Huang Qiaqili, Jay Chou. To Wu Yu's chagrin, Jay's bodyguards roughly pushed him aside, concerned he might be an overly enthusiastic fan capable of reckless actions. Hey, easy on my fan, will you? Young man, your style is quite trendy. Zhou Dong addressed Wu Yu, who was restrained by his bodyguards. A fan beside Wu Yu, noticing her displeasure, hurriedly remarked, Zhou Dong. This is the foremost streetball player of Huaxia. However, Zhou Dong did not halt his stride. Adjusting his sunglasses as he walked, he exclaimed, Oh dear, this is quite the character. I hope you will continue to support my music. As Wu Yu watched Zhou Dong's departing figure, she felt a surge of frustration, almost to the point of spewing blood. It appeared that the self-absorbed Zhou Dong still believed she was merely a fan seeking a photograph with him. Wu Yu stood there in a daze, reflecting on the year she turned 25, feeling as if she were merely a pawn. Han Lei engaged in one-on-one challenges with several fans on the court, while Yao Ming stood nearby, offering guidance on basketball techniques. Although he had promised Han Lei not to participate in any matches this season, imparting knowledge to fans was certainly within his purview. Despite being a center, Yao Ming had diligently honed his dribbling skills, greatly benefiting many fans who played as guards. Han Lei casually played a few matches with the fans, deliberately holding back his skills, while he continuously encouraged and cheered for them. Suddenly, Director Zhang proclaimed, Ah, here comes Jay Chou. The fans erupted in excitement once more, with those in the upper tiers eager to leap down for a glimpse of Jay's charismatic presence. Now, we shall proceed to the next segment, where Jay Chou will lead the artist team against the fan team led by Han Lei. After greeting the fans, Jay tightened his headscarf to prevent his wig from falling off. With a call to action, the concert puppets, Hong, the brothers Langhua, Yu Hao, and the energetic Tantu took the stage. Meanwhile, Han Lei casually selected 4 fans from the crowd. Yu Hao, you will serve as the referee, Jay Chou instructed nonchalantly. Han Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. Has even the home referee been brought along? Director Zhang continued with his usual commentary. Good evening, dear audience. The match has now commenced. Hey, pass the ball to Han Lei. Come on, he's wide open at the perimeter. Even if the shot goes in, it would be rather unreasonable. Witness how formidable Gang Hong is. He plays effortlessly. Here comes a pass from Zhou Dong. It's Zhou Dong indeed. Just look at the peculiar trajectory of his pass. Oh, though it ended up in the hands of the opponent. Han Lei takes the shot. Although it didn't go in, it nonetheless showcased his skills. This is personal ability. This is what it means to be a superstar. Who would have thought Zhou Dong, renowned for his singing, also plays basketball adequately? Chapter 51. The truth revealed. Why are there so many people? Zhang Kaya drove, bringing Sun Ling and her father to the front of the stadium, clearly taken aback. Waves of fans surrounded the venue in droves. Sun Ling's father, amidst his astonishment, felt a peculiar sense of wonder. Could this be Han Lei's publicity stunt? He managed to reach Manager Wang by phone, who spoke with evident delight. Boss, you're back? I'll have security come to escort you in right away, haha. There are just too many people today, you'll see for yourself. As they were about to meet Han Lei, Sun Ling felt a flutter of excitement and nervousness. She couldn't quite fathom what Han Lei was up to. Moments later, 10 security personnel parted the throngs of people, ushering Sun Ling and the others inside. With each step, Zhang Kai's expression grew increasingly grim. The cheers grew louder. Could it be that this boss Sun was on the verge of a comeback? But he had already declared the previous loan contract null and void. Wasn't this a case of losing both the lady and the troops? Suddenly, Sun Ling's eyes sparkled with hope. At this moment, Han Lei is on the basketball court, leading his team in a friendly match against the renowned Jay Chou. To one's surprise, it is not just Jay Chou present. Yao Ming is also at the scoreboard, meticulously flipping through the pages of the score sheet before the official scorer. Sun Ling's father stands there, dumbfounded, as he notices the glaring letters CCAV emblazoned on the camera. The national media is broadcasting this basketball game live, and on their home turf no less. Manager Wang gazes at his boss with wide eyes, suddenly filled with pride. How about that? Quite the surprise. Isn't it? Our business is saved, he exclaims. If we can snap a few photos with these sports stars and obtain their consent, our promotional efforts will surely lead to a booming business. Sun Ling's father listens, rubbing his trembling hands. Will they agree? He questions. You're not aware, are you? Han Lei has already sought the approval of Yao Ming and Jay Chou. They readily consented, comes the reply. Really? Sun Ling gasps, covering her mouth in disbelief. Zhang Kaihe senses trouble and cautiously inquires, Mr. Sun, what about the supplementary contract? Oh, that matter might be a bit challenging now. You see, I've regained confidence in our business and am considering a bank loan next month, he replies apologetically. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Zhang, but you stated earlier at the hospital that the contract was void. Shall I have someone retrieve the property deed? Upon hearing this, Zhang Kaihe's temper flares. You deceived me before, and now you wish to terminate the contract? That is a breach of agreement. The contract is signed. I will expedite the loan for you, so just wait. With the business at the stadium destined for success, Zhang Kaihe is determined not to relinquish this loan. This is quite troublesome, mutters Sun Ling's father, clutching his head. At that moment, a swaying figure emerges from the crowd, reeking of alcohol. It is the middle-aged drunkard who had previously collapsed at the stadium. Ah, Mr. Zhang, we meet again. He slurs. Zhang Kaihe feels a jolt of apprehension on seeing him. Who are you? Don't you remember our recent collaboration? Although your son Zhang gave me 100,000. I later felt it was insufficient and have regretted it since. Sun Ling and her father are taken aback by the drunkard's words. Mr. Zhang, what does he mean by having collaborated recently? Sun Ling's father inquires sternly, clearly suspecting the truth. No, he is just drunk and mistaken. Zhang Kaihe hurriedly clarifies. Manager Wang, standing nearby, clearly comprehends the situation. And you still have the audacity to accuse our boss of breaching the contract? Is this truly how you conduct your lending business? At this moment, the middle-aged drunkard remained relentless, extending his hand. Give me another 100,000. Or I shall testify against you and accompany the owner of this stadium to the police station. Do you still wish to continue your lending business? Zhang Kaihe clenched his fists, his eyes ablaze with fury. After a lifetime of struggles, he found himself outmaneuvered by this avaricious drunk. Sun Ling's father exhibited a fluctuating expression before stating, tear up the contract my daughter signed with you previously, and deliver the property deed to me. This matter will then be resolved. Manager Wang interjected immediately. Is that all? What about our earnings from the past few months? He should compensate us. If it weren't for his underhanded tactics, our business wouldn't be in such dire straits. Sun Ling sighed, realizing only now that this had been a trap, and that Zhang De had not disclosed to her that the company from which she applied for a loan was owned by his father. Let it be, Manager Wang. Let us leave it at that. After all, I do have some acquaintance with his son. Manager Wang was momentarily bewildered but ceased to speak further. Zhang Kaihe managed a wry smile and addressed the drunkard. All right, come with me to the company to collect the money. He regretted coming to the stadium today. Yet he mused that even if he hadn't shown up, the drunkard would have found a way to approach Sun Ling and her father to extort them. This drunkard was a perilous individual. For now, it was prudent to appease him with the money and later teach him a lesson. After the match concluded, Han Lei had broken a slight sweat as he patted Jay Cho on the shoulder. Not bad at all. However, it seems the audience hasn't had their fill. Do you have any suggestions? These fans are predominantly young and possess a bright future ahead. Why not sing a song to encourage them? Upon hearing this, Jay Cho chuckled, knowing his appearance fee was in the millions. Nonetheless, he was carefree, seeking joy in all endeavors. Moreover, it would undoubtedly be quite cool to have Han Lei perform at one of his concerts in the future. No problem. Let us go with a rendition of Guanyu. I'll sing it a cappella since we have no instruments here. Han Lei was overjoyed and hurriedly inquired with Director Zhang whether it was appropriate to broadcast the song on the Central Television Sports Channel. Director Zhang glanced at Director Wang, who gave a slight nod, and replied, no problem at all. As long as it is inspirational and healthy, I have already informed the higher-ups. Jay Cho then took the microphone, addressing the enthusiastic fans. Next, I will sing the theme song for World Vision, titled Melon and Cow, amidst the cheers of the fans. Han Lei stepped off the stage and approached Sun Ling. After a slight nod, he turned to Manager Wang and asked, surely, this business will improve, won't it? Manager Wang trembled, his mouth agape, unable to utter a sound. How could it not improve? This was akin to having the pinnacle of the domestic cultural and sports circles promoting the event. If business were to falter after this, it would be nothing short of a fantasy. Noticing Manager Wang's speechlessness, Sun Ling interjected, Han Lei, this is my father. Oh, hello, Uncle Sunday. Han Lei extended his hand, only to realize that his palm was drenched in sweat from the earlier game. Sun Ling's father showed no signs of discomfort as he grasped Han Lei's hand. Thank you. Han Lei quickly modestly replied, please do not speak so highly of me. I merely wish to promote basketball in China. Regardless, I am grateful for your support. Regarding the previous mention of the 100,000 endorsement fee, Once business improves, I shall offer you a new proposal, exclaimed Sun Ling's father with excitement. That is unnecessary. Instead, we could use that money to provide discounts on fitness cards for the fans present, ideally after the live broadcast concludes on the central station. It would be a small contribution to the fans, he suggested. Absolutely. I anticipate that our foot traffic will be exceptionally high in the future. Let us offer a 30% discount, Sun Ling's father confidently asserted. Sun Ling's bright eyes sparkled as she inquired, how long will you be staying this time? You've been such a tremendous help. We must treat you to dinner tonight. I know all the best places in the magical city. Indeed, that is only fitting. Manager Wang. Please make a reservation immediately, her father insisted, having shed his previous disdain towards Han Lei. That won't be necessary. I still have a match to play and have already booked my flight back to Los Angeles this afternoon, Han Lei replied. Han Lei waved his hand gently and said in a soft voice, Are you in such a hurry to leave? Although Sun Ling was aware that Han Lei spoke the truth, she could not help but reveal a trace of reluctance in her expression. Han Lei nodded slightly. Recalling the email Kobe had sent him last night, there is a possibility of trading you. Please respond promptly. Chapter 52. Are they going to trade me? Then so be it. Above the bustling city of Shanghai, an aircraft bound for Los Angeles soared at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Outside the airport, Sun Ling and her daughter gazed upwards from their car, their eyes filled with gratitude, though a hint of disappointment clouded Sun Ling's expression. In Los Angeles, morning had broken at the bedside of the ailing Lakers owner, Jerry Buss. A heated argument erupted among his children regarding the potential trade of Han Lei and Gasol for Anthony. This was the second time the siblings had clashed over the matter. Jeannie Buss firmly opposed the trade, while Jim Buss was eager to acquire Anthony. Ultimately, under the gentle persuasion of their father, both siblings conceded a little. Several hours later, Han Lei disembarked in Los Angeles, where Kobe's Range Rover awaited him at the arrivals terminal, alongside Phil Jackson and Gasol. I apologize, Han Lei, for cutting your vacation short. Phil remarked. It's all right, my affairs are settled. Now, what is the current situation? Han Lei posed a direct question. A few days prior, the Lakers management had received a trade request to exchange you and Paul Gasol for Carmelo Anthony. After Phil made this statement, he glanced at Gasol, who appeared somewhat disheartened. However, they had previously assured me of their desire for me to remain with the Lakers, Han Lei remarked, puzzled. Business is business. The NBA is fundamentally a business. And verbal assurances hold little weight, especially when it involves a top scorer like Anthony, Gasol sighed. Kobe, meanwhile, remained focused on driving, offering no remarks, leaving his thoughts inscrutable. Phil continued, stating that the Lakers, as a major market team, typically attract high-profile players, fostering a mentality of acquisition. Gasol represented the legacy of the Lakers, having contributed significantly to their prior 2 championships, while Han Lei embodied the promise of the future. Jeannie was opposed to the trade, however. Due to my close relationship with Jeannie, I found it difficult to fully endorse her perspective. Otherwise, old Buss might perceive my involvement as meddling in their family affairs. Han Lei gradually articulated his thoughts. At 27, Anthony was someone the Lakers simply could not refuse. Rather than nurturing a successor, it would be more prudent to acquire the already established Anthony to assume Kobe's mantle. Although Gasol's prowess remained formidable, he still paled in comparison to Anthony. What do you think, boss? Han Lei inquired. Noticing Kobe's silence, Han Lei could no longer restrain his curiosity, especially since it was Kobe who had been informed of the potential trade via email. Taking a deep breath, Kobe gathered his thoughts. From a tactical perspective, while Gasol was more suited for the triangle offense, should Anthony join, I would transform into the tactical initiator, with Anthony serving as the finisher. This arrangement could indeed work. On a personal level, I have a mutual understanding with Anthony. I admire his style of play. We battled fiercely in a playoff series last season, and I hold him in high regard. Phil listened, slightly taken aback, and remarked, So, you are in favor of this suggestion? As the team's leading figure, your opinion carries significant weight. Kobe slowly shook his head. No, I do not support it. What do you mean? Gasol asked, evidently confused by Kobe's stance. A smile crept across Kobe's lips. As you just stated, the NBA is a business. My objection lies in the fact that this trade is inequitable. I firmly believe that Han Lei is not inferior to Anthony, and I hold this conviction strongly. However, others may require time to validate this, such as Jim Buss. Thus, this would be a detrimental trade. Phil and Gasol exchanged glances from the back row. No matter how much potential Han Lei possesses, Anthony has already established himself as a superstar. Where does Kobe derive his confidence? I see now. Han Lei pondered thoughtfully. At that moment, Phil's phone rang with a message from Jenny Bass. Have you connected with Han Lei? Bring him to the conference room. In the Staples conference room. Han Lei met with the Bass siblings and General Manager Johnson. Upon entering, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Welcome back, Han Lei. How does it feel to be home? Jenny inquired amicably. Quite well, rather surreal. However, let us get straight to the point. I have heard that the team is contemplating trading me. Is this meeting to seek my opinion? This should be a matter for the management to consider, correct? Han Lei clearly preferred to dispense with pleasantries and get straight to the point. In light of this, Jeannie Buss and Johnson exchanged glances, both revealing an expression of discomfort. Well, I shall speak then, Jim Buss finally interjected, unable to bear the silence any longer as he noticed his sister's hesitation. Han Lei, do not hold it against us for our indecision. Circumstances are ever-changing. Please continue. Han Lei furrowed his brow and replied, ahem. Although we previously hoped you would remain with the team, the current offer is simply too enticing to ignore, thus necessitating a re-evaluation. The management has reached a consensus. Unless you are willing to sign a preliminary agreement with the Lakers now, committing to at least 5 years of service, we find ourselves at an impasse. However, the salary may not be particularly high. After your 2-year rookie contract, you would be looking at a 5-year deal worth approximately $10 million, which could be deemed a mini mid-level contract. Johnson leaned in, acutely aware that Han Lei was currently averaging 16 points per game with an impressive shooting percentage of 51, alongside 3 blocks and 3 steals. Maintaining such a level of performance, securing a 5-year, $10 million contract would likely be insufficient to retain a player of his caliber. Moreover, as a rookie, he would undoubtedly continue to improve each year. Should his scoring average rise to 25 points in a few years, he would be considered a top-tier star in the league. Yet earning a mere $3 to $4 million would be utterly ludicrous. Nonetheless, there was no alternative. The proposal from the Buss siblings was a decision made after careful consideration by the elder Buss. So, Han Lei, what are your thoughts? Jeannie finally inquired after a moment of anxious silence. Han Lei pondered for a moment, as if he had come to a realization. I refuse to sign the contract in advance. If you wish to trade me, so be it. With that, Han Lei stood up and walked toward the door with measured steps. Han Lei, Jenny called out. I implore you to reconsider. Han Lei turned around and shrugged. There's no need to worry. Rest assured, before the trade, I will perform exceptionally in every game for the Lakers. Han Lei stepped outside, closed his eyes, and exhaled deeply. When he reopened his eyes, his gaze was as sharp as a blade. I will not be traded. Chapter 53. What are the rumors? Let the game speak. Unlike Durant, Han Lei was not particularly active online. He remained oblivious to the swirling rumors. After a night passed, the sports media in the United States was rife with speculation about Anthony's impending trade from the Nuggets, with the Lakers being the most favored destination. What was once known only to the management of the two teams had now become common knowledge. Numerous fans in Los Angeles expressed their discontent on the Lakers' official website, optimistic about Han Lei's future. However, a small faction of fans believed this trade would be highly profitable, given Anthony's undeniable star power. In contrast, Chinese fans reacted differently. They had already shared the news on the official Penguin Sports website, collectively anxious for Han Lei. Following the 2 consecutive championships, Kobe's popularity in China had reached its zenith, making the Lakers quite appealing in the Chinese market. Many fans yearned to witness a Chinese player on the Lakers. And after watching a game featuring both Kobe and Han Lei, a significant number of them supported both players. The rumor was also circulated on the Leopard Poo website, attracting numerous comments. If the Lakers trade Han Lei, I will no longer support them. Previously, when Han Lei and Yao Ming held a basketball event in Shanghai, their camaraderie was evident. If Han Lei were to join the Rockets, it would be a commendable choice. The veracity of these rumors remained uncertain. If true, it would be difficult to ascertain whether the trade would yield gains or losses. Dear JRS, if Han Lei moves to the Nuggets, a new faction of fans will emerge on Leopard Poo, and many will undoubtedly support the Nuggets. I foresee a future divided among Kobe fans, Yao fans, LeBron fans, and Han fans, each vying for supremacy. Han Lei, however, did not find himself sleepless, nor did he succumb to anger. Rising early, he made his way to the Staples Center. Although there was no game scheduled for today, he refused to let his training lapse. As he drove into the arena, the security chief, Stephen, who had just awoken from a drunken stupor, cast a bewildered glance at Han Lei. It was evident that he too had caught wind of the trade rumors. On the brink of being traded, yet still arriving so early for practice? Han Lei appears to be in excellent form as he strides purposefully towards the weight room. After 2 hours have elapsed, he is thoroughly drenched in sweat. Oh, I heard you arrived early. You truly are putting in the effort. No wonder the ambitious Kobe has taken notice of you, Phil remarked as he entered. A cigar clamped between his teeth. Generally speaking, smoking is prohibited in the weight room, yet a figure of Phil's stature naturally disregards such rules. Good morning, coach, he greeted. Han Lei stepped down from the equipment, removing his shirt to wipe away the perspiration. Indeed, you have become considerably more robust, Phil remarked, admiring Han Lei's muscular upper body. It is essential to acclimatize to the physicality of the NBA. A player as dedicated as you will undoubtedly be valued wherever you go. By the way, I heard from Jenny that you declined the terms proposed by the management. Han Lei unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and tilted his head back, gulping it down eagerly. Indeed, if a trade were to occur, I would have nothing to say. Phil smiled at him, exhaling a puff of smoke. Well, young man, you possess ambition. So, are you preparing to refrain from participating in the upcoming matches, awaiting the team's decision on your trade? Generally speaking, once players ascertain that they are on the brink of being traded, many seek excuses to avoid playing, citing ailments such as gastrointestinal distress from overeating sandwiches, arm soreness, or tightness in the glutes. There are also a few with more forthright personalities who candidly admit their disinterest in participating. Phil, being well-versed in the ever-changing dynamics of the NBA, chuckled knowingly, suspecting that Han Lei would likely concoct an excuse to abstain from the game. After all, who would wish to play for a team eager to part ways with them? At this moment, Han Lei displayed a peculiar expression. I am uninjured. Why should I cease to fight? Phil was momentarily taken aback, clearly surprised by Han Lei's unexpected response. In an effort to stabilize Han Lei's emotions prior to the team's trade, he had meticulously prepared a variety of motivational platitudes. To his astonishment, none of his carefully crafted words resonated. Oh, is that so? That is splendid to hear. I had some concerns about your emotional state. Upon hearing Phil's remarks, Han Lei wore a knowing smile as he regarded the shrewd coach. Rest assured, we Chinese possess a commendable professional ethos. Phil nodded, recalling last season's playoffs when Yao Ming had sustained an injury in the opening game, only to return and deliver a pivotal shot that secured victory for the Rockets. The following day, the Lakers faced the Grizzlies. The brotherly showdown between the Gasols garnered significant attention in the United States. During warm-ups, Pau Gasol lounged languidly in a chair, seemingly fatigued from a restless night. Hey, what's wrong with you? You seem quite distracted, inquired Marc Gasol after sinking a few mid-range shots and approaching his brother. Last night, I stayed up binge-watching a series. I'm not feeling very energetic today, Pau replied without rising, his voice lacking vigor. Huh. You're not concocting excuses in advance for when I outplay you, are you? Mark teased. At that moment, Rudy Gay of the Grizzlies pulled Mark aside. Mark, haven't you seen the news? There are rampant rumors about your brother. He is on the verge of being traded. Given his current demeanor, those whispers might hold some truth. No way. He is the second in command of the two-time champion Lakers. Mark was taken aback, unable to fathom that the Lakers would consider trading his brother. You're right. Pau has contributed significantly to the Lakers and remains a formidable asset. However, you must consider that the target of the trade is Anthony, Rudy explained. Mark instantly grasped the situation. It was no wonder the Lakers were tempted. Rudy continued, moreover, the trade also involves Han Lei, as he and Pau would be exchanged for Anthony. Upon hearing this, Mark scanned the court, searching for Han Lei among the practicing players. He spotted Han Lei diligently engaged in post-up drills with Kobe, while his brother appeared to be languishing. As the game commenced, everyone was taken aback when Han Lei started in place of Odom. Phil wore a troubled expression, and Odom, seated beside him, exhibited pronounced bags under his eyes, clearly having faced a recent reprimand from Phil. Hey, kid, if you can't keep up with me, don't push it. Don't risk injuring yourself. After all, there is only so much money in a season, Randolph murmured to Han Lei. With Han Lei now positioned as the power forward, the two found themselves directly opposed on the court. Randolph, known as the Black Bear, was both formidable and fierce, possessing a wildly aggressive playing style. Han Lei remained silent, observing the Gasol brothers as they prepared for the jump ball. The Lakers gained possession, and Fisher sluggishly brought the ball up the court. Once everyone settled into position, Pau Gasol, who should have been ready to assist at the free throw line, appeared lethargically stationed beneath the basket, showing no inclination to move to the perimeter or demand the ball in the low post. Fisher offered a bitter smile, realizing that his old teammate had lost his spirit due to impending trade rumors. At that moment, Han Lei emerged from the paint, alleviating Fisher's dilemma of halting the play. Han Lei held the ball at a 45-degree angle, confronting Randolph. Kobe entered the paint, his body imposing upon Rudy Gay, stretching high to demand the ball, poised to shift the dynamics of the game. To everyone's astonishment, Han Lei waved his hand at Kobe, signaling him to vacate the low post. This kid, Kobe mused with interest, obediently retreated to the perimeter. A player on the brink of a trade. Do you wish to take me on one-on-one? I have faced small forwards before. How swift could your footwork truly be? Just as Randolph uttered these words, Han Lei's figure before him became a blur. And in an instant, the space ahead was utterly vacant. He penetrated. A fan in the crowd exclaimed. Han Lei unexpectedly swayed slightly before abruptly launching forward, effortlessly bypassing Randolph. In the blink of an eye, as if struck by lightning, Marc Gasol surged in from the paint. Han Lei executed a deceptive dribble, advancing towards Pau Gasol. As Pau prepared to leap for a block, Han deftly feigned a pass behind him to his brother, Marc Gasol, causing Pau to abandon his intention to jump. Unexpectedly, Han Lei's move was merely a ruse. By the time Pau realized the deception, Han had already soared to his zenith. With a resounding thud, he delivered a thunderous dunk, rendering the 213 centimeters tall Pau Gasol merely a backdrop. Chapter 54. Listening to the wind and distinguishing positions. Han Lei released the rim and landed silently, sprinting towards the backcourt. The audience at the Memphis Grizzlies' home arena fell into a hush, for their roster bore a semblance to that of the Lakers. The formidable duo of the black and white Bears formed a robust interior defense, supported by Rudy Gay, who excelled in both offense and defense from the perimeter. The rookie Han Lei has surprisingly surpassed the black bear and dunked over the white bear, which is certainly not in line with expectations for him. Moreover, fans are well aware of the swirling rumors concerning Han Lei and Gasol. Under such circumstances, it is commendable for someone like Gasol to even take the court for the Lakers. Yet, Han Lei not only participated but also displayed extraordinary enthusiasm. What could possibly be going on in the mind of this young man from Huaxia? Such questions arise in the hearts of Memphis fans. On the sidelines, Phil Jackson, seated comfortably, revealed a look of approval. This kind of professionalism is particularly evident in the likes of Jordan and Kobe. Jordan once played through a fever of 39 degrees Celsius to secure a victory, only to lean against Pippen for support afterward. Similarly, Kobe, amidst the turmoil of legal battles, instantly transitioned back into athlete mode upon leaving the courtroom, winning over the Los Angeles fans. Phil understood why Kobe held Han Lei in such high regard. Gasol followed Han Lei back to the defensive end, preparing to face the Grizzlies' offense. He cast a peculiar glance at Han Lei, attempting to decipher his thought process. This kid is different. Previously, he adhered strictly to the coach's directives, playing with remarkable rationality. Where is this newfound passion coming from? Focus, Kobe reminded Gasol, who promptly regained his concentration. Young Gasol positioned himself in the paint, using his robust frame to assert dominance over his older brother. Mark, you seem particularly spirited today, stated Gasol. Of course, unlike you, I've yet to achieve greatness. If I were to outplay you, you wouldn't run to mom and dad, would you? Young Gasol teased. The Grizzlies' near all-star guard, Conley, lofted the ball high into the paint, where Gasol awaited. Gasol sensed that his brother's strength indeed surpassed his own, his physique more imposing, as he felt the immense pressure while continuously probing for the optimal angle to defend. Progress is evident. Pau Gasol elevated his long arm. After a series of feints, Marc Gasol executed a half-turn. A notable trait shared by these brothers is their exceptional playmaking ability, always aware of their teammates' positions. Even European players in the post can deliver exquisite passes. At the moment Mark turned, he noticed Han Lei, playing power forward, lurking beneath the basket, poised to provide assistance. It seemed Han Lei had also recognized that his brother was not in prime form, and Mark instantly grasped the situation. However, this created a dilemma. Randolph was left unguarded. Randolph gestured skyward, signaling for an alley-oop. Mark understood immediately, yet he refrained from tossing the ball aimlessly aloft. After a few deft footwork maneuvers, he moved closer to the basket, consequently nearer to Han Lei. This strategy was set. There was no fear of Han Lei failing to double-team him. If Han Lei remained passive, the out-of-sorts Pau Gasol would likely struggle to defend against his own brother. Indeed, Han Lei's gaze was fixated on the ball in Mark's hands, ready to spring into action. After a feint, Mark attempted a low layup from beneath his brother's arm. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Han Lei inexplicably vanished from his expected position to block the shot. The human brain can command the body, but reactions can falter, even for elite athletes. Mark's low layup was a mere ruse. In reality, it was intended to draw Han Lei's attention for a block, followed by a flick of the wrist to pass to Randolph beside him. This was the command issued by his mind. Yet upon witnessing Han Lei's sudden disappearance from his blocking position, Mark's wrist failed to synchronize with his brain's directive to continue the layup. Adhering to his earlier instruction, he passed the ball. A sharp sound echoed. Han Lei unexpectedly appeared before Randolph, skillfully intercepting the pass. This was also a clever ruse by Han Lei, who feigned an intention to assist in defending against Marc Gasol, while in truth, he was compelling him to pass, effectively obstructing the trajectory of the pass. Of course, had he not possessed the skill of trajectory foresight, he would not have been so confident in his success. This ability elevated his reflexes beyond those of all other players. Upon anticipating that Gasol would direct the ball to Randolph, Han Lei deliberately paused for a moment, allowing Gasol to commit to that passing lane. After a brief second, Han Lei swiftly positioned himself in the path of the pass, successfully intercepting it. The ball ricocheted and rolled toward the perimeter, where Fisher, with remarkable agility, bent down and secured it. At this moment, Kobe, Han Lei, and Arteas surged forward. Fisher refrained from dribbling, delivering a direct pass to Kobe, who, like a powder keg ready to explode, was poised to charge into the paint. On the left side at a 45-degree angle, Han Lei blinked as Kobe's shot appeared on the verge of being intercepted, with the ball's trajectory heading toward the left side of the free throw line. Without hesitation, he took 2 large strides toward the vicinity of the free throw line. Randolph, who was desperately chasing from behind, assumed that Han Lei would inevitably retreat to the corner beyond the three-point line to receive Kobe's pass and shoot. Thus, he sprinted towards the corner beyond the three-point arc. However, Han Lei unexpectedly altered his direction and came to an abrupt stop at the free throw line. Randolph, burdened by his weight, took several extra steps before managing to halt his momentum. In front of him stood no offensive players, rendering him as if he were defending against thin air. Suddenly, as Kobe prepared to leap for a layup, Conley deftly reached in, leaving Kobe to maneuver past him while the ball soared toward the free throw line. In the midst of the action, both Kobe and Conley failed to halt their forward momentum, stumbling out of bounds. With a grand gesture, Han Lei secured the ball in his grasp, instantly foreseeing that it would soon slip from his hands. This foretold the imminent arrival of a defender behind him, poised to swat the ball away. Anticipating the trajectory of the basketball, which would be deflected to the left, he deduced that the instigator would likely emerge from the right. In a brilliant countermove, Han Lei stepped to the right and launched his shot. At the moment the ball was released, he felt a jolt against his back, followed by the sound of a whistle, yet the ball found its mark. Han Lei fell to the ground, and simultaneously, Rudy Gay also collapsed. It appeared that had Han Lei not opted for a right step-back jumper, he would undoubtedly have been intercepted by Gay, who was pursuing him from the right side. This maneuver, a post-up move, would later become one of Harden's signature techniques, resulting in countless drawn fouls. What a splendid play. Kobe swiftly rose from the baseline and promptly helped Han Lei to his feet. Rudy Gay also stood up, wearing a perplexed expression, as if the foul had been orchestrated with an uncanny foresight, knowing precisely when he would charge in from that angle. Only in such a manner could he collide with Han Lei, resulting in a successful N1 play. How did you know I would run in from here? Gay finally could not contain his curiosity and inquired. Han Lei approached the free throw line, received the ball from the referee, and prepared to take the shot. Listen to the whisper of the wind. Han Lei spoke casually, adopting an air of profound mystery. At this moment, he was oblivious to the fact that Master Phil, seated on the bench, perked up at the sound, slapping his thigh in astonishment. Is this the essence of Chinese martial arts? Could it be that the illustrious director Zhang, the mastermind behind our cinematic legends, has not merely spun tales of fantasy? Chapter 55. I instructed you to play forward, yet you allowed Kobe to linger in the paint? The three-point play, albeit executed in a rather clumsy manner, epitomized the audacity of forced shots typical of the 2010s. Only the likes of McGrady and Kobe could conjure such unorthodox attempts. However, employing this back-to-basket technique, Han Lei felt a twinge of unease, as he feared it might mislead an entire generation of fans. In his view, during the first decade of the 21st century, everyone aspired to emulate Kobe's fadeaway or McGrady's jumper. In the second decade, the focus shifted to learning Curry's floater and his signature prayer gesture. If one were to master Harden's back-to-basket technique, one would first need to possess a robust physique to support it. Although Han Lei is willing to employ any means necessary to achieve victory, it is still beyond his capabilities to specifically train his gluteal muscles. Just imagine if this tactic became widespread. Scouts would then assess players' potential based on the size of their buttocks, which would undoubtedly provoke laughter. Han Lei's free throw found its mark. As expected, nothing is more reliable than his shooting, not even the hegemony of the United States. Kobe gently touched his knee, which had been grazed during his earlier fall, remaining silent. "Boss, can you still shoot?" When Han Lei retreated, he provocatively inquired. "Nonsense," Kobe disdainfully retorted. Throughout his illustrious 20-year career, Kobe primarily relied on his signature fadeaway jumper in the latter half. Are you suggesting that Kobe cannot shoot? Very well. All right. It is now Kobe time. I shall play the role of your Pippin. Han Lei chuckled softly and whispered a few words into Kobe's ear. Gradually, Kobe's expression transformed into one of deep contemplation. With Odom absent and the paint unguarded, if one were to consider who, apart from Gasol, was best suited to dominate the interior, it would undoubtedly be Kobe. Not everyone who has sought mentorship from league.Han can grasp the essence of post-play. league.Han charges 50,000 per session for his tutelage, equivalent to approximately 350,000 yuan. It is conceivable that for a player of Kobe's caliber, league.Han might even offer him 50,000 in return. Why? Because that is, in essence, a promotional fee. The footwork you see is my creation. Am I not impressive? Such a statement elevates one's stature to extraordinary heights. In the low post, Kobe positions himself, forming a formidable duo with Gasol, a strategy well understood by Gasol. As Kobe works in the post, Gasol remains poised, ready to either receive a pass for a thunderous finish, battle for rebounds should Kobe miss, or provide a screen that may appear genuine or feigned. As the power forward, Han Lei surprisingly positioned himself beyond the three-point line, lifting the ball to pass to Kobe for an exquisite display of footwork in the paint. The moment Kobe received the pass, a whisper echoed in his ear. Han Lei had just murmured, "Boss, go ahead and shoot. I'll battle for the offensive rebound." Initially taken aback, Kobe found it curious that a 201 centimeters player on the perimeter would speak of fighting for rebounds. Nevertheless, he unexpectedly nodded in agreement, unable to articulate any doubts towards Han Lei. With the ball in the post, Kobe's movements flowed like water, hesitations, fakes, and footwork that left both Han Lei and the defenders uncertain of his intentions. Unlike the fans who were captivated by Kobe's artistry, Han Lei remained focused. The Memphis crowd, however, fully grasped the sentiment behind the phrase, "Your jump shot lacks wine, yet I'm drunk as a dog." Following a deceptive move, Kobe pivoted. Han Lei, without needing to invoke his predictive skills, simply observed the fluidity of Kobe's actions and knew the shot was destined to succeed. The ball swished effortlessly through the net. There was little time for pleasantries on the court. In the next instant, the Lakers were already transitioning back on defense, a testament to the awareness of a two-time championship team. Even Fisher, often an easy target, was bracing himself for a drive. Conley of the Grizzlies exploited a screen, hitting a mid-range jumper to respond with some points. In the subsequent possession, Kobe still demanded the ball beneath the basket. Without hesitation, Han Lei delivered it to him. Kobe's offensive creativity in his first decade was unparalleled, rivaling even that of legends. His footwork appeared to follow a pattern, yet it was also unpredictable, executed with rapidity that left Conley dizzy. He likely remained unaware of the tactical wisdom that advised not to meet the gaze of his opponent. When facing Kobe, one must avoid looking at his legs. As Kobe spun to shoot, having left Conley off balance, he pivoted once more and executed a low finger roll. The finesse of his footwork in the paint surpassed that of any top-tier center in 2023. Han Lei, positioned on the perimeter, suddenly felt as though he rivaled the prowess of the Chinese basketball elite. He deftly passed the ball into the hands of the formidable Yao Ming, thereby relinquishing any further involvement in this particular play. Meanwhile, the Grizzlies' Conley, feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, rapidly surged into the Lakers' territory, capitalizing on a momentary lapse in their defense to secure 2 points. "Do not lose heart. We shall reclaim the score," Kobe echoed the famous words of Rukawakid. For the third time, he received the ball, but the Grizzlies employed a double-team strategy, with Randolph converging upon him. Han Lei, confronted by the defensive presence of Rudy Gay, finds himself matched against Artest. Given the current state of the Lakers' perimeter shooting, which can be deemed rather inaccurate, it is only natural to leave him unguarded. Han Lei surveyed the situation and, with a swift gesture, directed the ball to Kobe. At the same time, he pointed towards Artest's position, This was precisely Kobe's intention, to pass the ball to the perimeter where Arteas stood, allowing him to charge into the paint. Determined not to relent until he drew a foul. Stay composed. Hand it to me. Han Lei, fearing that the bull-headed Rudy Gay might be too heated, swiftly waved his hand. Rudy Gay, having discerned the shadow of LeBron James and Arteas, hesitated, contemplating whether to drive towards the paint. Just as Arteas was caught in a moment of indecision, the ball was sent back to Han Lei. At that precise instant, taking advantage of Rudy Gay's momentary doubt, Han Lei leaped into the air and sank a three-pointer effortlessly. This strategy was far from the triangle offense. The beleaguered Lakers-Grizzlies team was left utterly perplexed. I had instructed you to defend against the triangle offense, yet here you are employing a small ball lineup akin to the Magic? The Magic, bolstered by a dominant presence like Howard in the paint, complemented by 4 sharpshooters stationed around the arc, possessed a roster capable of reaching the finals. Now, the player embodying that dominant inside presence has become Kobe, surrounded by shooters on all sides. Even Gasol possesses the ability to shoot from long range. Kobe's influence in the paint was being exploited to its fullest extent. Phil Jackson smacked his forehead in disbelief. How is this even possible? Meanwhile, Odom felt a pang of self-consciousness. Relying on his height and ball-handling skills had earned him a place, but when it came to intimidation in the paint, he likely fell short of Kobe by a significant margin. Coach, regarding my indiscretion last night after a few drinks, I have reflected on it. When will I get my chance to play? He clearly did not wish for a versatile player like Kobe to encroach upon his territory in the paint. Phil's frustration stemmed from an entirely different issue. I assigned you to play power forward, and you've sent Kobe into the paint instead? Chapter 56. Han Lei's 4 threats in the latter half of the first quarter. Kobe unleashed a flurry of back-to-the-basket moves, alternating between passing and shooting. Igniting a scoring spree for the Lakers, even the normally sluggish Gasol managed to contribute 6 points with his shooting range. The Lakers led momentarily with a score of 28-22. As the second quarter commenced, the Zen master cast a glance at Odom, who immediately donned a conciliatory smile. You can take the court, just play sensibly and be mindful of rebounding. Odom, evidently eager to make his mark, slapped his thigh and stood up. On the court, Blake, Barnes, Shannon Brown, Karen Butler, and Odom took to the floor. Han Lei wiped his face with a towel. In the first quarter, he had exerted himself thoroughly, battling vigorously for rebounds against the formidable Randolph. How are you holding up? Can you adapt to playing in the paint? The Zen master inquired. No problem at all. Once Randolph returns to the court, I can take his place and match up against him. Han Lei exhaled deeply as he responded. I do not intend to let you play in the second quarter, Phil replied calmly. Why not? Han Lei was taken aback, as he felt he had not allowed the Grizzlies' interior to gain much advantage in the first quarter. Let Odom take a turn. His size and strength are more than adequate. This way, you can have ample rest, and in the third quarter, I expect you to exploit them with your shooting. It seemed this was Phil's strategy. When it came to scoring prowess, Kobe and Gasol undoubtedly formed the Lakers' foundation. With Gasol in subpar form, relying solely on Kobe was not a sustainable approach. Han Lei nodded deeply. Phil envisioned him as a pivotal third scoring option, aiming to collaborate with Kobe to seize control of the game in the third quarter, which necessitated ample rest for him. For certain players, Phil would not permit prolonged periods on the bench, as it could diminish their shooting touch. However, after months of observation, it was clear that Han Lei belonged to the category of players who could maintain excellent shooting form regardless of when they entered the game. Of course, Phil was unaware that Han Lei possessed an innate ability to anticipate the trajectories of basketball movements. In the early moments of the second quarter, Odom led the team with composure, controlling the tempo from the perimeter, and both teams exchanged leads. Yet, as the second quarter progressed and the starters returned to the court, the dynamics shifted dramatically. On the offensive end, Randolph repeatedly attacked the rim after receiving the ball from the perimeter. His strength was formidable and his speed was commendable, as he bulldozed through Odom into the paint, either drawing fouls or scoring effortlessly. Even if his layups failed, there was always Marc Gasol lurking for the offensive rebound. The task of securing rebounds was naturally advantageous due to his height and reach, but another crucial factor was attitude. Pau Gasol appeared to be lost in thought on the court, granting his brother ample opportunities to shine. Paul, pay attention to your positioning, the ever-composed Zen master admonished, rising to his feet. On the defensive end, whenever Kobe posted up in the paint, he was immediately met with double teams, following Kobe's passes. Despite his teammates finding open shots, their shooting touch inexplicably vanished. As the Lakers continued to miss from the perimeter, Randolph relentlessly attacked the paint. By halftime, the Lakers trailed by 8 points, 50-58, despite Kobe's extraordinary efforts in making challenging shots against 2 defenders. They lost the quarter by 14 points. Paul, if you enter the game, you must give it your all. If you prefer to remain on the bench, then do so quietly. Kobe admonished Gasol sternly in the locker room. Although he understood that Gasol had his reasons, Kobe was uninterested in excuses. Gasol adjusted his hair silently, not uttering a word. Paul, I have a task for you in the second half, Phil suddenly interjected, his tone considerably softer. Han Lei closed his eyes, meditating, showing little interest in Phil's second-half strategy, which had been clearly articulated during his time on the bench. As the third quarter commenced, Han Lei was designated as the shooting guard, while Kobe took on the role of point guard. In a bid to fortify their rebounding, Phil elevated the height on the court. Kobe dribbled past half-court, finding Han Lei waiting at the arc. The ball was passed to Han Lei as Kobe dashed toward the baseline. Pau Gasol swiftly approached to set a screen for Han Lei. It must be noted that Gasol's screen was of commendable quality, effectively blocking Conley. At this moment, facing the somewhat sluggish Marc Gasol, Han Lei unleashed a long-range shot, effortlessly scoring. This same play was executed for 3 consecutive possessions, simple yet remarkably efficient. Phil's strategy was astute, as long as Gasol set the screen. His brother Marc would drift away from the paint, allowing the Lakers to contest offensive rebounds given their current height advantage. On the defensive end, after a missed shot from the Grizzlies, Han Lei and Kobe refrained from rushing down the court for a fast break, instead focusing on assisting Gasol and Odom in securing the rebound. After several plays in the third quarter, Han Lei had scored 7 points consecutively, while the Grizzlies managed only 2 points through Conley, narrowing the score to a mere 3 points. Spectators were abuzz with discussion. This is unexpected. I thought Kobe would continue to dominate in the third quarter. Why is this young player from Huaxia the focal point of the Lakers' offense? Yet, one had to concede. His shooting was exceptionally accurate and appeared effortless. Damn, our Marc Gasol is too slow to provide timely help on defense. The Grizzlies head coach, unable to remain seated, called for a timeout. Upon returning to the game, the Lakers were astonished to find that Rudy Gay, standing at 203 centimeters, was now guarding Gasol. Phil stroked his chin. Are we really putting Rudy Gay on Gasol to ensure timely defensive coverage for Han Lei? Although there is a 10-centimeter height difference, Gasol seems completely out of sorts today. Furthermore, Artest's shooting ability was not particularly impressive. Marc Gasol merely stood in the paint, indifferent. Indeed, after Gasol set the screen, Rudy Gay quickly switched to guard Han Lei, denying him any opportunity to shoot. His defense was meticulous, and even Han Lei could not guarantee a successful shot against such scrutiny. Han Lei maneuvered with the ball several times before passing it to Artest, who indeed executed a clumsy shooting motion, resulting in a resounding miss. Han Lei exhibited remarkable adaptability. In the subsequent round, he chose neither to shoot nor to pass. After executing a pick-and-roll with Gasol, he faced Rudy Gay at a 45-degree angle, revealing an expression of intrigue. What? Do you intend to take me on one-on-one? Rudy Gay, fixated on the basketball in Han Lei's possession, displayed a competitive spirit. Indeed, this time I shall penetrate from your left side. To everyone's astonishment, Han Lei openly declared his offensive intentions. Who would believe such a thing? Scoffed Rudy Gay. Without resorting to any feints, Han Lei dribbled with his left hand, resolutely driving towards the left. Rudy Gay was utterly unprepared for Han Lei's audacity to follow through on his words. Bewildered, he trailed behind. In the blink of an eye, Han Lei soared in the paint. Both Gasol and Randolph jumped, incredulous that an outside player would attempt to dunk over them. You've fallen for my ruse, Han Lei softly remarked. He executed a mid-air pass to Gasol, who, despite not being in peak form, found shooting far less taxing than battling in the paint. Gasol extended his arms and scored. In the next round, Han Lei again received the ball at a 45-degree angle, with Gasol coming for the screen, while Rudy Gay switched to guard Han Lei. This time, I shall once again penetrate from the left, he reiterated to Gay. Surprised, Gay momentarily faltered, and Han Lei seized the opportunity to drive into the lane. Before the twin towers of the Grizzlies could react, he made a jumper. What is going on? Is there truly a player so forthright? Gay pondered, perplexed. The Grizzlies looked at Gay with confusion. His defense was far from lackluster. So why was this young man from China able to bypass him so effortlessly? Subsequently, Han Lei employed the same tactic. This time, I shall break through from the right. Pay attention. He indeed launched towards the right. Having learned from his previous encounters, Gay swiftly positioned himself to block Han Lei's rightward advance. To Gay's surprise, after a single step into his drive, Han Lei abruptly pulled back. Three-pointer. The ball swished through the net. Gay chuckled in frustration. I cannot decipher you. I truly cannot. While typical players possess 3 offensive threats, Han Lei had seemingly incorporated a 4th, his verbal misdirection. Chapter 57. The miniature twin towers. What were you discussing just now? Gasol inquired of Han Lei as they transitioned back on defense. Nothing much. Just debating which nightclubs around here are worth visiting. Han Lei smiled faintly and spoke whimsically. Subsequently, Han Lei's relentless offensive maneuvers invigorated the Lakers' momentum. Kobe, in a fervent display of determination, demanded the ball incessantly within the paint, while Han Lei, poised beyond the arc, seized every opportunity to deliver the ball effortlessly into Kobe's hands. Due to Han Lei's formidable threat from the perimeter, the Grizzlies struggled to effectively double-team Kobe. The diminutive Conley was, of course, unable to contain him, merely watching as Kobe repeatedly sent the ball through the hoop. Even though the Grizzlies exerted collective effort and gained an advantage in the interior battles, by the conclusion of the third quarter, they found themselves trailing by 5 points. In the fourth quarter, a breathtaking spectacle commenced. Han Lei unexpectedly called for the ball in the paint. Was there really no issue with that? Phil muttered to himself on the sidelines, a hint of hesitation in his voice. On the court, the 2 Lakers big men, Gasol and Odom, known for their long-range shooting, surprisingly positioned themselves near the three-point line. Meanwhile, in the low post, stood Han Lei and Kobe. While Kobe's presence was understandable, being a master of back-to-the-basket play, it was perplexing to see Han Lei, merely an outside shooter, abandoning his role to seek a position in the paint. After the third quarter concluded, when Han Lei suggested this unconventional tactic to Phil couldn't help but admire Han Lei's creativity. Upon reflection, considering the Lakers' current interior players were somewhat soft and Gasol was not in optimal form, this approach could serve as an ingenious offensive strategy. With Han Lei's arm raised, Artist, positioned beyond the arc, unhesitatingly delivered the ball inside. Upon receiving it, Han Lei pressed against the Grizzlies' 198 cm Henry, testing the opponent's strength and direction. The fans in attendance were in awe. This young player from China exhibited a commendable back-to-the-basket technique, clearly having trained extensively with Kobe. Could it be mere pretense? Perhaps he could occasionally score a basket, but mastering back-to-the-basket skills is no easy feat. What a peculiar strategy the Lakers had devised, allowing both Kobe and Han Lei to linger in the paint. It seemed almost laughable. The back-to-the-basket maneuver is an essential skill for interior players, and it has been executed flawlessly by legends like Jordan and Kobe. Furthermore, compared to typical big men, both Jordan and Kobe possessed greater shooting range, which significantly contributed to their success. Of course, this technique is not easily mastered. Even superstars struggle with back-to-the-basket skills. The footwork can be exceedingly intricate, and a moment's inattention can lead to confusion. At this moment, after receiving the ball, Kobe subtly shifted outside, drawing his defender, Conley, away. While intently observing Han Lei's every movement, Han Lei, after a few steps backward, suddenly pivoted on his right foot while holding the ball high above his head. Do not expect a shot. Henry swiftly surged forward. In terms of vertical leap, Henry believed he was Han Lei's equal, jumping early to seize the advantage. However, he was taken aback when Han Lei did not leap. Instead, he stepped forward with his left foot, leaving Conley behind. With a low left-handed layup, the ball kissed the backboard before dutifully falling through the net. The home crowd of Grizzlies erupted in astonishment. This rookie's footwork was impressively adept, as if he had been playing in the paint all along. Typically, rookies are synonymous with explosive athleticism but rough technique. Yet, here was Han Lei, in his inaugural year, skillfully showcasing footwork techniques. Truly a remarkable feat. Kobe, resting his chin on his hand, spoke softly. Prior to the game, Han Lei sought Kobe's counsel regarding the intricacies of post-up techniques. Kobe was somewhat surprised by Han Lei's profound understanding of this skill. After a few succinct pointers from Kobe, Han Lei grasped the concepts immediately and was able to extrapolate further. Unbeknownst to Kobe, Han Lei was once his fervent admirer, having observed Kobe's footwork countless times. Throughout the practice games, Han Lei consistently sought to match up against Kobe in defense of his post moves. Over time, through these direct confrontations, Han Lei had developed a comprehensive understanding of Kobe's footwork. At this moment, Hakeem Olajuwon, comfortably seated at home, chuckled as he dialed his assistant. Make a note of this. As soon as the season concludes, contact the Lakers' Chinese player and inform him that he must come to train with me on post techniques. I'll offer him a discount. In his post-retirement phase, league.Han had earned considerable income by mentoring young players. Now he found himself proactively inviting Han Lei, even reminding his assistant in advance. Previously, it was always the players who sought him out, yet upon witnessing Han Lei's footwork, league.Han felt compelled to recruit him. After all, if Han Lei were to learn the dream shake from Kobe, it could jeopardize Kobe's legacy. On the court, in the ensuing possessions, Han Lei frequently called for the ball in the paint. He executed a series of advanced post techniques, fakes, spins, and cross steps, resulting in 3 successful shots out of 5 attempts, totaling 6 points. Kobe, however, was unrelenting. His footwork was even more refined and versatile, allowing him to score effortlessly in the paint. A particularly impressive dunk following a spin move invigorated the Lakers' morale. The Grizzlies players fell silent, astonished by the dominance of the diminutive Twin Towers, Kobe and Han Lei. In the paint, this was simply beyond their expectations, defying both logic and height. Randolph clenched his fists, envious of the techniques employed by Kobe and Han Lei, which he, as a power forward, had long aspired to master. Now, witnessing these 2 perimeter players executing such post moves, he felt the urgency to enhance his own footwork. Tonight, I must practice diligently. I refuse to be forever labeled as the clumsy one, he thought, drooling as he watched Kobe and Han Lei showcase their skills in the paint. Chapter 58. Han Lei's ongoing performance. With the dominance of Kobe and Han Lei in the paint, the score began to widen. And with just 3 minutes left in the fourth quarter, the Lakers had established a 19-point lead. Phil waved his hand, signaling the end of the game. Han Lei achieved a career high, scoring 29 points. "Well done," Kobe said, always one to encourage, as he patted Han Lei on the shoulder with a warm smile. The latter nodded slightly, seemingly devoid of great joy. What surprised Kobe and the entire Lakers was that, following the conclusion of the game on December 1st, Han Lei transformed the month of December into his own stage. In the subsequent 11 games, Han Lei maintained an impressive streak, scoring over 20 points in 5 consecutive games and surpassing 30 points in 4, while only 2 games saw him score below 20. In those instances, he focused on defense, remarkably achieving 3 and 5 blocks respectively. By December 22nd, after the Lakers faced the Bucks, Han Lei's average points for the month skyrocketed to 22. This was an exemplary performance from a second-round rookie. On the front page of the Los Angeles Horn, a striking photograph covering a third of the page depicted Han Lei blocking Griffin's shot. In this city rivalry with Han Lei's defensive support, Griffin managed only 6 successful shots out of 17 attempts, being blocked twice and intercepted 3 times by Han Lei. Consequently, each time Griffin confronted Gasol, he was compelled to glance at Han Lei's position, causing a disruption in his mindset and affecting his shooting rhythm. The Clippers fans, who had previously clamored for the Lakers to relinquish their standing, fell silent on this day. Throughout this period, regardless of the Lakers' victories or defeats, Han Lei remained undeniably the most consistent player. In stark contrast to Han Lei's exhilarating performances, Gasol, upon learning of the possibility of being traded, continued to struggle with his form. Many fans even began to believe that the Lakers' second-in-command was no longer Gasol. The fans in Huaxia had already erupted in excitement time and again due to Han Lei's astonishing displays. Each evening, after a day of work or study, they would invariably return home to watch the Lakers game recordings. Some students, limited to text broadcasts, eagerly sought to grasp the game's progress, reluctantly purchasing multiple 5-yuan data packages. Whenever the text commentator announced that Han Lei had made a shot, numerous fans in class would clench their fists and whisper with delight. Many internet CAF owners realized the necessity of keeping track of the Lakers' schedule. They would cancel the morning 3-yuan package discount whenever a Lakers game was on. Even without discounts, attendance remained high during Lakers games, with students clad in their school uniforms gathering to watch the live streams online. Those with tighter budgets had to huddle together to catch glimpses of other screens, their expressions shifting with the rhythm of the game. Director Liu of the Huaxia Sports Bureau, after watching the latest episode of the Basketball Garden program, was astonished by the coverage of Han Lei. Just over 20 days ago, during an interview on the show, Han Lei had expressed his willingness to represent the nation, opting to forego his green card and embrace Huaxia citizenship. Although Director Liu felt gratified at the time, he remained cautious as Han Lei was still a rookie, with his skills not yet fully developed. Aware of the concept of the rookie wall, he maintained a watchful stance. This episode of Basketball Garden revisited Han Lei's remarkable performances in December, leaving Director Liu utterly astonished. Is this truly a rookie? He is undoubtedly a seasoned star. After watching the program, he immediately dialed Yao's number. Yao, you are quite familiar with Han Lei, aren't you? I would like to inquire whether his previous statement about wanting to represent the country is genuine. It's not that I distrust him. It's just that the youth today can be rather fickle, proclaiming one thing today and forgetting it by tomorrow. Yao, sitting on his bed and amusing his daughter who had just turned 6 months old with a plush toy, replied, You need not worry about this matter. I have conversed with Han Lei several times, and he indeed aspires to fight for our nation. As he mentioned in an interview, he hopes to compete in the Olympics 2 years from now, representing the identity of the Huaxia people. By the way, I gathered from him that he has even considered where to settle, wanting to establish residency in the capital. After all, he must think about his future children's education, huh? After listening to Yao's words, Director Lu felt more anxious rather than relieved. Is that all he requires? He has not expressed any other demands? He found it hard to believe that Han Lei would only mention the place of residence. Nowadays, who among the youth is not self-centered? Moreover, would one relinquish a green card simply for a residency in the capital? Furthermore, Han Lei seems to be thriving in Los Angeles. Who wouldn't want to stay in a beautiful country once they have wealth? Oh, it seems he indeed did not mention any other requests. Yao pondered before continuing. All right, here's what we'll do. You should call him now and convey that he is always welcome to submit his application to return to the country. Understood, no problem. Director Lu hung up the phone, filled with anticipation. Basketball is a significant sport. In 2008, Yao led the team to the Olympic quarterfinals. At that time, Director Lu felt both joy and concern. He was pleased with the remarkable achievements of Chinese basketball and received praise from his superiors. However, he was worried that such heights might be challenging to surpass in the future. It is akin to performing exceptionally well in your first year at work, only to deliver average results in the following years, leading others to perceive a decline in your abilities. If Han Lei participates in the upcoming Olympics, collaborating with you and other Chinese stars, reaching the quarterfinals should be a given, and perhaps they could even vie for a place among the top 4. Just the thought of making continuous progress in basketball, the world's second most popular sport, led Director Lu to envision himself receiving accolades from his leaders. Chinese basketball has a promising future, he muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Lakers owner Bus, whose health was gradually improving, arrived at Staples Center. He summoned his children for an internal meeting. Jim, Jeannie, I believe you are both keeping an eye on the Lakers' development. What are your thoughts on the trade with the Nuggets? They have been pressing us for updates several times. Well, I fear we must proceed with caution, Jim Bus said, rubbing his nose as if he had been caught off guard. Oh, why is that? Initially, you were in favor of this transaction, Old Base remarked with a smile. Indeed, the allure of Anthony was simply irresistible. However, I now entertain a different perspective. Han Lei may possess greater potential than Anthony. Even if he does not reach such heights this year, he will undoubtedly achieve it in the coming years. Jim responded somewhat awkwardly. At last. You comprehend my viewpoint from that time, Jenny said, a mocking smile adorning her face. In December, Han Lei's performance profoundly astonished Jim Bus, who seemingly found no reason to worry about Han Lei's future capabilities as he has already proven himself. If one were to trade Han Lei along with Gasol for Anthony, it would undoubtedly be somewhat disadvantageous. Indeed, I share this sentiment. Currently, Han Lei is exhibiting remarkable stability in his performance and appears to have not encountered any rookie hurdles. He is undoubtedly an exceptional player, particularly excelling in defense compared to Anthony, as remarked by Old Bus. However, both Jeannie and I had already informed Han Lei of the impending trade involving him and Gasol for Anthony. If we were to retract that decision now, would Han Lei harbor any resentment? Jim Bus felt a twinge of anxiety. He truly wished to retract his previous words to Han Lei. Yet as an adult and a member of the Lakers' upper management, it would be unbecoming to go back on his word in front of Han Lei. What if Han Lei were to respond with a mocking remark, such as finally recognizing his own worth? That would indeed be quite embarrassing. There would certainly be personal feelings involved, but for such an outstanding player as Han Lei, we must retain him at all costs. If he were to hold a grudge and not wish to continue playing for us, there would only be one solution, Jeannie Bus mused aloud. What solution? Jim Bus's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he eagerly pressed for an answer. Jeannie Bus cast a slightly sarcastic glance at her brother before responding. Offer more money. Chapter 59. The trade was ruined when Han Lei received the text message from Jeannie Bus. He was reviewing footage from a previous game against the Grizzlies. The team needs you. Please stay with the Lakers. We have decided not to finalize the trade with the Nuggets and will offer you a lucrative contract. A smile graced Han Lei's lips as everything unfolded precisely as he had anticipated. Only by demonstrating his prowess could he ensure that the Lakers would not easily place him on the trading block. This was the decision Han Lei made upon learning of the Lakers' intention to trade him. He was determined to prove that he was not inferior to Anthony. In doing so, he fundamentally refuted the notion of this trade. Han Lei's current performance was undeniably on par with Anthony's, especially with the peak prowess of Gasol still evident. The Lakers were not naive enough to proceed with such a transaction. Han Lei casually typed OK on his mobile keyboard, signifying his response to Jenny. He understood that the tumultuous affair of the trade had come to a close. Upon receiving his reply, Jenny felt a weight lifted from her heart. She had been apprehensive that Han Lei might utter something embarrassing, such as questioning why they had so swiftly reneged or, with a hint of sarcasm, implying that now they recognized his worth but still wished to trade him. Perhaps he might suggest a face-to-face meeting that evening, inquiring about the nature of the high salary being offered. Fortunately, Han Lei merely replied with a neutral okay. Jenny could finally relax. Her gaze falling upon the trade request from the Nuggets, the space requiring Old Base's signature conspicuously blank. It seemed that this matter had finally resolved itself. However, a slight furrow creased Jenny's brow as she pondered the Nuggets' true intentions. Were they, from the outset, keenly aware of Han Lei's potential? All the while feigning indifference to the Lakers' reluctance, presenting themselves as though they were prepared to pursue Anthony? Simultaneously, they might have pretended that their primary objective was to acquire Gasol, thus misdirecting the Lakers' attention towards him. The Lakers' management, daunted by Anthony's star power, found themselves conflicted about whether to trade away their two-time championship center, inadvertently diverting some of their focus from Han Lei. If this were indeed the case, then the Lakers' management had nearly fallen victim to a cunning ruse. Had it not been for Han Lei's remarkable performance in December, which effectively recaptured the Lakers' attention, they might have found themselves ensnared by the Nuggets. At this moment, the Nuggets had received notification of the Lakers' refusal to trade. Upon learning this, Anthony felt a twinge of disappointment. Was his value to the Lakers truly so negligible? Anthony harbored little desire for fame, as long as he could secure a lucrative contract. Earning millions, wasn't that far more rewarding than merely winning a championship? In his inebriated moments, he had often conveyed to his subordinates that in the underworld, no one aspired to claim the title of America's deadliest assassin or the most notorious gang. They were all merely in it for the money. Influenced by his surroundings, Anthony had always prioritized financial gain. What did championships and MVP awards matter? They were worth little in the grand scheme. The aspirations of his subordinates for fine wine and beautiful women were his true motivation. This time, he intentionally sought to bring his talent to Los Angeles, drawn by the Lakers' market appeal and media attention. Moreover, the Lakers' cheerleaders were undeniably charming. They represented a group of young individuals striving for their dreams. Now that the trade had fallen through, Anthony let out a cold laugh. Where one does not reap the harvest, another surely will. He successfully reached the general manager of the Knicks. On this day, the Miami Heat's plane touched down at Los Angeles Airport, preparing for an away game against the Lakers. Last season, James had fallen at the hands of the Celtics. After reflecting on that painful experience, he resolved to make a change. He reached out to Wade and Bosh, forming a super team. Wade readily agreed to take a pay cut, showing great respect for James. Following several games, the trio gradually found their synergy, slowly revealing their regal aura through a series of fast breaks and alley-oops that left spectators in awe. Tomorrow, the highly anticipated matchup between the 23 and 24 jersey numbers will captivate fans worldwide. For the Heat, however, it is merely a regular season game. On the plane, James had already studied a few recent games of the Lakers. Kobe remained as formidable as ever, effortlessly scoring points. This was something James was well accustomed to. However, Han Lei caught James's attention. Currently in the spotlight, Han Lei played positions from 1 to 4, and James would inevitably find himself matched against him. Han Lei's defensive tactics are exceedingly cunning, prompting James to resolve to amplify his physical confrontation, utilizing his robust physique to shield the ball. Concurrently, during his matchup against Han Lei, he must endeavor to employ a driving offensive approach whenever possible. Minimizing dribbles is paramount, for this young man possesses remarkably swift hands. I shall strive to overpower him with my body, James contemplated. Moreover, there is another defensive player who piqued James's interest, Artest, who transitioned seamlessly from the point guard position to the stance. Once upon a time, during his visit to Houston, James faced Artest and Battier, managing only 8 successful shots out of 20 attempts, with no assists recorded. Arteist's physique is precisely the type that can withstand a direct confrontation with James. In engaging with Arteist, I must curtail physical contact and leverage my speed to evade him. Upon arriving at the hotel, the entire Miami Heat team resolved to enjoy the delights of this entertainment capital. Given that the team had only recently been assembled, it was imperative to foster camaraderie and cohesion among the players. James did not shy away from mingling with the public and chose a restaurant with Wi-Fi. Of course, he abstained from alcohol. James's greatest asset is his discipline. He recognizes the necessity of maintaining his physical health, as it is his most significant advantage in the NBA. Indeed, his physique has always been exceptional, with the most substantial surgery he has undergone being a hair transplant. As James graced a restaurant in Los Angeles, Gasol languidly reclined in bed, engrossed in his mobile device. With the impending matchup against the Heat, he would likely find himself facing James in several exchanges, a daunting prospect. Stretching lazily, Gasol decided to unwind by watching a few recordings of the Spanish national football team. Suddenly, a text message pinged on his phone. It was from Phil Jackson. The trade has fallen through. You can focus on your game now. Tomorrow against the Heat, you must contain James and Wade's penetrations. Get your act together. What? Wasn't this deal supposed to be set in stone? How could it dissolve so swiftly? Gasol shot up in bed and promptly returned Phil's call. He had no desire to leave the Lakers or Los Angeles, the city he had toiled in for 3 years, which had bestowed upon him countless honors. Phil answered the call quickly. What is going on? Gasol inquired anxiously. It's quite simple. Han Lei effectively nullified the trade, and he is currently analyzing footage of the Heat. You need to bring your A-game tomorrow. Gasol hung up the phone, finally comprehending that Han Lei had validated his worth, deftly transforming the trade into what Kobe had deemed an imbalanced exchange. Meanwhile, he had inadvertently received assistance from Han Lei. Chapter 60. An encounter with the Heat as night descended upon Los Angeles. The city shimmered with lights, living up to its reputation as the entertainment capital. On December 25th, just a day before Christmas, various media outlets had already arrived in Los Angeles ahead of the festivities. The NBA is unparalleled in its promotional prowess. The matchup of 23 versus 24 was naturally included in the Christmas Day lineup. Moreover, with the newly formed Heat drawing considerable attention, it was entirely fitting for them to test their mettle against the two-time champion Lakers. Beyond the fans, numerous players were also keenly interested in this game, eager to see whether the new powerhouse would surpass the enduring legacy of the old guard. Coach Zhang had brought along his esteemed colleague, veteran media personality Su, as they, alongside the central media team, arrived a day in advance. Also on their flight was Sun Ling, a special correspondent from Penguin Sports. On board, Coach Zhang greeted Sun Ling, who, despite appearing slightly fatigued, radiated vitality. Hey, this girl just wrapped up her family matters and immediately returned to work. This should be interesting, he mused, channeling his commentary skills to create anticipation akin to a romantic drama. As expected, after settling her luggage in her room for half an hour, Sun Ling emerged in a delicate pink qipao, adorned with subtle makeup that accentuated her youthful exuberance. Coach Zhang, seated on the hotel lobby sofa while awaiting the central staff to complete their check-in process, nudged Su when he spotted Sun Ling descending the stairs. Look at her. She deliberately dressed up. Love is akin to a game. One must play it well. Handing the ball to Han Lei is the most sensible move, he quipped. Typically known for his composed demeanor, Su had been seated with military precision. However, he was quickly drawn out of his serious facade by Coach Zhang's playful banter. Are you a sports reporter or an entertainment journalist? He chuckled. A jack of all trades. Haha. Speaking of which, back in Shanghai, I noticed a mixed-race girl accompanying Jay Cho. She appeared quite young. I have a feeling something might blossom there. To suggest that he is overweight would certainly leave him breathless. If Han Lei were to hear such words, he would undoubtedly hold a deep admiration for Coach Zhang's discerning instincts in the realm of news. As someone who has traversed back from the year 2023, Han Lei is well aware that Jay Cho entered into matrimony with Kuan Ling in 2014. However, Coach Zhang possesses a keen insight, accurately predicting the subsequent developments at this very moment. It seems that seasoned basketball journalists possess a remarkable understanding of romance as well. Meanwhile, Han Lei remains ensconced in a video room at the Staples Center, meticulously analyzing the Miami Heat's offensive strategies for the current season. The more he studies, the more grave his expression becomes. The Heat's offensive pace is exceedingly rapid, at times outpacing even the cameras that attempt to capture their passes. When it comes to offense, they invariably prefer fast breaks over half-court sets. Should the scenario necessitate a half-court offense, both Big Z and Bosch are always ready to set screens for LeBron and Dwayne, allowing for interior plays or the possibility of stretching out to shoot from beyond the arc. LeBron and Dwayne's ability to penetrate the defense is historically unparalleled. Even the most adept shot-blocking centers find it challenging to contain them due to their exceptional leaping ability and speed. On the defensive end, LeBron excels at providing assistance, while Dwayne is a master of steals, often making life difficult for opposing ball handlers. Most crucially, once they secure a steal, they can swiftly transition into a fast break, showcasing their remarkable capability for rapid offensive and defensive shifts. Han Lei was deep in thought, contemplating a solution, when he suddenly fell into a daze. "Hey, Han Lei, someone is looking for you." Phil, who was next door studying tactics, suddenly entered and said, "Oh, where?" Han Lei's eyes were vacant, still immersed in the intense match footage. "In my office, it's a charming girl from Huaxia," Phil said with a smirk, his expression a mix of amusement and intrigue. "Oh, I'll be there shortly," Han Lei replied. Yet he showed no intention of leaving his chair. With a decisive action, Phil switched off the television. Han Lei was momentarily taken aback, displaying an expression of helplessness. At that moment, Sun Ling sat somewhat awkwardly in Phil's office, her gaze fixed upon the coffee cup on the table. The surroundings were simply adorned with a genuine piece by Tang Yin, the agricultural activities in Jiangnan, hanging on the wall. Is this truly the illustrious office of Phil Jackson? It was surprisingly understated yet exuded an air of calm and composure, prompting Sun Ling to feel a sense of reverence. She heard the sound of the door opening and felt a sudden surge of anxiety. "Old darling, I'm here. Let's celebrate Christmas early. I bought something sexy." "Ah, who are you? How can there be a woman here?" Sun Ling stood up, her face flushed with embarrassment as a flamboyantly dressed lady entered, holding a bottle of red wine. It was none other than Jeannie Buss, the cherished daughter of the Lakers owner and a prominent figure of the current Lakers team. "Hello. I'm here to see Han Lei. Phil asked me to wait here for a moment," Sun Ling said, her cheeks slightly reddening. "Oh, I see. You startled me," Jeannie replied, placing a hand over her heart, clearly having misinterpreted the situation. Then, with a mysterious smile, she added, "In that case, this bottle of red wine is for you. May you have a delightful time. By the way, remind Han Lei to get to bed early tonight. There's a game tomorrow evening." Jeannie handed the sparkling wine to Sun Ling, its bubbles glistening. Just as she was about to turn to leave, she smiled once more, tapping her fingers lightly on the wine bottle with an odd grin before finally departing. Han Lei sat in the car, with Sun Ling occupying the passenger seat. The two engaged in a conversation reminiscing about their time apart in the enchanting city of Shanghai. It turned out that under the promotion spearheaded by Han Lei and his associates, the business of Sun Ling's father's sports arena had experienced an anticipated surge in clientele. In just over 20 days, they astonishingly amassed profits exceeding 10 million, indicating that repaying the loan was now just around the corner. Han Lei felt a sense of relief, as he undoubtedly wished for his friend Sun Ling and her daughter to lead a comfortable life. Upon arriving at the renowned Chinese restaurant, Yipingxiang, in Los Angeles, Han Lei was taken aback to see a group of over a dozen robust men making their way inside, some of whom were wearing headphones. "Are those players from the Heat?" Sun Ling inquired. "It appears so. Are they truly here for Chinese cuisine?" Han Lei touched his nose. Meeting the Heat team at this juncture inevitably required some pleasantries, a social exchange he did not particularly favor. Chapter 61. The Zen Master is moved by mortal desires. "Shall we consider another establishment?" Han Lei suggested hesitantly. "Let us stick with this one. Did you not express your fondness for spicy food? The heat here is unparalleled. And as for the players of the Heat, we can easily avoid them," Sun Ling remarked. The revenue of Sun Ling's sports hall had surged dramatically, entrusted by her father. She felt a strong obligation to treat Han Lei to a sumptuous meal. Knowing his penchant for spicy cuisine, she selected an authentic Sichuan restaurant. "Very well. Let us commence with the meal as a gesture of respect," Han Lei pondered and eventually relaxed. After all, he would encounter the Heat team sooner or later. Sun Ling expended a considerable sum to reserve a cozy private room, accommodating 7 or 8 guests. Securing a private room on the eve of Christmas undoubtedly required a substantial financial outlay. Han Lei deeply appreciated the sincerity of Sun Ling and her father. In gratitude, he felt compelled to step forward without hesitation. This cultural disparity between China and the United States is stark. In China, a host is concerned that their guests do not leave the table hungry, insisting that they eat until they can no longer move. Conversely, in the United States, If a guest declares they are full, that is considered sufficient. Thus, Han Lei summoned the waiter, confidently taking the lead to order first. Such assertiveness was necessary to ensure that Sun Ling and her father felt they had repaid his kindness. Sun Ling then presented 2 bottles of wine on the table. One was a bottle of red wine gifted by Jenny Base, and the other was a 1997 Mao Dai. Han Lei initially had no intention of indulging in alcohol. However, with a bottle of Matai gracing the table, how could he possibly resist? I suppose I shall partake in a sip of white liquor, he mused, a self-deprecating smile escaping him as he lamented his inability to withstand temptation. I knew it, Sun Ling remarked with a faint chuckle, proceeding to unbox the white liquor. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open abruptly, and a burly black man stumbled in. Apologies, it seems I have entered the wrong room, he said. Wait, aren't you Han Lei from the Lakers? The newcomer was none other than Dwayne Wade, his signature chiseled jawline exhibiting a deep reddish hue. It turned out that although the Heat had just arrived, LeBron had refused to drink, leading Wade, one of the team's veterans, to down 3 hefty glasses of red wine under the encouragement of his companions. After a brief visit to the restroom to clear his throat, he inadvertently wandered into the wrong room. Han Lei sighed inwardly, realizing that he possessed a unique charm for attracting stars. Previously, he had drawn in Jay Cho, and this time, it was Dwayne Wade. Mr. Wade, are you all right? Han Lei promptly poured him a glass of water. Oh, is this tea? Although I usually drink cola, this flavor is quite pleasant. Wade made himself at home and sat down. Sun Ling, noticing his lack of intention to leave, felt her expression stiffen. It appeared that their rare gathering with Han Lei would be interrupted. However, her concerns were unfounded, as Wade took a sip of tea and instantly became invigorated. Since we have the chance to meet, why not both of you come over to our place? What? You've already ordered? Not to worry. Just have it sent to our private room. Tonight, we are treating you. By the way, that bottle of red wine on the table looks splendid. Let us take it with us. Without waiting for a response, Wade seized Han Lei's wrist with one hand, grasped the bottle of red wine with the other, and swiftly departed like a gust of wind. Han Lei, despite his reluctance, was compelled to leave. Sun Ling could only smile helplessly, realizing that tranquility was not to be found this evening. Had she known, she would have suggested a different restaurant to Han Lei. She picked up the newly unsealed Mao Dai and instructed the waiter before making her way to the Heat's private room. This dinner was hosted by James, who has always been mindful of social etiquette. Upon seeing Dwayne Wade drunkenly ushering a person of Asian descent into the room, he set aside his phone, which was already connected to Wi-Fi. Hey, everyone, look who I brought along, Wade chimed, grinning. Hello, everyone, I am Han Lei. What a coincidence. I was initially dining with friends in another room. Han Lei began to express his predicament. We're all brothers here. Basketball requires brotherhood, and even opponents are brothers. Come, please take a seat. James promptly pulled out a chair. The Heat's gathering took place in a spacious room accommodating 20 individuals, with most of the rotation players present, including James' devoted fan, Big Z, who stood out as the only Caucasian. At that moment, Sun Ling arrived at the doorway. Just as Han Lei had taken a seat, he immediately rose, saying, Everyone, let me introduce my friend, a person from Huaxia. Her name is. Before Han Lei could finish, Wade waved his hand dismissively. No need for introductions, we understand. Laughter erupted among the Heat players. Han Lei was perplexed. What do you all understand? Sun Ling, clearly aware of Wade's teasing, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks as she took a seat next to Han Lei at the chair that Z had pulled out for her. It was a rare occasion for everyone to gather, and ordinarily, I would partake in a drink, but in consideration of tomorrow's match, I resolved to stick with water instead of alcohol. However, if others wished to indulge, I would not mind covering the bill. The new Miami Heat team had just come together, and LeBron naturally wanted everyone to bond. Yet, without alcohol or nightlife, how could they truly connect? LeBron raised a glass of water to toast the group. Sun Ling poured a glass of white wine for Han Lei, who lifted the glass to his nose and took a sip, even though LeBron had yet to finish his speech. Subsequently, everyone raised their glasses in unison. Wade opened a bottle of red wine that he had swiped from Han Lei and filled his glass to the brim, leaning in. Han Lei, your recent performance has been outstanding. I've never seen such an exceptional Chinese player as you. Keep it up. You will undoubtedly make a name for yourself, Wade proclaimed, downing the wine in one gulp. Wow, this wine is quite delightful, even better than what LeBron brought, Wade remarked, gazing at the empty glass he had just drained. Is that so? Let me have a taste, said Jones, the Heat forward, as he approached. The Heat players were incredibly united and easy to get along with. Although they had only seen Han Lei's image in videos, their first meeting was warm and unceremonious. They chatted with Han Lei about food, wine, and beautiful women, and he indulged in quite a bit of white wine, engaging in light-hearted banter from all corners of the globe. Meanwhile, Sun Ling felt somewhat out of place, frequently checking her phone for the time, unable to immerse herself in the men's conversation. At the same time, in a discreet hotel on the outskirts of Los Angeles, Phil and Jeannie Buss were slightly tipsy, a bottle of red wine on the table. After envisioning the future of the Lakers, Phil Jackson's eyes suddenly turned red, akin to a beast awakening from hibernation. "Jeannie, this wine is rather exquisite," Phil remarked. "Indeed, I had it specially crafted. By the way, I also gifted a bottle to Han Lei's young girlfriend," Jeannie replied with a sly smile. "Really? He has a match tomorrow night," the Zen master exclaimed in surprise. "A little drink won't hurt, and I doubt the Heat players came to Los Angeles without having some fun. After all, Christmas is just around the corner," Phil conceded, relinquishing his last shred of rationality. Jeannie understood that this renowned coach, known as the Zen master, was now tempted by earthly desires. Chapter 62. The Heat come and go like the wind. After a hearty meal and drinks, Han Lei politely declined the Heat players' invitation to the bar. Wade, inebriated, firmly grasped Han Lei's hand, refusing to let go. Had it not been for LeBron's timely intervention, Han Lei would have found it quite challenging to escape Wade's clutches. Han Lei initially arranged for the restaurant to provide a designated driver service. However, Sun Ling insisted on visiting Han Lei's residence. Without much thought, Han Lei handed the car keys to Sun Ling. Sun Ling, possessing excellent driving skills and a good familiarity with Los Angeles, swiftly arrived at Han Lei's abode. "No need for formality. Make yourself comfortable. I shall have a sip of water first." Han Lei consumed 7 or 8 liang of white liquor. Although, given his athletic physique, he should possess a higher tolerance, his infrequent indulgence in alcohol led to an unexpected inebriation. "Do not move. Allow me to prepare tea for you." Sun Ling expressed her nurturing nature, immediately bustling about. However, upon her return from the kitchen, she was taken aback to find Han Lei sprawled on the sofa, deep in slumber, utterly unresponsive. Sun Ling was momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, in the bar, the Miami Heat players reveled in a vibrant atmosphere. Dwayne Wade, in particular, was exuberant, embracing 2 voluptuous beauties, indulging in their company with abandon, and enjoying himself immensely. "Hey, your girlfriend, Gabrielle, Wade's current partner, is waiting to video chat with you," LeBron James remarked quietly, sensing a hint of impropriety. "It matters not. I have received her assistance in the past, and I believe I have repaid her adequately," Wade replied, lost in his blissful reverie. The following day, Han Lei drove Sun Ling back to her hotel. Throughout the journey, Sun Ling appeared languid and somewhat disheartened. Han Lei remained oblivious as he immersed himself in the Staples Center for an entire day, eagerly awaiting the moment of the match. A multitude of media representatives and various celebrities had already graced the venue. The Staples Center shimmered with brilliance, with the renowned actor Jack Nicholson, a fervent Lakers fan, seated in the front row, donning sunglasses that exuded a cinematic aura. 2 other Hollywood luminaries, Leonardo DiCaprio and Tobey Maguire, also drew significant attention. As childhood friends, they seldom appeared together. Leonardo, currently without a film project, had taken on a spherical shape despite his access to youthful models. Conversely, Maguire maintained a lean physique, his face adorned with a friendly smile reminiscent of a good neighbor. As the players took to the court, Bynum, who had been nursing an injury, was now ready to make a triumphant return in this high-stakes game. Gasol, in good spirits today, was eager to showcase his skills. Relieved to have escaped the trade rumors, and pleased that Bynum's return meant he no longer had to engage in physical battles with opposing centers, Han Lei observed that both Wade and Phil Jackson appeared rather lackluster. It seemed that Wade had indulged in revelry the previous night and had not rested adequately. Phil, having just returned from outside moments before the game commenced, exhibited some redness in his eyes. True to his adaptable nature, he simply uttered, "Let us defeat them," before taking a seat on the bench, attempting to adjust to the circumstances. With the sound of the whistle, the match began. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Fisher, Kobe, Han Lei, Gasol, and Bynum, while the Heat featured Chalmers, Wade, James, Bosh, and Juwan Howard. It was evidently a contest defined by height and speed. In the initial exchanges, both teams cautiously probed one another, with a lackluster rhythm as the score fluctuated. For minutes into the first quarter, James suddenly surged, seizing a defensive rebound before charging forward at full speed, leaving the Lakers' towering duo in his wake. The Heat's transition from defense to offense was akin to a meteor plummeting through the sky. James dribbled the ball forward, with Wade and Chalmers closely trailing, as the trio advanced menacingly towards the Lakers' backcourt. Although Han Lei was somewhat prepared, James was simply too swift, akin to a gust of wind. Han Lei surged forward, applying pressure on James from the side with his body. Rather than engage in a direct confrontation, James executed a bounce pass to the left, finding Wade. Meanwhile, the swiftly approaching Kobe did not immediately defend Wade but instead positioned himself beneath the basket, within the reasonable confines of the charging area. The current situation had Han Lei closely guarding the advancing James, Wade in possession of the ball on the left flank, and Chalmers stationed in the right corner. Kobe remained steadfast under the hoop, vigilantly protecting the most straightforward scoring opportunity, an open layup. Wade, renowned for his speed, demonstrated that he possessed more than mere swiftness. Noticing Kobe's retreat beneath the basket, he dribbled and successfully executed a mid-range jumper. This counterattack was clearly emblematic of the Heat's strategy, leveraging speed to outpace their opponents and creating scenarios that allowed for numerical advantages. Although Han Lei had discerned the offensive strategy of the Heat from the recordings, engaging them in actual play demanded unwavering concentration. A moment's lapse could unleash the perimeter players, led by James and Wade, to launch a swift and formidable assault toward the opponent's basket. As the Lakers commenced their offense, Fisher confidently dribbled past half-court. The Twin Towers of the Lakers ambled into position, their leisurely pace starkly contrasting with the Heat's rapid counterattack. The Twin Towers vied for advantageous positioning in the paint. After Fisher passed the ball to Han Lei in the corner, it found its way into Bynum's hands. Although Phil had not devised a specific strategy, the players were acutely aware that the Lakers favored half-court offense, leveraging their strengths in the interior. Bynum, despite his prolonged absence from the game, showcased his prodigious talent. Standing tall with long arms, he engaged in a few strong maneuvers against Jew and Howard, ultimately executing a graceful hook shot that found its mark. It seems the advantage is mine in this match, Bynum muttered to himself, reveling in his success as he jogged back. Suddenly, his vision blurred. The ball zipped past the side of his head and landed in Chalmers' hands at midcourt. In the blink of an eye, James and Wade surged forward from opposite sides, racing toward the Lakers' half. How swift! Bynum hastily quickened his pace. Han Lei and Kobe had long anticipated that the Heat would execute a sudden throw-in. Even if the adversary managed to score, the Heat would swiftly resume play, charging towards the opponent's half with an emphasis on speed. Han Lei and Kobe displayed remarkable speed, swiftly retreating to their positions on either side of the key, clearly indicating their intention to allow outside shots rather than penetration. However, what was even more astonishing was that not only the Heat's perimeter players, but also Bosch had outpaced Fisher and reached the Lakers' half. Seizing the opportunity, Chalmers found himself in a 4-on-2 situation. Even his grandmother could have scored in such a scenario. He rose from the arc and launched a three-pointer. Meanwhile, James, Bosch, and Wade descended upon the basket, vying for position against Kobe and Han Lei. Should Chalmers miss, their height and numbers would likely secure the rebound with ease. The ball kissed the backboard and found its way through the hoop, a successful three-pointer. At that moment, the Lakers' Twin Towers and Fisher finally arrived, gasping for breath. Phil Jackson, shaken from his gentle reverie of the previous night, sensed the precarious situation unfolding on the court and called for a timeout. Zhang, the commentator from the central station, along with Dessou, were left in awe. The Heat's offensive surge was indeed remarkable. Their speed in transitioning to counterattacks far surpassed that of the Lakers, leaving them utterly unprepared. Concern etched on Zhang's face. He remarked, "It's reminiscent of the 2008 Olympics, where the American team's quick transitions left other nations' players trailing far behind, appearing almost a step slow." Dessou reminisced as well. Zhang furrowed his brow and continued, "That may be true, but look at James in transition. Whether he has the ball or not, he moves as if it never touches the ground. Without the ball, he is an athlete. With it, he transforms into a football player. His speed is simply astonishing." Dessou understood that Zhang's commentary leaned heavily towards admiration for Kobe, prompting him to interject to prevent a potential backlash from James's fans after the game. Not every play results in traveling, Dessou pondered aloud. Let us see how the Zen master plans his next move. Chapter 63. The coach on the court following the timeout. The Lakers initiated their offense. Fisher and Bynum were substituted out, making way for Blake and Odom. The Zen master was quick to act this time, a departure from his usual reluctance to call timeouts. By introducing Blake and Odom, he aimed to remedy the Lakers' sluggish pace. Zhang animatedly shared his thoughts, but to his astonishment, Odom drifted to the perimeter, attempting to take on Bosch one-on-one. Before he could even dribble a few steps, he was stripped by Wade. The situation escalated further when Chalmers, seemingly out of nowhere, appeared in the Lakers' paint. Wade delivered a long pass, allowing Chalmers to finish with an easy layup. It turned out that Blake was so focused on positioning himself offensively that he failed to notice Chalmers sprinting toward the Lakers' basket the moment Odom was stripped. "Apologies, everyone," Blake sheepishly admitted. Han Lei shook his head slightly, fully aware that while Blake had failed to contain Chalmers, the fault was not entirely his own. After all, the pace of the Heat's offensive and defensive transitions was exceedingly rapid. The Lakers, initially on the offensive, could instantaneously find themselves in a defensive posture. The swift changes in momentum left the Lakers scrambling to regain their footing. Following a timeout, the situation for the Lakers did not improve. They were repeatedly struck by a flurry of fast breaks, leaving them somewhat disoriented. The score stood at 14-26 with 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. The Lakers' low scoring was not due to a deficiency in their offensive capabilities, but rather the Heat's effective zone defense, even though Gasol attempted to dominate in the paint. Kobe and Han Lei found themselves overwhelmed as Wade and James occasionally swooped in for steals, igniting counterattacks. At this moment, Gasol and Odom were unable to retreat defensively, leaving Kobe and Han Lei to toil tirelessly. Blake's slender physique was exploited by the Heat, who adeptly maneuvered the matchup to pit the muscular figures of James and Wade against him, overpowering Blake with sheer physicality. The Lakers appeared to be at a distinct disadvantage. Their fans sat in silence, awaiting a moment of brilliance from Kobe. On the defensive end, Kobe expended excessive energy, particularly since the Lakers' initial offensive strategy typically revolved around the interior. As the first quarter neared its conclusion, the Lakers substituted in a bench unit led by Odom. "We are truly old and slow," Kobe exclaimed, hurling the towel onto the floor in frustration. Han Lei sat nearby, his gaze flickering. "Coach, choose me," he implored. "What does that mean?" Phil inquired. Han Lei took the tactical board from Brian Shaw and began sketching. As the second quarter commenced, the Lakers deployed a small ball lineup. The center was Arteist, with Han Lei as the power forward, Vujasic as the small forward, and the guards being Blake and Shannon Brown. The fans erupted in disbelief. This was unexpected. The Lakers should not abandon their advantages, but rather utilize their towering interior players. Failing to control the boards could lead to an even more devastating defeat. Was this a desperate gamble by the Lakers, attempting to outrun their opponents? Although they increased their pace, this lineup was seldom employed, raising concerns about their cohesiveness. This situation became intriguing. The Heat had introduced their 221 centimeters Lithuanian player, Big Z, while Wade took charge as the primary playmaker. Now, the Heat boasted an even taller lineup. Observing the Heat's formation, Han Lei comprehended their strategy. They intended to dictate the tempo and engage in a half-court battle. Wade excelled at penetrating defenses, so his own defense was in order. Han Lei spoke to his teammates, and the other four immediately grasped that the most effective way to counter the zone defense was to shoot three-pointers. Yet the current roster of the Miami Heat lacked players with formidable three-point shooting abilities. Wade dribbled over, seeking opportunities from the perimeter. His defender, Shannon Brown, possessed considerable athletic talent and closely shadowed Wade's movements. However, for the Flash, such speed was hardly a challenge. Wade surged forward, effortlessly bypassing Brown with a single stride. His body already passed the defender. What remained was a sheer force of determination as he penetrated the paint. With a knowing glance exchanged with Arteist, Han Lei leapt to contest Wade's shot. In midair, Wade maneuvered gracefully, executing a sweeping reverse layup. Han Lei, who had initially raised both hands high, surprisingly extended one to defend against Wade's layup coming from the right side. In that fleeting moment, Wade felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Although he was known as Flash for his remarkable speed, he also possessed considerable confidence in his ball-handling skills. His signature reverse layup had deceived countless interior defenders. However, it seemed as though Han Lei had anticipated this move, almost synchronously placing his hand in the path of Wade's layup, as if his initial high hands were merely a theatrical performance. In that instant, Wade, utilizing his exceptional hang time, passed the ball just as he descended. He understood that Big Z's capabilities in one-on-one situations were rather limited, with his most reliable skill being his mid-range shooting. International players differ from their NBA counterparts. They tend to rely more on team collaboration than individual plays. Even so, passing the ball to Big Z, a towering figure, presented a favorable opportunity. Yet, Wade's assumption proved to be mistaken. Just as Big Z reached out to receive the ball for a shot, Arteist emerged from the side and swatted the ball away. Fast break. After Han Lei and a bewildered Wade landed, they sprinted towards the Heat's half-court like competitors in a race. Big Z, as a towering center, naturally could not keep pace. Arteist, possessing ball-handling skills, had previously helped the Rockets advance past the first round of the playoffs by controlling the ball on the perimeter while Yao fought for position inside. However, despite his ability to handle the ball, his fast breaks lacked the necessary speed. By the time this heavy tank reached the Heat's half-court, all players except Big Z had already returned on defense. Never mind, give it to me. To Arteist's surprise, Han Lei, who had been racing alongside Wade, suddenly stopped behind him and ceased his forward motion. Arteist passed the ball back to Han Lei. At that moment, Wade felt a sinking sensation. Could he be attempting a three-point shot? This kid is a shooter. Wade's body reacted faster than his thoughts. He hurried back from the paint to contest the shot. As Arteist handed the ball to Han Lei, he was about to move away. Don't move, stand in front of me and block him, Han Lei whispered behind Atai. Upon hearing this, Atai immediately noticed Wade rushing in to disrupt Han Lei's shot, and his mind became crystal clear. He halted his steps, firmly anchoring himself to the ground. Han Lei took a lateral step, using Arteist as a shield, and executed a jump shot. The three-pointer effortlessly found its mark. Arteist stood before Wade, muttering to himself. Han Lei's demeanor is increasingly reminiscent of someone who is no longer a mere player. Phil holds him in high regard. It appears he is not merely grooming a successor to Kobe, but rather preparing a successor to himself, Phil Jackson. Chapter 64, The Lakers surge with offensive brilliance. Wade, obstructed behind Arteist, watched helplessly as Han Lei soared, releasing the ball with precision, his eyes tracing its arc until it seamlessly entered the hoop. Neither Wade nor the audience anticipated that this was merely the opening note of the Lakers' offensive symphony. Han Lei's three-pointer ignited Wade's competitive spirit. Upon receiving the inbounds pass from James Jones, he surged towards the Lakers' territory like a gust of wind. However, unlike the first quarter, he found himself devoid of the support from Chalmers and James, leaving him to face the opposition alone, striving to penetrate the enemy's defenses. With a swift pivot at the arc, he effortlessly evaded Blake and charged towards Arteist. Arteist, unwilling to be lax, swiftly positioned himself in Wade's path. Utilizing a combination of feint and finesse, Wade slipped past Arteist, just as Han Lei launched into the air, witnessing Wade preparing to unleash a ferocious dunk, poised to deliver the ball directly over him. Go for it, James exclaimed from the bench, cheering Wade on. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd as Wade's leap reached astonishing heights. His body resembled a drawn bow, ready to unleash a thunderous release. Han Lei leapt from the ground, and at the pinnacle of his ascent, his right hand perfectly intercepted the trajectory of the basketball held by Wade. A resounding thud echoed clearly throughout the arena. Han Lei pressed the ball down, feeling the immense strength of Wade's arm, as if he intended to thrust his own hand into the basket alongside it. Han Lei possesses the uncanny ability to anticipate the trajectory of the basketball in Wade's hand. Yet he remains oblivious to the force behind it. In a fleeting moment of aerial confrontation, Han Lei, with remarkable quick thinking, diverts his strength to the side, causing the ball to slip from his grip and soar in the direction of their flanks. Well done, Kobe exclaimed from his seat. Ever since Wade entered the league, Kobe had meticulously studied this exceptionally talented player. Although Wade stands 5 centimeters shorter, his leaping ability and speed surpass Kobe's own. While Kobe does not fear a direct confrontation with him, he is confident that his experience and skills would provide a valuable lesson to Wade. Based on his assessment, Han Lei, as an individual of East Asian descent, lacks the physical prowess of Wade. In that instant, he almost believed that Wade was poised to deliver a thunderous dunk over him, thus welcoming Han Lei to the NBA. However, to his utter astonishment, Han Lei intercepted Wade's shot midair, and judging by the sound emitted moments earlier, Wade had exerted considerable force. On the court, as the ball rolled away, Wade immediately dashed towards it. Han Lei followed closely behind, keenly observing as Wade was about to seize the ball. In an instant, he extended his hand, anticipating the precise moment when his opponent would gain control, executing a swift turn to utilize his momentum and bypass him effortlessly. Han Lei reached out to touch the basketball that had already been grasped by Wade. In that fleeting moment, he swiftly withdrew his hand, simultaneously halting his movement, while his other hand positioned itself in the trajectory where Wade was about to pivot and dribble. As Wade executed a whirlwind turn, he suddenly realized that the man had passed, but the ball was nowhere to be found. The basketball thudded onto the ground, a result of Han Lei's deft maneuvering. Han Lei surged forward with a swift stride, dribbling the ball towards the Heat's half of the court. Much like Wade moments earlier, he charged into enemy territory alone. However, unlike Wade, Han Lei had anticipated the impending steal, prompting him to issue a command to his body to sprint without hesitation. It was as if he had rehearsed this scenario in his mind, and this fast break unfolded without a trace of doubt. At that moment, Wade, unwilling to fall behind, trailed closely in pursuit, akin to a cheetah spotting its prey. Han Lei was acutely aware that Wade's speed surpassed his own. Having studied mathematics, he deduced that if he charged directly towards the basket, Wade would inevitably intercept him due to their speed differential. Thus, just past the midcourt, he launched a three-point shot, sending the ball soaring. Unsurprisingly, the midcourt shot that had once succeeded against Curry proved effective once more. At that moment, James sat on the bench. Perplexed by Han Lei's thought process, a three-point attempt with merely a 10% chance of success seemed dubious. Why not move closer before shooting? Meanwhile, James's shooting remained inconsistent. Since joining the Heat, he had been fervently practicing his shots, yet progress was slow. Coach Zhang was captivated by Han Lei's consecutive three-pointers and his spectacular block against Wade. Wow, this kid Han Lei is impressive. Those two possessions were truly remarkable. It seems giving him the ball was the right choice. Desu chimed in, indeed, the Lakers' small lineup is intriguing. If Wade had driven straight after receiving the ball, the Lakers had already set up a defense with Blake, Artest, and Han Lei forming a formidable wall. Their transition defense has improved. Upon hearing Desu attribute the credit to this trio of defenders, Coach Zhang countered, the Lakers' first two lines of defense were ineffective. Ultimately, it was Han Lei's precise block that made the difference. Sun Ling, a journalist from Penguin Sports, rose from her seat in the media area, raising her hands to cheer for Han Lei. Beside her, an old reporter from the Hornet Gazette sat calmly, casting a sidelong glance, pondering whether she was a fan or a journalist. The old reporter then noticed Toby Maguire not far away. Who is this fellow? He looks somewhat familiar. Could he be from our circle of journalists? I'll have to inquire about his photography skills later. With two consecutive three-pointers, the score stood at 27-34, with the Lakers trailing by 7 points. Amidst the roaring crowd, Wade steadied himself, dribbling to the arc, executing a pick-and-roll with Big Z, facing Artest's defense. He passed the ball to Big Z, who glanced down at Blake, smirking before sinking a mid-range shot. Blake was simply too short, and even with his highest leap, he would likely struggle to reach Big Z's bald head. The deficit stretched to 9 points. At that moment, Han Lei approached with an impassive demeanor, calling for a pick-and-roll with Artest. Big Z, who was originally defending Artest, could not keep pace with their movements. Han Lei, stepping behind the three-point line, successfully landed another long-range shot. Subsequently, Han Lei's strategy began to unfold. He exploited successive pick-and-rolls, creating mismatches against Big Z, alternating between shooting and driving. Alternatively, he would run off the ball, utilizing Vujasic or Brown's off-ball screens, receiving passes from Blake before shooting. Phil, observing from the sidelines, clearly recognized that the Lakers' current strategy revolved entirely around shooters and their movement. I've never taught them this. What on earth is happening? It turns out that Han Lei occasionally engages in brief exchanges with his teammates on the field, conveying his intentions with just a few words. Given Han Lei's exceptional skill, these seasoned players are more than willing to heed the guidance of this novice, relishing the opportunity to move with enthusiasm. Han Lei was acutely aware that his understanding of the Warriors' gameplay from his past life was pivotal. The future of their offense would revolve around the talents of Curry and Thompson. He found himself oscillating between embodying the essence of Curry and that of Thompson. Amidst the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, several spectators were taken aback, including the esteemed actor Jack Nicholson, a devoted Lakers fan who had witnessed countless games at the Staples Center. He marveled inwardly at this Chinese player's seemingly unconventional mind, which perpetually concocted novel strategies. If he were to take on the role of a screenwriter, he would likely craft a narrative rich in imagination. Under Han Lei's remarkable performance, the Lakers surged with an impressive 15-6 offensive run, finally taking the lead at 42-40. At this juncture, 5 minutes had elapsed in the second quarter, and the starters from both teams had returned to the court. Han Lei understood that such tactics would likely prove ineffective against the swift and agile players of the Heat. The rapid switching of defensive assignments by the Heat's key players would afford him scant opportunities to take a shot. Relying on screens and movement would probably not yield favorable results. he needed to contemplate alternative strategies. Chapter 65, Boss. Perhaps it is wise to retract your fangs for the time being. After exchanging high-fives with the other 4 starting players, Han Lei was poised to whisper something in Kobe's ear. Han Lei, allow me to take your place. Barnes approached and patted Han Lei on the shoulder. Han Lei was momentarily taken aback, as he had not noticed that Barnes was already on the field. What? Am I also supposed to take a break? Han Lei was perplexed as he turned to the bench where Phil sat. He noticed Phil beckoning with a gentle wave, a serene smile gracing his lips, inviting him to come over. Han Lei smiled wryly and shook his head. He had no desire to rest on the sidelines, especially after just leveling the score. Did Phil intend to bench a key player? Sitting beside Phil, Han Lei stated, "Coach, I am not fatigued. Trust me, you are the one who is weary." Phil remained unmoved. Han Lei was momentarily bewildered. While others were engaged in hypnosis, was he being lulled into exhaustion? Phil, observing Han Lei, felt a twinge of satisfaction. Secretly amused, this kid's unconventional approach often leaves others guessing. Finally, he's experiencing a moment of confusion. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, Phil articulated his reasoning. When playing against the Heat starters, you must sprint back. Their pace generates the most possessions in the league. You barely rested in the first quarter and played another 5 minutes in the second. If you remain on the court, I doubt you won't feel fatigued in the second half. Our lineup skews older and will be even more exhausted by then. I will need you to take over the game. After Phil calmly finished his explanation, Han Lei's confusion dissipated. He recognized his own impatience. Arteist, listening nearby, felt a sense of joy. Indeed, it was Phil who saw Han Lei acting as a makeshift coach for half a quarter, prompting Phil to reaffirm his coaching authority. On the court, the Lakers' twin towers remained, supported by Barnes, Kobe, and Fisher on the perimeter. The fans were momentarily puzzled. Why was Han Lei, who had been playing aggressively in the second quarter, now taking a break? Could the twin towers keep pace with the Heat's swift transitions? It seemed precarious. The score might widen. The subsequent developments unfolded largely as the fans anticipated. The Heat continued their relentless offensive and defensive transitions, while the Lakers maintained a deliberate, methodical approach. However, the ever-alert LeBron sensed something amiss. As a master of ball control, he recognized a critical issue. Even when the Lakers faced fast breaks, they remained unfazed. Brushing it off with a smile, they returned to their own rhythm. Fisher leisurely crossed half court, feeding the ball to Gasol in the paint, either passing inside or outside, or taking a shot himself. Meanwhile, the Lakers' twin towers prioritized timely defensive returns over chasing offensive rebounds, obediently retreating to half court. This strategy effectively curtailed the Heat's fast breaks. The cavalry's hallmark is to strike swiftly, while the infantry thrives on a slower pace. Clearly, this was all orchestrated by Phil. LeBron grasped this dynamic, but truthfully, on the NBA stage, even recognizing an opponent's tactics does not guarantee easy counteraction. This season, Fisher and Kobe continually dictated the pace from the perimeter, striving to feed the ball into the paint. They utilized their inside advantage to attack the basket or draw fouls, executing their strategy with precision. Moreover, should their initial efforts fail, they swiftly retreated to defend. At this moment, Wade rested on the sidelines, while LeBron led the team, noticeably slowing the tempo. The back-and-forth battle between the two teams was exceptionally tense. The scene was captivating as the Heat executed a swift fast break with success. Meanwhile, the Lakers laboriously crossed half-court, passing the ball a few times before attempting a shot, either drawing a foul or leveraging their height to score. Han Lei observed the situation on the court and suddenly comprehended that this might indeed be one of the strategies to counter the Heat. Although the Heat were swift, it was imperative not to succumb to their tempo. Rather, it was essential to capitalize on their own advantages in the paint and suppress the Heat's rhythm. Once LeBron engaged in a half-court battle against a formidable interior presence, he would find it challenging to make waves. A prime illustration of this was last season's regular game against the Rockets, where Yao Ming thwarted his powerful dunk attempt, serving as a microcosm of the struggle. Furthermore, in 2009, the Magic eliminated the Cavaliers with a 4-1 victory, forcing LeBron to rely heavily on his perimeter shooting against the imposing Dwight Howard in the paint, ultimately leading to a familiar series defeat. As the second quarter concluded, the Lakers maintained a steady lead over the Heat, with a score of 55-50, slightly ahead. At the onset of the third quarter, both Wade and Han Lei entered the game simultaneously. Wade continued in his role as shooting guard, while Han Lei assumed the position of small forward. Phil's expression grew grave. With both Wade and LeBron on the court, the pace would undoubtedly escalate. Even if the opponent's fast breaks failed to score, the aging Lakers could hardly withstand the relentless pace. LeBron, Bosh, and Wade, two at 26 years old and one at 28, were in their prime for running and jumping. As the third quarter commenced, the Lakers continued to implement the strategy adopted in the latter half of the second quarter, methodically feeding the ball to the interior. Bynum was in good spirits, having made 4 out of 6 attempts, marking a commendable return to the game. However, the only source of discontent was Phil's directive that his primary task in the second half would be to secure rebounds. After Fisher dribbled past half-court, Han Lei and Kobe executed an off-ball screen, exchanging their defensive assignments. Kobe received the ball and passed it to Han Lei. Wade, aware of Han Lei's sharpshooting prowess, closely guarded him, but Han Lei executed several fakes, unable to find a breakthrough opportunity. The ball was passed back to Kobe. "What's wrong? My defense is still effective." "Isn't it?" Wade murmured. Han Lei maintained an impassive demeanor, silent and expressionless. Wade's defense exuded palpable pressure, despite being 8 centimeters taller. His close marking rendered it exceedingly difficult for Han Lei to secure a proper shooting stance. The commentator, Sue from the Central Television, expressed his astonishment, noting, "Wade's defense has improved remarkably, yet Han Lei's one-on-one capabilities still require refinement." Nevertheless, Han Lei appeared unperturbed by the need to attack, seemingly intent on controlling the tempo of the game, as remarked by Coach Zhang. Upon receiving the ball, Kobe's footwork resembled a butterfly flitting through flowers, while LeBron adhered closely, unwavering in his defense against the still formidable veteran. Kobe, with a deft motion, dribbled between his legs and suddenly elevated for a mid-range shot. Despite LeBron's height and reach, he was caught off balance by Kobe's feint, and when he extended his arm, he failed to impede Kobe's shot, which gracefully swished through the net. With Wade back on the court, LeBron felt a renewed sense of confidence, especially in offensive plays, as Wade understood his intentions perfectly. "One cannot play basketball without brothers," LeBron mused. As LeBron orchestrated the play, he swiftly pursued the Lakers, even transforming a defensive basket into a fast break opportunity. The Lakers' defense was once again disrupted by the tempo. After several passes, the ball found Chris Bosh just beyond the three-point arc, who made the shot with precision. In the subsequent possession, the fierce determination in Kobe's eyes signaled his intent to dominate the third quarter. Meanwhile, Han Lei, waiting for Fisher to leisurely advance the ball, leaned close to Kobe and whispered a few words. "Boss, perhaps it's time to retract your fangs." Kobe positioned himself at the arc, and Fisher obediently passed him the ball. In that moment, Han Lei made a strategic move, darting past Kobe with LeBron in tow. Wade stood in front of Kobe, and suddenly he pivoted and delivered the ball to Han Lei. After receiving the pass, Han Lei took a step diagonally to Kobe's right, and LeBron realized that half of Kobe's body now served as a screen for Han Lei, while the other half obstructed Wade's attempt to defend against him. Han Lei leaped high, effortlessly sinking a three-point shot. This handoff pass was precisely the strategy employed by Coach Kerr in subsequent years when the league fervently sought to contain Curry. On the sidelines, Phil wore a complex smile, having witnessed Han Lei whispering to Kobe moments before, followed by their seamless execution of the play. It appears that Han Lei not only aspires to usurp Kobe, but also aims to overshadow the coach himself. Chapter 66. Wade's weakness after Han Lei's successful three-pointer. Bosh promptly passed the ball to Wade, who gallantly surged towards the Lakers' territory. Accompanying him were the galloping LeBron James and the frantic Chalmers, whose pants had become disheveled from his swift movements. The trio on the perimeter paid no heed to the trailing Juwan Howard and Bosh. They exchanged the ball among themselves with remarkable fluidity, effortlessly bypassing the returning Gasol and Bynum. As they approached the Lakers' three-point line, Han Lei and Kobe stood resolutely in the paint, having hastily rushed back to defend. Han Lei blinked, clearly perceiving that Wade would pass the ball to Chalmers in the corner. However, Han Lei hesitated to rush towards the corner, for as soon as he departed from the paint, even if the ball found its way into Chalmers' hands, he could easily return it to LeBron or Dwayne. At that moment, with Kobe alone beneath the basket, he would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the onslaught of LeBron and Wade, making it certain that the Heat would score. Han Lei opted to remain stationed beneath the basket, deliberately disregarding Chalmers, who was poised to attempt a three-point shot from the corner. He felt it necessary to ignore him. After all, what if Chalmers failed to make the shot? Indeed, just half a second later, the ball found its way into Chalmers' hands. Han Lei maintained his unwavering focus, fixated on the approaching LeBron James. Chalmers, initially expecting Han Lei to rush forward in a frantic defense, hesitated momentarily upon observing his indifference. He then released the three-point attempt. Han Lei raised his gaze to follow the parabolic trajectory of the basketball. At that moment, Kobe was already poised to seize the rebound. To his astonishment, Han Lei sprinted towards the opposite corner. What was going on? Were you and Chalmers attempting to create a symmetrical formation, standing at opposite corners? The sound of metal clanking echoed as the shot missed. Surprisingly, the ball seemed to have a mind of its own, soaring directly towards the corner where Han Lei stood. Indeed, it was a long rebound. The ball was heading straight for Han Lei's chest, presenting the most opportune moment for a catch. Pull. Fast break. As Han Lei received the pass, he let out a shout. Gasol and Bynum, each slower than the other, had only just crossed the halfway line at that moment. It was then that the advantage of their sluggishness became apparent. Gasol, having anticipated the play, executed a sharp stop and immediately pivoted to sprint towards the Heat's half of the court. Han Lei's arm bulged with veins as he executed a long pass. Following closely behind Gasol were Bosch and Howard, who were determined not to let the ball reach Gasol effortlessly. One defended against Bynum, while the other shadowed Gasol, both attempting to intercept the ball mid-air with their leaping prowess. However, the ball soared high into the sky. Bosch looked up at the ascending sphere, realizing that not only was he unable to reach it, but even Gasol would struggle to do so. The ball sailed over Bosch and a bewildered Gasol before crashing against the backboard with a resounding thud. In that fleeting moment, Gasol understood it was a pass utilizing the backboard. The rebounding ball hurtled towards Gasol's flowing locks. He took a few steps forward, recalling the good habit he and Bynum had developed during practice. Upon receiving the ball, they never lowered it, often keeping it elevated above their heads for a direct dunk or hook shot. It seemed Han Lei had recognized this and deliberately aimed the rebounding ball towards Gasol's head. What an accurate pass! Gasol marveled as he caught the ball. He seized it and executed a thunderous dunk, only to feel a sharp pain in his shoulder. The whistle blew. Bosch had committed a foul. An and one was inevitable. This was the Lakers' version of a fast break, capitalizing on the opponent's failure to convert while exploiting our own sluggishness to orchestrate a swift offensive maneuver. Han Lei exchanged a high five with Gasol. Kobe, observing from the court, found himself perplexed. He could not comprehend why Han Lei had dashed to the corner at the moment Chalmers took his shot. What baffled him further was Han Lei's unwavering confidence in executing such a long-distance bank pass to Gasol. The potential for error in such a full-court pass was exceedingly high. Logically, Han Lei should have gradually advanced the ball into the front court. After pondering, Kobe realized the irrationality of the situation. Oh well, haven't I often acted impulsively as well? However, Coach Shang also recognized the audacity of Han Lei's pass. Hey, although this play may seem illogical, it must be executed this way. He jested. Gasol converted the free throw. The Heat surged forward once more. This time, despite their fast break, they did not rush the attack. James, leveraging his momentum, pressed Han Lei into the paint before distributing the ball to Bosch, who made the shot. Traveling violation. He traveled. Phil leapt from the bench, unable to contain his agitation. After exchanging a few words with the referee, he returned to his seat. His initially fierce expression transformed into an enigmatic smile. The Lakers players around Phil glanced at him, sensing that the old strategist was once again engaging in psychological warfare. Han Lei placed his hand upon his chest, sensing a twinge of pain. This James was akin to a heavy tank, and the elbow during the pass had struck against his rib, causing a dull ache that lingered. Is everything all right? Gasol, positioned at the baseline ready to inbound the ball, noticed that Han Lei had not rushed towards the front court. Thankfully, Han Lei calmly remarked, having trained with Kobe for an extended period, these minor maneuvers are trivial. While Kobe may not possess the physical prowess of LeBron, his elbow is undoubtedly superior. The game proceeded with both sides showcasing their distinctive strengths, the score oscillating with each passing moment. At that juncture, Wade, while exploiting a screen to penetrate past Kobe, unexpectedly tumbled to the ground. Kobe seized the opportunity, executing a successful steal and swiftly racing down the court to score. The Heat called for a timeout. Meanwhile, the large screen replayed Wade's fall from various angles. I'm fine, just momentarily wobbly, perhaps a slight cramp, Wade stated as he rose, patting his thigh. Take a breather. Let your teammates take over, Coach Eric advised. The surrounding Heat players exchanged peculiar glances, recalling Wade's escapades from the previous night and James's frustration when settling the bill. After a thorough review of the footage, the referees concluded that Wade's fall was purely due to slipping, with no involvement from the defender. Impossible. Kobe pushed him. I saw it clearly. James protested to the officials. No video, no truth. Review the tape yourself, the referee replied, seemingly indifferent. Does your footage capture enough angles? James continued to question. At that moment, Kobe approached. Spreading his hands in a gesture of resignation, James gritted his teeth, refraining from hurling insults at Kobe, not only out of respect for his elder, but also due to Kobe's eloquence. I'll remember this, James muttered with a cold huff. The game resumed. Wade sat on the sidelines, reflecting on the events of the previous night. After wiping his face with a towel, his awkward expression softened slightly. With Wade absent, James took command of the ball. Han Lei took the lead in defense throughout the match. After declaring, "I will crush you," James exchanged a glance with Bosch. Signaling for a pick, James resolved to drive forward. With Wade absent, he must bear the weight of the game on his shoulders. Chapter 67, An Eye for an Eye. Han Lei sensed someone approaching from his left side. Realizing that a pick and roll was imminent, he focused intently on the ball in James' hand, suddenly noticing the ball's trajectory shifting slightly to his left before darting to the right. A feigned pick and roll, perhaps? A thought crossed Han Lei's mind. Indeed. James took a step to the right before swiftly breaking to the left. Remarkably, Han Lei did not collide with Bosch. Instead, he began his sprint towards James' actual direction of attack almost simultaneously. James was mildly surprised. This young man from Huaxia had discerned his deceptive move. As James penetrated, he did not completely shed Han Lei's tight defense. Typically, a right-handed player, after breaking through on the right, might choose to stop for a jump shot or drive to the basket. However, the scenario differs on the left side, where most players opt for a jump shot, as facing physical resistance while attempting a left-handed drive often leads to a loss of possession. Even the illustrious Kobe Bryant had such a tendency on the right side. He could drive or shoot, but on the left, he leaned more towards shooting. James recognized this universal weakness and intended to exploit Han Lei's anticipation of his moves. With Han Lei closely guarding him, James brought the ball to his chest. Logically, the defender would prepare to contest a shot by raising his arms. Yet, James aimed to capitalize on this expectation, choosing to execute a three-step layup instead. What? He is still there? Just as James initiated his layup with the first step, he noticed that Han Lei showed no intention of contesting the shot, merely remaining close. How did he know I wouldn't shoot? This shouldn't be the case. Most players would opt for a shot after breaking through from the left. James had no time for contemplation and continued to press forward with his body. However, at this moment, he was already holding the ball, and within 3 steps, he would surely score. If not, suddenly, James leaped for the layup while Han Lei, in midair, closely contested the shot. Referee, he took 5 steps. FK. Phil shouted angrily from the sidelines, blowing his whistle in frustration. Phil understood that most players struggled to contain James primarily due to his exceptional physical attributes and high basketball IQ. Yet, another crucial reason was that James' layups or dunks were nearly impossible to defend against. When defenders witnessed his 3-step layup or dunk, they knew he was about to jump. Well, they would jump as well to interfere. But wait, why hadn't James jumped? He was still walking? It was bewildering, defying the customary rules of basketball. However, Phil was once again caught in the moment. Upon hearing the call, James smirked inwardly, thinking, this old man must be seeing things. Did he just say I took 5 steps? I clearly only took 4 steps. As James soared for a layup, Han Lei showed no signs of retreat, positioning his hands toward the anticipated trajectory of the shot. Just as his hands were about to reach a point of potential threat to James, a sudden pain struck his face. James successfully executed the layup. Han Lei fell to the ground, clutching his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers. He had clearly noticed that James's ball-handling hand had inadvertently transformed into an elbow, striking his face. In an effort to maintain his balance, Han Lei promptly relinquished his pursuit of the basketball held by James, collapsing onto the floor. The referee's whistle pierced the air, echoing like an unwelcome intruder. The NBA regulations, akin to the traditional customs of a Chinese wedding, dictate that the night of the Eastern candlelight ceremony must not witness the color red, otherwise, it is deemed inauspicious. Evidently, Han Lei's mouth had encountered that very shade of crimson. Are you all right? A Lakers player inquired, as Fisher approached with concern. Han Lei covered his mouth and nodded slightly. Sun Ling, witnessing this scene, felt a pang of pain in her heart. Meanwhile, Coach Zhang was so furious that he nearly let slip a curse. This is absolutely intolerable. How can one play like this? I saw it. James cleared his path with his elbow. How can that go unpunished? Just then, Dessous discreetly patted Coach Zhang's thigh, signaling him to remain calm. as they were broadcasting live on national television. In Huaxia, it seems that at some point, children began celebrating Christmas. They were attending class while watching a live text update on their phones, and when they read about Han Lei's injury, a collective gasp echoed through the classroom. On the sidelines, the team doctor examined Han Lei's mouth, which had already swollen, with his teeth having lacerated the inside of his cheek. The doctor brought ice and cold water to stem the bleeding. With Han Lei absent, Arteist took to the court. Many viewers at home were witnessing the unfolding drama. Arteist, take him down. Hold your ground, Arteist, until Han Lei returns. It seemed that, for the time being, they would have to rely on Kobe and Gasol. Kobe's time has come. Kobe took control of the ball and advanced into the front court. Everyone knew that Kobe was enraged, as he had his jersey clenched between his teeth. Under Kobe's signal, Arteist stepped in to set a screen. The crowd emitted a strange sound, momentarily stunned by the unfolding play. Typically, such tactics target players with defensive weaknesses, like Fisher. However, Kobe had called out James, who was no slouch defensively and had been matched up against Kobe for the entire game. It appeared Kobe was intent on avenging his teammate. The message in Kobe's eyes conveyed, "I can take on my teammate, you cannot." The fans, sensing Kobe's intent, erupted in unified chants. MVP. James wore a serious expression, diligently monitoring Kobe's movements. After dribbling the ball a few times, Kobe suddenly broke towards the edge of the paint, turning to back down. All Lakers players were well aware of Kobe's temperament and swiftly cleared the area, granting him ample space for an isolation play. Kobe lowered his shoulder, testing the waters with a subtle feint. The arena fell silent. Suddenly, he pivoted, getting half of his body past James. However, lacking James's strength and bulk, he could not completely displace him. In that fleeting moment, James felt a twinge in his abdomen, slowing for just an instant. Kobe leaped into the air, executing a one-handed dunk with maximum elasticity. The atmosphere in the arena was ignited. LeBron observed with keen clarity that, just as Kobe pivoted, their bodies made contact. And in that fleeting moment, Kobe's iron elbow struck LeBron's abdomen. This strike was rather discreet. Yet, it was precisely due to this elbow that LeBron could not position himself in time to defend against Kobe's dunk. Clutching his stomach, LeBron knelt on one knee. Coach Zhang, reveling in the spectacle, remarked, LeBron has been thoroughly outmaneuvered and is feigning stomach pain. Look at Kobe's dunk. He remains the audacious dunking king, truly Kobe. The players on the court felt a chill run down their spines. Kobe was indeed meticulous. These players had endured their fair share of Kobe's elbows during practice, especially Han Lei. Chapter 68, 23 verses 24. Referee, Kobe engaged in minor foul play. He hit me in the stomach, LeBron complained to the official. The referee cast a puzzled glance at LeBron. Just like you. I didn't see your elbow either, he retorted before hastily departing. LeBron pondered the referee's implication, shaking his head with a wry smile. It appeared the officials were reluctant to penalize either star player. The main attraction of the match was indeed the clash of 23 versus 24. True to his Iron Man reputation, LeBron was hardly deterred by the elbow strike. In the very next play, he surged with whirlwind speed into the Lakers' paint, drawing a foul from Gasol. The Lakers players looked upon LeBron with newfound admiration, fully aware of the weight behind Kobe's elbow. In the subsequent play, Kobe continued to exert his prowess, scoring a long two-pointer. With weight absent, Kobe's offensive efforts appeared even more effortless. The teams exchanged scores back and forth, and at the conclusion of the third quarter, the score stood at 84-82, with the Lakers leading by 2. During the intermission, Han Lei returned, his mouth adorned with a white mesh bandage, clearly indicating that his lip had swollen. He glanced at the scoreboard and sighed in relief. All was well. After all, the Lakers still had Kobe, and with weight off the court, they could hold their ground. How about it? Can you play? Phil inquired as he noticed Han Lei and the team doctor returning. No problem, came the reply. On the Heat's side, Wade had already rested for half a quarter. Dwayne, you shouldn't play in the fourth quarter. I know your knee is troubling you. Our goal is the championship, the Heat coach advised. LeBron, hands on his hips, nodded in agreement. After all, with such a lavish roster, anything less than a championship would be deemed a failure. As the fourth quarter commenced, Han Lei stepped onto the court, eliciting a roar of cheers from the crowd. This player from Huaxia is remarkably tenacious. If I had received that elbow, I would likely have fainted, exclaimed a commentator. Wonderful, Han Lei is back. With Ron's lateral quickness, it's nearly impossible to contain LeBron. Coach Zhang expressed his admiration, exclaiming, Behold, This is our professional spirit. Just like Yao, he refuses to withdraw from battle over a minor injury. The Base family ought to designate him as a model worker. This young man possesses quite a resilient spirit. Upon witnessing Han Lei take the court, James silently praised him. At that moment, the Lakers' front line comprised Gasol and Odom. Due to Bynum's sluggish pace, Phil opted to keep him on the bench. In the early stages of the fourth quarter, Gasol attempted 3 consecutive shots, one of which was intercepted, while the other 2 failed to find the net. Meanwhile, his counterpart, Bosh, was consistently sinking mid-range jumpers and executing turnaround layups. Although Bosh was slightly shorter in stature, he exhibited speed, agility, and youthful vigor. He feared the strong-bodied, muscle-bound players, but felt unperturbed by the technical prowess of Gasol. The Lakers found themselves trailing in the score. Kobe took the reins of the offense, executing a pick-and-roll with Gasol, successfully landing both a long-range shot and a layup. At this juncture, James began to assert his influence on the game, signaling for Bosh and Ju and Howard to clear the lane. Was he planning to drive to the basket again? Han Lei felt a spark of anticipation. James dribbled a few steps, feigning a passing motion. Han Lei remained unfazed, having seen through everything. This was a mere fabrication. James turned swiftly and executed a mid-range fadeaway shot. Han Lei advanced, employing Battier's signature move, a defensive tactic to obscure vision. James, relying solely on his shooting touch, successfully sank the ball. "Come on, kid, you're almost guarding me," he quoted Jordan. This shot was merely a prelude, for James had found his rhythm. He understood that with Han Lei closely defending him, any additional elbow would be glaringly obvious, drawing the ire of fans. It would be foolish to foul a player twice so overtly, especially with the towering Gasol and the agile 208 centimeters Odom lurking in the paint. James opted for a mid-range jumper as his weapon of choice. The mid-range shot is a hallmark of every perimeter superstar, especially in the playoffs, where space often favors mid-range over the paint, while three-point shots can invite double teams. With his remarkable leaping ability and physicality, James executed several mid-range shots, converting 2 out of 5 attempts, with one resulting in a foul from Han Lei. To create space for his shot, he pressed forward a few steps, shifting Han Lei's center of gravity backward before rising for the jumper. "It seems my mid-range practice has paid off," James mused with quiet satisfaction. However, it wasn't just James who surged. Kobe was equally relentless. With a blend of drives and jump shots, he had already amassed 7 points. Notably, after a decisive drive, he faced Bosh for an acrobatic layup, converting an and one that significantly boosted team morale. The crowd erupted in chants of MVP. That play unearthed the lingering shadows of Bosh's past. In 2006, during his 3rd year, he had already ascended to the status of a star with the Raptors, witnessing Kobe's legendary 1v5 performance, where he scored 81 points. Following the game, Bosh had been despondent, believing he had acclimated to the NBA, only to realize the sheer ease with which scoring could be achieved. The recent and one echoed that fateful night of glory, stirring memories of his own helplessness. As the two Titans traded baskets, they ignited the fervor of millions of fans watching the game. Was this the essence of the 23 versus 24 rivalry? In the audience, David Stern, the league's commissioner, felt a surge of delight. Such a display would undoubtedly enhance the league's year-end financial report. Little did Stern anticipate, however, that a rookie would soon eclipse the brilliance of the two superstars. The teams remained locked in a close contest, the score reaching 96-97. With the Lakers trailing by a single point, James mounted another assault, feeling unusually in sync with his shooting tonight. After receiving the ball at the right 45-degree angle, he made a probing step, intending to overpower Han Lei with a shot. "If you don't foul me, I'll score," he thought, only to be astonished when he noticed that after a few tentative steps, Han Lei had retreated into the paint, leaving him a clear 2 to 3 meters of space. Kobe was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this scene. It reminded him of the strategies he employed last season while defending against Rondo. Although Rondo's long-range shooting was limited, his ability to penetrate the defense was unpredictable. Kobe had adopted a strategy of allowing the shot while denying the drive, consistently positioning himself close to the basket. If he wanted to shoot, so be it. He would accept the consequences. This encapsulated Kobe's tactical approach at that time. Han Lei surprisingly employed this strategy against James, which seems rather implausible. James has successfully made several mid-range shots in succession, even while under Han Lei's defense. Today, his shooting touch is evidently on point. Has Han Lei truly resigned himself to despair? A smile crept upon James's face. It seemed he was willingly walking into the jaws of danger. He fixed his gaze upon the hoop, and launched a three-point shot that soared into the air. As Han Lei glanced up, he unexpectedly made an even more outrageous move, sprinting towards the backcourt of the Heat. However, the parabolic trajectory of the ball had yet to reach its zenith. Wasn't it a tad premature to initiate a fast break? LeBron James cast a sidelong glance at Han Lei, who was racing forward with wild abandon, his expression one of bewilderment. Chapter 69. The better your touch, the more you want to shoot. With a resounding clang, the three-point attempt clanked off the rim, causing James's expression to darken. Utilizing his height, Gasol deftly redirected the ball to Kobe. Initially perplexed by Han Lei's premature fast break, Kobe no longer hesitated. He launched a long pass that soared above Han Lei's head. Han Lei leaped to seize the ball, only to discover that there was not a soul within 2 meters behind him. The spectators had yet to react. By the time they acknowledged the situation, the Lakers players remained motionless, while the Heat players leisurely retreated. It was evident that they were aware that not even a fly lingered around Han Lei. Even Shaquille O'Neal's grandmother could have effortlessly made the basket. Han Lei displayed remarkable confidence as he effortlessly executed a layup. LeBron, upon initiating the inbound pass from the baseline, experienced an odd sensation, struggling to comprehend Han Lei's strategy. Despite my consecutive successful mid-range shots, you chose to neglect defense, and the moment my ball left my hands, you immediately launched a fast break. How deeply does this young talent from Huaxia distrust my shooting abilities? LeBron, pick up the pace. Only 5 seconds remain. Chalmers' reminder shattered LeBron's momentary confusion. After passing the ball, LeBron, with a look of frustration, sprinted towards the frontcourt. Upon reaching the top of the arc, he signaled for Chalmers to pass him the ball. Han Lei took a step back, wearing an expression of indifference. After receiving the ball, James was taken aback as Han Lei employed the same tactic once more. He lazily retreated a step, positioning himself at the edge of the penalty area. This young man from Huaxia truly harbored a disdain for others. James felt a twinge of dissatisfaction as he advanced with the ball, seeking his rhythm before launching a shot. At the moment he released the ball, Han Lei suddenly sprang into action, dashing towards the front court. As he passed by James, who had just landed, James shot him a bewildered glance. Clang! Another missed shot. Odom secured the rebound, while Kobe had already sprinted to mid-court, receiving the ball. Without hesitation, Kobe tossed it to Han Lei. In a graceful leap, Han Lei made contact with the ball at the side of the hoop. A gentle tap sent it soaring towards the basket. This acrobatic alley-oop was executed to perfection. Coach Zhang was visibly delighted. Han Lei truly dared to take risks, and it paid off, having successfully disregarded James twice, both times catching him off guard. Dessous scratched his head, puzzled. What on earth is happening? James had been shooting well just moments ago. How could he suddenly miss? Coach Zhang, could you please provide some analysis? With a chuckle, Coach Zhang adjusted his posture, ready to elaborate. Shooting ability is influenced by many factors. Besides consistent practice, and game performance plays a crucial role. When James feels confident in his shooting, closely guarding him may lead to continued success. However, allowing him to shoot plants the seed of self-doubt in his mind, which may take root and affect his shooting mentality. Moreover, James still has room for improvement in his shooting. Had he cultivated his confidence during training, he would be less susceptible to such psychological influences. Nevertheless, Han Lei's boldness is commendable. How could he predict that James would miss? There seems to be an element of chance involved. After listening, Dessous nodded thoughtfully, quietly admiring the old man's wisdom. The Lakers had taken the lead, gaining a 3-point advantage. To stabilize the situation, the Heat's coach called for a timeout. LeBron, he's merely toying with your mindset. You must exude confidence. I've observed your shooting during practice, and it is quite accurate, the coach encouraged. The atmosphere on the Lakers side felt somewhat peculiar. Han Lei, how did you know he would miss? Phil inquired. You can roughly gauge it from his posture. Han Lei replied ambiguously. Given his injured lip, Phil refrained from pressing further. Since you were taking a gamble on his miss, the fast break can only be deemed a surprise tactic. If you wish to continue with fast breaks, feel free, but others should not attempt to imitate. Due to Han Lei's judgments lacking any scientific basis, Phil cautioned everyone. Upon returning from the timeout, James, undeterred by superstition, continued to shoot. The moment Han Lei observed his release, he frowned slightly. He persisted in his psychological warfare, sprinting toward the Heat's half of the court. After Han Lei's successful incursions in the previous 2 plays, the Heat players dared not be complacent, hastily following Han Lei towards their own basket. Even James furrowed his brow, quickly retreating on defense without a glance at the ball's trajectory. aware that Phil forbade any unexpected gambles on fast breaks. Both Fisher and Kobe from the Lakers joined the fray. Odom, hesitant at first, also broke into a run. However, Gasol remained rooted, with James missing his shot. He still needed to secure the rebound. He envied the swift movements of the other 9 players as he craned his neck for the rebound. Just as he looked up, he realized something was amiss. The ball swished effortlessly through the net. Oh, the entire crowd of fans, who had been poised to celebrate Han Lei's fast break, were taken aback. There had been no fast break at all. James had executed a clean shot. Except for Han Lei, the other 9 players were left incredulous, feeling as though they had been toyed with by Han Lei. The other 4 Lakers felt no different. This was perplexing. Wasn't your prediction supposed to be accurate? Now, following your forecast into a fast break only to find it futile? The most frustrated of all was James, witnessing Han Lei's fast break. He lost faith in his own shooting touch and retraced his steps. Wasn't this an admission that he himself doubted his ability to score after his release? This was bound to amuse the league's sharpshooters. James, grimacing, bit down on his thumb in frustration. Coach Zhang, momentarily taken aback, quickly grasped the situation. Han Lei was executing a psychological fast break. Gasol, both amused and exasperated, prepared to inbound the ball from the baseline. Relieved he hadn't followed suit. Otherwise, it would have been a waste of energy, akin to being played by Han Lei like a puppet. Fisher dribbled past half-court. Han Lei positioned himself at mid-range, shielding James behind him as he called for the ball. Once he secured it, he attempted to assert his strength but quickly realized he could not hold his ground. In a swift motion, he passed the ball to Gasol, who successfully executed a jump shot. Bosch appeared momentarily distracted, seemingly still haunted by the previous game where Kobe had dominated him. As James approached with the ball, he noticed Han Lei still granting him 2 steps of space, leading to a long-range shot. This time, all eyes, including those of the spectators, were fixed on Han Lei rather than the soaring basketball. Unlike before, Han Lei turned and positioned himself beneath the basket, where the sound of metal clanking echoed as he secured the rebound. Engaging in further psychological tactics seemed futile, Han Lei mused. He handed the ball to Fisher, who had just regained his focus, as the Lakers gradually advanced into the front court. Chapter 70. James. I love Los Angeles. Fisher controlled the ball as he crossed half-court, glancing up at the timer. Half of the fourth quarter had elapsed, with the Lakers maintaining an 8-point lead, yet the game was far from over. It must be noted that the Heat's offense and defense had harmonized remarkably well. Their zone defense was impressively coordinated, and their offense was notably swift. However, the Lakers boasted the exceptional shooting prowess of Kobe and Han Lei, compounded by Wade's inexplicable cramping, which rendered the situation increasingly tense. As seconds trickled by, the Heat, now the underdogs, were finally compelled to summon their fighting spirit. Under James's leadership, the Heat united their efforts, elevating their performance on both ends of the court. Han Lei, in his confrontation with James, has profoundly grasped the essence of the broader perspective. Under James's influence, the Heat's offense flowed with remarkable fluidity, surging to a brief 10-2 run that leveled the score. At this juncture, a natural sequence of events unfolded. Kobe, near the paint, called for the ball, his back pressing against the Heat's substitute guard, Chalmers. The Lakers, having navigated countless life-and-death battles over the years, saw Kobe fervently demand the ball in this crucial moment. Of course, whether he would succeed was another matter. Chalmers, standing at under 190 centimeters, was at a disadvantage of approximately 10 centimeters against Kobe, rendering him incapable of effectively defending against Kobe's post moves. Kobe forcefully backed in a few times, accompanied by his characteristic shoulder feints. Meanwhile, James guarded Han Lei while subtly signaling Chalmers, who immediately understood and was prepared to double-team. With a keen awareness of his surroundings, Kobe, while maintaining his back-to-basket position, noticed Chalmers approaching. Fisher, stationed at the 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, found himself wide open. "Give me the ball." He raised his arms in earnest appeal. Yet, Kobe, seemingly oblivious, abruptly pivoted towards Chalmers. This unexpected maneuver was astonishing. Typically, a player facing a double team would pivot in the opposite direction. However, Kobe defied convention, momentarily catching Chalmers off guard and slowing his feet. At that instant, Chalmers' double team converged upon Kobe, and as they closed in, Kobe disregarded the defense of the 2 smaller guards and leaped for a shot. Fisher, still with arms raised, was ignored. The ball ricocheted off the backboard, spinning around the rim before finally dropping in. James, with his chin raised, clearly found Kobe's choice of attack perplexing. He could not fathom why Phil would permit Kobe to take such a hasty shot. This illustrates perhaps the most significant difference between the two superstars. One plunges headlong into action, while the other emphasizes reason and efficiency. The Lakers regained the lead. James continued orchestrating the offense, receiving the ball at the top of the arc, navigating through screens, making repeated player switches, distributing the ball, and then reclaiming it. Ultimately, he found himself matched up against Fisher. Unfazed, Fisher adjusted his shorts, assuming a defiant stance. "Come on, let me see what you've got." Fisher continued to utter his famous sayings. James executed several between-the-legs dribbles, although Fisher was merely half a step behind. He opted for the most reliable tank-like drive to the basket. Fisher's robust physique was no coincidence, as he would later manage to escape unscathed from Barnes' pursuit. During James' drive, he sensed the pressure Fisher exerted upon him, yet it bore little consequence in the grand scheme of the game. James effortlessly drew a foul in the paint, converting one of 2 free throws. In the subsequent possession, Kobe sought the ball inside, emitting subtle hissing sounds reminiscent of a serpent's flicking tongue. As the on-court commander, James directed Chalmers to abandon Fisher in order to guard Han Lei, while he himself dashed to the baseline, aiming to disrupt Kobe's post-up play. In comparison to Han Lei and Kobe, James deemed Fisher a significantly lesser threat. This time, Kobe abruptly relinquished his back-to-basket position, dribbling the ball forward before stepping back into a striking pose akin to a golden rooster standing tall. This is indeed Nowitzki's signature move. Yet Kobe's execution is undeniably more alluring, Coach Jean quipped. Before James could leap to contest the shot, the ball had already reached its zenith. With a resounding thud, Kobe transformed into Milan's little blacksmith. Just as James reveled in his fortune, his vision suddenly blurred. Han Lei was unaware of when he surged into the paint, leaping simultaneously with Chalmers, who was tasked with guarding him. It turned out that Han Lei had foreseen that Kobe's shot would inevitably miss the mark at the very moment he released the ball. Kobe's isolation plays are typically a spectacle where one player performs while 9 others observe. Chalmers had not noticed Han Lei's sudden burst of movement. By the time he became aware, he hurried to catch up but was a heartbeat too late to leap. Han Lei's stature naturally exceeds that of his opponent, particularly as he leaps ahead of time. The ball glided gently between his fingertips, obediently falling into the net for a score. James felt a sense of impotence. Bosch was lost in the ether during the second half, and he was deprived of Wade's support. Faced with the formidable duo of Han Lei and Kobe on the perimeter, he became somewhat despondent. Such emotions undoubtedly affected his offensive performance. In the ensuing plays, James's drives lacked conviction, his shooting accuracy waned, leaving only his passing intact. With 30 seconds remaining and the Lakers leading by 7 points, the outcome seemed all but decided. At that moment, a spark ignited in James's eyes, and he suddenly regained his vitality. With the game in hand, the Lakers' defense grew lax. Seizing the opportunity, James swiftly penetrated the paint, scoring with a layup while Gasol wore an expression of bewilderment. Following this, Fisher took control of the ball, sluggishly advancing to the front court. Just past the midcourt line, he lost interest, dribbling the ball while engaging in light-hearted conversation with Chalmers. As the 24-second mark approached, Fisher handed the ball to the referee. The Lakers, arm in arm, ambled back to their defensive positions. Han Lei finally let out a sigh of relief, with only 4 seconds remaining and a 5-point lead. Victory in this match was virtually secured. He inadvertently caught a glimpse of the sidelines, where Tobey Maguire was sipping on a cola, smiling and nodding in his direction. A surge of youthful exuberance enveloped Han Lei as he extended his palm, bending his ring finger downward, and unleashed a stream of webbing towards Tobey. Tobey took a deep swig of cola, only to erupt in laughter. Suddenly, Han Lei felt a fierce gust of wind sweep past him before he could react. With a resounding thud, he turned abruptly to find James suspended from the Lakers basket in the backcourt. Clearly, James had seized the remaining 4 seconds to execute a solitary fast break, delivering a thunderous dunk. The 5 Lakers players, including Han Lei, exchanged bewildered glances. Among them, Han Lei and Tobey Maguire shared a knowing look. Gasol stood there, legs apart, arms hanging limply in a daze, while Fisher and Chalmers were engrossed in animated conversation. Even Kobe was making his way toward the bench. No one could have anticipated that James would choose this moment for a personal showcase. As time expired, the Lakers concluded the game with a 3-point lead. Descending from the rim, James raised his arms triumphantly and bellowed to the crowd, "I love Los Angeles, and I eagerly await my next visit." Han Lei shook his head, expressing his helplessness at James's tendency to accumulate points during garbage time. He thought to himself, Your words are not without merit. I await your joining in Los Angeles. Chapter 71. Confusion among the Lakers management, Jeannie Buss after the game concluded. The Lakers players enthusiastically shared their Christmas plans in the locker room. James entered, his face devoid of any disappointment from the loss. My fellow Lakers. How do you plan to spend tonight? I suggest we go out for some fun. Of course, you may bring your families along. Having just finished freshening up. James had not donned his headband, but instead wore a trendy white cap. The Lakers responded in unison. Sounds great. The only exceptions were Kobe and Han Lei. Apologies, LeBron. I have a commercial shoot scheduled for the next few days, and I need to discuss matters with the crew tonight. Kobe shrugged, revealing a look of regret. I'm truly sorry. I also have prior engagements, Han Lei added, somewhat apologetically. In truth, he had prepared to study the game footage later that evening, intending to linger at the arena a bit longer before departing. James took no offense, as he had already spoken with Phil, who had graciously agreed to attend, thus enhancing his own stature. After expressing his concern for Han Lei's injury, James led the Lakers out. Han Lei made his way toward the video room, but Kobe called out to him. The footage can wait until tomorrow. Allow me to introduce you to someone. Kobe beamed with a radiant smile. Outside a Western restaurant, Kobe's helicopter was parked gracefully on the lawn. Han Lei and Sun Ling descended from the aircraft together. Initially, Sun Ling intended to visit the video room to check on Han Lei's condition. However, upon seeing him emerge alongside Kobe, she was pleasantly surprised. With a playful nudge from Kobe's elbow, Han Lei smiled back, and Sun Ling seamlessly boarded Kobe's helicopter. Meanwhile, they arrived at their destination. Han Lei gazed at a pink sports car at the entrance, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Upon entering, the two took photographs with the enthusiastic fans before offering their apologies and proceeding to the reserved private room. JV, look who I brought along. As Kobe stepped inside, a radiant smile illuminated his face while he placed his hat on the coat rack. Oh, what a surprise, we meet again, came the vague yet familiar voice of Jay Cho. Han Lei was slightly taken aback. Zhou Tianlong, what brings you here? Given that Zhou's command of English was as poor as his basketball skills, Han Lei spoke in Chinese. Haha, I'm holding a concert in Los Angeles next month. Would you like to come? What happened to your face? Zhou wore a rather smug expression. Oh, it's just a minor injury, Han Lei replied nonchalantly. Then, he furrowed his brow. So, how did you end up hanging out with Kobe? Zhou, concerned that Kobe might struggle to join the conversation, said, well, I'll stick to English for this. Kobe and I are both endorsing Sprite and will be filming a few commercials together. Kobe understood Zhou's implication and pulled out a chair to sit down. Yes, indeed. I can teach him how to play basketball and he can teach me how to rap. His sense of rhythm is quite impressive among the African-American community. As the conversation flowed, everyone settled into their seats. Kuan Ling, clearly familiar with Kobe, engaged in fluent English conversation, while Sun Ling appeared somewhat dazed throughout. Although she had seen both Kobe and Zhou before, she had never imagined dining with the two of them. The two men before her were idols to countless young people in China. She glanced at Han Lei and noticed he remained remarkably calm and unexcited, just as he always was. After all, with Han Lei's innate composure, having made a game-winning shot against the Rockets in his first match, it was no wonder he was favored by the Lakers for their training. Of course, she was unaware that the Lakers had once attempted to trade for Han Lei. Han Lei, is this young lady your girlfriend? She looks somewhat familiar. I believe I saw her in Magic City. Zhou, having exchanged a few casual words with Kobe, suddenly noticed Sun Ling. Han Lei cast a glance at Sun Ling, only to find her shyly lowering her head. They might be considered quite good friends, it seems. Han Lei was somewhat at a loss for words and hastily spoke ambiguously. It was well known that Jay Cho had always detested paparazzi. How could he now indulge in gossip? Do you truly expect me to believe that? Allow me to offer you a few tickets to my concert instead. I shall be performing on the 8th of next month, right here in Los Angeles. I hope you can make it. Without delay, Jay Cho promptly called his assistant, Danny, instructing her to bring over several concert tickets. Han Lei glanced at his phone and noted that the Lakers were scheduled to play against the Taiho on the 8th of next month. Thank you for your kindness, but I may not be able to attend due to a scheduling conflict with the Lakers game. However, I will make an effort to arrive after the match concludes. No worries. I wouldn't want to impede your important commitments, replied Jay Cho, who was quite understanding. As the group engaged in casual conversation, Jeannie Buss was in her office, reviewing the data from the recently concluded game. She felt a sense of relief that LeBron James had achieved a near triple-double performance, which was certainly not surprising. Meanwhile, Han Lei held his own against James, recording 21 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 assists, along with 3 blocks. For a rookie facing James for the first time, such statistics were nothing short of extraordinary. It was truly wise not to trade away such talent. Kobe was already 32 years old, and Han Lei was 11 years his junior. It was inevitable that Han Lei would become Kobe's successor, even if Han Lei never improved beyond his current capabilities. He was already more than capable of shouldering the Lakers banner. Competing against stars is the dream of every rookie, and any noteworthy performance is bound to attract media attention. Moreover, Han Lei's impressive statistics from his matchup with James warranted serious consideration for the contract he would be offered next season, Jeannie mused. Retaining talent begins with ensuring proper financial incentives. What struck Jeannie the most today was Han Lei's immediate return to the court after being elbowed by James. In his resolute gaze, she perceived an indomitable spirit and extreme confidence. A peculiar emotion welled up within her heart. She had always preferred older men. Her father, Jerry Buss, had expressed resignation upon learning of her relationship with Phil. I knew one day you would be with a man much older than yourself. Yet, Han Lei was barely in his 20s, a mere boy. Jeannie pondered the feelings that had just stirred within her. Yesterday, she had brought a bottle of medicinal red wine for Phil, but he had finished early, leaving her somewhat disappointed. Ironically, she had also given a bottle to Sun Ling. And logically, Han Lei should have been particularly fatigued from today's game. Yet, his performance on the court indicated he was still full of vigor. Is this what youth embodies? Jeannie sighed. Unbeknownst to her, Han Lei had not touched the wine given to Sun Ling. Most of it had been consumed by Dwayne Wade. This blunder led Jeannie to believe in Han Lei's robust physique, contributing to the Lakers' victory today. Chapter 72. The conspiracy surrounding Kobe unfolds in the still of the night. In Han Lei's chamber, he poured himself a cup of tea. Sipping tea after indulging in alcohol is when one finds clarity and boundless imagination. He glanced at the Lakers' schedule. The Lakers had already played 30 matches, boasting a record of 24 wins and 6 losses, firmly positioned at the pinnacle of the league. Yet, no one was surprised. For this was the true caliber of the Lakers. Han Lei took a sip of tea, his brow slightly furrowing at the warmth of the liquid. He understood that, according to his recollections, the Lakers would succumb to the relentless onslaught of the Dallas Mavericks this season. The Mavericks were exceptionally formidable this year. Of course, this was but one aspect to consider. The most significant factor was the aging roster of the Lakers, particularly the impact of Kobe's knee injury, which subsequently led to an ankle sprain in the playoffs. As the latter half of the season progressed, Kobe would inevitably exhibit signs of fatigue, compounded by the grueling 6-game battle against the Hornets in the first round, which further burdened his physical condition. If they aspired to seize the championship once more and achieve a three-peat, the paramount concern was not merely the strength of their adversaries, but rather the imperative of maintaining health. Phil also recognized this dilemma. Kobe was exerting excessive pressure on both himself and his teammates, prompting Phil to deliberately allow the team to lose a few games during their Eastern road trip. However, given Kobe's steadfast nature, Phil harbored no illusions about persuading him to rest, let alone restraining him from giving his all. This was a source of great frustration for Phil, who had once remarked that Kobe was the most challenging player he had ever coached, even more so than Jordan. Reflecting on this, Han Lei couldn't help but smile slightly. At over 30, Kobe remained a rebellious spirit, a quintessential firebrand. Han Lei ran his fingers through his hair, caught in a moment of contemplation. Before gradually easing his furrowed brow, he dialed Phil Jackson's number. Coach, there is an unfortunate situation at hand. Han Lei's words are so astonishing that one could hardly remain indifferent. What is happening? On the other end of the line, Phil appears to have just awakened from slumber. When I visited the magical city, I encountered Yao and inquired about his hiatus. Can you imagine his response? He revealed that through the renowned Chinese martial arts star Jia, he became acquainted with a lama from the East who is believed to be the reincarnation of a living Buddha. This individual prophesied that Yao would be sidelined for the entire season, leading to his retirement. Han Lei's expression grew solemn as he slowly recounted the matter. What? Such a thing actually exists? Phil was suddenly wide awake, clearly having been puzzled earlier about Yao's first appearance in Los Angeles, seemingly in good physical condition. Could this be the primary reason for his decision to sit out this season? Phil, who had always been captivated by the teachings of Buddhism and the philosophies of Yin and Yang, found himself believing a portion of it upon hearing this. Chinese martial arts superstar Jia, a prominent actor in Hollywood, had once shared a warm interaction with you during the 2008 All-Star Game. At that time, Phil had a fleeting acquaintance with him, and they had discussed Buddhism to some extent. In the ensuing years, Phil happened to see league.Han on television and noticed how rapidly he seemed to age. Later learning that he had been seeking refuge in Buddhist teachings in the western regions of China, Phil was thus half convinced of the matter. Is Yao doing well now? Phil inhaled deeply and inquired. He is recovering quite well, but upon returning to Shanghai, I had a conversation with Yao regarding this issue, and I asked him to reach out to league.Han, requesting that he consult a master about Kobe's condition. Just now, Yao sent me a message. What did you say? Phil asked eagerly. Kobe's journey in this year's playoffs has been fraught with difficulties, primarily due to his knee. He is poised to lose this golden opportunity for a three-peat championship. After Han Lei spoke, he quietly awaited Phil's response. But all he could hear was the increasingly heavy sound of Phil's breathing. With a sudden snap, Phil ignited his cigar. Like Kobe, he yearned for a dynasty of 3 consecutive championships. However, unlike Kobe, he understood the balance of restraint and release, the art of moderation. While Kobe, despite having crossed into his 30s, maintained a temperament as fiery as that of a 17-year-old, at least on the court, this duality made him both admirable and irksome. As the head coach, Phil had known Kobe for many years and was acutely aware of his injuries, particularly in the past 3 years. As the Lakers reached the finals thrice, Phil vividly recalled Kobe's knee swelling and dislocated fingers. Such realities lent credence to Yao's reliance on the master's divination through league.Han. Coach, how are you? I am well enough. It is Kobe's tenacity that concerns me. Even minor injuries do not keep him off the court. Even I could only manage to sideline him for 2 or 3 games at most. Beyond that, he would likely lose his composure. Phil sighed, a tone of resignation evident in his words. Upon hearing this, Han Lei comprehended that Phil was speaking the truth. It's all right. Coach, there are no matches tomorrow or the day after. We can discuss it then and surely devise a solution. Phil, having read countless personalities, immediately discerned that the imaginative player Han Lei must have concocted a strategy. How about this? Come to my home tomorrow. I happen to have acquired some tea from Wui Mountain through a friend's grandfather, Phil suggested. What? Tea from Wui Mountain? Is your friend's name Su? Han Lei, usually composed, suddenly changed his expression. Yes, that is indeed the name. Why do you ask? Phil sensed an unusual tone in Han Lei's voice. Han Lei recalled the tea girl he encountered in his previous life in Huaxia, who frequently used selfies to attract the attention of less fortunate individuals. Claiming she would return to Huaxia to assist her grandfather in picking tea, only to sell it at a discount to netizens through her cunning schemes. Han Lei's eyes widened in astonishment. He never anticipated that such a scam would extend to Los Angeles, and that they would even hire an English-speaking tea girl at a high salary. Nevertheless, it is said that a fly does not alight on an egg without cracks. It was surprising that Phil, despite his age, felt an inner void and was easily swayed by the tea girl. Hello? Han Lei, are you listening? Phil urged from the other end of the line. Yes, I'm here. It's nothing serious. I'm just somewhat concerned about the team's performance this season. Anyway, I'll visit your home tomorrow and bring along some tea I purchased from Huaxia a while back. After Han Lei hung up the phone, he let out a long sigh. At that moment, Kobe welcomed Jay Cho and his wife into his luxurious abode, where they decided to engage in a friendly vocal competition at Kobe's private KTV. Suddenly, Kobe slapped his forehead, as if recalling something important. Jay, can you sing English songs? Jay chuckled and produced a USB drive. Of course not. The essence of Huaxia music is unparalleled. I have the instrumental versions of all my songs here, just in time for me to familiarize myself with the lyrics before my upcoming concert. Haha. Kobe was instantly amused by Jay's humor when he unexpectedly covered his nose and sneezed. Handing the USB drive to Kobe's housekeeper, Jay quipped, "It seems someone is speaking ill of you behind your back, haha." Chapter 73. The grim news of Bus. The following day, after finishing a commercial shoot, Kobe and Jay returned to the gym for practice. Tomorrow, they were set to face the Spurs, a long-standing rival. Kobe and Spurs coach Greg Popovich shared a relationship that was both adversarial and amicable. They admired each other while simultaneously harboring mutual disdain. It was not uncommon for Kobe to exchange some playful trash talk with Popovich after scoring, a rarity in the NBA. Yet, Kobe had prepared his verbal jabs for their encounter the next day, determined to ruffle the old coach's feathers. "I'll make that old coot blow a gasket," Kobe muttered to himself before executing a jump shot that swished through the net. At that moment, assistant coach Brian Shaw rushed in, breathless. "Kobe, come with me. There's been an emergency. Bus is critically ill." "What? How could this happen?" At the Cedars-Sinai Medical Center in Los Angeles, in a VIP room, Phil Jackson, the Bus siblings, and Magic Johnson sat despondently in the waiting area. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed as Brian Shaw, dressed sharply in a suit, and a still sweaty Kobe in his training gear hurriedly approached. What is going on? Although Kobe was aware that the 78-year-old Bus had been unwell recently, he had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. The Bus siblings remained silent, and Phil explained. Bus collapsed at home and has been in a coma since being brought to the hospital. He is currently undergoing examinations, and the doctors have advised against moving him. Let us wait and see. This is so sudden. I believe he will pull through. Kobe sighed deeply and settled into the chair beside the hospital bed. Jerry Buss was undoubtedly Kobe's patron. In 1996, Buss made the decisive choice to bring this young 17-year-old African-American talent into the fold, regardless of the cost. Following the trio of championships with Shaquille O'Neal, as the big Aristotle departed for the East, Buss elevated Kobe to the role of cornerstone player in the construction of the team. Over the years, Kobe held a profound respect for Buss, and now, faced with the gravity of his benefactor's ailment, even his steadfast heart trembled. He silently offered his prayers. Moments later, a tall, slender white doctor emerged from the ward with a nurse. The eyes behind his mask bore the weight of remorse. What is the situation? Kobe inquired, as Magic Johnson was the first to rise and approach. The doctor, confronted by the imposing figures of two towering African-American men, felt a wave of apprehension wash over him. The patient has advanced prostate cancer. I fear it is. He sighed. Jeannie Buss did not rise but quietly turned away, presumably to find a secluded spot to compose herself. Phil shifted his legs, seemingly wanting to follow her. Yet he remained seated. Jim Buss glanced at his sister's retreating figure, shaking his head in confusion. How much longer does he have? Kobe asked, his demeanor surprisingly composed. Posing the question directly. The focus now is on maintenance. It is unlikely to extend beyond a year, the doctor replied, removing his mask to reveal a face full of regret. He is awake. You may enter and speak briefly, but please do not prolong your visit. Upon hearing this, Kobe glanced back at Jim Buss, the future heir of the Lakers. The latter wore a pained expression, remaining still. Kobe, undeterred, gently opened the hospital door and confidently stepped inside. There lay Buss, pallid and wearing an oxygen mask, his gaze unfocused. As the nurse noticed Kobe's entrance, she softly advised, Mr. Bryant, I recommend you keep your conversation brief, no longer than 10 minutes, as the patient is quite weak. With that, she removed Buss's mask and discreetly exited the room. How are you feeling? Kobe asked, taking a seat beside the frail Buss. Slowly, Buss's eyes sharpened as they found Kobe's presence. I'm aware of my condition. It's just that the only thing I cannot let go of is the Lakers' legacy, he replied, his voice faint yet resolute. You need not worry. The Lakers will be in my hands. Kobe's gaze was resolute as he signaled to Jerry Buss to prioritize his health. Buss offered a few words of advice, expressing his hope that Kobe would strive to maintain harmony among his children, urging him not to allow their internal conflicts to tarnish the Lakers' reputation. Kobe's standing in the Lakers' history was rapidly approaching that of Magic Johnson, granting him a significant voice. In response to his mentor's counsel, Kobe wholeheartedly acquiesced, his singular focus now being to ensure Buss's recovery, even in light of the doctor's grim prognosis that Buss's life expectancy was limited to less than a year. Alas, fate can be cruel. I had many unfinished plans for the Lakers, and now my body has betrayed me, lamented Buss, tears streaming down his face, visibly shaken. Kobe gently patted his shoulder, urging him to maintain his composure. Everything will be all right. Your health will surely improve. This year's championship ring will serve as a gift to celebrate your recovery, Kobe declared with determination, clenching his teeth. Kobe, remember, do not sacrifice your career for the championship. If it doesn't happen this year, there is always next year, Buss advised, shaking his head slowly. At that moment, Phil casually entered the room. Indeed. A great figure from China once proclaimed that health is the foundation of revolution, a truth pertinent to both Buss and yourself. Kobe, you should return for now. I wish to converse with Buss, Phil suggested. Kobe nodded, leaving the hospital room with a somber expression, disregarding the presence of Buss's siblings outside as he departed. This year's championship must be mine, he muttered, fists clenched tightly. Buss's siblings and Magic Johnson subsequently entered the room, their expressions relaxed. So, do you think Kobe is convinced? Johnson inquired. From my understanding of him, he undoubtedly is, though it is a rather risky gambit, Phil expressed with concern. Buss, sitting upright, inquired curiously. Why do you say that? Phil replied, from my knowledge of Kobe, he is an extreme player. Upon learning of your critical condition, he may resort to patience in pursuit of this season's championship, But there is also the possibility of him intensifying his training, pushing himself harder on the court, which could further jeopardize his physical condition. The Zen master remained troubled, and the others nodded in agreement, fully aware of Kobe's nature. Even if he understood that resting during the regular season would better equip him for the playoffs, his emotional side would inevitably hinder him from doing so. No worries. I still have 2 aces up my sleeve. Let us wait a little longer. Phil's lips curled into a slight smirk. Chapter 74, Kobe's Frenzied Performance. The Lakers boarded their flight to San Antonio, preparing to face the Spurs in an away game. Throughout the journey, Kobe wore a sullen expression, causing his teammates to refrain from laughter, enveloping the team in a peculiar atmosphere. When Fisher quietly informed his comrades of Jerry Buss's poor health, they instantly grasped the underlying situation. In the Spurs arena, moments before the game commenced, Kobe exchanged greetings with Popovich, glancing around. "Where's Tim?" he inquired. Popovich chuckled. "He's getting old. I've allowed him to rest on account of his age. After all, our goal is the playoffs." "I see," Kobe murmured thoughtfully before turning away. Popovich discreetly glanced at Phil Jackson, who approached with an understanding nod. After the 2 veterans exchanged pleasantries, they stole a glance at Kobe, who was practicing his post moves beneath the basket. "Did you bring what I asked for?" Popovich inquired mysteriously. "Oh, you sly old fox. You demand a fortune for a mere phrase. 2 boxes of Keemun tea and 2 boxes of Wee Rock tea await you in your visitor's locker room," Phil lamented, feigning distress. Their banter went unnoticed by those around them. Popovich, displaying a look of admiration, remarked, "Phil, your psychological tactics are truly formidable. I am in awe of your ingenuity in suggesting that Kobe take a break for the playoffs." Phil offered a wry smile. "You must know Kobe well. He is exceptionally intelligent, yet exceedingly stubborn. Do you think this strategy will be effective?" Popovich contemplated for a moment. "There's an 80% chance." Phil slowly shook his head. "In my estimation, it's only 50%. Popovich raised an eyebrow in surprise. "You, with your intricate machinations, only have a 50% assurance?" Phil shrugged and returned to the bench, not wishing to reveal any signs to Kobe. At that moment, Kobe's expression was intensely focused. Once he touched the basketball, he became oblivious to everything else. Han Lei warmed up briefly and settled beside Phil. The 2 exchanged glances, and Phil remarked, "Let's take our time and observe as we go." Han Lei understood perfectly. In a previous life, Han Lei had observed that Kobe's playing style appeared less astute than that of LeBron. In truth, it was merely a reflection of his unwillingness to be clever. After retiring, Kobe hosted a show dedicated to analyzing the playing styles of various basketball stars. When it came to his own performance, he remarked, "I should not have taken that shot. It would have been more reasonable to pass to Odom." Yet, in that moment, he recognized that he was caught up in the heat of the moment and was unable to restrain himself. In Han Lei's mind, the match commenced. This contest had evidently transformed into Kobe's personal showcase. He scarcely resorted to his signature post-up plays, instead reviving the offensive tactics from his number 8 days. Quick stop jump shots, forceful drives, baseline dunks. A fierce intensity radiated from Kobe's gaze, as if the basket on the Spurs' home court were the very embodiment of torment for the aging Parsons. The venom of the Mamba seemed poised to corrode the rim itself. The Spurs players collectively wished for the game to conclude swiftly, whether in defeat or victory, as the exertion was overwhelmingly taxing. On the offensive front, Kobe confronted a triple team, relentlessly penetrating through the narrowest of gaps. Defensively, his focus was solely on the ball. Whoever possessed it became his adversary, as he charged forward to double team with reckless abandon. Even against the relatively obscure substitute, Udoka. Upon witnessing Kobe's fierce approach, Udoka felt an overwhelming sense of dread, akin to a prey frozen in fear before a prowling tiger. He realized that minimizing ball receptions was his only means to evade this oppressive aura. Similarly, the all-star Argentine, Ginobili, who had long been Kobe's rival, had never encountered such an intimidating presence. It felt as though Kobe could devour him whole at any moment. In this game, Kobe, fixated on individual play, amassed an impressive 45 points, yet the Lakers ultimately succumbed to the Spurs. Ginobili, directly matched against Kobe, struggled, shooting only 3 for 12 and tallying a mere 9 points. After exiting the court, he felt his hands tremble, overwhelmed by the immense pressure of facing Kobe. Han Lei, as an adept perimeter shooter, achieved commendable statistics with 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 blocks, a remarkable performance for a rookie. Even Coach Popovich, following the conclusion of the match, took the time to shake hands and engage in lighthearted banter with Han Lei, playfully suggesting to Phil, If we were to send Han Lei to the Spurs, I would gladly offer half of our roster in exchange. Han Lei's playing style resonates profoundly with the preferences of Coach Popovich. His game is anchored in robust defense, precise shooting, and a composed demeanor. Although the Lakers faced defeat in this match, Kobe's individual performance was merely beginning to unfold. The physical condition of Old Bus compelled Kobe to channel all his pent-up emotions onto the court. This fervor persisted from late December into February of the following year, 2011. During this period, no team in the league wished to confront the Lakers, not solely due to their formidable prowess, but because, under Kobe's relentless drive, no player dared to exhibit complacency. They transformed into a pack of ferocious beasts. The ferocity of their defensive tenacity, the desperate saves after falling, and the physical collisions became nightmares for the other 29 teams. Even the headlines of the Horn heralded the Lakers as the Lake Beasts, a band of wild creatures devoid of any noble demeanor associated with the Purple and Gold dynasty. Regardless of which team faced the Lakers, the outcome was secondary. They were invariably left with scars. Simultaneously, both Phil and Han Lei were troubled by the results of the recent team health assessments, which indicated that while most players were in good health, Kobe's knees were accumulating an alarming amount of fluid. Han Lei understood that discomfort in the knee significantly increased the likelihood of injury, especially in recent times. Kobe had been exuberantly showcasing his youthful vigor, excessively relying on sudden stop-jump shots, which placed immense pressure on his knees. Yet, even Phil Jackson, the esteemed coach of the Lakers, hesitated to advise Kobe to take a break for recovery, leaving Han Lei to merely sign resignation. Phil's concerns for Kobe indeed materialized into reality. Upon receiving the distressing news of Old Bus's critical condition, Kobe resorted to extreme measures in his response. As a veteran who had played in the league for over a decade, Kobe was fully aware of the importance of physical health for a player. However, his obsessive nature, which had propelled him to superstardom, often led him to make impulsive and emotional decisions. For nearly 2 months, Kobe's relentless performance on the court persisted, achieving an astonishing average of 40 points per game, leaving the league in awe of his scoring prowess. February 2011 arrived, bringing with it a significant event, the All-Star Game. The Zen Master had originally hoped that Kobe would refrain from participating in the All-Star festivities to rest adequately. However, Kobe dismissed this notion with a remark about fans eagerly awaiting his performance. Phil found himself at a loss for words, as the cunning veteran had rejected him under the guise of fan expectations. Chapter 75, The All-Star Voting King Since January. The fervor for the All-Star voting in China had reached a peak. Among the favored players were naturally Han Lei, Kobe, and LeBron James. Yao Ming announced that he would not be participating this season and urged everyone to cast their votes for Han Lei. In his rookie season, Han Lei astonishingly garnered nearly 3 million votes, surpassing renowned stars such as Kobe Bryant and LeBron James, thus becoming the next voting champion from the land of Huaxia after Yao Ming. On the day of the All-Star Game, Los Angeles, the host city, was already bustling with a constellation of stars. Numerous legendary NBA icons, including Jordan, Abdul-Jabbar, and Russell, were in attendance to witness the event. Meanwhile, Huaxia fans, eagerly waiting in front of their televisions and computers, flooded the online platforms with their messages. This All-Star Game was indeed a spectacle. Kobe had recently entered a lethal mode, now bringing that intensity to the All-Star stage. Anticipation brewed for his matchup against Dwayne Wade. Surprisingly, Han Lei, the voting champion, was assigned to come off the bench. One wonders what Coach Popovich of the Western All-Stars was thinking. The Miami Heat truly showcased their prowess, with 2 of their players, LeBron and Wade, earning starting positions in the All-Star lineup. This might be a historic first in the NBA. Alas, I had sneaked out with a few friends during winter break remedial classes at school. I simply had to watch this game. Fortunately, we had calculated that our teacher would likely be absent due to personal matters today. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the All-Star Game commenced. The Eastern Conference starters were Rose, Wade, James, Stoudemire, and Howard. The Western Conference featured Paul, Kobe, Durant, Anthony, and Love. Han Lei, along with other celebrities, sat on the bench, exhibiting a lack of enthusiasm. Like Yao, he was not particularly fond of entertainment-centric competitions. In the realm of competitive sports, one must engage in genuine battles. As the first quarter commenced, the Eastern and Western All-Stars began to play in a lighthearted manner. Kobe, Griffin, and Stoudemire each delivered thunderous dunks, elevating the excitement of the match. Fans cheered fervently for their favorite stars. By the end of the first quarter, the Western All-Stars held a 10-point lead at 37-27. The Eastern All-Stars began the second quarter with determination, narrowing the gap to 6 points at 39-45. At this juncture, Popovich called Han Lei onto the court. The latter stretched nonchalantly, devoid of competitive spirit. Upon rising from the bench, Popovich offered a brief instruction: establish an advantage for the Western All-Stars first, in the second half. We shall engage in a true contest to defeat them. Han Lei nodded and rubbed his hands together. Subsequently, Popovich summoned Westbrook for a brief exchange of whispers. As the second quarter commenced, Han Lei positioned himself beyond the three-point line, adhering to Popovich's directive. His counterpart was the Eastern Conference's Paul Pierce, a man reputed for enduring tremendous pain without faltering. Westbrook, as the point guard, exhibited remarkable speed and explosive power, reminiscent of a diminutive LeBron James. He bore a guileless grin and exchanged knowing glances with Han Lei, which startled him. Upon closer inspection, Westbrook's visage was so unappealing it rendered one incapable of maintaining focus on defense. Westbrook executed several successful drives, seemingly intent on shedding his nickname of Ninja Turtle. Rondo, serving as the Eastern Conference's backup guard, posed little threat to Westbrook in terms of speed and strength, allowing him to maneuver with ease. However, as Westbrook noticed the Eastern interior defense tightening against his penetrations, he found his forays to the basket increasingly challenging. Undeterred, he continued with his tried-and-true method. Driving towards the hoop, drawing defenders' attention, he executed a swift pass, delivering the ball into Han Lei's hands. Pierce, lazily surveying his surroundings, suddenly perceived that Han Lei had acquired the basketball and ambled forward to defend him. Such a defense posed no real threat to Han Lei, who effortlessly sank a three-pointer. This was merely the beginning. Westbrook, on 3 consecutive drives, entrusted the ball to Han Lei, who confidently converted each opportunity from beyond the arc. Popovich, resting his chin on his hand, wore a contemplative expression. Previously, he had jested to Phil about Han Lei being a talent, but witnessing his shooting up close today, with an air of nonchalance and a deliberate release, it was evident that he did not merely possess the potential of a superstar. He had already ascended to that status. Should Kobe's performance decline in the future, Han Lei would undoubtedly emerge as the Lakers' next leader. Alas, the Lakers are indeed a constellation of stars. Fortunately, I was astute enough to identify this year's hidden gem, Leonard. With him, the Spurs would no longer suffer in matchups against the Lakers at the small forward position. Han Lei scored 3 consecutive three-pointers, leaving Eastern Conference star Paul Pierce in a state of embarrassment. The teams they represent, the Lakers and the Celtics, are fierce rivals. How could the seasoned veteran Pierce allow the Lakers' rising star Han Lei to gain the upper hand before him? Pierce demanded the ball. He signaled to his teammates to create space near the three-point line, using his physicality to assert dominance over Han Lei. Rajon Rondo, as a teammate, unhesitatingly passed the ball into Pierce's hands. In truth, Rondo hoped that Pierce would impart a lesson to the Lakers' young talent, showing him what it means to face a seasoned opponent. Let him see some colors, Rondo remarked. As Pierce received the ball, he engaged in a series of confrontations, pushing Han Lei back a few steps. He then executed a series of deceptive movements, utilizing his weight and feints, attempting to overpower the rookie with a blend of physicality and skill. Though Pierce's speed was not remarkable, his footwork was as elusive as Kobe's. He backed Han Lei up a few steps, causing the rookie's center of gravity to shift, and then, with a sudden retreat, he took a jump shot. Suddenly, Han Lei's chest obscured his view, resulting in a thunderous block that left Pierce humiliated. As Han Lei anticipated Pierce's retreating jump shot following his final effort, he deftly absorbed the force and took a few steps back, promptly closing the distance. Pierce's jump shot, of modest elevation, was effortlessly blocked by Han Lei. Kobe, observing from the sidelines, could not help but smile faintly. Paul, are you aware of whom our young talent from Washia typically defends during post plays? With the shot blocked, the ball rolled into the Eastern backcourt. Westbrook swiftly outpaced Rondo, scooping up the ball and charging towards the Eastern basket. Meanwhile, Joe Johnson pursued closely, not losing a moment in his chase. As Westbrook leaped for the layup, he remained vigilant of his surroundings. Han Lei's movements were swift, leaving Pierce far behind as he closely followed Joe Johnson. Westbrook observed the scene keenly. His layup suddenly transformed as he deftly passed the ball behind Joe Johnson's side. The sphere found its way into Han Lei's grasp. He soared for a thunderous dunk. Kobe and Gasol leapt from the bench, cheering enthusiastically for their teammate. After all, as a player for the Lakers, Han Lei had managed to put the rival Celtics Pierce in a rather uncomfortable position. Subsequently, The two teams exchanged blows. And at the conclusion of the first half, the Western Stars led the Eastern Stars with a score of 70-58. Chapter 76. The final card of Phil emerges as the teams switched sides for the second half. LeBron spearheaded a counterattack for his team. True to his reputation as the league's marquee player following Kobe, the Eastern Stars scored consecutively, trailing by a mere 76-81. LeBron played with remarkable ease, feeling a sense of satisfaction. The camaraderie with star teammates was indeed delightful, enabling his passing to shine, while also alleviating pressure during crucial moments. It was essential to forge strong connections with these stars, particularly with rising talents like Durant, Han Lei, and Westbrook, if they could be of service in the future. Securing a championship would surely be a breeze. Suddenly, the Eastern Stars faltered, and Kobe seized the opportunity, sprinting towards the Eastern backcourt with the ball. LeBron promptly regained his focus and pursued him relentlessly. LeBron's speed was astonishing. As Kobe approached the Eastern hoop, both players leapt simultaneously. With a powerful two-handed dunk, Kobe executed his move while LeBron attempted a side block. At the very moment LeBron made contact with the ball, Kobe had already pressed it down with force, successfully completing the dunk. As they landed, Kobe playfully tapped LeBron on the back and walked away with a smile. LeBron smirked inwardly, pondering, how is this old-timer still so spry? Although he was well aware of Kobe's recent surge in performance, scoring high consistently and still leaping remarkably high, it was quite impressive. Was he to become like Tim Duncan, who always reiterated, "The future is yours," yet repeated the same phrase every year? When would my future finally arrive? Following his dunk, Kobe immediately hit a three-pointer in the next possession, seizing the momentum. This helped the West solidify their advantage, and LeBron glanced at the scoreboard, noting the West leading by 100-86. By the end of the third quarter, the Western Stars held a 17-point lead at 117-100. In the final quarter, both teams unleashed their full potential, engaging in a fierce competition. The Western Stars maintained their lead, while LeBron recognized that he needed to rely on himself at this critical juncture. He scored consecutively, narrowing the gap to 127-134. With 2 minutes and 34 seconds remaining, LeBron drove to the basket, drawing a foul and sinking both free throws, reducing the Eastern deficit to 135-137. In the closing moments, Coach Popovich glanced at the young Han Lei lounging on the bench. "Young man, wake up. Your three-point shooting is needed now." Bobo gazed at the statistics and noticed that Han Lei had made 4 out of 5 shots, boasting an impressive shooting percentage and securing 11 points. At this moment, a clutch shooter was desperately needed to deliver a decisive blow. Although the Western Conference featured lethal players like Durant and Kobe, it was noteworthy that Han Lei's three-point shooting percentage this season soared to an astonishing 49, ranking him first in the league. Thus, deploying him onto the court was a most reasonable decision. Han Lei made his entrance, replacing Westbrook. As Kobe dribbled past half-court, his experience and skill offered subtle cues to Durant and Han Lei. Soon, Durant and Han Lei executed an off-ball screen, leaving the Eastern defense momentarily bewildered. Durant received the ball and, with his towering presence, launched a three-pointer that helped the Western Stars regain their composure. However, the Eastern Stars were not to be easily subdued, as Stoudemire and James swiftly added to the score. The tally reached 140-142. Kobe continued to dictate the pace, passing to the moving Han Lei. Without hesitation, Han Lei faked a shot and returned the ball to Kobe. Displaying his finesse, Kobe executed a series of dribbles, suddenly stepping back to face Rondo's defense before releasing a long-range shot. Just as the Eastern Stars felt the weight of trepidation, a celestial sound echoed through the arena. The ball clanged against the rim, an opportunity still lingered. James roared in frustration. Yet, fortune favors those who act decisively. Han Lei's figure suddenly materialized in the most unexpected place. Beneath the basket of the Eastern Stars, Han Lei leapt into the air, successfully completing a rebound shot. The Eastern All-Star team was left without any hope of victory. Amidst the jubilant cheers of the fans, the Western All-Star team emerged triumphant. Kobe Bryant secured an impressive 37 points and 14 rebounds, while Kevin Durant contributed 34 points. They were the top scorers for the Western All-Stars, with Kobe being honored as the All-Star MVP. Han Lei achieved an impressive score of 15 points during his inaugural All-Star journey. LeBron James became the second player, following Michael Jordan, to record a triple-double in an All-Star game, amassing 29 points, 12 rebounds, and 10 assists. However, as victory belonged to the Western Stars, LeBron was unable to meet with the MVP. After the game, Coach Zhang, accompanied by a cameraman from the central television station, disregarded the other stars and made a beeline for Han Lei. Han Lei, how do you feel about your first All-Star game? Do you have any words for the fans in China? Han Lei replied, this game was purely for entertainment. I did not take it too seriously. My focus is entirely on the upcoming games with the Lakers. I am grateful to the fans in China for elevating me to the throne of Ticket King. I will prove that your trust in me is well placed through my future performances. I am determined to deliver a satisfactory outcome this season. Han Lei, speaking in the eloquent and refined language of Huaxia, nonchalantly remarked. After the interview concluded, fans of Huaxia were in a state of exhilaration. Well, Han Lei is undoubtedly a man of true substance. Did you notice that in just 15 minutes on the court, he efficiently scored 15 points? All while facing stars like Pierce and Rondo? If he were to start, wouldn't he surpass 30 points? Did anyone catch that? The camera fortuitously captured Han Lei's posture on the bench. He seemed utterly indifferent to the game. Could it be that this was his first All-Star appearance and he felt not a trace of nervousness? Ultimately, aside from Durant's three-pointer, it was Han Lei's putback that helped stabilize the West position. With Kobe and Fisher, two players with nerves of steel, combined with Han Lei, the Lakers had nothing to fear in the tense final moments of the game. You wouldn't believe it. After Han Lei's successful putback, the entire internet CAF erupted. Some were so overjoyed that they smashed their keyboards, only to be expelled by the manager. After answering a few questions at the press conference, Kobe returned to the locker room, where he caught a whiff of cigar smoke and wondered who had the audacity to smoke inside. The atmosphere in the locker room was vibrant, with everyone surrounding a bald African-American, peppering him with questions. This bald figure exuded an air of authority while puffing on his cigar. Upon seeing him, Kobe couldn't help but smile. This man was none other than the basketball legend, Michael Jordan. Upon noticing Kobe's entrance, Jordan immediately stood up and embraced him. Congratulations on earning the All-Star MVP. You are truly the star among stars. Kobe displayed a hint of disdain. I'm far more interested in championship rings. Jordan responded with an understanding smile. Brother, it's been a while. I've noticed your skills are on par with mine back in 1997. In 1997, Jordan secured his second championship in the three-peat, showcasing footwork that was nothing short of extraordinary. Of course, I believe I am superior to you, particularly in terms of skill, Kobe replied candidly. Since that is the case, why don't we have a one-on-one later? Right here at Staples, just the two of us, and the loser treats the winner to steak. What do you say? Jordan proposed the challenge. Buddy, if memory serves me right, aren't you nearing 50? Can you still jump? Kobe feigned surprise. Enough chatter. I'm just asking if you dare. Jordan shot back with a condescending look. All right then. I'll definitely claim that free steak, Kobe shrugged. In the locker room, Han Lei listened intently to the conversation between the two, realizing that Phil had finally played his last card, named Mike. Chapter 77, Jordan versus Kobe. As the lively All-Star game concluded, various players exited the arena, animatedly discussing the highlights of the event. However, unbeknownst to them, two titans on the Staples center court were locked in a fierce exchange of banter. Mike, watch me dismantle your old bones. Your belly has no more spring than the ball in my hands, Kobe taunted. Do you remember when you first entered the league? You witnessed me clinch championships time and again. I bet you were drooling with envy back then. Kobe chuckled coldly, passing the ball to Jordan. Enough chatter, old man. You go first. Jordan, unperturbed, received the ball and threatened with a decisive move. Though Kobe mocked him verbally, he approached every one-on-one engagement with unwavering intensity, especially against the basketball deity. Kobe crouched, creating a slight opening on the left while guarding the right. Jordan feinted several times before suddenly accelerating to break left, with Kobe closely trailing him. At that moment, Jordan, now 48 years old, found his speed had diminished significantly, rendering him unable to shake off Kobe's tight defense. Suddenly, Jordan came to a halt, raising the ball high while fixating on the hoop. Kobe shifted slightly, preparing to leap for a block. In that instant, Jordan retracted the ball, extinguishing any notion of Kobe jumping. Then, with determination, Jordan lifted the ball once more, and this time, he truly shot. The ball banked in. Jordan, slightly out of breath, inquired, how about that? Still got it, right? Kobe, unfazed, smirked as he received the pass, bypassing any hesitation and confidently driving to the right. As Jordan pursued closely, he anticipated a sudden jump shot as they neared the baseline. Instead, Kobe swiftly pivoted, executing a flawless layup that left Jordan in his wake. That was a beautiful shot, Jordan acknowledged with admiration. From that moment on, Kobe offered Jordan no further opportunities. Despite the mutual understanding of each other's skills, their physical capabilities were worlds apart. Moments later, drenched in sweat, Jordan sat on the sidelines, unscrewing a bottle of water. The score stood at 5-21, with Jordan trailing significantly. Alas, time spares no one. He sighed. Kobe opened his own bottle of water, secretly impressed. After years away from the game, Jordan still managed to score 5 points against me? I am, after all, at my peak as an all-star. How does this old man maintain himself? Originally, I intended to taunt Jordan after he had tasted defeat, not only relishing his steak, but also teasing him mercilessly. However, to my surprise, while Jordan's speed and jump shot may have waned, his footwork and deceptive maneuvers remain intact. Brother, your one-on-one skills are truly impressive. You could be considered the finest isolation player in the league, Jordan complimented, before continuing. So, how do you assess my current one-on-one prowess? Do you think I still rank among the best in the league? Kobe took a sip of water, contemplating, and replied, though you are nearing 50, in a one-on-one scenario under the 21-point rule, I reckon no more than 10 players in today's league could triumph over you. Upon hearing this, Jordan chuckled. Everyone ages. Do you believe that when you reach my age, you will be able to challenge the upcoming players effectively? Kobe pondered for a moment, glancing down at his knees, and with a bitter smile, admitted that that's a difficult question to answer. Clearly, he was aware of his declining physical condition, especially after a grueling 2-month period during which he averaged 40 points per game. To maintain his performance, the ever-dedicated Kobe had to reduce his training time. You're still under 33, did you know? This was the time when I began my second three-peat dynasty. And I was also 33 then. Do you think you can achieve a three-peat like I did? Jordan's second three-peat lacked the youthful agility of his earlier years. It was more a demonstration of refined technique, yet skill requires physical endurance as its foundation. What exactly are you trying to convey? Kobe's expression turned serious. What I mean to say is that your current physical state pales in comparison to mine at 33, even though our skills may be on par, Jordan stated candidly. Kobe's demeanor grew somber as he nodded slightly, falling into deep thought. Do you understand the reason behind this? Allow me to enlighten you. Jordan set his water aside, stretched lazily, revealing his noticeable belly. Besides my naturally superior physical attributes, there's another crucial factor. I took a 2-year hiatus to play baseball. Baseball is a sport that incurs minimal injury risk and places little strain on the body. One could say I was recuperating during that time. After achieving his first three-peat, Jordan, then just over 30, felt an overwhelming sense of solitude and disinterest that led to his retirement. He spent 2 years playing baseball, only to realize he lacked any innate talent for the sport, which prompted his return to the NBA, culminating in a second three-peat. You are absolutely correct. I had also considered this point before. Kobe expressed his acknowledgement. During moments when his predecessors imparted wisdom, he often set aside his own arrogance. Even in the previous season, he sought counsel from the younger Dwayne Wade regarding the nuances of pick and roll, displaying none of the airs typical of a veteran or star player. I understand your ambition is to secure a championship, yet achieving this goal requires not only fervor and impulse but also rationality and strategy. Today, I met with Phil and inquired about your condition. He mentioned that both of your knees are severely swollen and that you have some shoulder injuries. Given that your objective is to win the championship, you ought to conserve your energy and focus your attention on the playoffs. Your recent scoring has been explosive, but that merely pertains to the regular season. What significance does it truly hold? Jordan, with measured counsel, analyzed the pros and cons for Kobe. His guidance stemmed not only from Phil's requests during his coaching days, but also from a shared understanding and camaraderie with Kobe. After Jordan's retirement, numerous stars emerged bearing the mantle of his successor, yet the steadfast Kobe remained, while others came and went. In terms of playing style and mentality, Kobe and Jordan are strikingly similar, with Kobe's obsession surpassing even Jordan's. Are you suggesting that I should reduce my playing time and temper my play? Kobe inquired, his expression grave. To temper his play felt akin to a death sentence. No, my advice is to forego the remainder of the regular season. With approximately 2 months until the playoffs, you must focus on recuperation and rest, Jordan asserted, shaking his head with startling conviction. What? Kobe exclaimed in shock. It's just a minor injury. Jordan continued with a gentle but firm tone. That minor injury will be magnified in the playoffs, or even the finals. If you do not relinquish the regular season, how can you hope to endure through the playoffs? You understand the weight of priorities. Sitting out the regular season is a rational decision made in pursuit of the championship. I believe you would sacrifice everything for that title. Why not entrust the regular season to your teammates? Kobe, with a wry smile, nodded and then shook his head. Allow me a moment to contemplate this. Oh, I need to freshen up. I'm preparing to indulge in your steak. Jordan rose and made his way toward the Lakers' locker room, playfully sticking out his tongue as he spotted the cameras at Staples Center. Inside Phil's office, his computer continuously displayed footage of the recent matchup between the two legends. And upon seeing Jordan's playful gesture, Phil smiled faintly as he lit a cigar. Chapter 78. Kobe decides to sit out a few days later at Phil Jackson's residence. Kobe and Han Lei sat together on the sofa in the living room. Phil approached with 3 cups of coffee. Kobe, you rarely visit my home. Is there something on your mind today? Have you summoned Han Lei as well? Phil inquired nonchalantly. Phil, I have recently made a decision. I intend to forego the latter half of the regular season to focus on my physical recovery. What? Phil widened his eyes as his large hands trembled while arranging coffee for the two individuals, causing a few droplets to spill forth. Upon meeting Han Lei, a playful smirk crept across his face. This old man only grows more cunning with age, his acting skills reaching an almost supernatural level. Simultaneously, Han Lei feigned astonishment, murmuring, "How could this be? Surely, you are all aware that Base's health is failing. This year, I am determined to secure the championship title with an urgency that surpasses my previous pursuits. For the sake of victory, I am prepared to sacrifice everything. Even the regular season schedule. I must restore my physical condition to strive valiantly in the playoffs." Phil stroked his chin and nodded. "I see. But what about our performance in the regular season? That is crucial for securing home court advantage in the playoffs. This was precisely why I summoned Han Lei here." Kobe patted Han Lei on the shoulder and continued, "I will take a break. Everything now rests on Han Lei's shoulders. He must maintain our regular season record. Currently, we stand at 45 wins and 13 losses, leading the Western Conference. The competition for this year's playoffs is exceptionally fierce, with little separating the top 4 teams in the West. With 24 games remaining in the regular season, my expectations are modest. I simply require us to remain within the top 4. With 2 months until the playoffs, I am confident my body will fully recover. By then, I won't be overly concerned about home court advantage. We can triumph even on the road." Phil glanced at Han Lei, who nodded affirmatively. "No problem. Leave it to me." Phil was somewhat taken aback by Han Lei's decisive agreement. This young man exuded confidence rivaling Kobe's. "Are you truly up to the task?" Phil inquired. "He can do it. Besides, my demands are not excessive. Just securing a top 4 finish in the West will suffice." Kobe expressed his unwavering trust in Han Lei. Subsequently, the three discussed strategies for the games during Kobe's absence, focusing on specific issues that Han Lei should be mindful of. Engaging in tactical discussions with these two veterans proved immensely beneficial for Han Lei. He found it intriguing that while Kobe excelled in strategic planning, he often deviated from the game plan in practice. In the heat of the moment, tactical discipline seemed to vanish. The following day, during the Lakers' practice, the players were taken aback to learn that Kobe would be sidelined for approximately a month and a half due to fluid accumulation in his knees. Phil blew his whistle to silence the murmurs. "With Kobe absent, we cannot falter. We must maintain our record." Furthermore, the new starting lineup will see Han Lei stepping in as shooting guard. Given Han Lei's performance, there was no doubt he could handle the role of starting guard. However, the players were conflicted, as Han Lei was stepping into the shoes of none other than the league's foremost player, Kobe. Could he truly fulfill Kobe's role? Nevertheless, with Phil's endorsement, there was no dissent among the team. After all, with Kobe out, Han Lei was the only viable alternative. Phil then rallied the team. "Listen up, everyone. As you may have heard, Base's health is not looking promising. What can we do about it? Our answer must be to seize the championship. We must convey to him that the Lakers, which he meticulously built, will continue to thrive. Moreover, what difference does it make in the absence of Kobe? The team is replete with gifted players. The Lakers are not solely defined by Kobe, for we are here as well. Let the entire league chant beat LA." Phil's persuasive rhetoric has proven to be remarkably effective. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lakers erupted in fervent cheers, their competitive spirit ignited. Phil noticed Han Lei standing at the back of the group, his expression peculiar, clearly taken aback by Phil's impassioned address. At this moment, Han Lei was indeed taken aback. Phil, that cunning old fox, had mastered the art of deceit to perfection, showcasing remarkable skill. Upon receiving Phil's faint glare of indignation, Han Lei immediately exaggeratedly raised his arms in triumph. "We are formidable. We are formidable. Victory! Victory!" Meanwhile, at Kobe's residence, the Lakers' physician, Neil, arrived for a house call. After conducting a thorough examination, Neil's expression turned grave. Young man, your decision to refrain from competition is a wise one, do you realize? Your condition is far from satisfactory. There is a significant accumulation of fluid in both of your knees. If you persist in playing at such an intense level, you may very well encounter issues with your meniscus and ligaments. Furthermore, I have observed considerable wear on your knees. Kobe frowned. Is it truly that severe? Given the progression of your condition, it is indeed so. Fortunately, your decision to rest has come at an opportune time. Tomorrow, I will extract the excess fluid, and you may require approximately 8 weeks for recovery, which should allow you to be ready for the playoffs. After Neil's departure, Kobe was filled with trepidation. According to Neil, it was highly probable that his knees would be incapable of exerting power during the playoffs, let alone executing a breakthrough. Even his jump shot would be significantly affected. It appeared that Mike's counsel was indeed sagacious. Opting to forego the regular season for the sake of the playoffs was a rational choice. Kobe made his way to the court at home, picked up a basketball, and stood at the free throw line. Even with his knees in a less than optimal state, practicing free throws should pose no problem. The training enthusiast Kobe spent the entire day honing his free throw skills, yet ultimately found himself devoid of motivation. Slamming the ball to the ground before turning to switch on the television, the screen displayed a live broadcast of the Lakers versus the Hawks. There, in the paint, Gasol initiated an offensive play, only to suddenly spot Han Lei making a backdoor cut. The ball was swiftly passed, with Joe Johnson in hot pursuit. As Han Lei received the ball beyond the three-point line, he skillfully utilized Joe Johnson's momentum to penetrate the paint once more, scoring with a layup aided by Gasol's screen. These young players are demonstrating commendable synergy. Meanwhile, Kobe, watching the game on television, twirled the basketball on his fingertips, feeling an itch to play, both in his hands and in his heart. Chapter 79. The potential of star players and their shooting abilities. The Hawks cannot be deemed a formidable team. Even in the absence of Kobe, the Lakers secured an effortless victory. After finishing his post-match cleansing, Han Lei lingered in the video room, engrossed in watching the footage of the game. Subsequently, he reclined on the sofa, lost in contemplation. In the first game following Kobe's hiatus, the Lakers found themselves lacking a reliable solution, which underscored Kobe's intrinsic value. When the situation became stagnant, Kobe would exploit various unorthodox shots to disrupt the opposing defense. Although the Lakers secured a resounding victory against the Hawks, there was a moment in the third quarter when no player stepped up to score during the Hawks' counterattack. Ultimately, the Lakers managed to stabilize the situation, relying on the Hawks' diminished shooting performance. However, this is not a sustainable strategy. Han Lei, stepping in as the starting shooting guard to replace Kobe, displayed remarkable efficiency in this match, scoring 23 points on 9 of 15 shooting. However, he felt that something was amiss. After reviewing the footage, he finally discerned the missing element, the ability to respond with resilience. During the opposing team's surge, it is crucial for a player to emerge and counter their momentum, dousing their fervor with a splash of cold water. Yet, Han Lei found himself tightly guarded by Joe Johnson, rendering him unable to receive the ball. Even when he managed to catch it, he was unable to take a composed shot and was instead compelled to pass. Han Lei has finally come to a profound realization. To emerge as a player of distinction, he must master the art of taking bold shots, even at the cost of a lower shooting percentage. This embodies the indomitable spirit required of any team's leader. In critical moments, regardless of the circumstances, one must have the audacity to take risks and drive forward. Even in defeat, this remains one's responsibility. At this moment, Han Lei finds himself increasingly admiring Kobe Bryant. At the tender age of 18, during the playoffs against the Utah Jazz, Shaquille O'Neal fouled out after 6 fouls. In overtime, it was Kobe who bore the weight of the team, yet he infamously missed 3 consecutive shots, leading to their elimination. Despite this setback, Kobe's composure remained unshaken. Why? Because with O'Neal absent and no one else to shift the momentum, he felt compelled to take the shot. It is this regal tenacity and sense of responsibility on the court that enabled Kobe, throughout his illustrious career, to consistently make pivotal shots, tirelessly reigniting the offensive spark for his team during moments of collective struggle. Han Lei clenched his fist, realizing that he had become overly reliant on his precognitive skills regarding the game, lacking the essential ability to shoot under duress. With Kobe absent from the team, maintaining the Lakers' performance was imperative for Han Lei, and he needed to cultivate this capability. With this thought in mind, he promptly called Phil. "Coach, could you arrange for a player to practice one-on-one with me every morning starting tomorrow? Ideally, someone with height and reach, such as Barnes, Walton, or or Odom? Oh, what is your reasoning behind this? Phil inquired, clearly intrigued, as the team predominantly engaged in collective training and few requested specialized one-on-one practice. I wish to enhance my shooting prowess, Han Lei articulated his intention. Had it been a typical coach, such a statement would likely have been met with derision. For basketball is fundamentally a team sport. While improving one's shooting is beneficial, it is not often deemed commendable. The priority for any team remains team coordination and tactical execution. However, Phil was different. He excelled in coaching superstars. The three giants of the league's history, Jordan, O'Neal, and Kobe, had all matured under his guidance. He understood that superstars must occasionally transcend the system to assert their individual influence. I see, Phil replied slowly. Very well, I comprehend your request. Starting tomorrow, I will arrange for someone to accompany you in training, and I will communicate with the three players you mentioned. Han Lei was somewhat taken aback by Phil's prompt agreement, as he had anticipated a reprimand for his seemingly futile endeavor, following Kobe's sidelining. The psychological pressure faced by the other 29 teams in the league against the Lakers diminished significantly. With the Lakers' leader absent, other teams no longer regarded them with the same level of seriousness, treating the match as merely another routine game. In the subsequent 10 matches, the league witnessed the palpable impact of Kobe's absence on the Lakers. The team's performance was sluggish, lacking enthusiasm, and there was no one to spur them on. They lost 5 of the 10 games, and even in the victories, most were hard-fought wins by a mere margin. What was even more astonishing was that Han Lei, a consistently high-percentage shooter, registered a mere 34 in two-point shooting and a dismal 19 from beyond the arc in these 10 games. What had transpired with this rising star? Even the media in the United States sensationalized the situation, proclaiming that Han Lei had finally encountered the dreaded rookie wall. Some fans lamented from the stands, calling for Kobe's return. Hey, Han Lei, when you have the opportunity, shoot. Why are you hesitating now? Fisher questioned Han Lei in a decidedly unfriendly tone within the locker room. Han Lei did not offer any defense, pretending not to hear. The Lakers' record has plummeted from first to third in the Western Conference. Generally speaking, unless it is a team deliberately underperforming, teams typically accelerate their efforts post-All-Star break, striving for a commendable playoff position. However, the Lakers have surprisingly faltered since the All-Star game, a stark contradiction to their aspirations. As a player entrusted with significant responsibility, Han Lei attempts his shots right in front of the defenders. Even when he finds himself open, he hesitates, glancing left and right, waiting until the defenders close in before he finally takes the shot. Given that he averages nearly 20 attempts per game, one must consider his shot selection and accuracy, which undoubtedly render him a principal culprit in the Lakers' dismal performance. Even Kobe, watching the Lakers games from home, could not comprehend Han Lei's decline. His shot selection appears rather poor. Consequently, Kobe placed a serious call to Han Lei, reminding him to be mindful of his shooting choices, although Han Lei nodded in agreement. When it came to the actual performance, he adhered to his own methods. Meanwhile, Han Lei utilized the span of 20 days to engage in one-on-one training sessions with his teammates each morning. To be precise, his teammates solely focused on defense while Han Lei concentrated on offense. Phil indeed followed Han Lei's suggestion and enlisted 3 players of comparable height, Artest, Odom, and Barnes, specifically to guard Han Lei's shooting. These 3 players gradually sensed that every time Han Lei faced their close defense, his initial shots, which missed the mark entirely, began to find their way through the hoop, and his shooting percentage steadily improved. Occasionally, during practice games, he even managed to score against Gasol with a jump shot. Han Lei appears to be unconcerned by his teammates' doubts. He dedicates his time to one-on-one practice and enhancing his core and leg strength in the gym, aspiring to achieve greater vertical leap and improved stability in midair. With 14 regular season games remaining, the competition for playoff spots in the Western Conference is fierce. Several teams within the top 8 share identical records, making the prospects of ascending or descending the rankings entirely possible. 14 games. There is still time. Han Lei opened his phone to check the schedule. Chapter 80. Benham's Dream of a Marksman. On March 13th, the Lakers arrived in Dallas to face the Mavericks, who were hosting the game on their home turf. Han Lei gazed down at the city from his window seat on the airplane. This year's championship rightfully belonged to this place. However, now that he was here, he would not allow the Mavericks to triumph in the end. Moreover, there were the formidable trio of the Heat, and in pursuit of the championship, all obstacles must be cleared. This regular season game would serve as a precursor to the playoffs, and the Mavericks were an inevitable rival to face in their quest from the West. Throughout this year, the Mavericks' defensive structure revolved around Chandler, Marion, and Stevenson. Their collective team spirit was remarkably strong, with a particularly balanced roster. Point guard Kidd orchestrated the game, complemented by Beria, a master of penetration and chaos. The shooting prowess of shooting guard Terry from beyond the arc posed a significant threat. Power forward Nowitzki, a force to be reckoned with, demonstrated his skills with an impressive display of finesse. It was indeed they who swept the defending champions, the Lakers, out of contention, and sent the newly assembled Heat trio back empty-handed. Han Lei took a deep breath, knowing the importance of this match. At the hotel, Phil assigned defensive duties to Odom and Gasol, emphasizing the need for vigilance against Nowitzki, whose height and expansive attacking range were daunting. Odom, being a small forward, had a broader defensive reach compared to Gasol, who had critical offensive responsibilities. Thus, Phil decided that Odom would take the lead, supported by Gasol, to contain Nowitzki. Nowitzki is exceedingly tall, Odom expressed his concerns. You stand at 208 centimeters as well, and your vertical leap surpasses his. You must believe in yourself, Phil encouraged him. Phil understood that entirely neutralizing Nowitzki was nearly impossible unless he was off his game. Beyond defense, victory would hinge on their offensive prowess. Gasol was tasked with leading the offense, while Bynum and Han Lei, one inside and one outside, were entrusted with finishing plays. Once Phil had organized the offensive strategy, he concluded the brief meeting. The previous day, the Lakers faced the Heat in an away game, where the fast-paced Heat had left them somewhat exhausted. Now, they hastily arrived in Dallas, with the players lacking adequate rest. Phil, valuing a balance of work and relaxation, wisely allowed everyone to return to their rooms early to recuperate. The Lakers were indeed fatigued from their consecutive away games, and as they stepped onto the court the next day, their lethargy was palpable, fatigue etched across their faces. Spectators found it amusing. Did the Lakers go clubbing last night? They remarked, observing the players, each appearing as if drained of vitality. It was evident that they had hardly warmed up, vying for space on the bench while stifling yawns. However, not all were sluggish. Han Lei, hailing from Huaxia, seemed quite vigorous in his warm-up, having already attempted 4 or 5 dozen three-pointers. This young talent, however, had been struggling with his form lately, possibly facing the rookie wall. Indeed, the moment he took to the court, he appeared to be lacking in spirit. Alas, it is unfortunate that Kobe is currently sidelined. I had truly wished to witness his artistry on the court. As both teams' players took their positions, the referee blew the whistle to signal the jump ball. The Lakers initiated their first offensive play, with Gasol, as usual, receiving the ball just inside the free throw line, continuously probing and faking. Nowitzki, possessing comparable height and wingspan to Gasol, although not particularly adept defensively, at least matched him in physicality. Gasol feigned a few times before lofting the ball to Bynum, who had established position in the paint. The young man, brimming with vigor, exhibited no fear against the formidable shot blocker, Chandler. Bynum backed him down a few times, effortlessly executing a hook shot. So easy, he remarked playfully at Chandler. Despite both standing at 213 centimeters, Bynum outweighed Chandler by over 20 kilograms, making his aggressive plays significantly easier. Now, it was the Mavericks' turn to attack. Kidd, as the maestro of rhythm, paced himself while advancing the ball to the front court. He set a screen for Nowitzki before moving to create space for Marion, who received Nowitzki's pass and successfully made a mid-range jumper. The initial exchanges had commenced, and both teams were engaged in their respective systems. The Lakers sensed that they preferred to compete against a team like the Mavericks, known for their half-court strategy, rather than the fast-paced Heat. With a generally older roster and a tradition of half-court play, the Lakers gradually found their rhythm. Han Lei observed that since Chandler joined the Mavericks this season, their rim protection had improved significantly, though Chandler struggled against Bynum's post moves. He had a substantial impact on the perimeter players' drives to the basket, proving to be an exceptional defender. By the end of the first quarter, he had already recorded 3 blocks, even catching Han Lei off guard with one of them. In the following second quarter, Han Lei quickly adapted. After using a pick-and-roll to penetrate, he refrained from shooting or dunking, instead opting to assess the Mavericks' defensive setup, either passing to the perimeter or inside. This delighted Bynum, who received several easy assists resulting in powerful dunks. However, Han Lei was taken aback when he drove to the basket, only to find Bynum not stationed beneath the hoop, but rather outside the key, eagerly calling for the ball. It seemed the young man had lost his bearings. Han Lei mused internally. Several attempts later, as Han Lei sought to energize the team, Bynum, upon seeing a teammate penetrate from the outside, immediately drifted toward the three-point line. During a timeout, Fisher questioned, "Angelo, what on earth are you doing? Even if we don't score on the drive, you should at least be attempting to grab the rebound." Bynum, unperturbed by Fisher's criticism, replied, "Hey, I thought the paint was too congested. So I wanted to try out my newly developed skills with some three-point shooting or long-range attempts. Just pass me the ball, it'll be fine." Upon hearing this, Han Lei felt overwhelmed. A center like Bynum should undoubtedly be playing for the Heat. LeBron adores such interior players who can stretch the floor and shoot. Much like Big Z. After the timeout and the subsequent possession, Han Lei penetrated the paint, while Bynum, still brimming with excitement, graciously cleared space. Stepping just inside the three-point line, Han Lei had no choice but to pass the ball to Bynum. The young man, brimming with confidence, took a step back, positioning himself beyond the three-point line. The Mavericks players were taken aback, as none of them stepped forward to defend. Bynum released the shot from beyond the arc. Would he manage to make it? All eyes were fixed on the ball's parabolic trajectory. It hit the rim. Han Lei was well prepared, utilizing his trajectory prediction skills to ascertain the impending location of the rebounding ball. He leaped into the fray, contesting the ball simultaneously with Chandler, causing it to soar back toward Bynum. "Give me the ball, control the tempo," Fisher shouted from the arc. Bynum remained unfazed, receiving the ball outside the three-point line before taking a step inward and releasing a long-range shot. Clang. Once again, he failed to convert. Bynum's aspirations of becoming a sharpshooter seemed fraught with difficulty. Chapter 81. Shooting after physical contact. After a series of unsuccessful long-range attempts, Phil could no longer remain passive. Midway through the second quarter, he called for a substitution, bringing in Odom to play power forward while Gasol moved to center. On the sidelines, Phil unleashed a torrent of criticism upon Bynum. With a smile on his face, Bynum recalled a phrase, "How can a sparrow understand the ambitions of a swan?" Odom found himself somewhat constrained when facing Nowitzki, unable to effectively contest his shots. If he pressed too closely, he risked being driven past. Moreover, Nowitzki was a master of back-to-the-basket play, although his moves were not as varied as those of Kobe or Olajuwon. A few decisive steps inward followed by an immediate turn and shot were equally challenging to defend. Nowitzki managed to score on Odom several times, leaving Odom feeling somewhat disheartened. Determined to retaliate, Odom launched an offensive from the perimeter, easily breaking past Nowitzki. However, during his drive, Marion frequently emerged to disrupt the play, even managing a steal. Even if he breached the interior, he still had to contend with Chandler's shot-blocking prowess. "No worries, remain composed, take your time," Han Lei advised Odom as he retreated after the turnover. With Kidd controlling the ball, he maneuvered around Gasol and Odom following a screen, before passing to Marions, who successfully finished at the rim. As the second quarter progressed, the Lakers' offense appeared disjointed, lacking focus, with no clear strategy as players took turns shooting at will. In contrast, the Mavericks exhibited remarkable synergy, their tactical movements dizzying and nearly impossible to defend against. At halftime, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 10 points, 45-55. The commentators expressed their views. "The Lakers' performance has been rather poor. They exhibit none of the qualities of defending champions." At one point, a loose ball went unchallenged, and their fast breaks lacked urgency, as if their legs were weighed down by lead. If this continues, they may find themselves leaving Dallas in defeat. In the Lakers' locker room, Phil Jackson wore a displeased expression as he reprimanded each player individually. "Where's our strategy? Where's the triangle offense? How can we play with such lack of cohesion?" The first half resembled a disorganized mess. It was every man for himself, with no teamwork whatsoever. "Now, let us review your statistical performance." Phil slammed a sheet of paper onto the table. Everyone was acutely aware of their own performance, which had plummeted to abysmal levels. Bynum remained unfazed, casually picking up the paper on the table. "Haha, I shot 5 out of 8, scoring 14 points and grabbing 8 rebounds. Not bad, he mused, resting his chin on his hand, reveling in his own accomplishments. This buoyant demeanor only served to deepen Phil's displeasure. Bynum continued to peruse the statistical report. Artea's shooting percentage was commendable, and Brown had also performed admirably. Han Lei, why have you only attempted 3 shots?" A question mark appeared above Bynum's head. Suddenly, everyone realized that Han Lei had hardly taken any shots in the first half, focusing instead on facilitating, defending, and passing. Fisher felt a jolt of concern. Could it be that my earlier criticism of his shooting choices had affected him? Is he truly that fragile? Phil had already noted Han Lei's unusual behavior in the first half. Logically, with Kobe absent, he should have been taking more shots from the perimeter. What on earth is happening? Phil questioned Han Lei with a look of confusion. It's nothing, just conserving energy. The game is only half over. No need to rush. Han Lei replied nonchalantly. Observing the relaxed demeanor of the young players, Phil slammed his hand on the table and departed, leaving the players in the locker room to exchange bewildered glances. The third quarter commenced. Han Lei received the ball beyond the three-point line, causing a momentary pause among the 9 players on the court as they sensed a subtle shift in his demeanor. Phil, seated on the sidelines, stroked his chin, deep in contemplation. Suddenly, Han Lei, confronting Mavericks guard Rodrigue, sprang into action, propelling himself forward with remarkable force. Chandler, quick-witted, stepped out a few paces, positioning himself before Bainham, poised to execute a block at any moment. Han Lei suddenly came to a halt, facing Rodrigo as he launched a shot. The ball swished through the net. When did he master this skill? Phil's eyes sparkled with surprise. Han Lei's sudden stop-and-jump shot was executed with remarkable ease, reminiscent of the peak performances of Tracy McGrady. Although Rodrigue stands at a modest height of 183 centimeters, his defensive capabilities posed no challenge. Han Lei effortlessly sank the shot in his face. It seems that Phil's recent efforts to find training partners for Han Lei have indeed borne fruit. In the subsequent exchanges, Han Lei employed the same tactic, consistently shooting over his defenders and achieving an impressive 3 out of 5 attempts. The Mavericks, through the contributions of Marion and Nowitzki, retaliated, leading to a back-and-forth scoring battle between the teams. After several rounds of one-on-one jump shots, Han Lei came to a profound realization. While his skill and trajectory prediction was precise, his body struggled to adapt to making shots amidst physical confrontation. Each time he took a shot, his innate ability sensed the potential for deviation, allowing him to foresee the errant trajectory of his attempts. Should Han Lei enhance his shooting stability and core strength, while adapting to the challenges of contested shots, this skill would naturally align with his physical capabilities, resulting in a broader array of trajectory options. Earlier, Han Lei intentionally sought out contact before taking his shots, and indeed, utilizing his predictive ability allowed him to score with ease. The commentator, witnessing Han Lei's solo performance, expressed astonishment. I initially considered him merely a promising rookie, and even if he were to develop, it would take years. However, from this recent display, I discern a quality befitting a superstar. Anticipation grew as to how the Mavericks would respond. As expected, the Mavericks soon recognized that Rodrigue was utterly incapable of containing Han Lei. The head coach promptly called a timeout to adjust their defense, assigning the tenacious perimeter defender Marion to guard Han Lei. In previous encounters with the Lakers, Marion's primary duty had been to defend Kobe Bryant. Today, with Han Lei's sudden surge, Marion had no choice but to treat Han Lei as the Lakers' focal point in defense. Han Lei remained unfazed, as usual, taking the ball to face the hoop for a one-on-one play. After several rounds, his teammates had developed considerable confidence in Han Lei's individual prowess, all stepping aside to create ample space for him. Han Lei employed familiar tactics once more, executing a series of deft dribbles beneath his legs before swiftly maneuvering past Marion. Is this truly the formidable perimeter defender of the Mavericks? Han Lei pondered, lifting his shot. Just as the ball reached its apex, he was startled to realize that it would soon veer out of bounds. Clearly, someone was poised to block his shot. In that fleeting moment, Han Lei hastily redirected the ball to Arteist, who stood at a 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line. Due to the hurried nature of the pass, Arteist failed to secure it, resulting in the ball going out of play. Almost simultaneously, Marion landed beside Han Lei, evidently the very player he had anticipated would thwart his attempt. Intriguing, Han Lei mused with a slight smile. Chapter 82. A stalemate as the third quarter neared its midpoint. The score stood at 55-60, with the Lakers trailing by 5 points. For Han Lei, the true contest was just beginning. After enduring rigorous practice both on and off the court, he felt that the time had finally come to unleash his full potential. Marion, despite his lack of neck, unappealing visage, and unremarkable shooting and jumping abilities, possessed genuine defensive prowess, particularly in his awareness. Although he had been momentarily bypassed, it was highly likely that this was a deliberate tactic, intending to re-emerge and block Han Lei just as he believed he had evaded his defense. However, Han Lei's performance puzzled him. Did this young man possess eyes in the back of his head? How had he discerned Marion's imminent block? Although the ball had gone out of bounds due to Han Lei's pass, he had indeed recognized Marion's approach. Yet, there was no time for such musings on the court. As Marion shook his head and approached the sideline to inbound the ball, he passed it to Nowitzki, who, with his back against Gasol, clumsily attempted to push inside. "Be careful, someone is helping on defense." Marion's voice, an old teammate's warning, reached Nowitzki's ears. Nowitzki scanned his surroundings, swiftly taking stock of every player on the court. It turned out that Han Lei had abandoned his primary assignment, the guard Rodriguez, to approach Nowitzki. Aware of this, Nowitzki promptly refrained from continuing his one-on-one against Gasol and passed the ball to Rodriguez instead. In that instant, Han Lei abruptly halted and leaped toward the passing lane, successfully intercepting the ball. Meanwhile, Fisher and Artest had already begun their advance up the court, although their speed was not particularly impressive. The Mavericks' transition between offense and defense could only be deemed average. Han Lei delivered a precise pass to Artest, who, confronted by the approaching Marion, swiftly returned the ball to Fisher. The veteran executed a successful layup. The Lakers' offensive and defensive plays were executed with remarkable finesse. Though Han Lei's interception carried a hint of recklessness, the two teams continued to exchange blows, neither conceding ground. Nowitzki's shooting was exceedingly accurate. It has often been said that jump shots do not claim lives, yet Nowitzki's jumpers seem capable of doing just that. He even once claimed the title of three-point king in a contest, his height of 213 centimeters and somewhat ungainly physique rendering it all the more astounding. On the Lakers' side, Gasol and Bynum combined their efforts, with Bynum's impact in the paint proving formidable. Unlike Chandler, he embodies the essence of a large interior player, with his weight serving as a considerable asset. Meanwhile, Han Lei, facing Marion's staunch defense, reduced his shooting frequency, opting for patient passing to control the tempo. As the third quarter concluded, the score stood at 71-73, with the Lakers trailing by a mere 2 points. The intensity of the match left all spectators on edge, as the fans could already sense the impending atmosphere of the playoffs. In the opening 4 minutes of the fourth quarter, Han Lei and Gasol remained on the bench, while Odom led a group of substitutes, accompanied by the somewhat unpredictable Bynum on the court. Although Nowitzki was also seated, the Mavericks did not overly rely on their star player. Their strategy was predominantly based on a cohesive system. Consequently, the Lakers' deficit gradually widened to 10 points. At this juncture, Han Lei, Gasol, and Artest entered the fray, replacing Bynum, Odom, and Barnes. Han Lei took on the role of small forward, now directly facing Marion's defense. One might wonder if this substitution came a tad too late, as the gap in the score had already expanded. Marion defended Han Lei at the arc, expressing his regret. Fortunately, there were still 8 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Han Lei remained composed, suddenly launching a three-point shot. Marion, however, was not careless due to their conversation. He instinctively leaped to defend at nearly the same moment. To his astonishment, he discovered that Han Lei's shot was executed with a leaning back angle. Although he had defended remarkably well, Han Lei's body arched backward as he released the ball. A slight miscalculation could lead to a significant difference. The sphere struck the backboard and gracefully found its way into the hoop. To avert being blocked, Han Lei had deliberately elevated his shooting angle considerably. While many are familiar with this technique of a leaning back shot beyond the three-point line, few players can truly master it. Han Lei has succeeded. He comprehends that the arduous training over the past 20 days has finally borne fruit. Behold, the score has dwindled to single digits. Han Lei uttered a brief remark to Marion before swiftly retreating to defense. In the subsequent play, Nowitzki made his entrance, receiving the ball near the free throw line. Defended by Artest. Artest's base was as steady as a mountain, yet his height and wingspan fell short. Nowitzki effortlessly executed a fadeaway shot. Following this, Han Lei inbound the ball to Fisher. Before Fisher could cross the half-court line, Han Lei immediately called for the ball back. He surged forward from near the center circle, racing across the court. Upon noticing Han Lei's aggressive approach, Marion stood his ground, attempting to draw an offensive foul. To his surprise, as Han Lei charged towards him, he abruptly halted and elevated for a shot once more. Marion, whose hands had been firmly positioned below, rushed forward to disrupt the attempt. However, Han Lei had already reached the apex of his jump, launching a three-pointer that sailed through the air without touching the backboard, a perfect swish through the net. Every movement, from the shot to the arc of the basketball, culminating in the net's graceful ripple, was exceptionally fluid. Marion found himself in a rather challenging predicament. Han Lei's offensive methods are remarkably versatile. Yet this is merely the beginning. He transforms into a kaleidoscope, executing back-to-the-basket plays, fadeaway jump shots, penetrating drives followed by precise passes, and utilizing footwork to shake off defenders before taking a shot. In the fourth quarter, his shooting accuracy reached an astonishing 6 out of 8, which is hardly characteristic of an outside shooter. Meanwhile, the Mavericks, employing strategic tactics led by Nowitzki, oscillate between shooting, driving, and passing, leaving Arteis somewhat disoriented. There is no need to elaborate on Nowitzki's shooting prowess. His ability to penetrate following a pump fake is remarkable. Once half of his body has passed Arteis, a single expansive step allows him to effortlessly finish at the rim, aided by his long stride and reach. Arteis appears somewhat perplexed. Moments later, Odom enters the game, shaking his head with a wry smile, seemingly reluctant to engage in the challenge of defending against Nowitzki. As Han Lei and Nowitzki unleash their offensive prowess, both sought to penetrate the opponent's defense. With just 2 minutes remaining in the match, the Lakers trailed by 4 points, and anything was possible. Despite facing Odom's defense, Nowitzki managed to score, though his movements appeared less fluid. Odom, with his superior agility and towering height of 208 centimeters, made it difficult for Nowitzki, who managed to connect with one of his 3 attempts. Meanwhile, Han Lei capitalized on his youthful vigor, seamlessly transitioning between defense and offense. Each time the Mavericks missed a shot, he darted forward with remarkable speed. Even when the Mavericks scored, Odom swiftly passed the ball to Han Lei, who charged down the court. This strategy was something he had learned from his previous encounters with the Heat, albeit with a key difference. The Heat often employed multi-line fast breaks, typically involving both James and Wade. In contrast, Han Lei executed solo fast breaks, attacking the basket when opportunities arose and slowing the pace to coordinate with his teammates when they did not. The score was tied at 98-98, with just 1 minute remaining. The atmosphere in the arena was thick with tension. The Mavericks were panting heavily, having exerted themselves in pursuit of Han Lei during the preceding plays. The Lakers, aside from Han Lei, were also fatigued from their prolonged road trip, especially in the fourth quarter. With only a minute left, both teams had attempted a shot, but fatigue prevented them from scoring. With 28 seconds remaining, the Lakers held possession, and both teams had one offensive opportunity each. Chapter 83. The aftermath of the shot. With 28 seconds left, Phil called a quick timeout, hurriedly devising a strategy and urging his players to execute it flawlessly. The players returned to the court. Odom initiated the play, and Fisher brought the ball past half-court. The crowd was on edge, fully aware that this was a moment of utmost significance. Yet, some fans recognized that reaching this point indicated a close contest, particularly since the Mavericks were without their star, Kobe. Did this foreshadow the danger the Mavericks would face against the Lakers team featuring Kobe in the playoffs? At that moment, Han Lei positioned himself beyond the three-point line at the right 45-degree angle, while Marion closely guarded him, practically glued to his side. Fisher approached the top of the arc, signaling the commencement of the offense. Gasol and Arteis simultaneously moved in to set screens for Han Lei, positioning themselves on either side of Marion. What kind of tactic was this? The Mavericks were momentarily bewildered. Who sets double screens for an off-ball player? Yet, as professional athletes, the Mavericks quickly grasped the focus was on Han Lei. He was poised to take the game-winning shot. Suddenly, Han Lei dashed to the left, and Marion, blocked by Gasol, urgently shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" As Han Lei sprinted past Fisher, the veteran player discreetly passed the ball backwards. At that moment, Chandler, who was originally tasked with guarding Gasol, hurriedly moved to follow, but his speed was clearly insufficient to catch up with Han Lei. Meanwhile, Kidd, guarding Fisher, sensed a shift in momentum. Han Lei had already darted towards the left side at a 45-degree angle. In a rush, Kidd pursued Han Lei, abandoning Fisher. However, to his astonishment, Han Lei was not in possession of the ball at all. Fisher had executed a deceptive pass to Han Lei, which turned out to be a mere feint. The ball remained in Fisher's hands. At that juncture, Kidd had already committed to moving towards Han Lei, while Chandler was still trailing behind. Seizing this moment of opportunity, Fisher advanced a step towards the free throw line and took a mid-range shot. The entire arena fell into a stunned silence. Although the strategy was peculiar, it was a masterful blend of deception that bewildered the entire Mavericks team. Initially, a double screen was set for Han Lei, leading everyone to believe he was the designated hero for the game-winning shot. Moreover, Han Lei's exceptional performance in this match added to the illusion. As he maneuvered behind Fisher, he effectively drew Kidd, who was supposed to defend Fisher, away. The true intended hero of this play was none other than the veteran Fisher. With a high arc, Fisher released the ball from the free throw line. The spectators gazed in anticipation at the soaring basketball, almost drooling with excitement, except for Han Lei, who sensed that the shot would not find its mark. He suddenly dashed towards the basket. The first to notice Han Lei's movement was Nowitzki, who promptly positioned himself to block Han Lei. Indeed, the shot clanged off the rim, Both Nowitzki and Han Lei leaped simultaneously, their fingertips grazing the ball. The ball ascended once more. With his height and reach, Nowitzki managed to keep Han Lei behind him. And with a slight jump, he secured the rebound. There were still 14 seconds remaining on the clock. Observing the situation, Kid hurriedly raced down the court. Without delay, Nowitzki made a long pass. Fischer, leaping from behind Kid, barely grazed the ball. However, it proved inconsequential as the ball continued to rise before landing in Kid's hands, who executed a gentle layup, scoring 2 points. The faces of the Lakers players darkened, with just 10 seconds left and trailing by 2 points. The situation was far from favorable. Phil called for a timeout, maintaining his composure as an experienced coach, betraying no signs of panic. Near the Mavericks bench, Kid listened intently to the defensive strategy being laid out by the coach while stealing a glance at the Lakers' side. He noticed that Phil was not holding a tactical board, but was instead gesticulating with his hands to orchestrate the play. Kid found it perplexing. This offensive possession was crucial for the Lakers, yet Phil seemed utterly unflustered, not even utilizing a strategy board. As they returned to the court, the Mavericks held their breath in anticipation. Would the Lakers gamble on a three-point shot for the win, or would they aim for a two-pointer to force overtime? As the Lakers prepared to inbound the ball, it found its way to Fischer. Without hesitation, Fischer swiftly passed it to Gasol. As the second in command of the Lakers, it was entirely reasonable for him to take the shot. Odom approached Gasol to set a pick, resulting in a defensive switch. With the power forward Nowitzki matched up against Gasol, who was positioned as the center, Chandler was drawn away by Odom to the opposite corner. Gasol leaned into Nowitzki, preparing for a back-to-the-basket play. It seemed the Lakers were intent on securing 2 points, striving to push the game into overtime. Although Nowitzki was not particularly known for his defensive prowess, the Lakers' spread-out formation posed a dilemma for the Mavericks. Should they send help to assist Nowitzki in his defense? Finally, Kid made his way toward Gasol. Observing this, Gasol unhesitatingly passed the ball to the unguarded Fischer. However, Kid flashed a smile and quickly returned to Fischer's side, revealing that he had no genuine intention to assist. He was merely testing their reactions. It became evident that Kid's earlier steps toward Gasol were merely a feint. The ball was now firmly in Fischer's hands, with only 4 seconds remaining on the clock. Without further ado, Fischer swiftly passed it to Han Lei at the top of the arc. Han Lei understood that the moment had arrived. Just moments ago, during the timeout, Phil Jackson had not devised any intricate strategies. He merely uttered a single directive: maintain possession, pass frequently, and ensure that the ball ultimately reached Han Lei for the decisive shot. In the final seconds, as the ball was delivered to Han Lei, the Mavericks players were unable to converge in time, resulting in a one-on-one situation for Han Lei. With 3 seconds remaining in the game, Han Lei held the ball, while Marion remained unwaveringly close in defense. Han Lei suddenly lost the ball and made a determined drive towards the right. Marion, with his imposing physique, exerted himself to suppress Han Lei's speed, yet he sensed that this young man, though seemingly less robust, possessed considerable strength. As Marion felt Han Lei surge forward for 2 steps, the intensity of his force diminished, and it appeared he was about to reclaim the ball when he launched a distant shot. Marion swiftly adjusted his center of gravity and moved forward, raising his right hand in an attempt to disrupt the shot. At that moment, Han Lei executed a deft maneuver, dribbled the ball once more, retreated 2 steps, and then unleashed a 3-point shot. Marion, momentarily taken aback, immediately sprang into action to contest the shot. At the moment Han Lei ascended to the pinnacle, Marion's elongated arm had already reached out. Han Lei sensed the brush of his opponent's forearm against his elbow. Ordinarily, this would constitute a defensive foul, warranting 3 assured free throws. However, in the crucial moments of the game, referees are often reluctant to make such calls, especially considering it was a home game for the Mavericks. Han Lei's eyes sparkled with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon the hoop from Marion's side. At that moment, a sense of dissonance washed over Marion. Why had Han Lei not yet descended? His aerial suspension had reached a level reminiscent of Kobe. Marion felt the momentum of his forward leap waning, the inevitable descent beginning. If he did not rein himself in, he would soon infringe upon Han Lei's cylinder, risking a collision that could send him crashing to the ground. Even in a home game, such an act would surely be deemed a defensive foul. Hastily, Marion adjusted his trajectory, regaining his balance as he sidestepped to avoid physical contact with Han Lei. In that fleeting instant, Han Lei finally began his descent. He clearly envisioned the parabolic arc that would lead to the center of the hoop. With a 3-point shot launched, a photographer stationed at the baseline captured a striking image. The ball suspended in midair, while the 9 players on the court gaped in awe. their expressions a tapestry of emotions, all fixated on the airborne sphere, alongside Han Lei, turning away, his brooding silhouette etched against the backdrop. Chapter 84. Han Lei's clutch moment. As Han Lei approached the bench, his teammates rushed towards him. It was evident, the goal was scored. At this moment, Han Lei found himself enveloped by his teammates, so tightly that he could scarcely breathe. Among the home fans, some were despondent, while others hurled insults. Yet, surprisingly, a faction bore expressions of exhilaration, captivated by Han Lei's remarkable performance in the match. These fans were genuine. They supported their home team, yet yearned for an exhilarating contest. Much like the Lakers in the previous 2 seasons, whenever they dominated their opponents, leading by over 20 points with a quarter or 2 remaining, many Lakers fans would cheer for the opposing team, urging them on. Come on, don't let Kobe score again. It was bewildering to witness such naivety. Play against Gasol. You should target old fish. He has an easy matchup. Yes, precisely. Exploit the Lakers' weaknesses. Jason Kidd observed the celebrating Lakers and couldn't help but recall the timeout Phil had just called. He surmised why Phil had refrained from utilizing a tactical board. Perhaps Phil had merely designated Han Lei as the player to take the final shot. As for the others, their role was simply to facilitate ensuring the ball reached Han Lei's hands. Kidd learned that this was the allure of Phil's coaching style. He could render tactical arrangements unpredictable while simultaneously simplifying them to the point of seeming non-existent. Enlightened, Kidd resolved that should he ever become a coach, he would embrace diverse strategies, ensuring his opponents could never decipher his methods. At this moment, Dirk Nowitzki's thoughts diverged. He had meticulously studied the reigning champion Lakers games and discerned that this season, the Lakers displayed signs of fatigue, albeit bolstered by a remarkably gifted rookie. He had initially believed that should they encounter the Lakers in the playoffs, victory would be within reach, at most allowing the Lakers to claim 2 games, never a 7th. He was acutely aware of the Mavericks' synergy on both offense and defense. However, this gifted rookie appeared to possess more than just talent. He seemed to be on the cusp of stardom. In a playoff scenario, the outcome was likely to be uncertain. Nowitzki felt a twinge of concern. After the match concluded, the Lakers returned to their hotel, and Han Lei politely declined the invitation to join his teammates for drinks. He had just settled into a meditative position on his bed when he received a message from Kobe. That game winner had my flair. Han Lei observed and replied, "Boss, keep watching. The best is yet to come." In this match, Han Lei's performance was remarkably outstanding. Not only did he secure the game-winning shot, but he also achieved an impressive 29 points on 11 of 18 shooting. This was accomplished even while being closely guarded by the Mavericks' defensive stalwart, Marion, for an entire half. Kobe was acutely aware of this. As a seasoned player who had faced Marion multiple times, he recognized Marion's defensive prowess. Marion could engage in fierce battles in the paint with Duncan and Garnett, while also matching up against some of the leading shooting guards of his era on the perimeter. Particularly during his seasons with the Suns, Marion averaged 1.4 steals per game. His long reach had also caused Kobe considerable challenges in the past. Han Lei faced Marion for half the game, demonstrating not only an exceptionally high shooting percentage, but also executing a game-winning shot right before Marion's eyes. Such feats are hardly the domain of a mere rookie. Kobe set aside his phone and gently touched his knee, pleased to find that his recovery was progressing well, allowing him to be ready for the playoffs. If Han Lei continues to perform at this level in every game, the Lakers are undoubtedly poised to secure a commendable ranking. Han Lei reclined on his bed, appearing to rest with closed eyes, yet his mind was meticulously revisiting the intricate details of the match. He acutely sensed the considerable enhancement in his shooting ability under pressure, a result of rigorous training. This skill blossomed during the game, proving to be of utmost significance. Judging solely by his final shot, Han Lei recognized that he had previously been incapable of achieving such elevation and hang time. His prolonged suspension in the air mirrored that of Kobe Bryant, who would leap simultaneously with his defender, patiently awaiting their descent before releasing the ball. This remarkable ability necessitates exceptional core strength and balance as its foundation. However, Han Lei possessed the confidence that he could surpass Kobe, owing to his added skill of trajectory prediction. In the playoffs, the defensive intensity of all teams undoubtedly escalates beyond that of the regular season. Han Lei's resilience against interference, combined with his exceptional skill, enables him to confront the formidable defenses with greater efficacy. This aspect is of paramount importance. With merely a handful of games remaining in the regular season, he must cultivate confidence in his shooting, acclimatize to defensive pressure, and adapt to the nuances of altered shooting postures. For during the playoffs, as exemplified by the final shot against the Mavericks, the referee's leniency will increase. Many calls that could be made will go unwhistled. Han Lei has never been one to seek solace in complaints directed at the officials. He recalls Kobe's words, "You young players only know how to plead for calls from the referees. Always lamenting, 'Referee, he fouled me. Referee, he fouled me.' Youngsters, let me impart this wisdom. The game is not played in that manner." Han Lei reminisced about the championship-winning Mavericks of this season, whose formidable prowess stemmed not solely from Nowitzki's extraordinary performance, but primarily from their well-structured roster, high tactical acumen, and collective resilience. This team resembled the Spurs of yesteryears, boasting an all-star lineup that emphasized execution over star-centric strategies. In contrast, the Lakers operated differently, with Phil Jackson employing a star-driven approach. Previously, Kobe was able to exploit the Spurs' defense's due to his unconventional play style, executing illogical shots that rendered their systematic defense vulnerable. This phenomenon can be likened to a scholar encountering a soldier, where reason falters against raw instinct. The Mavericks, too, demonstrated remarkable defensive coherence and precision. Han Lei understood that the previous Lakers, swept by the Mavericks, had suffered due to Kobe's compromised physical condition, which prevented him from delivering the rebellious shots he had against the Spurs, even inhibiting his ability to drive to the basket. Now, with ample recuperation, Kobe would undoubtedly face the Mavericks in the playoffs with greater composure, triumphing with the illogical over the logical and the formless over the formulated. Moreover, history had no place for Han Lei at that time. He had gradually grasped the essence of superstar play, believing that when confronted with a formidable duo of Kobe and himself, two unpredictable perimeter players, any defense would find itself in disarray, unable to maintain their established patterns. Chapter 85. Khloe Kardashian, wife of Odom, makes her entrance after conquering the Mavericks. The next day, the Lakers returned to Los Angeles, weary from their arduous journey. Clearly, the players were exhausted, having not only engaged in a fiercely contested game but also indulged in a night of revelry in Dallas, leaving them both physically and mentally drained. Upon disembarking the plane, the bus was filled with the sound of intermittent snoring. Han Lei was not asleep. He was sending messages on his phone. Today marked his birthday, and Sun Ling had sent a message expressing her desire to celebrate with him in the evening. Han Lei was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Sun Ling would remember his birthday, as he was unsure when he had mentioned it to her. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to reply to her message with a polite refusal. At this critical juncture in his pursuit of ranking, he held little interest in celebrating his birthday. "I still need to review game footage at the arena this evening and work on my strength. Perhaps I can accompany you for your birthday next time," he texted. The bus came to a halt in front of the Staples Center, where Phil called for everyone to wake up. After a lengthy silence, only Han Lei responded, rising to his feet with a slight frown, expressing his exasperation. "Wake them up," Phil instructed Han Lei, the only one alert, and with a grand gesture, he swung open the bus door and exited. Han Lei cleared his throat and exclaimed, "Wow, the Kardashians have arrived. How could they possibly be here?" Suddenly, the Lakers players straightened their backs, glancing around with keen interest, particularly Fisher, who, worried about his stature, rose to his feet in a moment of anxiety. "Oh, I must have misjudged the situation." A hint of sarcasm curled at the corners of Han Lei's mouth as he nonchalantly disembarked from the vehicle. The Lakers players exchanged awkward glances at Lamar Odom, husband of Khloe Kardashian. Odom, feeling quite pleased with himself, thought, I managed to date a Kardashian." With a sense of pride, he slung his backpack over his shoulder and followed Han Lei. Upon arriving at the gym, it was already 3 p.m. Han Lei changed into his training attire and stepped onto the court. He scattered a basket full of basketballs across the floor, causing more than 20 balls to fall haphazardly, evenly distributed throughout the area. He picked up 2 basketballs, dribbling them skillfully as he maneuvered through the scattered spheres. Han Lei remained oblivious to the fact that 2 figures in the stands were pointing and whispering about him. They were none other than Lamar Odom and his wife, Khloe Kardashian. Khloe's exaggerated curves were accentuated as she leaned against the railing, her silhouette strikingly dramatic. Odom's large hand wandered restlessly behind her. This young man from China appears to be quite diligent. It is no wonder he has been garnering attention lately. Khloe removed Odom's hand with an annoyed glance and remarked, "It's only natural. He is the future of our Lakers and undoubtedly destined for greatness." Odom, who had a good rapport with Han Lei, generously offered his praise. "Although I do not possess extensive knowledge of basketball, I can see that he is bound for success." However, Khloe expressed her skepticism. "But do you truly believe you can coax him out tonight?" "Of course. For the sake of your sister's future, I as her brother-in-law will certainly make the effort. Odom responded confidently, clapping his hands as he made his way toward the safety exit. A minute later, he appeared on the court, and Chloe observed their interaction with keen interest. "Hey, Han Lei, are you working this hard?" Odom greeted, simultaneously shedding his jacket. "Not too bad." "I can't believe you haven't left yet," Han Lei replied, recognizing Odom's voice as he effortlessly tossed the ball into the hoop and turned around. Upon seeing Odom without his jacket, Han Lei smiled faintly. After all, during this period, Phil had been sending someone for one-on-one training with him every morning, and Odom was among those individuals. "Thank you for coming to keep me company at this hour," Han Lei said, feeling invigorated as he prepared for a one-on-one with Odom. "Let us pause the training for today and engage in a genuine match, shall we? Let us shoot 10 free throws with our non-dominant hands and see who is more accurate," Odom suggested, stretching his arms. Non-dominant hand? Han Lei was momentarily taken aback. He had never practiced with his left hand before. However, upon further reflection, he realized that Odom's suggestion was indeed brilliant, as Kobe had mastered left-handed shooting with remarkable finesse. "All right, let's do it," Han Lei readily agreed. Nevertheless, since it was a competition, there had to be stakes involved. "If you lose, you will accompany me for drinks tonight. If I lose, I shall be at your service for one-on-one training whenever you require." Han Lei's eyes glimmered with intrigue. The wager was undeniably enticing. After all, with the towering presence of the 208 centimeters tall Odom readily available to accompany him in training, it would significantly enhance his skills in dominating and executing powerful shots. Thus, it was settled. Han Lei stood at the free throw line, signaling for Odom to pass the ball. 5 minutes later, Han Lei wore a look of helplessness. He had lost. He made 3 out of 10 free throws, while Odom succeeded with 8 out of 10. Han Lei discovered that whenever he aimed his shot using his predictive skill, the trajectory would immediately deviate the moment he released the ball. It appeared that he had yet to master control over his left hand, resulting in constant alterations to the trajectory, even shifting within a mere 0.5 seconds. Odom, a left-handed player, exhibited surprising accuracy with his right hand, which should not have been the case. "I simply prefer using my left hand. It doesn't imply that my right hand is lacking," he mused. Odom placed a reassuring hand on Han Lei's shoulder. "Tonight, you're with me. I'll introduce you to someone." Outside the Staples Center, a Rolls-Royce Phantom awaited. Upon seeing Han Lei and Odom competing in offhand shooting, Khloe Kardashian, having already exited the arena, promptly made her way to the car. She sent a message, "My darling Jenner, come out to play with me tonight. I'll introduce you to the Lakers' new star, the Chinese talent Han Lei. You must make a good impression. By the way, our meeting place is at that moment." Odom, with a slightly gloomy Han Lei beside him, stepped out of the Staples Center. "Get in." Odom opened the car door and ushered Han Lei inside. "Who is this lady?" Han Lei inquired. Noticing Khloe in the driver's seat, Odom slid into the passenger seat and replied, "This is my wife." Khloe turned back and smiled at Han Lei. After they exchanged greetings, she started the car. Han Lei gently touched his cheek, pondering. "So, this is the illustrious Khloe Kardashian? Just moments ago, I was in the car proclaiming the arrival of the Kardashians, and lo and behold, they appear as if summoned. It seems that old Odom wishes to introduce me to his wife. He certainly has a keen eye for people. Unlike Fisher, I harbor no interest in foreign women, and I would never dream of encroaching upon his territory." As Han Lei's thoughts were rich and vibrant, Kobe was at home when his phone rang. It was Sun Ling, a journalist from Huaxia. Chapter 86. Mediator Odom and his 16-year-old sister-in-law. Kobe, grimacing as he lifted weights to enhance his upper body strength, casually activated the speakerphone upon hearing the call. "Hello, is this Han Lei's female compatriot?" he inquired, tilting his head to glance at the caller ID, which displayed the name of Han Lei's young girlfriend. Previously, Han Lei had brought her to a gathering with Kobe and Jay Cho, and Sun Ling had specifically requested Kobe's phone number. "Hello, Mr. Kobe. I have an unusual favor to ask. Today is Han Lei's birthday, but he seems too absorbed in the game to celebrate. I hope, as the leader of the Lakers, you could persuade him to step out. He will surely listen to you." Recently, Han Lei had been wholly engrossed in matches and training, neglecting Sun Ling's calls and messages, which left her yearning to see him. She had hoped to utilize his birthday as an opportunity for a meeting, but upon being rejected once more, she resorted to calling Kobe, seeking the Lakers captain to issue a command to Han Lei. "Well, this kid might not be inclined to heed my advice on matters outside the court," Kobe mused, feeling quite pleased with the situation. It appeared Han Lei remained steadfastly dedicated to his game and training, a trait Kobe admired in players. At that moment, Sun Ling heard a woman's voice on the line. My basketball-loving man, you must assist with this. The game is important, but so is the birthday. Without a doubt, it was Vanessa's voice. All right then, Kobe responded, setting the weights down and continuing the conversation. At this hour, he should still be at the arena. We can't very well deliver a birthday cake there, can we? How about we meet at his residence at 10 for a surprise? Do you know where he lives? Of course, I know. I even have a key to his house. Sun Ling's spirits lifted upon hearing Kobe's plan. Oh, you have a key to his place? Kobe grinned mischievously. Well then, let's convene at his residence at 10. Sun Ling hung up the phone, gazing at the keys in her hand. A few months prior, in a gesture of gratitude for Han Lei's support of her family's gym, she had invited him to dinner. However, her appreciation banquet was abruptly interrupted by a basketball player. And afterward, she escorted Han Lei back to his home. Yet, upon arrival, he fell into a deep slumber, leaving Sun Ling feeling utterly bored and disheartened. As she glanced around, her eyes fell upon a windowsill where 3 identical keys were grouped together. Without a doubt, these were the keys to Han Lei's front door. In a moment of inspiration, she decided to take one. Meanwhile, in a restaurant, Odom generously ordered 8 or 9 dishes, casually handing his car keys to the waiter, instructing him to park the vehicle and retrieve a case of Wulianye from the trunk. I know you love Chinese liquor. I specially arranged for someone to procure it. What do you think? I'm quite thoughtful, aren't I? Odom said, wrapping an arm around Chloe's shoulder, boasting with delight. Chloe, not partaking in any alcohol, engaged in a display of affection with Odom, their love evident and sweet, bordering on saccharine, with one arm around his beloved wife and the other raising his glass. Odom clinked his wine with Han Lei's. As they began to feel the effects of the wine, a waiter ushered in a girl who appeared to be around 20 years old. Odom's eyes lit up, and he quickly rose to greet her. Kendall, come over here. Let me introduce you. This is Han Lei from the Lakers, my good brother. Han Lei, this is my sister-in-law, Kendall Jenner. She is my wife's half-sister. Han Lei rose to his feet, surveying the enchanting beauty before him. She possessed a slender figure, standing around 175 centimeters tall, lacking the robust curves of her sister, Chloe. Yet, from the bridge of her nose and the prominence of her brow, it was clear that she undeniably belonged to the Kardashian lineage. Upon their introduction, Han Lei was taken aback to discover that she was merely 16 years old, although her makeup suggested a certain maturity. This was likely a result of her early debut as a model at the age of 14, accustomed as she was to the vicissitudes of life, following her sister's guidance. Jenner settled beside Han Lei, who detected a strong scent of perfume that made him slightly furrow his brow as he poured himself a glass of white liquor. Noticing the drink in Han Lei's glass, Jenner lifted it to her nose, inhaling the fragrance. It smells delightful. May I have a glass as well? She inquired. Han Lei, embodying the essence of a true gentleman, poured a glass of white liquor for Jenna, irrespective of his personal inclinations. Jenna took a sip and remarked, it's quite spicy, yet exhilarating. Han Lei noticed a trace of lipstick on the rim of the wine glass, evoking a sense of squandered beauty within him. Such exquisite wine. And yet it is tainted by the application of lipstick? Aside from Khloe Kardashian, the other 3 individuals present began to exchange toasts with lively enthusiasm. Unlike Han Lei, Jenner seemed indifferent to the affectionate behavior exhibited by her sister and brother-in-law. Rather, as the effects of the wine took hold, she inched closer to Han Lei. Han Lei had consumed half a gin of liquor and began to loosen up, no longer shying away from Jenna's intimate proximity. Surprisingly, he found it somewhat exhilarating. After a while, it became evident that Jenna was struggling with the effects of the alcohol. The potent spirit was not something the Westerners, accustomed to wine, could readily adapt to. She leaned almost entirely against Han Lei, and had he not remained steady, she likely would have struggled to maintain her balance. Jenna's fingers traced along Han Lei's jawline, her tongue slightly faltering as she remarked, "Your jawline is quite alluring." Han Lei cast a glance at Odom, a mixture of resignation and enjoyment in his eyes. At that moment, Odom felt a gentle tap on his thigh from Khloe Kardashian, and instantly understood. The hour was getting late, and they had indulged in just the right amount of wine. It was time to return. Come on, the Lakers' rising star. Our glasses are nearly empty. Let us raise a toast together. Odom lifted his glass of red wine, swirling it as he did so. Han Lei nearly stumbled, exclaiming, "Are you out of your mind? Your wine, and you dare to clink glasses with me, a devotee of white liquor?" However, out of respect, Han Lei raised his glass to Odom and downed the fiery drink in one gulp. At that moment, Odom gently patted his beloved wife's shoulder, saying, "Darling, please see them off." I shall visit Kobe's residence for a while to check on his injury. Chloe smiled and nodded. Together with Odom, she assisted Jenner towards the luxurious Rolls-Royce Phantom. Suddenly, Odom lost his footing, nearly causing himself, his wife, and her sister to tumble as well. Han Lei hurriedly came over to support Odom. "Oh, you can really hold your liquor, walking so steadily," he remarked. Odom let out a loud belch, spraying alcohol onto Han Lei's face. "Well, it's passable," Han Lei replied, holding his breath. "Han Lei, you should come up too. I'll take you first," Kohler said as he helped his sister into the car, addressing Han Lei. Han Lei attempted to decline, yet was compelled into the vehicle by Odom. A frown creased Han Lei's brow as he suddenly sensed that the situation was far from uncomplicated. After sending a playful kiss to Odom, Kohler started the engine and they set off. Han Lei caught sight of Odom in the rearview mirror as he hailed a taxi, shouting, "Take me to Kobe's house." "You wretched cab." Half an hour later, outside the Glendale community where Han Lei resides, Odom's Rolls-Royce came to a halt as Han Lei was about to alight from the vehicle. Khloe Kardashian gestured for him to wait a moment. She promptly dialed Odom's number. "Honey, have you arrived at Kobe's house yet?" "Yes, I'm here." "We're having a delightful conversation, however. It seems Kobe isn't recovering well and needs to rest. How about you come pick me up now?" "But my sister Jenner is still in the car, and I can't cater to both of you inebriated souls." "That's simple enough. Let Jenner stay with Han Lei for the night." "Well, it appears that is the only option." After concluding the call, Khloe Kardashian cast a resigned expression towards Han Lei. Han Lei glanced at the inebriated Jenner, who was leaning against the car door, and offered a wry smile. "Very well." The two exited the vehicle, and the Rolls-Royce roared away without a hint of hesitation. Chapter 87. In the dead of night, everyone gathered at Kobe's residence. At this moment, Odom stood at the entrance of Kobe's home, having knocked for an eternity with no response. He retrieved his phone once more, only to find it devoid of battery and powered off. "Damn it," Odom cursed, hurling the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. Of course, Kobe was not at home. He was at Han Lei's residence, accompanied by his daughters and beloved wife, Vanessa, observing Sun Ling busily arranging candles, snacks, and a cake. He cast a flirtatious glance at Vanessa, clearly implying how attentive this young woman from China was towards Han Lei. "Kobe, if you could kindly affix that ribbon to the ceiling for me," Sun Ling requested, having moved a chair and assessed the height. Meanwhile, Kobe's daughters were inside, inflating balloons, having already blown up over 100, which now adorned the living room floor. "Where is Uncle Han Lei?" "I'm eager for the birthday celebration to commence," Kobe's eldest daughter, Natalia, lamented. "He should be here shortly," Kobe replied, rising to check his watch. The air outside had begun to turn chilly. Han Lei supported his frail sister-in-law, Odom, standing at the entrance of the community. He could hardly believe that within the confines of his own home, preparations were underway for a birthday celebration in his honor. Yet, he finally comprehended that Odom indeed harbored ulterior motives today. This cunning old man intended to deliver his sister-in-law to his bed. At that moment, a piece of advice from Kobe surfaced in Han Lei's mind: to steer clear of the Kardashians. The 5 Kardashian sisters, thriving on publicity and manipulation, ingratiated themselves with sports stars and celebrities, navigating the upper echelons of high society. Many prominent figures had even engaged in jealous rivalries, resorting to physical confrontations over them. Truly, this was a hot potato. Han Lei took a deep breath, retrieved his phone, and captured a selfie that included both himself and Jenner in the frame. With a few swift taps, he sent the photograph along with his location to the old Letcher Fisher, accompanied by a message: "Senior Derek, come to my place now, immediately. The quicker you arrive, the more she will be yours." Upon sending the message, Han Lei tapped his chin with his phone, revealing a mischievous grin. "Llama Ao Dang Dang. May your good intentions be graciously received by Fisher. Tonight, my home shall transform into old Fisher's swimming pool." It was already 11 o'clock at night. Kobe's 2 daughters were drowsy, while Sun Ling stifled yawns. At that moment, Kobe was the first to hear the jingle of keys. He made a shushing gesture, and everyone instantly understood the main event was about to unfold. Kobe's eldest daughter, Natalia, held a small birthday cake, lying in wait at the doorway, while the others quietly slipped into the bedroom. Kobe's 5-year-old daughter, Angelina, was stifling her laughter, thoroughly enjoying the prospect of a prank. Click! The door lock turned. A startled scream erupted from Natalia's lips. "Daddy, it's Uncle Fisher." Confused, Kobe and the others emerged from the bedroom. There stood a bald man, his face smeared with remnants of cake, with several drops of cream sliding down his cheeks. Fisher was supporting a flamboyantly dressed woman, who appeared disoriented. "Hey, buddy. What brings you here? And who is this girl?" Kobe inquired, handing a tissue to Fisher. Han Lei was originally waiting for the elevator when he heard unusual sounds emanating from the room. He hurried back to investigate. What could be the cause of this disturbance? Han Lei gazed at Kobe, never imagining that he would find him in his own home. Fisher wiped the cream from his face, revealing an awkward expression. It seemed Han Lei was equally surprised to discover someone at his residence, making the situation rather difficult to clarify. Shortly thereafter, Sun Ling and Vanessa approached. Noticing Han Lei and Fisher standing at the door, with Fisher supporting a stunning woman. "Let's discuss this inside," Han Lei suggested, scratching his head. Jinna was assisted into the bedroom by Vanessa and Sun Ling, and once everyone was seated, the conversation commenced. "Let's take turns," Kobe asserted, taking the lead in the dialogue. Han Lei's young girlfriend explained that today marked Han Lei's birthday, and they had planned a surprise for him. Sun Ling happened to have a key to the place, so they had entered early to set things up. It's as simple as that. Now, what about you all? Upon hearing that Sun Ling possessed a key to her own home, Han Lei cast a puzzled glance in her direction, only to find Sun Ling slightly bowing her head. Han Lei shrugged nonchalantly, exuding an air of indifference, before he began to speak. "Well, it's a long story. To put it simply, the Odom couple invited me to dinner last night, and his sister-in-law was also present, the one from the bedroom. Chloe drove us back. And Odom first went to your place, my dear eldest. I could already sense he was being dishonest. Chloe received a call from Odom, informing her that she was engaged in a deep conversation with you, prompting her to return and pick him up. Consequently, his sister-in-law had no choice but to stay with me. However, I was concerned about my ability to handle Odom's sister-in-law, so I called Fisher for assistance. That's basically the situation." Upon hearing the mention of the Kardashians, Kobe furrowed his brow, and realizing the subtlety in Han Lei's words, he quickly grasped the underlying intricacies. "So that's how it is. Let us commence our birthday celebration." Kobe's eldest daughter, Natalia, was already growing impatient, as she was oblivious to the complexities of adult relationships. Sun Ling, too, seemed untroubled, as she had yet to encounter such matters. Yet, Vanessa understood the unspoken nuances. She recognized Fisher's tendencies and knew that Han Lei had embellished the truth to preserve his dignity. What impressed Vanessa most was Han Lei's youthful wisdom in maintaining his integrity, a stark contrast to her husband Kobe. Vanessa patted Han Lei on the shoulder and cast a glance at Kobe, receiving his wife's subtle challenge. Kobe felt a twinge of embarrassment and quickly sought to defuse the situation for himself and Fisher. All right, it's all trivial. Let us dim the lights and light the candles." "Wow, how cool." Kobe's two daughters clapped and danced, prompting everyone to abandon the adult conversation and join in the festivities. Fisher composed himself, becoming animated, embracing the moment. "Let us enjoy some birthday cake." He retrieved a lighter from his pocket and ignited the candles. As the lights dimmed, the flickering candlelight filled the room, enveloping them in a romantic ambience. "First, let us make our wishes and blow out the candles." Sun Ling placed a birthday hat on Han Lei's head. Han Lei clasped his hands in a gesture of prayer, silently making a wish. "Brother-in-law, it seems that what Sister Kohler said was incorrect. You are hardly lacking at all." A faint voice emerged from the darkness, prompting the crowd to exchange glances illuminated by the candlelight before directing their attention towards Han Lei's bedroom. It was none other than the loquacious Jenner. Han Lei, Kobe, and Fisher exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with awkwardness. "What did she say?" inquired Natalia, Kobe's eldest daughter. "Oh, it's nothing. She was merely talking in her sleep, so let us not pay her any mind." Fisher quickly interjected to ease the tension. "All right, Han Lei. Please continue with your wishes." Han Lei once again closed his eyes and formed a wish with his hands. At that moment, an unexpected sound broke the silence. Fisher's phone rang. "Honey, have you arrived at Kobe's house? How's Kobe's injury?" After pressing the phone, Fisher's wife, Candace's voice resonated. "Yes, I'm here, deeply engrossed in conversation with Kobe. His injury is not a concern." Fisher hurriedly rose and made his way to the restroom. Kobe covered his eyes, unable to bear the sight, and a grin revealed his pearly whites. "Fuck. It seems the Lakers players have ventured out for merriment, using Kobe's house as their excuse." Chapter 88. Garnett exposes Han Lei's weakness. With the regular season dwindling, Han Lei became increasingly earnest. He took more than 20 shots in 3 consecutive games, achieving remarkable success with scores of 28, 26, and 32 points, respectively. These games were against the Trailblazers, Suns, and Clippers. The Lakers triumphed in each match by a margin exceeding 10 points. At this crucial juncture, where every victory is vital for securing a favorable ranking. Several teams share identical records, with the most significant disparity being between the 4th and 5th places in the West, separated by 3 wins. The top 4 teams are merely 1 or half a win apart, and the same applies to the 5th through 8th positions. This illustrates the intense competition at play. Including their previous triumph over the Mavericks, the Lakers are currently on a 4-game winning streak, occupying the 3rd position in the Western Conference, trailing the 2nd-place Mavericks by just 1 win. Due to their advantageous matchup, should the Lakers and Mavericks finish with identical records, the Lakers will ascend to 2nd place. Meanwhile, the Spurs, the front-runners, have managed to maintain their lead with their trio, despite facing some challenges. Han Lei glanced at the schedule, noting that 6 of the last 10 games were against Western playoff teams. While this posed a challenge, it also represented a splendid opportunity to solidify his ranking advantage. If the Lakers secured victories, not only would their record improve, but they could also potentially diminish the standings of other playoff teams. With only 10 games remaining, the renowned American basketball program TNT invited legends Charles Barkley and current Celtics player Kevin Garnett to engage in a debate about the Lakers' current situation. Unlike the time when Yao Ming entered the NBA, Barkley evidently held a favorable view of Han Lei and the Lakers. He remarked that Han Lei's outside shooting skills indeed exuded a semblance of stardom, making it hard to fathom that this was merely his rookie season. He asserted that Han Lei could achieve accomplishments on par with, if not surpassing, those of Kobe Bryant, noting that Kobe himself did not start as a rookie. Garnett, however, appeared unconvinced. Having been both a rival and friend of Kobe for many years, he did not believe Han Lei could eclipse Kobe's legacy. Presently, Han Lei's future appeared promising. Yet it was evident that the physical attributes of Asian players did not match those of their African-American counterparts. This observation was not rooted in discrimination, but rather in reality. The durability that allowed Kobe to reach his current level of success was significantly due to his physical prowess. Furthermore, Han Lei's primary technical shortcoming compared to superstars lay in his lack of penetration ability, which limited his options during critical moments. After Garnett's remarks, Barkley nodded in agreement, clearly swayed by Garnett's perspective. Indeed, it was a fact that Han Lei, utilizing his trajectory prediction skills, exhibited great confidence in his shooting, attempting at least 7 shots out of every 10. At his age, this could be considered a conservative approach. In contrast, Kobe, in his early 20s, was known for his acrobatic plays, particularly his reverse dunks. This segment of dialogue on TNT, whether for its topicality or relatability, was widely circulated by the media. Consequently, Han Lei's significant shortcomings became as prominent as a newly discovered continent, appearing in newspapers and on websites. After a training session that day, a seasoned journalist from the Herald approached Han Lei, posing a question in front of several reporters. Garnett recently stated that your major flaw lies in your inadequate penetration ability and lack of impact. What are your thoughts on this? Han Lei hardly pays attention to the media's commentary. This is, in fact, the first time he has encountered such a notion. A dozen reporters from various factions were evidently eager to hear Han Lei's response, promptly activating their recording devices or jotting down notes, their eyes wide with anticipation. Before Han Lei could utter a word, Artist approached. You lot are truly asking some nonsensical questions. Who is Garnett? Clearly, after the grueling 7-game battle against the Celtics last season, Artist harbored no fondness for Garnett. As a veteran, he also expressed concern that Han Lei might struggle to handle the media's scrutiny. Statistics revealed that Han Lei's primary offensive choice was the jump shot. At his age, one would expect an array of dunks. Was it possible that his physique was not as explosive? Faced with the high-intensity defense of the playoffs, would he be able to adapt? The seasoned journalist, well-versed in the NBA's penchant for controversy and entertainment, continued to pose questions. If Han Lei were to utter something along the lines of Garnett knows nothing, the old journalist would undoubtedly have a sensational story on his hands. What? A rookie from Huaxia disparaging an NBA veteran? Han Lei, confronted with Garnett's inquiry, felt a surge of indignation. The animosity between the Lakers and the Celtics would inevitably lead to players hurling insults at one another. Such topics would surely make the front page of the Horn Herald. At that moment, the Lakers players gathered around, evidently having overheard the reporter's question. Fisher, Barnes, and Brown chimed in. What a joke. Do you know what Han Lei's average points per game are this season? 18. 5 points. You claim he can't drive? You amateurs know nothing. Was Garnett implying that his driving skills were sufficient? Was it merely a matter of a gritty jump shot? The group rallied around the old journalist, defending their young teammate with fervor. I want to hear Han Lei's response, the journalist said calmly, presenting the recording device to Han Lei's lips. Han Lei scratched his head and remarked, Garnett's critique seems quite valid. I indeed utilize my breakthrough capabilities sparingly. However, I shall gradually improve. Upon uttering these words, not only the Lakers players, but even the veteran journalists were taken aback. Such a piercing inquiry had yet to receive a composed response from any player. The question was blatantly provocative. Alas, it appeared that there would be no headlines this time. Fans revel in verbal sparring, not in tranquil exchanges. After speaking, Han Lei departed the court, making his way to the locker room. His expression was grave, as he was deeply concerned about the veteran journalist's transmission of Garnett's assessment regarding him. His ability to break through was indeed rather unremarkable. Of course, it is entirely normal for players to possess shortcomings, which does not impede their ascent to greatness. For instance, LeBron James struggles with shooting consistency, while Dwight Howard falters not only in shooting but also in free throws. As for Curry, he often stumbles even during dunks, although Han Lei is confident that, with his shooting prowess, he can still make significant strides and ascend to superstardom. His aspirations differ. He aims to emulate Kobe Bryant, a player of comprehensive skill who can fill any gaps within the team. Howard, with his dominance in the paint, necessitates a playmaker. LeBron, with his exceptional ability to drive, requires sharpshooters, and his style of play inherently cannot harmonize with star big men unless they are willing to stretch the floor. Curry, on the other hand, needs outstanding rebounders and rim protectors. Conversely, a player like Kobe Bryant is exceptionally versatile. He does not require a specialized lineup tailored to his needs. For example, if paired with a star point guard, he can play off the ball. If alongside a star shooting guard, he can assume the roles of either small forward or point guard. With a star small forward, he can divert defensive attention on the wings. With a star big man, he has already proven his capability to secure championships. A player of Kobe's caliber embodies the essence of selflessness. As Han Lei walked, he contemplated the truth in Garnett's words. He should not feel restrained due to a lack of penetration ability when confronting opponents in the paint. At times, a team indeed requires someone to penetrate the interior and score. With 10 regular season games remaining, he must enhance his offensive prowess in the paint while ensuring the team's success. Han Lei has made a resolute decision. Chapter 89, Fighting to Sustain the Fight, Practicing Breakthroughs. With only 10 matches remaining and the competition for playoff spots exceedingly fierce, Phil has abandoned his plans to rest the key players. In this critical final stretch, the regular season is already rife with the intensity of playoff battles. Not just the Lakers, but every team harboring hopes of the postseason will not relent. In the penultimate match, the Lakers face the Hornets. The Hornets, devoid of any playoff aspirations, will offer no resistance. Han Lei, with his remarkable prowess, scored 20 points in the first half, decisively altering the course of the match, leading the Lakers to a 25-point advantage as they entered the third quarter. The Hornets, unsurprisingly, exhibited no signs of a counterattack as the third quarter commenced. Phil rose from his seat and opted for substitutions, pulling all the starters off the court, except for Han Lei. He recalled his conversation with Han Lei from the previous day. Coach, I wish to remain on the court even when the game enters garbage time. I want to practice my ability to penetrate the paint in a real game scenario. You must have heard Garnett's remarks, right? No matter, even if what he said holds truth. Your shooting and defense have already established you as an indispensable asset to the team. Han Lei slowly shook his head, expressing, no, my capabilities extend beyond mere shooting. I aspire to achieve much more. Phil offered a few words of encouragement but ultimately found himself at a loss. Very well, but do exercise moderation. Do not jeopardize your health. Even though you are the youngest player on the team, it is essential to conserve your energy for the playoffs. After yielding, Phil gazed at Han Lei's silhouette, reminiscent of a young Kobe, both of whom were players reluctant to be confined to the bench. In the second half of the game, Han Lei led a cadre of substitutes onto the court. Upon receiving the ball, he eschewed the pick and roll, opting instead for probing steps and explosive drives, all while meticulously observing the positioning of the 9 players on the court, ready to either pass or attack the basket. His reckless forays into the fray, whether for layups or assists, resulted in chaotic scenes, bodies sprawling and tumbling, igniting sparks on the floor. To the untrained eye, it might have appeared as though the Lakers were facing a significant deficit. Kobe, watching the live broadcast from home, could hardly contain his excitement. As if grasping a game controller. Left. Go left. What a chance. Just get to the baseline. He clenched his teeth in fervor, spewing trash talk in the heat of the moment. Recovering well, Kobe was eager to return, but, adhering to the doctor's advice, knew he had to wait until the playoffs commenced. The 20 days ahead felt interminable to him. Han Lei, in a frenzy of relentless breakthroughs, ignited the fighting spirit of the Hornets. During a recent brief timeout, Chris Paul erupted in frustration. "You bunch of softies, that kid from Huaxia is tearing us apart. What are you all doing? Are we not defending the paint? Do you want a repeat of our previous game against the Nuggets?" In the 2008 to 2009 season, the Hornets suffered a staggering defeat, losing to the Nuggets by a margin of 58 points, 63 to 121. This debacle remains an indelible shadow in Paul's memory. "Landry, Okafor, you two big men need to wise up and contain Han Lei's drives. Even if it means fouling him, you must bring him down," Paul exclaimed, spitting out his words as he laid out the strategy. In the ensuing game, Han Lei found his breakthroughs increasingly challenging. The Italian, Bellinelli, was not a defensive powerhouse. But after bypassing him, Han Lei faced the towering Okafor at 208 centimeters and Landry at 206 centimeters, particularly Landry, a former Rocket, although not exceptionally athletic, possessed remarkable defensive awareness. His relentless blocks and disruptions proved to be quite taxing for Han Lei. However, Okafor and Landry were not entirely comfortable either, despite their height advantage. They struggled to keep pace with Han Lei's agility, and a moment's inattention could lead to a foul. As the third quarter approached its midpoint, one had 3 fouls and the other 4. Han Lei was astonishingly blocked 6 times, with several instances resulting in him tumbling to the ground. Yet, the players on the court remained oblivious to the growing smile at the corner of his mouth. He had found his rhythm. Each time he ventured towards the basket, the trajectory of the basketball being blocked was clearly discernible during his moments of suspension in the air. He adeptly adjusted his layup path, raising or lowering his shot. And at times, he even opted for a direct layup without utilizing the backboard. Moreover, he was elated to discover that the underhand layup, which he had never attempted before, had now become a skill in which he had garnered considerable proficiency. The execution of the underhand layup on the court was markedly different from his training sessions, as the myriad distractions present during the game significantly heightened its difficulty. After recent training focused on core strength, Han Lei's control over his body in midair has significantly improved. Following a dazzling display of skill at the baseline where he toyed with Okafor, the basketball circled the rim before gracefully rolling into the net. The roar of the Staples Center crowd erupted in response. Han Lei's eyes sparkled with excitement. Meanwhile, the Hornets collectively intensified their efforts, particularly Paul, who orchestrated the offense with remarkable precision, allowing Okafor and Landry to showcase their talent for capitalizing on opportunities. By the end of the third quarter, the Lakers held a mere 14-point lead. Phil remained composed, allowing Han Lei to navigate the game independently. He understood that their team's strength surpassed that of their opponents by a significant margin, and even with a 10-point deficit at this juncture, he was confident they could recover in the final quarter. As the fourth quarter unfolded, Han Lei discovered a rather amusing reality. Due to his aggressive drives in the third quarter, the Hornets had abandoned their defense against his perimeter shooting, with defenders now conceding him considerable space. "Do they truly consider me an in? See, I too am capable of adapting." Han Lei launched a three-pointer with effortless grace. Paul's expression darkened as he had assumed that Han Lei was a player who would charge relentlessly to the basket, not anticipating the sudden strike from beyond the arc. A move that seemed devoid of sportsmanship. It was reminiscent of Kobe, who would declare his intent to isolate and score regardless of the number of defenders, resolutely refusing to pass the ball. Subsequently, Paul continued to lead his team in a spirited pursuit of points, while Han Lei primarily relied on his penetrative drives, complementing them with timely shots, gradually narrowing the score gap. Midway through the fourth quarter, Han Lei finally managed to outmaneuver the opposing interior players, Okafor and Landry, who both succumbed to their 6th fouls and exited the game. Paul remained unfazed, as it was now his moment to shine. Confronting the Lakers' substitute, Vujasic, Paul channeled the resentment stirred by Sharapova, leaving Vujasic disoriented and unable to find his footing. Meanwhile, Han Lei retaliated fiercely, engaging in a scoring duel with Paul without yielding an inch. As the match concluded, the Hornets faced a respectable defeat against the Los Angeles Lakers, trailing by a mere 5 points. Han Lei scored 30 points and donned a remarkable 10 hats, achieving a unique 30-10 statistic. The commentator humorously remarked that Han Lei's head must be quite fatigued from wearing those 10 hats. It seems Kevin Garnett's assessment of him was quite astute. He indeed struggles with penetration. However, Han Lei's spirits were exceptionally high, as he had finally begun to grasp a semblance of proficiency in his driving ability. He remained indifferent to the opinions of others. As long as he could enhance his offensive arsenal, he was determined to practice and experiment relentlessly. Chapter 90. The right of trade veto. In the following 9 games, Han Lei surged forward, skillfully blending drives and shots, leading his team towards the playoffs. Han Lei's breakthrough technique has evolved from a reckless charge akin to a board to a finesse reminiscent of a serpent. In pursuit of this agility, he meticulously studied footage of Paul. Unlike James, Paul's approach to penetrating defenses does not rely on sheer physicality. Rather, he capitalizes on timing, skillfully finding gaps and seeking out teammates. These attributes have proven to be immensely beneficial for Han Lei. Han Lei felt a subtle sense of pride, realizing that his technical breakthroughs were progressing swiftly, as evidenced by the diminishing number of fouls against him. However, Phil noticed that due to his frequent incursions into the paint, Han Lei bore numerous scratches on his arms and neck, a stark contrast to his usual graceful shooting form. It was evident that this young man was genuinely dedicated to perfecting his craft, earning Phil's admiration. As the regular season approached its climax, the basketball garden in Huaxia produced a special program, Kobe vs. Han Lei. The show meticulously compared footage of Kobe Bryant, number 8, frame by frame with Han Lei's movements, leaving no doubt that Han Lei was poised to become Kobe's successor. The fans in Huaxia were eagerly sharpening their knives, ready to witness the playoffs. Some enthusiastic students, fond of VV, even sketched out the Lakers' playoff matchups, estimating the strength of each opponent and predicting swift victories. For Han Lei, his entire focus remained on the court. He needed to establish a solid foundation for Kobe's return. As the games unfolded, in the final 10 matches of the regular season, the Lakers achieved an impressive record of 9 wins and 1 loss, with the sole defeat coming from a heartbreaking buzzer beater by the Jazz. Notably, they triumphed over their long-standing rivals, the Spurs, which was crucial for bolstering their playoff mentality. Although Phil was aware that the wily Popovich had the Spurs playing conservatively, any boost in morale was always beneficial. In the final 10 games, Han Lei exhibited extraordinary effort, transforming the Lakers into his own team. Noticing Han Lei's commendable form, Phil made a concerted effort to allow other key players ample rest, ensuring their stamina remained robust. The Lakers concluded the regular season with a record of 57 wins and 25 losses, identical to that of the Mavericks. However, due to their advantage in direct encounters, the Lakers secured the 2nd seed in the Western Conference and were set to face the 7th-seeded Hornets in the playoffs. Following the end of the regular season, players who would miss the playoffs devised travel plans, while those preparing for the postseason could only afford a brief respite of 3 days before confronting the challenges that lay ahead. On this particular day, the Bus siblings convened in their office within the Staples Center, each holding an identical proposal regarding Han Lei's early contract extension. After discussions with Johnson and Phil, they devised several options for the renewal. Jeannie Bus furrowed her brow, marking out a few lines with her pen and dismissing the first 3 options outright, opting instead for the 4th. We have all witnessed Han Lei's performance this season. Let us choose the 4th option. He deserves this offer. To her surprise, Jim Bus did not counter her suggestion. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. I have no objections. Jeannie regarded him with a hint of disdain, continuing. An early extension will motivate Han Lei to exert himself further in the playoffs, despite his professionalism being on par with Yao Ming's, as he is exceedingly dedicated. Now, let us summon Han Lei. Jim Bus shrugged, acquiescing to his sister's direction. Jeannie first contacted the secretary, outlining the general details of the contract. The secretary, evidently experienced in such matters, grasped the situation immediately. Oh, and please call Han Lei as well. He is likely either on the court or in the video room at this moment, Jeannie added, surprised by his sister's awareness of Han Lei's whereabouts. Jim Bus momentarily reflected on his own recent indulgences and the infrequency of his visits to the Staples Center. He pondered whether Jeannie might be better suited to manage the team than he was. However, he quickly dismissed that thought. I must simply try harder, surely. I can outperform a woman if I truly put in the effort. 20 minutes later, Han Lei knocked and entered, clad in training gear. He appeared to have just finished his workout, breathing heavily, with damp hair still not completely dry from his shower. Hello, Han Lei, please take a seat. Jim Bus hurriedly said, eager to make a favorable impression in front of what he envisioned as a pivotal future player for the team. Han Lei was quite unreserved, taking a seat on the sofa with remarkable ease. He had already surmised the intentions of the Lakers' upper management. It was time to present a reasonable contract for renewal. Indeed, after a few pleasantries exchanged with Jeannie Bus, she swiftly cut to the chase. The verbal commitment we made regarding your renewal is now to be formalized in a contract. We have always honored our word, and this time we are offering you an exceptionally generous salary. In other words, does this mean the Lakers are opting to execute the team option, terminating my contract for the upcoming season to sign anew? Han Lei stroked his chin, feeling unsurprised as he reaffirmed the situation. Indeed. Moreover, the salary will undoubtedly meet your expectations. You may rest assured on that front. I have nearly exhausted my persuasive efforts before my father regarding this matter. Jim Bus began to curry favor, hoping that Han Lei would be profoundly grateful for this favor. Jeannie Bus cast a disapproving glance at her scheming brother, letting out an exasperated huff. However, as they both represented the Lakers' higher management, she found it inappropriate to expose his intentions. At that moment, the secretary entered with the contract. Let us present it to Han Lei first, Jeannie stated. Han Lei took the contract and perused it briefly. The offer presented by the Lakers was indeed substantial for a rookie, leaving Han Lei quite content. The 3-year contract stipulated a salary of $9 million for the first year, $14 million for the second, and a remarkable $20 million for the third year. Such a figure, especially before any adjustments to the salary cap, was undoubtedly a sum reserved for all-star players. It is noteworthy that this season, Gasol's salary amounts to only $17.8 million. Han Lei examined the details closely. The third year is a player option, which means that if Han Lei finds the $20 million insufficient, he retains the right to opt out of the contract and negotiate anew with any team. This arrangement is exceedingly generous for a rookie. Thank you both. I am quite pleased with this contract. Han Lei placed the contract on the table, revealing a smile. It was a natural expression. Our Base family has always cherished talent. Jim Base cheerfully took out his fountain pen, removed the cap, and handed it to Han Lei. Han Lei took the pen, stroked his chin thoughtfully, and suddenly inquired, "May I propose an additional clause?" The Base siblings were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Before Jenny smiled and asked, "Would you like to add? Please speak candidly, and we shall do our utmost to accommodate." Han Lei cleared his throat. Trade veto rights. Chapter 91. Nike takes action. What? Trade veto rights? Jim Base widened his eyes, gazing at Han Lei before him, as if he had encountered a peculiar creature. It was already impressive that the Lakers could offer such a generous contract, yet this rookie audaciously demanded a privilege typically reserved for superstars, trade veto rights. In the league, only superstars like Kobe, LeBron, Anthony, and Garnett possess such a right. As a rookie in his first year, Han Lei astonishingly demands such exorbitant terms. Akin to a lion's share, the right of trade veto, in simple terms, signifies that the team must seek the player's consent before executing any trade. With this power in his possession, he transcends the status of mere merchandise, which stands in stark contrast to the business principles of the NBA as a commercial league. Such terms would not be granted unless the player has achieved significant success and possesses immense value. At this moment, Han Lei harbored his own thoughts. It was precisely due to the Lakers' previous attempt to trade him and Gasol in exchange for Anthony that he felt compelled to ensure such a situation would not occur again. "Neither of you would wish for me to compete burdened by anxiety, would you?" he remarked, his elbow resting on his knee, his body slightly leaning forward. A smile gracing his face as he observed the Base siblings' prolonged silence. Jim Base retracted the sycophantic smile he had previously worn. "Han Lei, I recognize your considerable talent and the significant contributions you make to the team. However, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Do you understand what a trade veto entails? Moreover, was that statement of yours a threat against us?" Jim Base scoffed, gazing at the naive rookie before him as he retrieved a cigar from his jacket pocket. Han Lei scratched his head and admitted, "You are absolutely right. I am indeed threatening you." With a sudden clatter, the lighter fell to the ground, causing Jim Base to burn his hand. He glared at Han Lei with a fierce expression. In contrast, Han Lei wore a smile, showing no sign of anger, and regarded him with a nonchalant gaze. After a prolonged silence, Jim Base finally appeared somewhat disheartened. "We have treated you fairly. You ought to be grateful. Consider this. Which team would offer such a contract to a rookie?" Han Lei listened attentively, nodding in agreement. "Indeed. The question at hand is whether to grant veto power over transactions." After he had decisively thwarted the Lakers' trade ambitions, he realized that one should not be swayed by the sentimental narratives of businessmen. Contracts are tangible and binding. Furthermore, he was confident in his ability to secure more than a single championship for the Lakers. The investment of 3 years and $45 million would yield returns far surpassing the initial outlay through exposure, advertising, and ticket sales. At that moment, Jeannie Buss interjected, "Do you truly desire this authority?" Han Lei let out a light chuckle, stating, "You may choose not to." This remark suggested that if one were to withhold such power, they ought to witness whether he would exert his utmost in the playoffs. Jeannie nodded slightly and retrieved her phone, dialing her secretary once more. "What are you intending to do?" Jim attempted to snatch the phone from his sister's grasp, but found himself unsuccessful. "Do we have any alternative choices?" "You must understand that without Kobe, the Lakers standing at second in the Western Conference is attributable to Han Lei. Moreover, in the playoffs, he is undeniably indispensable." Upon completing her statement, Jeannie pressed the call button. Jim shook his head with a wry smile, finally ceasing his objections. He recognized that everything his sister asserted was indeed factual. Simultaneously, he began to regard this Chinese player with newfound respect. He had previously assumed that all Chinese players were akin to Yao Ming, wholeheartedly devoted to their teams, as the culture consistently revered the spirit of selflessness. Yet, in Han Lei's case, he was willing to negotiate conditions after his contributions. Shortly thereafter, the secretary presented the freshly printed contract to Han Lei. "Very well. I shall sign it." Han Lei glanced neither up nor down, and with a swift stroke of his pen, inscribed his name. Jenny Bass observed Han Lei's signature and slowly remarked, "Very well. I shall head to the hospital shortly to obtain my father's signature. Though he is gravely ill, I assure you that securing his signature will not pose a problem." Han Lei rose to his feet, nodded, and made his way towards the door. Suddenly, he paused, turned back, and remarked, "Though his illness is grave, it is not yet life-threatening." The plan for him to feign a precarious condition was devised collaboratively by Phil and me, intended solely to allow Kobe to recuperate in pursuit of the championship. Therefore, you must seek his signature at home, not in the hospital. With that, Han Lei departed without a backward glance. The Bass siblings exchanged glances, having believed this was solely Phil's scheme, only to realize Han Lei's involvement, and from his tone, it seemed he was the instigator. Observing this young man from Huaxia, one could not help but be impressed. Unbeknownst to them, their father had been maneuvered by him. Jim Bass picked up a lighter, ignited a cigar, and wiped the sweat from his brow, expressing his disbelief. Jeannie Bass exhaled deeply. Unable to fathom the extent of Han Lei's cunning, she had initially perceived him as a simple, amiable lad. Yet today he had audaciously demanded trade veto power, hinting at threats, and revealed his collaboration with Phil in various plans concerning Kobe's hiatus. If she had not witnessed it herself, it would have seemed utterly ludicrous. Given time, he might become increasingly formidable. Fortunately, he was one of the Lakers. A peculiar fear, perhaps mingled with admiration, welled up within Jeannie Bass. She had thought Han Lei to be merely a dedicated player, intensely focused, destined to stand independently like Kobe in the future. However, it now appeared that his concentration extended beyond the court, exhibiting a formidable intellect that Kobe had not possessed. At that moment, Jeannie was struck by a curious sensation akin to an adventurer gazing upon a cave, simultaneously intrigued and apprehensive. Meanwhile, at a golf course in New York, basketball legend Michael Jordan found himself grappling with a sport in which he was less skilled. As he swung, the ball veered wildly off course. In a fit of frustration, he contemplated breaking his club over his knee when the phone rang. It was the vice president of Nike. Jordan's brand was a subsidiary of Nike, and their ties ran deep. "Surely you can't be asking me to persuade Han Lei to sign with Nike? That seems amiss. If I do so, it would be on behalf of my Jordan brand." "Oh, you'll provide a handsome fee for my persuasion? In that case, I suppose I can make the trip. But you must ensure the offer for Han Lei is substantial. Otherwise, I would feel embarrassed to present it." After hanging up, Jordan shook his head, muttering to himself, "Nike is certainly swift in their pursuits, having set their sights on Han Lei's sneaker endorsement already. Very well, it seems I'll need to fly to Los Angeles." Stretching his limbs, he instructed his assistant to book a flight. Chapter 92. Sneaker endorsement. The news of Han Lei's contract renewal with the Lakers was swiftly unveiled on the official Lakers website, bearing a rather unremarkable headline. Han Lei has successfully renewed his contract with the Lakers for 3 years, amounting to a staggering $45 million, with the third year including a player option. Soon after, Coach Zhang from CCTV received the news while enjoying tea with Yao Ming at the Chinese Basketball Association. "What a significant piece of news, Yao. Han Lei has re-signed with the Lakers for 3 years, a jaw-dropping figure for a rookie," exclaimed Zhang. "And to top it off, there's a player option and a no-trade clause. This is remarkable." Seeing a Chinese player achieve success in the NBA brought a radiant smile to Zhang's face. Could it be true? A no-trade clause? The Lakers are indeed generous, Yao exclaimed in astonishment. Zhang, casting a sidelong glance at Yao, remarked slyly. I told you the Lakers bus was willing to spend more than the Rockets, Alexander. No need to be so direct, Yao replied, awkwardly covering his eyes. Zhang chuckled. Well, at least Alexander has allowed you an entire season of rest, which is something, isn't it? By the way, how is your recovery going? You seem to have lost quite a bit of weight. Yao, noticeably slimmer, appeared reminiscent of his early days in the league. I've lost over 10 kilograms. The pressure on my knees was too great before. Now I feel much better. I can jump higher and run faster. Zhang stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your contract expires this season. What are your plans for next season? Yao responded ambiguously, let us take it one step at a time. He pulled out his phone and saw the notification about Han Lei's contract renewal. According to their prior agreement, he had promised to join the Lakers next season in pursuit of the championship, and his confidence was soaring, especially after initially doubting Han Lei's abilities. However, now Han Lei had clearly proven himself and garnered significant attention from the Lakers, not to mention that the Lakers star, Kobe, had long been signaling his interest in Yao. During his recovery, Kobe had relentlessly bombarded Yao's phone with messages. As the regular season concluded, there was a 3-day respite before the playoffs. Kobe arrived at the training facility early, brimming with anticipation. His physical condition was unprecedentedly good. His knee had completely healed, and even the shoulder injury had been resolved. Han Lei had long received an invitation from Kobe to come to the arena and share a moment. When Han Lei donned his training attire and emerged, Kobe had already run 10 laps around the court and made 100 shots. You're quite slow. Hurry up and challenge me to a one-on-one, Kobe complained. Han Lei chuckled softly, having long desired to engage in a friendly contest with Kobe, eager to ascertain the current state of his skills. As per tradition, the two exchanged a few playful jabs before the one-on-one commenced. A 6-wheeled Hummer H2 rolled into the parking lot outside Staples Center. Shortly thereafter, a staff member approached. Han Lei, a prominent basketball star, has arrived, holding a briefcase. It appears he is here to discuss a sneaker contract with you. He is currently in the conference room. At that moment, Kobe seized the ball and charged fiercely toward Han Lei's left, executing a sudden stop. Han Lei, unable to match Kobe's pace, was slightly late in his attempt to block, allowing Kobe to score with a high-arching bank shot. Your improvement is remarkable. You've compelled me to give my all, Kobe remarked. Clearly in high spirits, reveling in the intensity of their matchup, which concluded with him victorious, 21-15. It seems your recovery is going well. I was worried you might hinder me in the playoffs, Han Lei quipped, half in jest. He then turned his attention to the staff member. A sneaker contract? It appears fortune is smiling upon me. I shall go and investigate. Kobe nudged Han Lei with his elbow, saying, You've become quite the star yourself. Securing a sneaker deal is only natural. Just remember, my friend, make sure to negotiate fiercely. In the face of financial matters, as with those relentless defenders, never take a step back. Facing Kobe's insightful remarks, Han Lei couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. Although Kobe, being a second-generation star, enjoyed a life of comfort from an early age, he remained unwavering when it came to financial matters. After bidding farewell to Han Lei, Kobe summoned a staff member. Retrieve the balls for me. I need to regain my shooting rhythm. During their recent one-on-one encounter, Kobe had distinctly noticed Han Lei's remarkable improvement. If he continued to rest, he might soon find himself surpassed by the younger generation. Particularly striking was Han Lei's recent maneuver, which reminded Kobe of his old friend Tracy McGrady at his peak. Naturally, witnessing Han Lei's exponential growth and skills filled Kobe with pride, as he had often offered guidance to him in private. Keep progressing, young man. I'm curious to see how far you can ascend, Kobe mused. Reflecting on their earlier duel, in a small conference room at Staples Center, Han Lei pushed the door open. Ah, young man. I had a hunch you would be here at Staples. Upon spotting Han Lei, the African-American basketball star seated in the room immediately rose to his feet. It was none other than Kevin Garnett of the Celtics. Hey, brother, what a rare sight. Han Lei was taken aback, given the fierce rivalry between the Lakers and Celtics. What brought Garnett here in private? After exchanging pleasantries, Garnett commended Han Lei on his progress before shifting the conversation. Brother, I noticed the pickup parked outside. Is it yours? Indeed, Han Lei nodded in acknowledgement. The sight of such a worn vehicle outside Staples created a stark contrast. Garnett jingled the car keys in his hand. Look, I'm driving a 6-wheeled Hummer H2. Han Lei chuckled nonchalantly, remarking, It matters not, as long as I find comfort in my own choices. It's merely a means of transportation. Garnett laughed heartily, saying, I've heard the Lakers have extended your contract, and it's quite lucrative. You shall gradually amass wealth. However, I have a golden opportunity for you. Would you be interested? Who would turn down the allure of abundant wealth? Han Lei shrugged. Garnett proceeded to open the dossier before him, extracting a document. My friend, as you are aware, I am an ambassador for Adidas. Today, the sales department has delivered a contract for me to present to you. To put it simply, it's $5 million a year for a total of 3 years as a sneaker endorser. What say you? Han Lei suddenly realized that Garnett's purpose in coming over was this. He stroked his chin, reflecting on Kobe's earlier reminder. I feel this is somewhat insufficient. Han Lei squinted his eyes and remarked. Garnett was slightly taken aback. Typically, rookies are easily deceived, their faces lighting up with joy upon seeing money, their minds clouded as they tremble while signing their names. Yet, Han Lei had the audacity to negotiate, adopting a tone reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. This is quite a sum. After all, you are still a rookie. Garnett shifted into businessman mode. Chapter 93, Jordan, sign my sneaker contract. My friend, you must already be aware that the Lakers have offered me a contract renewal. With my salary in the third year set at $20 million. Han Lei lifted the glass of water from the table and took a sip. He utilized the Lakers' contract extension as a means to demonstrate that he was not merely an ordinary rookie. Garnett feigned ignorance, responding, So what? The Lakers' trust in you is their concern. Young man, the road ahead is long. Do not overlook any opportunity to earn. Adidas is offering a staggering $5 million a year. As your standing within the league ascends, they will present you with new contracts. At that juncture, the figures will surpass this initial sum. Take your time. Upon hearing this, Han Lei non-committally replied, The matter of the sneakers is not urgent. Let us deliberate further. Garnett furrowed his brow, realizing that this young man from Huaxia indeed possessed a talent for the art of negotiation. Clearing his throat, he candidly expressed, I must be frank. I harbor doubts regarding your physical resilience to endure several high-intensity seasons. Should you choose not to sign this contract now, and hypothetically, if next year your performance fluctuates, you may find yourself without any sneaker deals at all. For the sake of prudence, as a senior, I would strongly encourage you to sign it now. Garnett earnestly counseled while glancing at the file folder. He was aware that it contained another contract valued at $6 million per annum. The reason for initially presenting the $5 million contract was, of course, Adidas's attempt to minimize expenses. Garnett's presence at the rival Staples Center held a tinge of personal interest. If Han Lei were to endorse the $5 million contract, Garnett would be deemed a successful recruiter, earning a commission of $1,500,000. However, if Han Lei insisted that it was too paltry, Garnett would then reveal his trump card, the $6 million annual contract. In that case, Garnett's commission would diminish to $500,000. He observed Han Lei, who remained composed, leisurely dispersing the steam rising from his cup. Han Lei's expression was one of difficulty as he slowly shook his head. Garnett sighed inwardly, as if his heart were bleeding. Very well, if that is the case. How about $6 million? Garnett clenched his white teeth and produced another contract from the dossier. Han Lei was taken aback, his expression one of astonishment, followed by a mixture of amusement and exasperation as he regarded Garnett. The latter, however, wore a nonchalant demeanor, responding with indifference, it's just business. In an effort to dissuade Han Lei from any lingering hopes, Garnett opened the dossier wide, declaring, This time, there are truly no hidden cards. Han Lei briefly perused the contract, noting that it was fundamentally similar to the previous one for $5 million, with the only difference being an increase to $6 million. $6 million, indeed? Han Lei stroked his chin, contemplating the contract before him, which he deemed rather fair, coupled with the salary offered by the Lakers. He realized he could amass a considerable fortune. Garnett, noticing the fluctuations in Han Lei's expression, discerned that he was somewhat intrigued and swiftly added fuel to the fire. My friend, this contract represents a substantial sum in dollars, a hefty stack laid out before you. Just think about it. You could frequent nightclubs, charm the ladies, and even hire a personal assistant. Oh, and most importantly, you could trade in your pickup for something like mine. After all, as men, we must uphold our dignity. Han Lei couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, secretly lamenting that Garnett's sales pitch was no less impressive than his trash talk. Han Lei retrieved a pen from the pencil holder before him, deftly removing the cap and twirling the pen with his right hand, lost in contemplation. Time passed slowly. And although Garnett did not vocalize his impatience, he felt a growing anxiety within. The contract before Han Lei was significant, as Garnett's hiring fee amounted to an impressive $500,000. While he was indeed a superstar in the NBA, such a sum was not to be taken lightly. Ah, let me see who is in here, a voice announced. as the door to the conference room was rather rudely pushed open. A portly African-American man, cigar in mouth and clad in a trench coat, sauntered in with an air reminiscent of a high-stakes gambler making an entrance. He removed his coat and handed it to a nearby Lakers staff member. This figure was none other than the basketball legend, Michael Jordan. "Kevin, is that you? I thought I recognized that ostentatious Hummer parked outside," Jordan jested, taking a seat beside Garnett, facing Han Lei directly. "Get me an ashtray," he instructed the Lakers staff member. Garnett, visibly astonished, found it hard to believe that he was in the presence of Jordan. "What brings you here?" he inquired, feeling somewhat bashful. Before Jordan, Garnett dared not assume the same bravado he displayed with Han Lei. In truth, he held the same respect for Kobe, never daring to trash-talk him for fear of inciting Kobe's wrath, which could lead to dire consequences. "Well, my Jordan is a subsidiary of Nike. I'm here to act as a negotiator for them," Jordan stated, getting straight to the point as he tossed a file folder onto the table before Han Lei. "Nike wants to sign him too?" Garnett exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Lakers staff member returned with the ashtray, and Jordan nodded slightly, dismissing him with a wave as he flicked his cigar into the receptacle. "What do you mean too? Are there other brands interested in signing Han Lei?" Jordan inquired. Garnett's expression turned slightly awkward, but Jordan, already aware of the situation, reassured him. "No worries. Let me take a look at Adidas' contract." Extending his long arm, Jordan retrieved the contract from in front of Han Lei. "Oh, quite impressive, indeed," he remarked, swiftly perusing the document. After reading through it, he gestured toward the file folder in front of Han Lei. "Now, let us see what Nike has to offer." Jordan took his time, savoring his cigar with an air of enjoyment. Han Lei retrieved the contract from Jordan's portfolio and perused its contents. To his astonishment, it was a 3-year deal, amounting to an impressive $9 million annually, leaving Han Lei somewhat taken aback. Having already been swayed by Adidas's offer of $6 million, the unexpected arrival of Mr. Jordan brought an even greater surprise. With a knowing smile, Jordan remarked, "I am a businessman. In matters of commerce, the highest bidder shall prevail. Sign with whoever offers the most. That is the surest path." He gestured towards the pen before Han Lei, urging him not to waste time. With Jordan's commanding tone, Han Lei felt compelled to comply. "How much are they offering you?" Garnett inquired with curiosity. "Not much, just $9 million, Jordan replied nonchalantly. Garnett's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? He's just a rookie," he mumbled. "He is no ordinary rookie," Jordan countered, effectively silencing Garnett, who found himself at a loss for words in the presence of Jordan's formidable aura. Just a day prior, Jordan had spoken with Nike's headquarters, where their initial offer was also $6 million per year. However, during the call, Jordan expressed his indignation, asserting that such an offer was an affront. He laid out the advantages clearly, stating that as long as Han Lei signed his first contract with Nike, he would never switch allegiance to another brand. The Chinese value loyalty, and Jordan's impassioned arguments left Nike's headquarters speechless. Ultimately, he declared with conviction, $9 million. Chapter 94. The Mavericks are the hidden bosses. As the playoffs were about to commence, fans eagerly anticipated the games, only to be met with an even more captivating announcement. Han Lei has signed a 3-year contract with Nike. Fans in the United States were immediately astonished. Could it be? He is merely a second-round rookie. The first season has yet to conclude, yet not only the Lakers have offered him a substantial contract, but Nike has also stepped in. This seems utterly outrageous. His performance is evident, and Nike is undoubtedly keen to invest. Their ability to discern talent has always been remarkable. I am uncertain if this is the highest offer Nike has extended to a rookie, but it amounts to a staggering $9 million, enough for a lifetime of expenses. Conversely, fans in China do not find this as outrageous, as they have always believed in Han Lei's prowess due to his heritage. They consider Nike's offer somewhat conservative. Disregarding the Chinese market, based purely on Han Lei's capabilities, he unquestionably deserves this endorsement deal. Nike's discerning eye is truly impressive. I have resolved to forego breakfast for a semester to save for a pair of sneakers. Han Lei should be the first Chinese player to endorse Nike, and he must be supported wholeheartedly. Meanwhile, Kobe, as one of Nike's endorsers, does not pay much heed to this development, yet finds himself harboring a sense of concern. At a tender age, Han Lei has secured a lucrative contract with the Lakers and has also become a high-priced spokesperson for Nike, amassing considerable wealth. However, wealth can often lead to a player's downfall. Kobe, seasoned and wise, understands that once an athlete acquires boundless riches, they may forget the true essence of that wealth, which is basketball. Consequently, their performance on the court may deteriorate as they indulge in a life of excess, ultimately jeopardizing their basketball career. A prime example is Kobe's old rival, Allen Iverson, who, after coming into money, would frequently escort friends to nightclubs, reveling extravagantly without restraint. It is plausible that upon retirement, he may find himself without even a pension. On the eve of the playoffs, Phil did not organize a training session. Instead, he held a brief meeting to invigorate the team before allowing everyone to return home early for rest. Kobe, having just resumed training, was eager and restless, making his way to Staples late at night. To his delight, Han Lei had not taken a break since the conclusion of Phil's meeting that morning. He had remained on the court until 8 in the evening. It seemed that his concerns were unfounded. Kobe smiled with satisfaction as he approached the drenched Han Lei in his training attire. "Young man, you exhibit great determination," he remarked, clapping his hands to signal for the ball. "Fortunately, I simply wish to progress at a faster pace." As Han Lei spoke, he crouched down, instinctively engaging in a one-on-one with Kobe. After several rounds of play, it was evident that Kobe still held the upper hand. "What are your thoughts on tomorrow's match against the Hornets?" Kobe inquired as they sat on the ground, panting heavily, before unscrewing a bottle of mineral water. Han Lei took several gulps with a carefree expression and remarked, "What else there to consider? Victory is all that matters." Kobe furrowed his brow, replying, "They possess Paul, and their players are considerably younger, enabling rapid transitions between offense and defense." Han Lei chuckled dismissively. "Boss, they indeed possess their own merits. However, such attributes are insufficient for them to claim victory. When it comes to strengths, our interior height, coupled with your unanswerable one-on-one skills and my unexpected strikes, will undoubtedly overpower them." Kobe displayed a perplexed expression. Typically, Han Lei was exceedingly cautious, and his disdainful remarks towards opponents were uncharacteristic. "We must never underestimate any adversary. Tomorrow marks our first match, and we must approach it with unwavering determination," Kobe said, his demeanor grave. Han Lei nodded slightly. He understood Kobe's concerns. The Lakers' performance this year had been rather lackluster. However, Han Lei was acutely aware that in their previous playoff series against the Hornets, they had barely emerged victorious after a grueling 7-game battle, hampered by an unfortunate factor, Kobe's knee. The current situation, however, was markedly different. Kobe had been sidelined for nearly 2 months and had managed to restore his physical condition quite impressively. Moreover, Han Lei's presence had significantly enhanced the Lakers' perimeter firepower, making it swifter and more formidable. These two advantages were sufficient for the Lakers to easily surpass the Hornets. The pivotal challenge lay in the second round against the Mavericks. The Mavericks were the reigning champions this year, boasting the strongest roster in the league. Had it not been for the referee's favoritism towards the Heat in previous encounters, the Heat would have faced a devastating defeat. Thus, the Mavericks were not a team to be underestimated. "Boss, what are your thoughts on this year's Mavericks?" Han Lei pondered thoughtfully, inquiring, "Quite formidable, indeed." Kobe first articulated his sensory impressions, followed by a recollection of the Mavericks' performance post-All-Star game. Their roster is remarkably balanced. Exhibiting exceptional execution, they possess superstars yet refrain from playing a style that solely revolves around them. This year undoubtedly presents a formidable rival in the pursuit of playoff standings. Closely trailing behind the Lakers are none other than the Dallas Mavericks. If I were to assert that, in the absence of the Lakers, the Mavericks would emerge as this year's champions, would you believe it? Han Lei raised an eyebrow, eager to hear Kobe's analysis. Kobe, resting his chin in contemplation, responded, "They may well be one of the championship contenders. The Spurs, as the top team in the West, boast profound heritage and strength. Furthermore, the newly assembled Miami Heat, despite their somewhat unorthodox configuration, possess the ability to maximize their offensive and defensive transitions, which should not be underestimated." Han Lei was slightly taken aback. Kobe was not a time traveler. He had a clear understanding of the situation. However, upon reflection, it seemed quite reasonable. After all, he was a seasoned veteran who had spent 15 years in the league. One would expect him to possess such insight. Indeed, this year's championship is likely to be claimed by one of these three teams, yet sadly, they are not among the contenders, for the Lakers remain in the fray. Han Lei shows no hesitation in expressing his unwavering confidence in the team. "It seems you are quite confident," Kobe remarked with a smile. Han Lei smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. His strategy had long been set in motion. Following the All-Star game, he employed cunning tactics to ensure Kobe's rest. On the court, he adeptly filled in gaps, not only striving to become a versatile player himself, but also allowing his teammates ample opportunity to recuperate. The most crucial source of his confidence stemmed from his past life, where he had consistently followed the Lakers and the NBA. thoroughly grasping the script for this playoff season. Coupled with his interactions with these playoff teams, he felt assured in his ability to uncover the path to victory. Although the Mavericks posed a challenge, he found weaknesses in every other team, even the Heat. To prepare for the Mavericks, Han Lei specifically enhanced his shooting under pressure and breakthrough skills. While Kobe and Gasol formed the foundation of the team, Han Lei emerged as an unexpected asset. Though the Mavericks were formidable, their success rate and offensive rebounding did not match that of the Lakers. Thus, we must engage them in a battle of offense. Han Lei was deep in thought. At the same moment, Phil Jackson also recognized the exceptional form of both Han Lei and Kobe, yet through careful analysis, he understood that the Mavericks posed the true threat. Phil had meticulously reviewed the footage of the Mavericks match against the Trail Blazers several times. The bench players were indeed a concern. He observed that the Mavericks substitutes exhibited remarkable enthusiasm, which had been a decisive factor in the Trail Blazers' defeat. This revelation prompted deep contemplation. Chapter 95, the first playoff game. Kobe and Paul duel in scoring on the second day of the playoffs. The Lakers, stationed in Los Angeles, faced the challenge of the New Orleans Hornets. Chris Paul was eagerly prepared, intent on making a significant impact in this year's postseason. Although Paul outwardly showed respect for Kobe, he harbored a simmering resentment, recalling how Kobe had snatched the MVP award from him during the 2008 to 2009 season, an accolade that had been tantalizingly close to Paul's grasp. In truth, Kobe held a certain admiration for Paul, recognizing his tenacious playing style and formidable competitiveness. Apart from his past struggles against Deron Williams, Paul dominated the point guard position across the league, akin to how Dwight Howard always had to lower his head in the presence of Yao Ming. Despite being the undisputed #1 center in the NBA, Los Angeles, the entertainment capital, was abuzz as Hollywood stars filled the arena for the first playoff game. Although the trio of superstars in Miami had formed, the Lakers still commanded greater attention, particularly with Kobe, the league's foremost player, leading the charge and boasting back-to-back championships. The question loomed, could they achieve the second three-peat of the new century? Everyone was keenly interested. As the Lakers and Hornets warmed up on the court, Han Lei glanced at the stands and nearly stumbled. A red banner caught his eye, emblazoned with golden letters proclaiming, "Han Lei is awesome." Han Lei's gaze descended, landing upon Jay Cho and his girlfriend, Kuan Ling, who at that moment was adorned with a cap and sunglasses. Naturally, surrounding them were Jay's loyal entourage, tasked with safeguarding his romantic affair. Is Jay Cho truly this juvenile? Han Lei smiled wryly and, from a distance, gestured a V sign towards Zhou Dong, signifying that it was quite absurd. Coach Zhang and his partner Yu Jia had already arrived at the scene and noticed Han Lei's gesture. Ah, this kid Han Lei is impressive. He is brimming with confidence today, setting the tone for the match so early. Coach Zhang generously expressed his admiration. Yu Jia promptly nudged Coach Zhang's arm, indicating that the live broadcast had already commenced and to be cautious with his words. Ahem, dear viewers. Welcome to the live broadcast on CCTV's Channel 5. Today, we witnessed the NBA matchup where the Lakers are about to face the Hornets. By the way, Kobe appears to be in formidable form, and Han Lei is also performing well. As everyone knows, Han Lei has signed a new contract with the Lakers, with a lucrative salary. The playoffs will undoubtedly demonstrate that the Lakers' investment was worthwhile. Please stay tuned. Yu Jia felt a headache coming on. The game had yet to begin, and Coach Zhang was already biased, focusing solely on the Lakers while neglecting the Hornets. He quickly interjected, "Indeed, Coach Zhang is correct. Let us take a look at the Hornets players and their condition." However, before Yu Jia could finish his thought, Coach Zhang immediately interrupted. Chris Paul, who has been mocked for suffering a 58-point loss to the Nuggets, is still bearing that disgrace. Furthermore, he was defeated by Kobe in the MVP race 2 years ago. Let's see how they perform today. I believe if they give their all, they still have a chance. As a prominent commentator on CCTV, Yu Jia found himself at a disadvantage in eloquence against the seasoned Coach Zhang, feeling embarrassed and secretly lamenting how this old man would not falter even in a comedic dialogue with Guadi Gang. On the court, after the announcer introduced the players from both teams, the match was finally set to commence. The Lakers' starting lineup consisted of Bynum, Gasol, Han Lei, Kobe, and Fisher. The head referee approached the center circle, signaling for both teams to jump for the ball. Naturally, the Lakers sent the tall and long-armed Gasol, while the Hornets countered with the 208 centimeters center Okafor. The Lakers gained possession and initiated their offense. It was evident that the Lakers were employing their usual strategy. Once the players were in position, Gasol held the ball at the free throw line, orchestrating the attack. After passing to Bynum attempted to leverage his height and weight to overpower Okafor. At that moment, he suddenly noticed Kobe raising both hands on the perimeter, his eyes filled with hunger. Faced with the boss demanding the ball, Bynum, no matter how reckless, dared not to refuse. Phil sat on the bench, his hands covering his eyes in frustration. A stark contrast to his tactical approach. The early stages of the game were meant to showcase the dual towers. However, it was easy to comprehend. Given that Kobe had been absent from the game for so long, his eagerness to unleash his prowess was palpable. With the ball in his hands, Kobe faced off against his former teammate, Ariza. This forward had once aided the Lakers in clinching the championship during the 2009-10 season, proving to be a remarkably vibrant role player. After Arteist's arrival, the Lakers' agility and enthusiasm had, in fact, diminished. Ariza, standing at a towering 203 centimeters, was the quintessential 3-and-D player, perfectly equipped to defend against Kobe. Yet at this moment, witnessing Kobe with the ball, the former superstar's customary intensity instilled a sense of trepidation within him. Kobe swayed his body, executing a probing dribble. Then, disregarding whether Ariza had been faked out, he surged into the Hornets' paint, soaring for a dunk in front of Landry. The elevation of that dunk transported observers back to Kobe's number 8 days. In midair, he elegantly arched his body like a drawn bow, harnessing boundless energy, determined to thrust the ball into the basket. Landry, unyielding, leapt high to contest the shot. As Kobe clashed with Landry in the air, his momentum slowed, rendering his arm just shy of the rim. With a mighty effort, he pushed the ball towards the hoop. Striking the front of the rim, the ball ricocheting away. The referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling a foul on Landry. Applause erupted in the arena. Though the dunk hadn't succeeded, Kobe had affirmed his return to health, a message that resonated profoundly with the fans in Los Angeles. Standing at the perimeter, Paul observed Kobe at the free throw line. Is this old man really this formidable? It seems I must penetrate Fisher's defense to make my mark. Paul cast a glance at Fisher, who remained unfazed, leaning on his knee, emitting a series of clicks with his tongue. In the next possession, Paul held the ball at the three-point line, and as expected, Fisher lifted his pant leg, as if to say, "Come on. Let me see what the league's premier point guard is truly capable of." Paul regarded Fisher with utter disdain, retreating a few steps before suddenly accelerating forward. Without even a feint, he cleanly bypassed Fisher. Upon reaching the paint, Paul encountered his true adversaries, the formidable twin towers of the Lakers. As a point guard, Paul's gameplay was characterized by intelligence. Confronted by towering opponents, he never attempted to engage directly like Kobe. Instead, he relied on his agility and shooting finesse. After penetrating the lane, he keenly observed the reaction of the Lakers giants. He noticed that neither big man relinquished their defensive assignments and charged towards him. With a sudden leap, Paul released a floater that found its mark. With the score tied at 2-2, the game transitioned into a relentless offensive exchange. Paul and Kobe, the respective leaders of their teams, unexpectedly eschewed a conservative approach and instead launched an assault on their defenders. The two engaged in a scoring duel that captivated the fans. Although Ariza was 7 years younger than Kobe, he found himself utterly confounded by Kobe's unpredictable footwork. Gradually, his expression darkened, as the fear instilled in him during countless training sessions with Kobe resurfaced. While other teams might face Kobe only a handful of times throughout a season, Ariza was confronted by the league's most challenging player in every practice, leading to a mental breakdown that diminished his defensive focus. In contrast, Fisher, having been thoroughly exploited by Paul's penetrative play, remained unmoved, adopting an attitude of resignation to being routinely outmatched. As the first quarter came to a close, Kobe and Paul were locked in a fierce battle, each scoring 15 and 13 points, respectively. The score stood at 26-25, with the Lakers holding a slight edge. Despite his fluid performance, Paul realized a concerning statistic. As the orchestrator of the offense, he had recorded only a single assist in the first quarter. What was the Lakers' strategy? Why was it that every time he broke through Fisher, there was no one to contest his shots or layups? Such unimpeded scoring seemed too convenient. Was there some ulterior motive at play? Paul furrowed his brow, adorably scratching his head, resembling a squirrel. Chapter 96. The art of war and siege must be lacking. In the second quarter of the match, Odom, as the starting center, ventured to the perimeter, leading a group of substitute players. Although the Lakers fielded a relatively small lineup, the Hornets were not blessed with towering players either. Odom, often referred to as the left-handed magician, proved formidable as long as his mind was sharp. Within the first 5 minutes of the second quarter, he adeptly passed and drove, keeping the Lakers scoring alive. The Hornets relied on Landry's back-to-the-basket plays, drawing several fouls, only slightly trailing behind. When the starters returned, Paul leisurely dribbled the ball forward. He had just gleaned a crucial insight while seated on the sidelines. The Lakers had evidently allowed him to dominate the game while neglecting to facilitate his teammates scoring through passing. This presented a challenge for the Hornets. No matter how many points Paul scored, his partnership with Kobe would merely offset their contributions. However, Kobe was inherently a scorer, a finisher. Paul's greatest strength lay in his exquisite passing and situational awareness. Should he become engrossed in a scoring duel with Kobe and forsake his passing, it would spell trouble for the Hornets. The Lakers, adorned with stars, boasted not only Kobe as a scoring threat but also a trio of towering figures in the paint. Alongside the rising star Han Lei, all of whom were adept scorers, they could engage in a star-studded basketball exhibition, trading buckets back and forth. Conversely, if Paul lost his shooting touch and was unable to distribute the ball, the Hornets would find themselves in dire straits. Thus, with 7 minutes remaining in the second quarter, upon his return, Paul deliberately slowed the pace. He continuously directed his teammates to make cuts and execute backdoor plays, seeking opportunities for scoring. After surveying the court, Paul realized that his teammates were devoid of quality chances. Consequently, as the orchestrator of the offense, he resolved to create opportunities himself. He relentlessly attacked Fisher, penetrating the Lakers' interior or calling upon teammates to set screens, aiming to pass to those who had switched on to Fisher, allowing them to exploit him further. Yet, he underestimated the Lakers' tactical resolve. The Lakers, allowing him to penetrate past Fisher repeatedly and roam within the paint, simply defended Paul casually, striving to avoid fouls. And when Paul called for a screen, although Fisher momentarily shifted to guard another player, the Lakers' defenders, dismissing Paul entirely, focused their attention on the player Fisher was guarding, ever ready to provide help for him. On the offensive front, the Lakers continued to revolve around Kobe, with Bynum and Gasol engaging in sporadic isolation plays. As for Han Lei, his concentration was solely on defense, having already recorded 3 steals. Paul felt a twinge of frustration, clearly sensing that the Lakers intended for him to fend for himself while denying him the opportunity to engage his teammates. In truth, aside from Paul, the Hornets' other players were already at a disadvantage in their matchups. Outside, the recovering Kobe was present, displaying a defense that, while slightly diminished, retained strong awareness. Han Lei abandoned offensive strategies, focusing intently on his assigned opponent, refusing to offer any passing lanes. The formidable twin towers of the Lakers, merely by raising their arms and leveraging their height, posed a significant obstruction to the Hornets' interior game. Only Fisher, matched up against Paul, appeared as a defensive liability. Phil, seated on the sidelines, maintained an impassive demeanor, yet inside, he reveled in the unfolding drama. His admiration for Chinese culture had recently led Han Lei to present him with a detailed interpretation of Sun Tzu's Art of War. Within its military tactics section, a strategy known as surrounding the city must have an opening was discussed. This psychological tactic suggests that during a siege, one must not completely encircle the city. For if the enemy finds themselves trapped with no escape, they will fight desperately to survive. To instill despair in the opponent, one must first provide them with a glimmer of hope. Hence the notion of surrounding forces must have a gap. The Zen master cleverly adapted this concept, offering the opening solely to Paul, allowing him to score at will. While a single player can indeed annihilate an opposing team, Kobe, for instance, famously scored 81 points in a single game and 62 in 3 quarters against the Mavericks. Kobe was an indomitable scorer in his own right. Should Paul, as the engine of the team, attempt to dominate the game alone, the team's offense would stagnate, leaving his 4 teammates as mere spectators. This lethargy would inevitably seep into their defense. Moreover, the Lakers could easily assign a perimeter defender like Han Lei or Kobe to effectively neutralize Paul, thereby restricting his scoring opportunities. Consequently, with the entirety of the game revolving around Paul's isolation plays, his teammates would struggle to maintain their scoring rhythm. As the second quarter progressed, the score remained tightly contested, with the Hornets leading by a mere 3 points at 52-55. Paul exhibited extraordinary prowess, securing 24 points by halftime, yet the team's advantage was marginal. This was not an auspicious sign, and Paul pondered a solution. In the second half, the Hornets indeed shifted their approach. To facilitate his teammates' scoring, Paul relinquished ball-handling duties. Once across half-court, he would pass to Ariza on the wing, who would then feed the ball to interior players Okafor or Landry. These two big men, while unable to match the Lakers' towering duo in height, possessed their own advantages, speed and agility. Landry, known for his tenacity during his tenure with the Rockets, received the ball, took a few steps outward, and engaged Gasol in a mid-range one-on-one. He dribbled minimally, creating just enough space before driving aggressively toward the basket with his swift footwork. Gasol found himself repeatedly challenged. Even if Landry missed, he would leap back up for offensive rebounds, his relentless energy proving a headache for the Lakers' interior defense. Paul felt a surge of delight. Realizing that this approach was viable, the game was not solely his to bear, it required collective effort. The Lakers' twin towers exhibited signs of vulnerability. With Bynum often distracted and Gasol gradually aging, his foot speed diminishing, Paul patted Landry, who had just drawn a foul, on the backside, exclaiming, "Well done." Han Lei stood on the court, resting his chin in his hand, clearly discerning Paul's intentions. This all-star point guard aimed to invigorate his teammates' enthusiasm. Shall they commence by dismantling the Lakers' twin towers? Han Lei took advantage of Landry's free throw to crouch down and tighten his shoelaces. It appeared that a fierce battle was imminent, and Paul had already discerned a counter-strategy against Fayer's tactics. Chapter 97. Gambling fast break. As Paul relinquished control of the ball, he passed it directly to the interior for a one-on-one confrontation, a tactic that proved unexpectedly effective. Coach Zhang was taken aback. Logically, the Lakers' interior should be their advantage. Yet it had become a point of vulnerability. This shift was primarily due to Gasol's gradual decline, as his footwork had noticeably slowed. Ujia concurred, noting that Gasol had spent recent years contending with physically dominant players in the paint, leading to considerable wear on his body. Moreover, as a European player, his physical attributes were somewhat inferior to those of his African-American counterparts. European athletes typically emphasize strategy and technique, contrasting sharply with the NBA's focus on physical confrontation. Bynum fared somewhat better, being younger. However, Gasol had already revealed signs of fatigue while facing Landry in one-on-one scenarios, having accumulated 2 personal fouls. Phil blew his whistle, substituting Gasol for Artest. Ideally, Odom should have assumed the power forward position, but unfortunately, he and Bynum, both exuberant interior players, became distracted mid-game. As Artest entered the court, the Lakers found themselves trailing by 8 points. Han Lei and Kobe exchanged a glance, both realizing it was time to showcase their true prowess. In the first half, Paul's frenzied assault was born out of necessity, yet once Landry found his rhythm, it would inevitably catalyze a blossoming of the team's performance. The Lakers' strategy to isolate Paul had thus been rendered futile. Nonetheless, Han Lei and Kobe remained unfazed, their confidence stemming from the Lakers' inherently superior roster compared to the Hornets. Upon Artest's entry onto the court, Kobe leaned in to share a few words, indicating that Landry's post-up skills were mediocre, and should he face the basket, it would play to Artest's defensive strengths. After all, as a small forward, Artest was originally a stalwart of defensive prowess at his position. Although his lateral speed had diminished, he was still capable of contending with Landry's height of 208 centimeters, ensuring rebounding dominance. As Han Lei passed by Artest, he quietly remarked, "Let us secure those boards." "What is your strategy, Han Lei?" Kobe inquired, trusting in Han Lei's basketball intellect. "Quite simple. We'll counterattack. You handle the half-court offense, and I'll take care of the transition defense." Han Lei held no concerns regarding the Lakers' offensive capabilities. As for defense, both teams were currently lacking in defensive intensity, so it would come down to who could attack more vigorously. As the Lakers initiated their offense, Han Lei executed an inbound pass, and Fisher, with a measured pace, dribbled across half-court. The seasoned Fisher maintained composure with the ball. Kobe positioned himself at the free throw line, receiving the pass and backing down Ariza with strength. At that moment, he assumed the role of Gasol, serving as the focal point for their triangle offense. The other players dispersed, with the exception of Bynum, who lingered near the paint, while 3 perimeter players positioned themselves at the corners and the 2 45-degree angles. At this moment, Paul furrowed his brows. He could afford to disregard Fisher, the least offensive threat, but he needed to disrupt Kobe to alleviate Ariza's burden. Out of the corner of his eye, Kobe noticed Paul abandoning Fisher and meandering towards him. Both Fisher and Kobe, having each secured 5 championship titles, possessed an innate basketball awareness. Originally stationed at the left 45-degree angle, Fisher, seeing the left corner unguarded, drifted towards it. This maneuver placed Kobe between Paul and Fisher. With the right opportunity, Kobe could deliver the ball to the corner, rendering Fisher open. Just as Paul hesitated over whether to guard Fischer, Kobe suddenly pivoted to the left, attempting to push Ariza aside. Instinctively, Paul reached for the ball from Kobe, leaving no time to concern himself with Fischer. A smile crept across Kobe's lips. His intention was never to score, but rather to hinder Paul's defense of Fischer. With a leap against Ariza, Kobe passed the ball to the corner where Fischer stood. Without hesitation, Fischer launched a three-point shot, the ball rattling against the rim before finding its mark. Meanwhile, Landry and Arteist engaged in a fierce battle for position beneath the basket. Once teammates on the Rockets, they now faced off without yielding an inch. Landry, tall and long-armed, found himself at a disadvantage when Arteist elbowed him, effectively pinning him down and preventing him from jumping. Although the shot was successful, Landry experienced the harsh reality of Arteist's physicality, unlike their training sessions at the Rockets, where Arteist refrained from such tactics. This was a different arena. As the Hornets initiated their offense, Paul opted not to pass to the interior. He recognized that the Lakers had ceased to underestimate him, compelling him to invigorate the entire team. At the top of the arc, Paul effortlessly maneuvered past Fischer once more, approaching Han Lei and Bellinelli at the waist position. He boldly declared, "Come on, young man from Huaxia, defend me." Han Lei, with unwavering determination, decisively abandoned Bellinelli and positioned himself before Paul. Bellinelli, possessing a profound understanding of Paul's passing instincts, sprinted towards the three-point line. Fischer, grasping the situation, swiftly exchanged defensive assignments with Han Lei and pursued Bellinelli beyond the arc. However, Paul's passing was remarkably swift. Before Fischer could arrive, he executed a no-look, behind-the-back pass directly into Bellinelli's hands. Seizing the momentum initiated by Old Fish, Bellinelli deftly maneuvered to the side, leaving Old Fish sliding helplessly to the ground. At that moment, Bellinelli launched his three-point attempt. Han Lei blinked, and the shot missed, resulting in a long rebound. Moreover, it perfectly bounced back to his position. Han Lei positioned himself behind Paul, standing near the free-throw line, while calling out, "Boss, fast break." Kobe understood Han Lei's intent. Although he found it perplexing how Han Lei could ascertain that the shot would miss and guarantee that their team could secure the rebound, he nonetheless sprinted towards the front court. Ariza hesitated for a moment before following suit. As Kobe raced forward, he heard the unmistakable clang of metal. He didn't need to look back, for the sound of a missed shot was all too familiar. Han Lei leaped to secure the rebound, and Paul's height posed no threat to him. The only concern was Paul's ability to intercept the ball. However, Han Lei had already orchestrated the play, opting not to dribble at all. With a long pass, he soared over the defending Ariza, delivering the